Maybe I do have cancer. Meanwhile, Kim is a cancer. What's happening? Benton here. What's happening? Benton here. Maybe I do have cancer. Meanwhile, Kim is a cancer. We are live. Live in effect. I got these people trained, y'all. Most of them don't even know I scheduled 2 live streams for today. They thought I was done. They thought I was done out here. Can you believe that? Such foolishness. They rocking with Z. What's that got to do with me? Nothing. Shout out to Z. 0 in the house. We ain't on them extended dance mix monologues. We ain't on them extended musical interludes. We ain't on the all the theme music from all the old TV shows, although I do like some of that stuff. Look at that webcam, it don't want to focus. Focus, camera, focus. Conjunction junction, what is your function? I'm having fun on this one. It's y'all's planet, I just live on it. I mean in it. Can't say planet. Can't say planet. Not allowed to say planet. What's happening, everybody? It is my distinct honor, privilege, and pleasure to address you fine folks today. Please bear with any technical difficulties. I'm back on the OBS, and I may not know how to act. Oh yeah, hey, if you want to say hi and bounce back that away, I ain't got no problem with it. I'll sit here and talk to myself. I'll sit here and play with my computer. It's all good. Look at that. Hey, there we go. Pale Horse Rider in the house. What's happening? What's up? I got about 50 in donos this morning. I'm feeling some type of way. I guess I better unmute my mic so we don't have to see it say mic is muted up there. Yeah. Oh, man. What a blessing. It's all blessings. This life's a blessing. It's also a nightmare dystopia that we're creating for ourselves and living in for some reason. Shout out to my homeboy, Music Holds a Secret. I knew he'd be here. Grooving on a Friday morning, late September, before the Plandemic 2.0. Boy, they gonna hit us, ain't they? They gonna hit us. When are they gonna hit us? I don't know, man. I don't know. I challenge EBT to 1 year no booze, by the way. I sure do. Okay. Woody only came down for the hot wings. He forgot his way home. Indeed, sir. Indeed. How about that ASMR? Getting a little too sexy there, Benton. Better watch out. Better go back to. You better go back to this one. You ain't the only Woody up in here, partner. That's right. I'm just happy to be here, you know. Indeed, indeed. I get to play music. I get to play videos off my hard drive, if I'm so inclined. Bless Benton and the broadcast with the Bozo Bucks, if one is so inclined. Yeah, we're just hanging out. We're chilling. We're having a good time. I'm sure I'll get into something eventually. I was on one earlier, man, with that, the walk and talk. Goodness gracious. What up? I'm 48, D. Drew. 48. Apparently this is, so I'm now into my 49th year, which Dominique says is good to go. He said, apparently there's something to that. Well, I'm assuming it's good. I don't know. Is it? Let me drop the link. I think Ms. Bex was going to roll through, was going to swing through potentially. Hey, get off the screen there, Bubba. All right, let's see. Bear with me while I navigate to my channel. Hope everybody's well today. It's going to be a long one. You might as well get settled in, right? Or not. Again, Z's live, so it takes the pressure off of me. We'll let them all go over there, and we'll just chill out over here on this side. And if y'all got anything for me, anybody's got any videos they want me to respond to, 56, the age of Mr. Drew. Indeed. Oh, and I can actually see, yeah, the thumbnails. What is that in your PFP, if that's what we're calling that, your avatar? What is that? Oh, 49 adds to 13 and is the sum of 7. So interesting. Interesting. I do enjoy the numerology, but I'm certainly not the expert or the end-all, be-all. Got my coffee. I'm still not off the coffee. Oh, coffee, man. I am convinced the way coffee is designed is it makes me feel shitty so that when I drink a cup, I will then feel, some relief. However, if somebody's just off the coffee, and they have one cup just every once in a blue moon, that shit goes hard because I do get off the coffee. Yeah, you know what? I got so into my what I was doing, I actually forgot. And then later on, I thought about it. I was like, where's Music Holds a Secret? But I'm glad you showed up. Yeah, YouTube and the notifications, man. Not trustworthy, certainly. And as we know, they do manage the size of the broadcast. They do manage the size of the channel. So, but Music Holds a Secret's like Old Faithful around here, if that's not a pejorative. I mean it as a compliment, so I'm always happy to see you. And when the times you are not around, hey, perhaps you needed some extra rest. I slept fucking great. I finally got my head out of my ass and remembered that I had a moving blanket in the car, so that's now my sleeping pad. All the difference in the world, certainly. Oh, really? Power supply? Oh, good. A nerd and a mechanic. I don't suppose you're anywhere near Fort Smith, Arkansas. I need a clutch replacement on this car, but that's all right. Everything in its time, right? All in good time. Traveling on blessings, indeed. That was one of my signs. That was one of my cardboard signs back in the living in the streets days, a.k.a. a homeless person. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Oh. This articulating webcam has decided it doesn't want to cooperate. One moment, please. And now it won't focus. Okay. Leave it alone, Benton. Leave it alone. Oh, Lake Duluth? Where's that, Minnesota? Have you cleansed yourself in the waters of Lake Minnetonka? No, I don't. Is that Iowa, Duluth? I don't know. I'm from the South. We don't know. Oh, he took some naps and didn't sleep till late at night. Yeah, I would like to get into the napping thing. I haven't quite managed to make that happen yet. All right, I don't know what to do now that I can play audio. Bear with me. And I'll have to, folks, help me with the audio if it gets out of whack. Please let me know. It might be a little too serious, eh? Maybe it's time for a third monitor, although realistically, I would have no room for such. Thanks, man. What's Up says he was watching my walk and talk before this came on. You was throwing down hashtag get 'em Benton. Yeah, man. Well, that's what I was saying over the intro music is, yeah, Kim, I might have cancer. You are a Cancer. And I don't mean your astrological sign, although that would make some sense, that overly emotional bozo. Kim before the storm. Oh, Minnetonka too rich for his blood. Yeah, it probably is. What up, Gary? And I was going so hard, I don't even know if Gary was in there or not. Did you also miss the walk and talk, Gary? It's okay if you did. You were mentioned. Certainly. Bear with me while I attempt to navigate. Doing just StreamYard only is certainly less complicated. And I'm getting this, starting to get a crick in my neck from sitting facing forward, but then I'm turning my head to look at the second monitor. And then I have to, well, here's another thing. And actually, the only halfway decent chiropractor I found on YouTube, this Dr. Thayer, SoCal Chiro, I think is his channel. He said not to have bifocals because tipping our head back can fuck up our neck. And if I do it straight, it doesn't, but having my head, you know, turned and then going back, that seems to cause some problems. Old age, I love it, man. I love getting older. I ain't gonna lie, man. Yeah, you, Gary. Good to see you, man. Yeah, I brought you up. Nothing bad. Nothing bad. Oh, after we get into it here, what I'm planning to do is find some of the old material. I want to go back through some of Kim's, because yesterday, people may recall, I played some of the early live streams from the channel. So I'd like to go I want to find Tommy's first appearance, and I do have his. I screen recorded his live stream he did. Well, he dropped a new video today. Let's go watch that. And in fact, that video is from this channel, I believe. Let's go watch Tommy. 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 At Illuma Tommy.
I see the brain.
Yeah, you know, I think starting right when Z goes live is the move, actually. I think that's the move. Because then whoever wants to just be here can be here, and then everybody else can already be over there. Because by then, he's talking by 5:30 usually. This is Tommy's new video. And let me drop his link real quick. This is called Home OTW, HOMOTW. I'm not sure what he means, but like Home OTW. I get it. I get it, Tom. Let's see. Copy, clean link. He can see just fine up close. Really? Yeah, man, my life. I can still see distance pretty decent. I can't. It's my up close. I think I might trade you, especially with all this screen time. Must be nice. Hey, what's up, Rachel? Good to see you. No, I will never go to doctors, so I have no diagnosis, Mr. Drew. What I've said is that Occam's razor is a pancreatic cancer, but man, I could have had it and already beat it. You know, I'm way stronger than cancer. You kidding me? I'll just throw cancer off, right? I drove a truck for months on end, worked 7 days a week, sick as a dog. Most people would have gone to the hospital. No, I don't go to doctors. Not anymore anyway. But yeah, no diagnosis. But at a minimum, there's no way I don't have chronic pancreatitis. I got malabsorption. I weigh 120 pounds. I eat food every day. Being a cancer is not easy. It is annoying feeling others people's. You got son in cancer there, Woody? I cannot watch. Yeah, I guess so. I cannot watch videos of children hearing for the first time with cochlear implants. Too many feels. Yeah, you know, some of that stuff. I haven't ever watched those. Some of that stuff gets me too, and I was so fucking inhibited and repressed for so many years, man. When I feel it, I just let it go, dude. Here come the waterworks, right? Although even that is difficult. But yeah, if it's time to weep, I let her rip. Ain't no shame in my game. Yeah, it's hard to see the tiny words. That's right. Well, I can't. Actually, I can tell what's going on without my glasses, but I can't read much of anything. But with the malabsorption, my eyesight got really bad for a time. I was having trouble seeing the screens, even with my glasses. I was thought I was going to have to get a new prescription. That's true. You don't. Is that what you mean? I need to eat food every day. But yeah, people can go long periods of time without food, if that's what you mean. I think that's what you meant, Rachel. Yep. What was that? Oh, yeah, we're going to watch this video. Let me drop Illuma Tommy's link. Illuma Tommy channel. And if the video looks a little kind of fuzzy, I need that. Those settings were, the OBS settings were optimized for that bullshit-ass Verizon I was using. So I have the faster internet, but I'm still on the old settings. So by tomorrow, that should be fixed. Yes, indeed. That well, and that's the thing is, yeah, that's a practice, right? Rachel says, "Love yourself no matter how hard it is." Yeah, that's quite difficult at times, certainly. And these people like Kim don't seem capable of it, although presumably they are, right? And if anybody doesn't know, I actually dumpstered and wrecked Kim over in Bex's chat. He'll just claim that what he'll claim is that he just had to go do other things, right? But I wrecked his ass in the live chat, in Bex's live chat. Oh, and I never did drop the link over here either, did I? Let's do that. I'm not fishing for guests, but Bex may want to swing through. And then we're going to watch Tommy's video here shortly. Actually, let's watch it now.
Left and right hemisphere.
This is Jesus. Right there. The robe.
Okay.
And what?
Hey, what's up, Mr. Suspect?
Right.
I don't know what you mean by this comment.
Right.
Here,
Yes. Yes.
Now I'm going to show you the.
But yeah, good to see you. Oh, he's trying to type "good to see you." Good to see you as well.
An artistic rendition. So
As I talk over Tommy's latest work.
Share screen again. Understand why it's this complicated, but anyway, and I'll bring you a picture of. There we go.
Oh,
OTW, do yourself a favor.
Restream Illumitami. Oh my God.
that's funny, Woody.
Tommy's fucking channel is or whatever. I'm not even fucking sub to that, or why would I be? What's hilarious?
Unsubscribe. That's
He's
hilarious.
all about fucking bitching about everybody else. So, you guys are fucking stupid. I'm so fucking tired of fucking nonsense. You fuck nuts. You fucking dumb motherfuckers. I'm gonna fucking compete with you, Jack, till I fucking get your fucking whole fucking audience, you piece of shit. I'm gonna tear you apart. You want war, you got war, alright? The first time I went to war was with fucking Paul. Now I'm going to war with you, you piece of shit.
Motherfucker, I'll fucking rip you in half like a fucking piece of paper, you piece of little fucking shit.
That's right, Woody with the early gems.
Indeed. Your fucking mother slapped you when you came into this world.
All I gotta say, OTW, is as your producer, this is not good. This is not a good
You
look.
have nothing important you can say. Or
I would like you to rescind all of
You're
this
a
stuff
fucking piece
right
of
now,
garbage on this
OTW.
YouTube universe.
I actually
off,
didn't
you
even
piece of
expect him to go this viral, but this
Fuck you,
As-
Tommy.
As your producer, I need you to quit this.
Fuck off!
This,
man, Moose,
this is
Moose, the
not a
way
good
you
look,
came in
OTW.
and you were like,
This part's on my channel, by the way.
Before, man, that's not nothing new under the sun, dude.
I know, but he's probably clipping this, and he's gonna put the best of OTW news out there, and then we're gonna have trolls, and then we're gonna have to fight them off.
So thank you for getting me into my adrenaline there, and fucking.
no, I'll bring you back down. Hold on.
Fucking
Hold
Not
on.
fishing
coward,
for good.
fucking motherfucker. You're a
Look,
fucking
see,
coward
he
to
still
fucking
doesn't
hop
get
on
it.
the fucking
He
panel
still doesn't
and
get it,
tell
Moose.
people that you're gonna kick their teeth in through a fucking microphone through a screen, and then fucking demean
You
me
don't
for how
understand.
it's
He's
going
trolling you.
You're
He's
so
straight
fucking
trolling you
stupid.
now.
It's not even fucking funny, man.
See, he can't let it
I
go,
mean,
man.
no, I'm being
If we had
generous. I mean,
80,000
saying
subscribers
something
right
stupid
now,
is
I
actually
would be
a
like,
compliment.
I would end the stream
It's a
while you're
fucking
yelling
insult to stupid people.
as your producer.
See, look, he can't even let Moose talk.
No,
he
I don't
is.
want to let you talk, you piece of shit. Fuck you.
See,
Team Hydra.
he
Better
knows
Bill.
how to control
Better
you.
Better Mel. Better Mel. Shut up, Better Mel.
I honestly find Tommy is a fascinating creature on the metaverse.
No, that's
And,
Jack
shut
Calthart
up, Better
shit
Mel.
right there.
Shut the fuck up, Better
I'm a
Mel.
no. See, I'm a
Shut
Sigma
up, Better
male.
Mel. Better
I'm
Mel.
a Sigma
Better
male.
Mel.
You are very
Mel.
beta, OTW. You
You
should
are
be
Better Mel.
BETA
Better Mel.
network.
Better Mel.
Oh, you're going with the
Better Mel.
like
Shut up,
childish
Better Mel.
disruption
Better-
angle whenever
Shut up,
that's
Better
what
Mel.
got you triggered,
Shut up. At least
OTW.
I have a man's voice. You have a fucking pussy voice. Shut the fuck up.
I
pussy.
already 8-miled that.
I
What
do
are you
have to
doing?
say that
You need to watch
Freedom
more
Growers
channels,
stream this morning
OTW.
was above board. It was
Shut the fuck
Illuminati.
up.
probably the best
Man.
stream I've ever seen in my
You're a
life.
fucking the
and,
worst example of a man.
I was
man.
glad to be there.
If we had to fucking
Moose,
continue
could you have the
society with you as an
OTW quit
example of a
interrupting
man,
you and
then
talking?
it
I don't
would
even
be
think he's sure
the
who's talking
declination
while
of
he's talking
humanity.
at this point.
Get the fuck out of here. Better male. Just a
And I
fucking
accept the
dumb pedo male that
responsibility
tries
of
to fucking
OTW
grab
doing
attention
this
for
right
yourself.
now. I created
Fuck
that,
off. You're a dumb
and I'm just
fucking
kind of
pedo
like
male.
hoping you all
Pedo
do
male.
see it
Pedo
through
Heavy
this
is the hand
I forgot
that
about this. This is
holds
hilarious.
your
Pedo male.
mouth closed.
Look at me and Brother Yurt just saying nothing, by
Do
the
you
way.
guys really believe
Pedo
beta
male.
male when
Pedo
it's like he's
male.
obviously the one
Pedo
that
male.
can't move
Pedo.
on?
Pedo.
Like even Rob got
Pedo.
over the
Wait,
end
wait,
bar.
I have a valid question. Can you guys shut up for a second?
I think you're just a hypocrite, and you're crying like a baby.
What's hilarious
and you're
is
not
he's-
getting-
I remember those party
There's
lines,
been a
Gary.
few
You know,
more
you should
mom
suck your
defenses
thumb a
in
little
there.
bit.
Yeah, you just
and stop fucking
cacophony
crying
of
when
intransigence,
people
right?
are fucking trying to get a little bit of airtime, and you know you're coming
Well,
up
but-
and fucking taking it all.
Well, and I'm gonna address that, Keith.
And you're
I'm
a
gonna
fucking
address
loser,
your
dude.
content, your comment
where's
rather.
where's being honorable and fucking having integrity and being I just don't know. There's none of that in that. You know, there's nothing. There's
All the fucking.
It is all on
Yeah,
record, freedom
notches
throwers.
on the
That's
bench
the
post.
point. Is I will go back.
I love
and
my
edit
screen
all
share
this
here. Do you see what
together
I-
to
you see
show
what I put?
each channel
Things
just
to do
how
in Denver when
fucking
you're dead.
stupid they are.
And that's where
You
Tommy
will not
lives.
survive these
Patronizing fucking delusional
love
piece
that.
of shit motherfucker. So shut the fuck up and stop derailing the stream.
Still spiraling.
I
Still
feel like
spiraling.
Sucking on my titties like you wanted me. All the time that Bondi check out my
Shout out
pussy
to Tommy.
behind, it's fine all over the time. What else is in the teachers of peaches? Like sex on the beaches. What?
Closeted
Right.
homosexuals.
What? What?
Am I in here?
Right.
He's never really made fun of me too much. He tends to just go in on me to my face for whatever reason and leaves me out of the videos, which I guess is probably for the best. But yeah, exactly. Highly suspect says men would not act like IRL. Well, remember, Keith, many of these people they never became men because that is a status. So some of these are males. However, you know, the reality is the biggest, baddest, toughest, most cold-blooded killer in real life, that shit does not transfer to the metaverse. Although some of it does, right? The person's spirit transfers over, but you know, the fact of what somebody would or would not do in real life, that shit doesn't fucking matter. And yeah, the fact is, I have people talking shit to me and backbiting and saying things insulting that they would never say to me IRL. And that's one of the things. But that's not the reality. Is that doesn't matter. So I'm choosing to insert myself into an arena where I will be subjected to that, no matter what. Does someone have to keep doing meth, or is your brain permanently damaged from doing it in the past? I don't know. That's a good question. Music holds a secret. I don't know. Good question. All right, what's up next? What's next? Part of the problem is I needed to rest and take care of my personal needs, and instead of just staying up all night. Yeah, am I in here? Instead of staying up all night, and so I did not make the time. Let's be clear. I could have made the time to curate the back catalog. So bear with me, folks. What we're going to do is, oops, as I clicked the wrong buttons. What we're going to do is I'm going to go through my channel, and I'm going to find some old content to play. And that's how we're going to start out, unless anybody has any requests. Well, real quick, let me look through my YouTube feed. We might have maybe there's something in here that I want to play and respond to. So let's do that. Share screen. Here we go. Zetetic Warriors live, by the way. 50 in the house over there. I'm never offended if somebody wants to cruise on by and visit with Z. I'm almost unoffendable in certain ways, although, as we know, I will spurg out at times. Here's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I don't know if you folks ever watched that. I enjoy their show, but they do a little too much e-begging. I don't mind a little bit of e-begging, as you may notice my the crawl down there at the bottom of the screen. Oh, by the way, shout out to 50 bucks in donos, and thanks again, Woody. And the people that donate on Cash App, here's another service that YouTube provides for their 33%. I don't necessarily know who's sending me the donos over Cash App, and I'm not going to just say their real name out loud. See what I'm saying? Versus Super Chats and Super Stickers, we know exactly who's sending them. So that's something else we are receiving for our 33% fee, right? Cobra Classics. Let's go over to subscriptions. See what we got over there. Bex was live. Z's live. Let's see what he's talking about.
Even Superman.
Whoa.
His name was Jor-El.
Coming in hot, Z.
Or was it Kal-El? I think his dad was Jor-El. Bunch of L's. They're elites.
Give Z a thumbs up if
Angels
nothing
are
else.
L.
Oh, okay.
So-called
You
gods
talking-
are L.
Talking about over here or over there?
I don't know.
Keith.
Maybe it's just coincidence. Just saying. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not like insinuating that the entities running this whole fucked up world are, you know, like fallen beings from another realm here to puppeteer us. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they mix their genetics in with, you know, the so-called humans. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they protected their bloodlines throughout the ages. No, I'm not saying it.
All right, maybe I'll check back later when we can 1.5x. Oh, here we go. We got a Dane Calloway premiere, The Colorful Deception of Black History, premiering at 10 a.m. So we've got that to look forward to. And here's what I recommend, folks. Anytime you see something pop up in your feed, if it says notify me, why not just click notify me? And then, you know, if you get the notification, you don't have to watch the video, right? That certainly seems to increase the chances of getting the notification, although YouTube will still play games, right? Here we go. Let's listen to this lady. This is just some random tiny channel I found. This lady here, she's kind of a trip.
Some people need to be told that they are worthy, that they are loved, not because
I'm smart enough, I'm good enough, and gosh darn it, people like me.
Because somebody told them they weren't.
I think
Some people
Christos
need to
meant
be
Z, but yeah.
told
What's
that
up?
they
What's up,
are
Christos?
worthy, that they
When am I
are
going to get this
loved,
DMT trip report?
not because nobody ever told them before.
It might take a little while
but
to
because
integrate the experience, though,
somebody
right?
Told them they weren't.
Exactly, ma'am.
Some people need to be.
Thank you for that. Here we go. Our corporations evil are just tools. This is a flow state.
Their God is money.
They're a tool for making money.
Flow state and,
They're a tool for making money. It'd be the same as saying this fork is answerable to food. Food is their God. Well, as it should be, because we use this fork to eat food with. We use a corporation to get returns on investments. As an investor, I use the corporation to make a return on my investment.
All right. Well, there's Flow State. If anybody wants to check him out, let's drop the "You Are Enough" lady, though. Let me see. I don't know how to even get. I don't even know how to find the channel from the shorts, so we'll promote her later. I'm already subscribed. Oh, and I said I wanted to promote Robert Escobar, but I'm going to wait until there's more people here. Apologies for jumping around here. Yeah, I've already got to see. I've got the notification for Steve and David on. Although I probably won't watch. Well, I'll be live at 10:30, whatever day that is. Bushwhacking, the nature of the realm. Okay, let's check this out. Seems interesting. Was this a live stream?
Ah! Oh my god! Oh my god! Ah!
Thank you, Mario, but our princess is in another.
We've got to get out of here!
Stand your ground, brother.
No! Please!
And in case there's some confusion as to why I'm playing this, this is Berserker Bear, a.k.a. Bushwhacking History in Buffalo. And he swings through the channel sometimes, so I'd like to show him some love since he showed up in my feed there.
We need to get out of here. Stop the car. I said get in the fucking car. Go, 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 go.
This is getting excessive here, Berserker Bear. How long does this last? Okay, good. Cool to see him doing live streams, although what I know
All right,
of...
welcome everybody. Bushwhacking History in Buffalo with Berserker Bear and special guest 2.0, Moon Jazz. what is it, Thursday night? Skull Thursday. Let's get us on screen here. Welcome everybody in the chat. We got Tall Oaks, Machinist Square Bear. Good to see you guys. Bear's up in here. PT Ripa, Paul, good to see you. Jerusha McBear, we got Morning Glory, OG, and we have Liberty Stead Bear here right now. So welcome everybody. Thursday night, live with Moon Jazz Bear. We just figured we'd ladle some gravy. Haven't touched base in a while as far as getting an episode together, but I figured that we'd have some fodder for you. I'll go back and forth maybe with some IG posts and just like it says in the description, anything and everything having to do with the realm and what we think of it. So it'll be open feedback. We'd like some interaction with the chat and everything. So Moon Jazz, welcome back, my friend.
Yeah.
Greetings from the people of Earth. That's a famous thing. So I was in that world, and then through the course of listening to Bears, also honestly shout out people like Dave Weiss, Crow 777, listening to RV Truth, also RV. Not everybody's a Mason Truth.
Come on, internet. What the fuck is this?
Tesla Quake machine. Oh, let's we're talking about the firmament, but since you brought that up, this is the type of show that it's going to be. I have research videos that show what I think to be the actual Tesla machine or whatever in action. So here we go. I've shared this before, and this is a mountain slide in. I showed this before and shared this before. This is called in Kazakhstan or whatever. They say that this happened from a mine collapse, but in my opinion, I think that they're vibrating the whole. We're just going to like shoot for the stars here right away. Just go right from the. I think that they're actually vibrating the mountain, and it could be used for mining. I think it's mostly used for mining stuff. Now, this is pure speculation here, because the real story behind this, per the mainstream, is that it was a collapsed mine or whatever, right, or a landslide. But if you watch, it does look like it's being vibrated. And we were just talking about vibrations. Now, there could be some Legolas copyright Berserker Bear on that. Legolas on top of the this mountain. But do you think that they have machines like that are like the Tesla Quake machine?
Most definitely.
I think so too. Does this look like it's just a regular collapse? So I think that they could use it for mining and just pick up the aftermath and then filter it for mining purposes, or you can, David Bowie talks about how this was actually patented, this machine. We'll play that afterwards. So this will give us a base of what we're talking about. Again, I'd like to go back into the chat and see what's going on here. And I also want to introduce that scale of the universe. Yeah. Look at that. This is fascinating to me that it's even being caught on camera. Have you seen this before?
Yeah, we
maybe I
watched
shared
this last time.
Did we really? Of course. I'm repeating stuff.
That's all right. We've slept since then.
What he says, Kazakhstan is the frog country.
But we'll get into that, and let's go back into the chat. And actually, I'll keep on showing that. It's going to repeat, and we'll see what's up. So that scale of the universe, if anybody's not familiar with it, I've been wanting to do a bushwhacking the scale of the universe for quite a while.
Hey, YouTube.
And all it is it's a pretty cool app that shows the scale of the universe, like I'd say 1-to-1. Let's see. And this will be a good foundation, I think, that we could bounce off of tonight. So here we go. Let me turn that off right quick. Pause that. Yeah, just consider the possibility that the Tesla Quake machine is a thing, and that they actually use it for mining or for others. Now, what we're going to have on screen here is part of what my title was about. Bushwhacking, the nature of the realm.
Shout out to new subscriber Michael Steven as of 31 minutes ago. Thank you, sir.
Because this app is called The Scale of the Universe.
Good to see you.
Now, as I was just showing Moon Jazz Bear, it is pretty cool because it shows things how they are scaled to each other.
311 subscribers. Well, let's make it 312, partner.
Allegedly. Okay. We'll talk about that. Because dinosaurs, right, but not dragons, right? You can scale all the way back out. So the theoretical physicists will love this.
That's right.
I did when I was of the
what's up?
Heliocentric model, we'll say, right? All the way back out to the observable universe.
All right, I'm pausing this. I'm sort of set the table, and then if I need to do something in the background. Although I realize now part of the problem with me wanting to look through the old streams is that I'm not, well, I think I can figure something out, but it's going to play all of my audio. One of the advantages of only using the StreamYard is it only plays the audio on the screen share. So, interesting. Producing on the fly, folks. I do have 2 laptops here I can use as well, if need be. Maybe Bex might have went to sleep, possibly. Real quick, I want to show this, whoever this is, Michael Steven that subscribed to me. Let's go ahead and shout him out. I'll drop his link. Haven't seen any of his videos, so not quite sure what he's up to over there. Down syndrome police officer. Well, let's watch that. Oh, put it on the screen, sir. Down syndrome cop part 4. Interesting. You have my attention.
Hello.
Hi.
Guess what? I pulled you over.
Same reason that you pulled me over every day?
I've seen this
To
before.
make funny faces and show me your flappy dance?
Nope. I'm gonna give you a ticket.
Okay. What for today?
For $5 million.
Break it down for the
Wow.
one time.
You are a good police officer.
I'm a special officer. I have a shiny badge.
Ooh, it is shiny. This is dangerous work. You out here alone?
No, I have a partner. Oh, here he comes now. Oh, hey, Officer Monkey. I like eggs. Do you like eggs? No, I'm allergic to eggs. I made an egg salad sandwich. Want some? No, thanks.
Oh, he said he's allergic.
Goodbye, Officer Monkey.
Nice meeting you.
Tonight we're gonna make a coconut cream cake with meatballs in it.
Who, you and your mom?
No, you and me.
Oh, that sounds fun, but I have to get to work now.
Can I go with you?
You outta
No,
here,
I let
Gary?
you come last week and you peed in the refrigerator.
Oh,
Okay then. See you
Corky.
tomorrow.
Yeah,
Oh,
Corky.
please don't pull
from,
me over again tomorrow.
Life Goes
Too
On.
late. I caught it.
You know what's funny, Gary, is this, on the old Chalk Body Outline Discord, I was talking about how that show Life Goes On, I had a crush on that. Well, not a crush, but, I was infatuated with that chick. What's wrong with my screen here? You guys got white bars? Okay, I see. There's something wrong. I need to resize the window now, as I see. But I said something about being interested in that Becca chick, I think she was called on that show. And then also, like Winnie from fucking, what was that show with Kevin Arnold, whatever that was. And they started trying to haze me saying that I liked young girls. I said, man, every damn one of them girls is my age, you fucking idiots. And I looked it up. Every fucking one of them was born in 75 or 74. I mean, across the board. All of them. There was like what's her name? Punky Brewster is my age. The chick from Life Goes On. Fucking, there's like 10 of them. That from all those TV shows. I'm the exact same age as all of them. Try to shame me into something I ain't. What the hell? Oh, Paul would like that? Okay, probably. Here's another problem with my testosterone levels going back up. I'm fucking starving, man, and I can't eat that much food or I get sick. What even is this? Yeah, that's what it was, Gary. I was reminiscing, and they tried to pitch. Exactly. It's like, what are you talking about? These chicks are... I was the same age as them when I saw the TV shows, and I'm still the same age. Like, what are you talking about? Hey, if Keith, if you're still in the house, let me introduce you to King Cobra JFS. If I may. Let me... I'm getting ready to drop this link. There it is. Lincoln's in chat. Share this. This is Cobra Classics, the infamous hair dye video.
Cobra JFS in the video. I got paid Wednesday, and I thought I had to work at 11:30 today, so I called for a ride and got my check cashed early, which is really nice, and all that. Oh, it turns out I also work till 5 tonight. So
He said, "Stop it."
So I went and did a little bit of shopping, and
bro, this dude is super
Monster,
famous,
finished that
but
off,
only like in a really narrow portion of
cigarettes,
the
I got more
internet.
flints for my Zippo. I got some.
Hey, and one thing I like about Keith is I get to explain the internet to him as if he's just as if he just came to Earth for the first time. So this guy is known as King Cobra JFS. He's now much older. This was years ago, but there's multiple channels that make money every month just by remixing this guy's content. And this dude's been making videos like on a regular basis going back to, I don't know, 20 years or something, 15 years.
My home headphones, retro style, and they got a nice sound quality to them, so hopefully these fuckers will last. Just in case, so I got some...
this is called the infamous hair dye
We'll do
incident.
that in a bit. Some Axe Dark Temptation, cologne, some ponytail holders, some eyeliner, the one that actually works good. One of my co-workers is started there saying he's a pretty cool dude, and
I'm gonna
he
fast
was
forward.
with his ex-wife.
Let's get to the good stuff here.
My collar off here and my shirt.
Keith just hatched. That's right. Which is kind of fun for us because we can introduce him to all these things. Since most of
Keep in
us
mind, these things are
have been
incredibly messy,
explored the
so,
internet
yeah.
quite thoroughly by now.
Ooh,
He's just a
got an
baby.
ice head to it. Weird shoes. What you're gonna do is just gonna pour this in there like that.
Yeah, dyeing one's own hair. Number two used to dye her own hair. I preferred that she was quite gray. I preferred the gray hair. At a certain point, I convinced her to grow it out. Let it go gray.
All right, 1 minute. 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 1
Yeah, yeah, King Cobra's definitely on the spectrum. He's been, formally diagnosed, right?
Hello. Oh, what are you saying? No, I was shopping.
Indeed. Copy that.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh my God. I'm out at the apartment. Son of a bitch.
Oh, I think they're calling. Oh, he forgot to go to work. Yeah, that's Wendy. He used to work at Wendy's. Wendy's is calling. He forgot that he's supposed to work that day.
Oh, crap.
Hey, what's
All
up,
right.
Michael Steven?
right.
Good luck figuring out whatever this is, but I just
right,
played one
that
of your
works.
videos. I meant to
So
shout out
sorry, I
your
missed
channel,
most
and I
of the
forgot.
dates. All right,
Good to see you,
bye-bye.
brother.
Well, I feel like an idiot. I messed with the days, and it's Thursday, not Friday. I was supposed to come in at 11:30 to 7, but they said I can come in at 4. So.
Oh, hell yeah, man. Thank you.
All
Yeah,
right,
Michael
that's
Stevens
plenty
going
of
to
time.
save my rant
Yikes.
video for later. Good stuff. Appreciate you, brother.
I feel like an idiot. Anyway, back to the video. Yikes. It's the lip gloss I bought. I thought I just put on like lipstick, but it doesn't work out like that. So.
Here we
Yeah,
go. Let's get into the hair
made the
dyeing.
mistake.
Let's
I thought it was
just
Friday,
cut
not
to the chase here.
Now, you should use over a kitchen sink or a towel because it's very messy, but I'll take my chances.
You got to see this, Keith. This is worth seeing right here. And remember, he's live streaming this,
So a lot cheaper and a lot better for your hair than doing it in the salon.
or at least he did a prepared video and
I don't have to get in the shower
uploaded
and
it.
get completely naked. I can just rinse my hair out underneath the.
Oh yeah,
shower
exactly.
head.
I thought it was Saturday one time. It's like
Guess it doesn't
Wednesday.
sound good right now, but I gotta go to work in a couple hours. So.
And one day I
that's
wrapped
gonna
up early because I thought Z was going live, and it turned out to be
that-
it was like Saturday.
Oh
Shit,
yeah.
I guess I
got
should
all
have
of
kept
my
streaming.
fucking head.
Bro. And I think he ends up
Yeah,
like
it's
going
chick
into work
product, but
after
you know
this.
what? Fuck it, I don't care.
Yeah, I think he like goes to work after this.
Yeah, the back of my neck is soaked in this shit. Oh, that's lovely. That's just.
Yeah, what about your forehead, partner? You might as well go blackface at this point.
Yeah, I'm just making an ass of myself now. Yeah, YouTube Entertainment. No less.
Abort. Hey, what's up,
This is why
Slash
you
Eye?
wanna
Good
put
to see
a towel
you.
on before you do this shit, people. This is the back of my hair. And you can take time to do your eyebrows too if you want.
Hey, why not? Shit. Get them eyebrows while you're in there. And then your lips. Yeah, sure.
Do my mustache too.
I think he's going full. Yeah, the mustache.
Oh yeah. Why so serious?
Bro, yeah, after about a month, Gary. Yeah, after about a month.
Joke reference? Yes, really.
He's definitely going to work with that all that on him.
Oh yeah, my coworkers are gonna give me so much shit for this. You know what I'm saying? It's life, man. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, you know what I'm
Yeah, I
saying.
mean.
Oh, this guy. I've got an avatar. Holy shit. My skin's all blue from the black hair dye. Oh, look, the blue skin clashes so horribly with my tainted teeth. Oh, how fucking lovely. How fucking lovely.
How about
There wasn't
you?
much of a mustache there to begin with, but yeah. Oh well. For a ball of wax, I guess.
See, at times it seems like he knows what he's doing, but I can assure you he
If they
doesn't.
ask, why is your skin blue, Josh? I'm like, I thought I come from an avatar.
Nobody's this good of an
I'm part
actor.
avatar, you know. Yeah, why are one of those funky looking dragons to work? Yeah, that definitely saved me on transportation. Right? Right.
That's right. Don't let him tell you any different, partner.
Holy crap. I look like shit.
Yes, you do.
Wow. This is highly amusing, actually. Well, I look silly, don't I?
Like a silly Billy.
Got me a camel filterless. Sure. So tomorrow I'll work till 5 to 1. I'll go into the courthouse tomorrow and
Why
get
did
my
this
ticket
window?
off.
I just I'm still trying to figure out OBS. Why did this window resize
So I made a
itself?
couple mistakes today, but you know it could be worse, like I said. So it's interesting to see that the thumbnail for this video, if it looks like this, I don't know why people are like, "What the fuck happened to King Cobra?" Good lord. But if anything, this video at least gives you a good laugh and helps you appreciate life a little bit more. Like I said, it could be worse. Oh, I'm Joseph, the French Avatar. Oh, sacré Dieu. I'm Pierre the Avatar.
All right, that should be better.
No. Really annoying orange, really, Josh, really. No. Hey, Apple, what? Knife. You look like a retard, Josh. I know I do. Nah, SpongeBob talking milk. My name's Larry, I'm special. Nah. I look so fucking stupid right now. Oh my fucking god. Oh man. Oh, I look horrible. I mean, I should dye my chest hair black too, and then I'll look really stupid. It'll look like I'll have blue boobs or some shit. Blue boobs! Nah. Oh, Jesus Christ, man. But at least my hair's
Kind of did a
black,
late night
so-
TV show. I was like, yes,
I better
it's
wash this shit
see-through
off, get in the
shirt. It's
shower, so
much
until
more
then, I'll
funny.
see you
Oh,
guys
sorry, I
later.
forgot
Listen,
that
King
I
Cobra
can't
Jeff
play
has the
audio.
video, and I'll catch you cool
I
dudes
forgot. I
later
keep
in
forgetting.
VX.
I'm so used
Catch
to
you
being
cool
on the
Cobras later. I'll
StreamYard.
see you guys later.
All right, later, Josh. We'll see you next time. Great stuff. Thank you. And this is Steel Toe Morning
person.
Show.
I'm channeling my
Anybody ever seen
inner you.
this?
Welcome, Asha Baby says you've had sex with Aaron. You're diseased.
Excuse me.
Hobo Chili Recipe says of my clothes, it's because of the obesity. It stunts the eyes. Thanks,
Wait.
buddy.
Oh, it's definitely toxic. Music holds a secret. How could it not be? Meanwhile, what's wrong with... Well, and he just wanted to color his hair because he's goth, right? But, you know, especially older folks that, you know, want to try to stay youthful. It's like, shit, I look good with gray hair. Why would I color my hair?
Are they saying that you've ruined my resale value?
I
What
don't
have
know.
you done?
If anything, I've made her skinnier with the squishing.
Sorry about that.
You know, I smashing her
Michael's
down
knee hurts.
flat.
That's a knee slapper.
So she's thinner.
It's like being in a hydraulic press, but sex.
Snigger Niggardly over on Rumble says, "Did
easy, Bubba.
April buy that top in installments?"
What does that even mean?
don't
I mean, it's like a $4 shirt from a secondhand store I like.
I love
but,
that
you
they're
know,
making you self-conscious about a
I-
shirt you really like.
No, they're not going to sway me. I like this one.
You like the shirt.
I
Okay.
do.
Guys, we have a lot to talk about today. Before we leave YouTube, I want to mention a couple things.
You're leaving?
Get well soon to Anthony
Oh, yeah, I think they're on Rumble.
Kumia.
Yeah, I saw that.
Who,
forgot. I haven't
apparently,
watched it in a
he's got a
while.
history of heart disease in his family. And he
All right, we're out
he
of here.
gets his heart.
If the people want to see it, they'll see it. We got some Snake Diet Fat Man. We got Logan Paul hating on his little brother. We're not going to watch that. Drug courier fled traffic stop. Vehicular and foot pursuit ensued. Arkansas police activity. More body cam videos. Oh, let's see what Z's talking about.
Oh, Rocky, come on up and reason. Moose says we got to send his...
April's... I like April, man. Now, one thing, if that's your first time seeing Steel Toe, Dark Glasses Woody, they call her Megamind because she's got this gigantic forehead. But yeah, she's a really cool chick, actually. I'm just going to say this. I don't always like hearing women talk necessarily, like on radio shows and stuff, but I like, they're a good combo. And they even did a show recently without the husband, Aaron, and it was just two chicks. It was April and this other chick, man. It's great. I think she does a really good job. They've gotten swatted twice, though. Yeah, dude, I've been in really swatted. They've gotten swatted twice. I used to be a big fan. I used to watch pretty much every day. He used to read a lot of my comments also. And I used to tell him, I was like, man, don't just fucking, because I gave such good comments. Sorry for the back and forth. Some of my comments were so good, he got in the habit of just starting to read them without pre-reading them. And I'm like, bro, pre-read these, man. Like half of these is trash. And like every time I'm just fucking around, he would just go right to my comment and start reading it. I'm like, bro, no, do not do this. You must pre-read the comments. They're not all bangers. Knock it off.
Her to straight camp. Yeah, she needs to get straightened.
No, that was somebody's username.
Come on, Christy Lee doll.
But they're definitely there's undertones of racism in the channel, certainly. Yeti Life, good to see you, bro.
You're too cold. We'll kind of let her live in her fantasy and her delusion. we'll do that. What I would like is Heidi's true feelings on Christy Lee dolls. Hey Heidi, do you want to come clean on your feelings for Christy? Let's see if Heidi has any lady balls. If she wants to step up, put her neck out there. Come on, Heidi. Give us your take on Christy Lee. I'd like to know.
Oh, your hair's going back brown? Wow. Interesting.
I'd like to know.
At the risk of TMI, well, I'm not even going to go there, but I have some body hair that was gray and is now gone back brown, but it's not on my head. Well, anyway, it's near one of them.
Let's see if we could
all right,
get
Z.
the ladies.
Good stuff. Not that I'm doing any better over here necessarily, but yeah, good stuff. And by the way, has anybody else noticed that YouTube is just fucking hot garbage these days? There's just nothing to watch. It's like I've talked about that YouTube is now television, and now we're back to the if anybody had DirecTV back in the day, 500 channels and nothing's on. That's YouTube now. Like, for real, what even is this? And it is the clickbait platform. Oh, here we go. EBTs. EBT makes some good videos, but we're not going to watch that right now. I don't want to watch any of these. Crypto millionaire just ruined his life live. No idea. Not interested. Oh, and we're not doing sports content anymore. Not interested. And then you got here's a 600-pound dude, a snake diet fat man, and I screen capped this live stream earlier, and it's him critiquing another 600-pound guy's diet, hilariously. Here we go. Sam Hyde on money and keeping money and fan advice. Let's do that.
And I'm doing it for my daughter.
Liam Coffey with the 20 says, "Hey Sam, I'm a 22-year-old nurse and a soldier. Soldier nurse.
Salute.
Respect. Salute the soldier nurse.
Soldier nurse.
Oh shit! Shout out to
great money,
pizza
but always trying to
delivery.
improve. Any tips on a next move?
If you have momentum, it's all about not fucking up.
Botany channel.
So if you have, and interestingly, this is I don't have as much expertise or knowledge as would warrant so many people asking me. One thing I know for sure is that in the realm of making money, there's like basically two different modes. There's the mode of making money, and there's the mode of keeping money. And I think the same thing can be applied to like life energy. So when you need to make money and you have nothing, you basically need to do every crazy idea that you can possibly think of, and like take your corporeal, like the energy of your body, and expel that into the world as hard as you possibly can for like whatever many number of years you need to in order to finally get a dime. You know what I mean? But you have to be adventurous. You have to take risks. You have to do things that sound crazy that'll make your parents think you're nuts. And eventually something will work out and you'll get money. Like that's what, in my opinion, that's what a lot. And it doesn't mean you need to go base jumping. I'm not saying do something literally crazy. I'm saying the idea to start a small business or to learn how to do this thing that other people don't quite understand. It
Fucking
will sound
starving, man.
It'll
I
sound
just
crazy
ate.
to someone that's like telling you to go to school for 10 years to be a doctor or whatever. Like it'll sound like you're being nuts, but it's just a little bit of adventurousness and being open to new information. But when it comes time to keep money, it's like the opposite. Like it's shutting down. It's becoming risk averse. It's looking for the safest, most sort of cement, ironclad bet that you can is when it comes to keeping money. I think what was the question again?
Said, what's the next move? He's a soldier nurse.
Yeah, soldier nurse. Again. I think the same is true for if you find something, like if something in your life clicks.
All right, Sam.
If you're a soldier nurse, first of all, you're one of the greatest heroes of all time. But second of all, you have like you're making money, right? Like you have like a socket that your puzzle piece fits into, and now it's working.
Chris, can you check and see if the stream is lagging? You're seeing Fs.
So when you find something like that, there are times where it's a good time to adjust your mindset into a settling down kind of thing. And yes, of course, you're always going to look for ways to optimize. But if you have a good thing, you don't need to go around looking for more good things. Just find a way to make it gooder, if that makes sense. But Now just keep it up and don't fuck up.
Gary
Like, don't
Baxter
do it, don't
loves
get a
the
DUI.
tapas
Everybody
bars
fucks
in
up.
Barcelona,
Like,
as does
people
Michael
always
Stephen,
fuck
who I'm
up. It's
assuming
so easy to
is
fuck up.
in
You go get a DUI,
Western Europe by the sounds
you know,
of
spend too much money on X, Y, or Z, or
Shout
whatever.
out to Western
Europe.
Europe.
Just don't do that. Like, so when you're doing
Oh,
something in your life,
people slamming
you're walking
doors.
around, think to yourself, am I about to fuck everything up with one pen stroke? Am I about to ruin everything with one text message?
Yeah.
Oh, I am. Better not do that.
Yeah.
And just don't do that. That's that easy.
We got a couple here if you want to burn through them. Cad Sparky with the 20 Canadian dollars says, start at 19. I'm 22 now, work as an electrical apprentice. It's good money with lots of room to grow. If you go into trades, don't be spineless / unassertive, or you'll get screwed on money / respect. Keep up the
All right,
fight.
I'm out of this.
I dig it.
Dridge,
I like the Sam
Bridgewater
Hyde
with the
stuff,
20.
but it's very much hit or miss, as we see. See, Sam, you got rid of three of our viewers, Sammy. Yeah, this is just there's just nothing on YouTube to watch. There's just nothing. All right, we're done. Back to me. I played that earlier, Michael. Did you miss that? Yeah, I played Down syndrome police officer. I sure did. Are there more? I've seen that before somewhere. Yeah, that's pretty good stuff. You know it's funny when I've already seen it and I still laugh again. Right? That's how you know it's funny. I got to find something to play though in the meantime, so that I can efforting. Actually, let's just look through it together. Why not? Let's just go through the old content together. If I can figure out how to get to my YouTube studio anyway. We'll do it live. This is the benefit of going live when Z's live. The pressure's off. Yeah, Benton and his irreverent quirk for comedy. Thank you, Gary. Thank you. Not that anybody but me is going to be able to see this, but all right, we'll zoom in. Restrictions. What do we want to do here? Filter by date. How do you do? Oh, yeah, just click on date. Oh, this is an oldie but goodie. Let me play this, actually. Mr. Michael, this is for you, Bubba. This is for you. Keith, have you seen this? Are you still in the house, highly suspect? All right, Benton here. Benton here. I'm at the Walmart in Jacksonville, Arkansas, which does happen to be... Wow. Do you hear this guy yelling? I hate to laugh, but look at this scene. Bro, this life is not real, man. How is this real life? And normally I would. This is some surreal ass like bullshit. That's doing this, but what up, Rob? I'll tell you why we're doing it is because as a truck driver, I see this all over the country. A couple just like this with a sign like this. The part that's new about all this is that I've just now started seeing the violin, and I don't know. Y'all aren't doing anything wrong. Yeah, they just immediately started packing their shit and leaving. No problem. Okay, I'm not the police. No policia. No policia. This is definitely human trafficking, by the way. There's no way this is not human trafficking. And this guy yelling help. They are kind of making it hard on him, though. I don't think he's here. Because you can't hear him. No, they're panhandling. Yeah. But I was raised a Jehovah's Witness. I never joined. I make a video, sir. No, these are panhandlers. I'll make a video. I see this everywhere. Who makes you do this? Is this human trafficking? No? I see this everywhere. Truck driver. Drive truck. I see this everywhere I go. Yeah. Yeah, people like this everywhere. So is it human trafficking? Bro, and then watch this black lady sneak up on me. This shit is wild. Actually, I'm going to text highly suspect. He needs to know about this. Hang on. Bear with me, folks. I'm still here. Bear with me. Yeah, I gotta text Keith. He needs to see this. Is someone making you do this? No. Who gets the money? Who gets the money? Well, he's not playing, but he's going to play a recording. Oh, I can film you. It's okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, ma'am. You should probably study the law, ma'am. I'm a free American. I'm allowed to record in public. I don't know if you know that. Yes, I can. I'm doing it right now, in fact. Not only can I am. How about that?
Stop.
Wish it wasn't so windy. Ma'am, if you don't want to be recorded, you probably shouldn't be in front of my camera. You walked over here, ma'am. I was here first.
Wrong with
Yeah. I don't know what the problem is. Oh, and there's cameras literally everywhere. There's cameras. Literally everywhere. Man, that was some loud yelling, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it. What's going on?
Oh, no. Hurt.
Hurting?
Yeah.
What makes it stop hurting?
Ow. Stop hurting.
Did you go to the doctor and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got like Charlie all the time.
You got to do what?
Charlie right here.
Oh, shit.
And scares me all the time.
I'm sorry, man.
But it's Charlie horses up around your chest right there.
Oh,
But
yeah.
it ain't a heart attack.
No?
But it's just like a Charlie horse.
Pressure.
Yeah.
That's true, Sly Shy. So why did they leave as soon as I started walking up? Why did they just start leaving? Because I certainly, in fact, I told them, I said, hey, you don't have to leave. You're not doing anything wrong. Yeah.
So I get scared. I say, hey,
And I've done quite a bit of
go away.
panhandling. Just so you know. I see.
If it helps.
Oh, I'm sure this guy goes to doctors. I'm 100% certain of it. Yeah. He's probably on meds and everything. Gotcha.
It goes away.
Right on, brother. But you're not bothered? Well, and I'm sure he gets taken away in an ambulance on a regular basis, too. Somebody in this level of health definitely ends up in the back of an ambulance probably once a month. Me. It was kind of interesting, the music and you yelling at the same time, though. That made for, I think I recorded a little bit of that. I don't know why they're leaving. I'm just recording. There's cameras everywhere. See that? Cameras in use. Why don't they like this camera, but they like that camera? I don't understand. You don't seem to mind. Well, I'll let you get back to work, brother.
All right,
yeah. Take care. Hey, Keith, I'm going to replay this for Keith. Check this shit out, Keith. This is, what I'm about to show you is, this is in the Walmart Supercenter parking lot in Jacksonville, Arkansas, which happens to be very close to an Air Force base. And just the surreal nature of this video is just completely fucking insane. So check it out. All right, Benton here. Benton here. I'm at the Walmart in Jacksonville, Arkansas, which does happen to be, wow. Do you hear this guy yelling? I hate to laugh, but look at this scene. And normally I wouldn't film a couple like this that's doing this, but I'll tell you why we're doing it is because as a truck driver, I see this all over the country. A couple just like this with a sign like this. The part that's new about all this is that well, and Keith, watch this black lady just totally sneak up on me, and it's pretty tough to sneak up on me. She just appears out of fucking nowhere. It's bizarre. Just now started seeing the violin, and I don't know, y'all aren't doing anything wrong. No problem. No problem. No policia. No policia. No policia. And this guy yelling help. They are kind of making it hard on him though, because you can't hear him over the music. Yeah. I make a video, sir. You're in the video. I make a video. Oh, I see this everywhere. Who makes you do this? Is this human trafficking? No. By the way, I see the black lady. I did not notice her because when you see her, it looks like she's probably just going to her car. See?
I'll make a video.
I wonder if that's her car.
I see this everywhere. Who makes you do this?
That would make a little more
Is
sense.
this human trafficking? No? I see this everywhere. Truck driver. Drive truck. I see this everywhere I go. Yeah. Yeah, people like this everywhere. So is it human trafficking? Is someone making you do this? No? Who gets the money? Who gets the money?
Look, she's just there.
Well, he's not playing,
She's
but
just there. Look how close she got to me. How did she even do this?
he's going to play a recording.
No.
Oh, I can film you. It's okay.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
I don't want it. I don't want it.
That has nothing to do with it.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not, ma'am. You should probably study the law, ma'am. I'm a free American. I'm allowed to record in public. I don't know if you know that. Yes, I can. I'm doing it right now, in fact. Not only can I am. How about that?
Stop.
Wish it wasn't so windy. Ma'am, if you don't want to be recorded, you probably shouldn't be in front of my camera. You walked over here, ma'am. I was here first. Yeah. I don't know what the problem is. Oh, and there's cameras literally everywhere. There's cameras. Literally everywhere. Man, that was some loud yelling, brother.
Oh, yeah.
Damn it. What's going on?
Oh, no. Hurt.
Hurting?
Yeah.
What makes it stop hurting?
Ow. Stop hurting.
Did you go to the doctor and stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah?
It's got like Charlie all the time.
You got to do what?
Charlie right here.
Oh, shit.
And it scares me all the time.
I'm sorry, man.
But it's Charlie horses up around your chest right there.
Oh, God.
That ain't a heart attack.
No?
It's just like a Charlie horse.
Pressure.
Well, and for the folks who might be wondering why I'm asking if it's human trafficking, that's because I've traveled the country both living out of a backpack and also driving a big rig, and I see the same formula everywhere. It's some kind of foreign couple holding a sign, but then at a certain point, they also started to have some PA equipment where the guy's playing music through the PA, but he's acting like he's playing the violin. And I've seen the same formula, man, over and over and over. That's what makes me think it might be human trafficking. Maybe somebody, helped bring them into the country, and like this is how they're paying off their debt potentially. I don't know, but just mere speculation.
Yeah.
Oh, shit.
So I get scared. I say, help, help, help. They go away.
Oh, I see.
And if it helps,
Gotcha.
it goes away.
Right on, brother. But you're not bothering me. It was kind of interesting, the music and you yelling at the same time, though. That made for, I think I recorded a little bit of that. I don't know why they're leaving. I'm just recording. There's cameras everywhere. See that? Cameras in use. Why don't they like this camera, but they like that camera? I don't understand. You don't seem to mind. Well, I'll let you get back to work, brother.
All right, yes, sir.
Yeah. Take care.
Well, back to my well, that was my content actually. I'm such a content machine. I forgot that was my content. That's right, Woody. Woody says lazy programmer can't get an original simulated environment at my Walmart. Yeah, well, this is near a military base, so that may have something to do with it. I don't know. Bizarro world, very bizarre. And I brought up this incident to my mom, and she said, because we're all from Arkansas, she said, I'm not sure why she said it, but years ago, one of my friends told me, whatever you do, don't move to Jacksonville, Arkansas. And my mom was like, I don't know why she told me that, but there's something going on there. Oh, and I got harassed by the cops like crazy, dude, at a laundromat. They were all up my ass, bro. But you know what did not happen, Keith? They did not arrest me because I know how to conduct myself. But yeah, these motherfuckers were all up in my grill trying to get information. Fucking, it was nuts, dude. Followed me out of there, and I wasn't even familiar with the area. So I got in my ride, dude, and just bounced, and these fuckers were on my tail. I accidentally was driving towards the military base. Fuck, dude, it was wild. Yeah. All right, let's again back to my old content. Oh, date, sort by date. Give me the old stuff, not the new stuff. Here we go. Yeah, I want to find some of the early Kim Before the Storm stuff. So that's me and Razvan. So that says StreamYards test. So I'm assuming that was the first StreamYards. Why is my internet slow, though? It's been fucking fast as heck. Come on, internet. We ain't got time for this. Unless my computer needs to be rebooted. Let me close down all these extra windows. Maybe that's got something to do with it. Who knows? All right, there we go. So where did we get up to yesterday? We'll just jump in on. We're going to jump around a lot because I have no idea which stream is what on here. So, oh, cool. Benton in the sleeper cab. We get to see Benton in his more natural environs, right? Skateboard and all. It's basically the size of a jail cell, the living area of a big rig. No mattress, of course. That's the first thing I do is pull the mattress out.
What's happening? Benton here.
What's happening, partner?
Did not fail to realize I'm not permitted to play copyrighted material.
Welcome to YouTube.
How about you?
Shout out to Truther Cop. Oh, there he is.
Yo, yo. Yeah, it's wild.
Yeah,
What
I
the-
don't know, man. I didn't know. I did not know I could not do that. Yeah.
I'd be shocked if he couldn't, because I've been
They
to the event for
shut the shit down and emailed me, but it said if you knock it the fuck off, apparently I could have possibly restarted that stream, but I'm not really sure.
What's up, Slash Eye?
Hey, what's happening, Slash Eye? Good to see you. Yeah.
On the truck?
No, this is the only one I have here. I've got another one in storage somewhere. But yeah, this is actually from Nocturnal, which is a shop in JG's hometown of Philadelphia.
Oh. Shout out to Philly. He big man, man. He big man out there at EBT.
He mad.
Yeah, more balloons, man. Or they called them unidentified flying objects over Alaska when they shot down. What it's coming to is they're trying to push this Project Blue Beam, if I had to guess the major narrative here. You know, they want to push some fake UFOs and disclose them to the public. And so they're shooting down these freaking balloons left and right, and we'll eventually be like, hey, there's aliens or something, and pushing bullshit like that. I guess.
I see. Help my wallet.
EBT probably took him when he jumped up on the stream and took off.
Yeah, stole my wallet.
Yeah.
Oh, he's coming back. Can you bring him up? Please.
Yeah, this was a Truther Cop on production, by the way.
What's up?
Can't bring him up?
I just did, I think.
Caught you slipping. Caught you slipping.
Stole my wallet.
Gotcha. That's my shit now.
Well,
Got that fanny pack. Got that fanny pack, son.
No, we got the fanny pack, son. And
You ain't getting the fanny pack,
the
partner.
Fiat.
Fuck.
I keep that close to me.
Well,
We have
Keep your
I got your
enemies
Walmart
close
card, boy.
and
Got your
your
Walmart
heat
cash card.
closer.
What you gonna do now, huh?
It's a wrap. It's a wrap.
The balloon thing's interesting. If you guys are familiar with IPS's ongoing prediction that there's going to be like stuff falling, like the ISS was going to fall out of the sky or something.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of an interesting. He does have some pretty good insight sometimes with predicting patterns. Although I think in general he's.
Oh, did you catch that yesterday? The N-bomb
Is
cavalcade.
the overall thing that he's going for that they're going for disclosure of UFOs or something?
I don't know what his overall
Cavalcade of N-bombs.
I think he would. I wouldn't know enough to say, but I think in general he's just kind of predicting the event, but not giving an overall narrative for it, if I remember correctly. But I haven't
I
listened
thought
to
you
him
were
in a
in
long
Western
time, so I don't
Europe.
honestly
Did
remember.
I miss that?
Gets deep with the
Are you in the
connection,
States?
Yeah,
what state are you on,
he's
Michael? If you don't
pretty,
mind asking.
smart with that. He makes some.
If you don't mind me
connections that
asking.
nobody else does, but sometimes I don't understand his angle on stuff.
Probably Arizona, like everybody else,
No,
right?
you can auto hoax too far, I think, to a point where
Arizona's
it's just
wrecked, though,
ridiculous,
aren't they?
Where it has no meaning or purpose
I
anymore.
would agree with that.
But I don't necessarily disagree with auto hoaxing. But I don't know. I think at some point, the same thing you guys talking about earlier when QOC was on the table is about having everything on the table.
Yep, exactly.
At some point, you got to start making some distinctions. I mean, not every single thing has to be auto hoaxed. I guess I don't know. It's hard to think about it because most of the shit is just fake and gay. But
yep.
Where does that leave you?
In a big rig, manually grinding 40 grams of coffee beans on Super Bowl Sunday. Oh, thank God for that traffic jam, man.
While live streaming it.
This is Truther Bowl Sunday. I forgot. This was the epic weekend of live streaming, known colloquially in the so-called truth community as Truther Bowl Sunday, and I streamed damn near the entire weekend.
Dude, yeah.
Oh, and I'm pretty sure listen to this. No bullshit. I'm pretty sure I'm streaming from the side of the road in Houston because I ran out of time in a fucking traffic jam. I mean, like a traffic motherfucking hours-long traffic jam. So I just found a wide spot. Shout out to Big L. That's his term, Dallas Down 1. I found me a wide spot and just fucking sat there for fucking 18 hours or something.
Fuck.
This is we're in a whole new world. A whole new world.
Stuff did kind of come out of nowhere.
It's my face.
Well, this I was trying to do last night. I was house in the truck, so it's like I wonder if they just ordered him up over whatever people use, to meet, to pay for that over the internet. However that works. Oh yeah, thanks, Woody. Yeah, I used to talk about Crazy Horse. I was talking about Crazy Horse a lot back in the day. One of the greatest Americans of all time, by the way. Shout out to Crazy
Indeed.
Horse. That's too hot.
All right, we're leaving out of this one. Try to keep up, people.
Everything I've done is like always been funny and friendly. You know what I mean? Never disrespectful or nothing.
This is
He said
Benton
I'm
24/7
disrespectful to him.
Truther Bowl Sunday.
I treat him like shit. I'm like, yo, I don't know what. Did it really collapse? Did it really collapse? Huh? It collapsed for y'all. It didn't collapse for them. The CEOs and the big bankers and all of them got rich. It didn't crash for them. It crashed for the people
a good point,
that
Sly.
worked and slaved their asses off
Good
to
point.
save their damn money.
That's what I'm saying. But we're agreeing because for the people, if it's already collapsed, why do I need to fear that it's going to collapse if it's already collapsed? Like, that doesn't even make sense.
It's for the newer generation, the ones
collapse.
after you and the ones
That
that
makes
are younger.
sense. Well, that makes
I
sense.
don't think we can even understand what that what the term
Sly.
economy collapsing really means. Like,
Because it's not collapsing. They just
Exactly.
push
That's my
that
point.
shit.
It's not collapsing.
Yeah, it's not collapsing. No.
Me and
They
Sly
want you
Shy like to
believe it is, so
agree,
they can
like
continue
we're
to get rich,
arguing
and
for
we
some
can
reason.
stay with a knee on our neck and keep being slaves.
Well, and from a personal position, I mean, the last 2 years for me financially and for the company that I work for have been the two best years in over 34 years of being in business.
Say a brief eulogy for one Ben Thorpe.
Oh, this is after I that's after I bodied
yeah,
that's after I bodied Ben
it was pretty
Thorpe.
bad watching it again.
Bro, now he got at me. His demonic attacks, they had some effect. I'll be honest, at a certain point. But overall,
Hey, highly suspect. I'm gonna teach you something, bro. I'm gonna teach you a little something. Anytime they accuse me of being a Fed, I say, they'll say like, and Benton's a Fed or something like that, and I say, shit, I'm on a sound stage in Quantico, partner. I don't know what to tell you. If I just lean into it. If they want to believe I'm a Fed, that's fine. I'll play their game, and that's fine with me. You're taking this stuff a little too literally, highly suspect, in my opinion. And when I'm the one telling you that you're taking it too literally, I'm the densest motherfucker on here now that Crocco's gone. May peace be upon him. So maybe think that over.
I felt like a piece of shit. What say you, sir?
Yeah, I can. He was just trying to hang his hat on the fact that you wouldn't let him talk. But he's got a big mouth and he's always shouting down at everyone anyway. So
he did it to me first.
He could have just started shouting.
I got to bully the bully, man. When he comes with that aggression, I got to respond in kind immediately. I can't just let him fucking say all kind of aggressive shit.
Is your camera off?
No, can you not see me or am I frozen?
I can't see you. I don't know if the chat can. I'm not watching it on the phone.
I don't fucking know.
I just can't see you. I see a black screen right now is what I'm seeing.
Am I on the screen?
Here we go. Here we go. Kim before the
I've heard you guys
storm.
reference. I mean, dude, you've been going 24/7, man. I've been trying to go on double speed to try to catch up.
Dude, it's wild.
Might be his
Yeah,
first
I saw it like
appearance. I don't know. Is it? Might be his first appearance on the channel. Let's see. That's right. Autism Speaks, Jack. That's JG whistling. That's right. What's what I used to tell people in the streets whenever they got paranoid. I used to tell them, hey, you know, I understand y'all are on all kind of stimulants and meth and whatnot, but your paranoia ain't got nothing to do with me. Meanwhile, don't y'all realize I would be the best at this? I would not be the agent they send down here to fuck with you bozos. I would be that person's boss by now. Please, do you not see the fucking high? Oh, and also a little on the nose, don't you think? They're like, hey, we think Benton might be a cop. Little on the nose, don't you think? Motherfuckers. I mean, really? Are you this stupid? I used to just tell them, like, a little on the nose, don't you think? Where did Drew go? All right, let's fast forward to Kim here.
I kicked him off. I'll blind you.
She blinded me with violence.
Mob
She
Deep.
blinded me with violence.
Mob Deep sampled that song.
Yeah, this is.
Oh, I like Mob Deep.
This was back when JG was threatening to break Drew's legs, by the way.
And killed me with psychology.
Y'all got it twisted, huh? They sampled that song. Boom, 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 boom.
Am I talking in third person or is JG? I do reserve the right to go Ricky Henderson at any time.
Jerry likes a lane. Or no, give me. I'm out of here. $20 order.
All right, man. Have fun. Get paid. Paid in full, partner.
Duh. Drew, you're a bitch. Come on down.
Uh-oh. Sorry, I left the studio.
Come on down. And welcome to the Truther Dome. All right, Kim Fu in the house. What's happening, partner?
What's up, buddy?
What's up? Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you, man. I've been enjoying catching up.
Thanks, man.
You had a fun week, it looks like.
Dude, yeah, it's been a blast.
Sorry, I accidentally left the studio
That's
somehow.
great. Yeah, really. I mean,
Not exactly sure how that happened.
Yeah, this shit just popped off.
yeah. Truther Dome for sure.
Welcome to the Truther Dome. Did you see Paul and Slade was here the other day?
I didn't. I've heard you guys reference. I mean, dude, you've been going 24/7, man. I've been trying to go on double speed, just trying to catch up.
Dude, it's wild.
Yeah, I saw like the tinfoil, and then I caught you redo the van, and no, I missed the Paul and Slade. I did just try to, after dealing with you guys and stuff, I did go circle around and just try to catch up on what I could with like Paul and Slade and just try to catch that. But I've been working on my own stuff mostly and just throwing it in the background, so not really not in like not trying to catch the drama. You know what I'm trying to say, and just trying to stay in the loop so it's going fast.
Yeah, man, accelerating. Yeah, but I've been wishing I was hoping you'd work on some content, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, I mean, really, I'm working on the jurisdictionary, and then I've been working on demand letters and like trying to get stuff mailed out and get to where I'm comfortable. I know I should probably just jump on and do whatever, but just to let people know I'm alive.
Indeed, Michael
Stevens. Been on here in a month, you must be arrested. But it's it's not like YouTube is definitely something.
How's the music compared to the talking?
It wasn't my priority, but it's crazy. I mean, I'm about to hit 30K, and I just
that's wild.
Like I wish I could hand them off to you guys almost. I'm like, damn, dude, and that's probably what me doing content and then mentioning you guys. That's what I do think about. It's just a matter of how to merge it. But man, I'll tell you what is interesting. I messed. You know, everyone's talking about this chat AI bot. Have you?
It's in here somewhere.
GPT, yes. Yeah. So I got on it, and
if you mean
I've
me,
been using it for legal stuff, dude. To do like, yeah, man, and it's fucking, it's scary. Like, not like basically to do an original draft for whatever I'm doing, right? Like instead of having to rewrite.
Not very many in a certain sense. Like, it might have been at 4.
Thought Respecter.
40, and then
shout out to Thought Respecter.
That I want to talk about and get off my chest, and then it goes down to 30. It's not a big deal.
Yeah,
I mean, it goes back up later. Like, I just replayed some drama from last night. It goes back up. But
Christos Steliopoulos.
Every day, all we're talking about is one narrow thing. Like, to me, that's not cool.
Yeah, and it's even looking for entertainment. I mean, I think we all are. Like, we're just naturally drawn to this. It's fun. I mean, who doesn't like being able to listen to something for a week, kind of catch some points, and then jump in and go live and maybe have someone. I mean, it is like it's a social aspect that's been missing. I mean, even if it's on the internet, you used to do this at social clubs or sporting events or stuff like that, and now people are just so freaking zombified. This is the only way you're going to find enough people to challenge you mentally. You go out in public, dude. Yeah,
no chance in public. And by the way, I could have a conversation with you. I'm not going to talk to you if I just run into you at Walmart about this.
Yeah,
I mean,
agreed.
Not you. I mean, hey, they just happen to be in the same place.
Right by each other.
It's not going to fucking happen. I'm just going to assume that if it happens to be somebody with a brain, I'm just going to assume that they don't have a brain. I'm not trying to get it. Do not engage, right? I'm not going to engage.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, that's what. So yeah, fascinating about this, and just like catching like, hey, what's up, bro? Catching, like flipping through channels, and all of a sudden JG comes. Like even part of the Paul and Slade I was listening on, fucking JG got on there and shouted you out. Did you hear that shit?
Yeah, I did.
The radio, you weren't even on. He's like, yeah, Benton's live right now, W fucking RIP or something. And then I was like, oh, is Benton doing something new? And I jumped over, you weren't even on. I'm like, what is this dude doing? But it's just funny how this little jumping around, panel to panel, you catch people. EBT's obviously everywhere, and it's fucking classic, bro.
Yeah, but see, me putting Benton on blast, it kind of worked.
Yeah.
Yeah, Paul ended up over here with cool.
Interesting, man. So is that on one of the ones that's a few days ago?
Yeah, we'll probably replay it here in a minute once we get done chopping it up. Dude's been so much, I don't know what is where.
Yeah, right. Agreed. Yeah. I'm glad you redid that band. I think it was Robin.
You know, I just figured out the best part about this.
And I'm glad.
The best part about the three-way with it smashed together like this. The best part is that I can play my, I can put the comments over the screen and it doesn't fuck shit up too bad.
Whatever you did, like, yeah, I'm sure you gave what for, and I was gonna go find it, and I think she said.
I don't know, man. It's not too much long after this. Maybe not this stream, but it's not too much, in the future when we're just like yelling at each other about Christianity.
It wasn't up or something, whatever. You ended up going over it, so it was. I mean, I actually was hoping it would have been harder. That dude deserved, like, I noticed he quit asking his stupid question about fucking, complimenting little girls ever since I went hard on him on a couple different places in the chat before I got on live streaming. And, that's some Jomo shit right there. That's basically what I said. And I went a lot harder. I don't want to say it here because the strikes and stuff. Like, I just know the words I've learned some of the words not to use. And so since it's not necessary, everyone knows what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And,
I was tuned out.
Like,
Tony texted me, so I missed a little bit there.
Oh, with me?
I just didn't hear what you said because
I was just
Christos.
I was just saying I wish you'd pieced them up even harder. Like I got no love. Ben Thorpe. Oh, you missed all that.
What's up, Bubba?
Did you add that music in just now, or was that from the original stream?
That's playing right now.
Oh, okay. But yeah, okay. What am I saying? Because y'all were in double. It's streaming double 1.5 or whatever.
Oh yeah.
It wasn't. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
That was a great add-on effect, having that music with you guys talking. I don't know why that was so fitting.
Right on, man. Thanks. Yeah, it just works somehow. Good deal.
Yeah. So I'm just waiting for this order at Panera Bread, but I did a Starbucks order earlier. I just kind of want to make a point, an observation about social dynamics and just like the corporate beta slaves, if we want to call them that, because I was picking up a DoorDash from Starbucks, and one of the bags was not really secured that great, and basically the bag that had, there was two bags, one that had drinks ended up fucking flying off of my seat, and anyway, I had to go back in there and ask him to make half the order. I'm almost certain, I could be wrong and I leave it on the table, that I misinterpreted, but it really wouldn't surprise me. I'm almost certain that they just remade the whole thing, because the one bag that was still good, I took in. I said, hey, I don't know what's exactly in here in the order, so I'm not sure what's exactly bad, but this, I explained to them this is the stuff that's still fine. They took that bag and just gave me two new bags. It's like, what, y'all throw away that stuff that was fine? Like,
oh, they definitely.
Give me that it was fine. Like, I know that's kind of like policy and shit.
Yep.
But still, like, just I know plenty of people from working at a restaurant that, like, they'll let little things like that fly. You just keep your food that's still fine. The thing that was bad will replace. Like, but the whole idea that just just replace the whole thing, I think it's kind of similar to the mindset these days of, like, there's a broken part to something. Oh, just buy a whole new lawnmower.
Yeah, disposable
buy
society.
A whole new appliance.
Absolutely, yeah. Throw away, and I was, keep going, but throw away society,
No,
definitely.
I'm done.
Okay, cool. Yeah, man, and I worked in a restaurant long enough. That's pretty much par for the course. It's just easier for them, especially if it's busy, to just toss that shit and start over. Once they try to think about what to keep, and then, they're really going to want the food all at the same temperature anyway, right? So it's just easier to chuck that shit and start over. But yet it's very wasteful. Very wasteful.
They should have just let me keep the. I've had other people that.
Oh yeah, I would have given it to you. I would have been like, "Hey, bro, you want this?" Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, man, I can't stand some of these Starbucks people. It's kind of like that Joey Diaz comedian. I know he had a joke about people in their Starbucks. very posh. That's for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Successful.
Well, and at the risk of one-upping your story there, Christos, I've had the privilege of sitting in the Starbucks in Sausalito, California, which is just across the bay from San Francisco. That's Marin County, one of the richest and most affluent zip codes in the country. And just hearing those people order their Starbucks, it's off the charts. And the thing about Sausalito, for a homeless person, there's really nowhere to go but the fucking Starbucks, right? So I'm just sitting in there like on my phone or on my, I don't know, maybe I had a computer, I don't remember, probably just sitting there on my phone downloading stuff and just listening to these fucking fancy rich people order. And God forbid something ain't made right and they have to have it made over, dude. They get so fucking pretentious, man. If I had recorded that, you wouldn't believe it. I wish I had some kind of way to at least record the audio. Just completely bananas. These people are nuts, bro. Nuts. All right, Christos is gone. Appreciate you swinging through, Christos. Christos likes to fuel me up sometimes and then bounce. Although sometimes he drops off, so it's hard to know if he's coming back. But give me a beat.
Bento, I said I missed it. Yeah, I couldn't find it, and I'm just glad you went over it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it's kind of for me, it's just like, I'm not trying to prove anything, but why is he coming at me? I thought it was bizarre.
Because you're a challenge to him.
You're from Southern California, right?
Me? Yeah. I mean, yeah, really all of it, but
well,
yeah.
What I'm saying is that, dude, with my accent, the fact is a lot of people from California just assume I'm a fucking idiot, solely based on my, that's true.
I mean, probably. I hated California too, and my buddy was from Arkansas. I think I'm one of my best friend growing up. Like, he moved there. So I guess I just never, it didn't register with me. But
fuck is my mic picking up?
No, I know, but I could see how other people would do that to you. Like, yeah, I hated Southern California just because of how, it's like EVP per, God, I just wish it wasn't so beautiful, man. I mean, I haven't been back in 20 years, but I miss, Yosemite and Mammoth and the redwoods and like, dude, it's just the best nature. But yeah, but with the people and the government and just, yeah, it's fucking.
I watch you for that.
Talcott. Hang on, we're gonna watch Talcott real quick.
Yeah, that slow-mo Talcott.
I think EBT's in Naperville.
really?
Yeah.
Michael Stephen, I believe EBT's in Naperville.
And you take very little to none of it because you're an arrogant.
Paul?
Give me a second, I'm gonna share the screen.
He's that.
Actually,
Jack, I mean, Jack, I've been pretty. Jack, I appreciate the kind words, but as Paul alluded to, I've been very clear and upfront with you about my idea of your current mental state, your consciousness, and your spiritual state. And it's tough to say to another man face to face. I do see a man in you that's operating in some delusional capacity, and we talked about this on my show here, Jack. And you're no stranger to this message from me. So
you've never allowed the facts to be presented for your opinion to change. And I'm going to step out. I want to remind each of you, though, when you share your opinion.
Sorry, it's not letting me share my screen for some reason. I'm having some technical difficulties. My browser has blocked my screen. Oh, I don't know what the fuck's going on. Anyway, we're good, man. Yeah. Dude, this is crazy. Sometimes I just get lost and I don't even know what the fuck's going on.
I can imagine. Yeah, like you're going hard. It's got to be blurring together a bit.
My eyes are getting like I get to where I can't
see. You should be really setting at this point like an hourly or 2-hour timer where you have to get out of the truck and like let your eyes look at.
Precisely, it's a smear campaign. Clearly, this aggression will not stand, man.
This is another version of me going in on Talcott, by the way.
Provide those material things that man did, right? But this woman was super kind to all the children and smile at them, or when the men came home from the hunt, she'd bring them a cup of water, or things like that, or shoulder work like that, or was it ear to ear, whatever, right? And then those two people got into conflict. And the tribal men and women had to come together and say, okay, this fight is just going on and on and on. Like, we got to do something about this. Who are we going to have to kick out of the tribe? And some people would argue, well, the woman's got to go. She's being argumentative. She can't provide. And yeah, the gentleman of the tribe, yeah, he's down on his left, but he can still move and he can still shake and these things, and he can still do something. But then some of us would say, yeah, but maybe that man isn't doing all.
Oh, stream's almost over. 12 hours. All right, hold up. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. All right, here's the next 4 hours of that stream. Yeah, that cut off at 12 hours, so start with the next 5, I believe. Truth or Bowl weekend continues.
Ugly Iranian.
You guys, am I in then?
Yeah, but give me just a second to.
No, you're good. Give me actually a second, man.
Oh,
I
this is
got
TK.
Bison and
TK.
Man, my sister does a lot of like Super Bowl food. We're kind of dorks over here in North Dakota, so I got all this meat that's upstairs.
Drunk
I
ass
gotta put it
TK.
away and
All right, man.
clean the kitchen up
need a
real
minute?
quick. But
All
no,
right.
at the same time, man, I want to keep fucking with you boys. So like, keep it going, man. I'm still here alive.
All right, man.
All
Good
right.
to see you, brother.
For sure.
Yep. So are you leaving or staying? I'm looking. Okay, he's coming back. Hey, Truth or Cop, please continue.
Oh, so where were you at in this timeline? I thought you were asleep, bro. Shit.
No, man.
You just sensed you were being talked about and you had to jump in.
Well, I don't know, man. I don't even know what to say about the sleep thing at this point, but
yeah,
I'm just trying to figure it out. And here's, I do want to say this now that you're here, and I said this earlier, but nobody was here yet. Like, the thing about me going against Tinfoil is that, you know, he is a worthy adversary in that scenario. So now Drew maybe tried to throw me a lifeline saying that it was a 50-50 split in the polling, but then Dark Glasses Woody, who's a VIP around here, he told me it was a clear loss. So I'm taking it as an L.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take an L.
I have no idea.
Gotta take an
So I
L.
do apologize,
TBE.
we're in Mapleton, fucking getting a little retarded tonight. So I didn't mean it. I didn't mean to.
No, don't do that. They didn't know.
Yeah, I did not mean to. I did not mean to make my sisters. I go, these motherfuckers have no idea. And I thought all of them bummer us over here. But now that I see that you just had like a screenshot, from what I saw, I thought that everyone kind of jumped ship. So that was definitely my that was my bad, dog.
Yeah,
that
no,
did seem retarded.
From there to here.
Retarded.
No, there was one person here until he ended the stream. Yeah, that's.
It's all right, man. It's
They're
all
over
right,
there,
man.
not here. But yeah, man. Welcome to the folks that are here. If anybody wants to come up and chat, Mr. TK, how you been?
Me, I'm doing good. I'm doing good. I'm coming out hot as a pistol right now, so I do apologize for that. I gotta, you know what I mean? I gotta calm down. I've been eating bison and little smokies with barbecue sauce. You know what I mean? So all of a sudden I must have too much testosterone running through me right now.
No such thing, but yeah.
But you know what I mean? So I do apologize, man. I wasn't trying to come in here fucking hotter than a
No,
apple.
man, you're good.
But it was, because I don't even know if you saw, I fucked with you that other night when we were talking, and then it was, I got thorped earlier in the afternoon, and they fucked with me, and then they got this other dude that I jump on the internet, and I got people being like, oh, this guy's saying my name, and I'm like, what the heck? And it just turned into some bullshit. Now I can tell it's just only going to turn into extra bullshit if I don't.
Sorry to interrupt. Have you ever thought about live streaming this stuff yourself? Maybe you could live stream.
Ben,
yeah.
If I did that, right, then I'd have to get you to come over. Then I'd have to get Drew to come over. I'd have to get all the homies to come over and just even hang out to listen. What the fuck I got to say? I got nothing to say, baby.
You see that? You see Truth or Cop? Can you see him on the screen? Truth or Cop? He's here, but he's in somewhere. I'm pretty sure I know what state he's in, but I don't want to try to dox anybody.
I
See,
literally
he's here.
doxed myself about that one.
That's fine.
So he's in Virginia. I'm in Texas. But listen to this. I've been live streaming for like most of 48 hours now, and I really can't even operate the fucking equipment. But guess who's here operating the equipment? Truth or Cop. He's actually doing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So hypothetically, if you found somebody who was willing to help you out, you could live stream and not have to worry about now I got to operate equipment.
It is. To tell the truth, I'm actually.
And actually, you're kind of doing that right now, actually.
Yeah, and I'm a Linux nerd, and I actually have all the equipment.
Are you really?
Yeah, I'm a dork, dude. My number one thing is I don't think I really have anything to tell because I live in a place where I don't like what the fuck I gotta say.
I apologize for interrupting. If you don't like my idea, that's completely fine.
No, it ain't that. Nobody likes what I gotta say. You know what I'm saying?
I will. Because I made you do this, you gotta hold the camera up higher. Like that's my fault. But like, it would look better. Like, you're good. You're good.
Buddy, you sound like my sister. We should have kept her here. She'll fucking make sure the camera's fucking. Where did he need it?
No, you just because I get when you were holding like this and get your whole face, but now it's like just your neck.
Sure.
That was my fault. My bad. What's up, man?
Like that. How are we doing? Are we got my fingers over the?
That's fine.
Hey, TK.
Who's gonna talk shit now?
It's Truth or Cop guy. He's a racist, man. You're talking to a full-blown racist right here.
You know that.
Racist because
why am I worried? It ain't gonna offend me if I'm talking to a racist.
If you're not a racist, you don't defend being a racist.
I don't like.
Call me a racist. Call me a
I don't even
racist.
like people.
Truth or Cop is a racist, man. I'm telling you.
That's fine. What is he gonna?
I'm just saying.
What's he gonna fuck me up with?
Just
What's he
heads
gonna
up.
fuck me up with? So Truth or Cop's a racist. What's he gonna fuck me up with? Is he gonna just tell me what? What's he gonna say? Tell your camera and you look like more of a dumb nigga than I did before? Is that right? Like, what are you? So what? If Truth or Cop's a racist, what can he bring to fuck me up? because all these sounded like as a gentleman. Benton sounded like a gentleman. Everyone sounded like a gentleman before this caller just jumped in and said that this other gentleman was an asshole. So I'm just wondering who's the fucking piece of shit.
Truth or Cop.
Okay, man. Truth or Cop's the asshole, man, and there it is. Which one's Truth or Cop's to do with the flashlight above his face up there? There it is. That guy. He seems. If I'm gonna say it like this: if he's a racist, when I make a movie, right, that might be my lead character, because I can see the way he uses lights, and I'm a dork, dude. So it's like he might not understand use lights, and the way he has fabric. And has he ever even maybe if you've seen the movie Headhunter, it's a 90, 72-minute movie called Headhunter, and it's about this dude that it's a 72-minute movie. That's all I gotta say. But it's in, you're out, and it's very aesthetically pleasing. He understands what looks like with shadows, shades, and all that. So if a racist made these movies or knows what physical lights look like, I might like race. You know what I mean? You might just
you argue with that logic.
That's all I'm saying. So now they're leaving. What Truth or Cop? What's he gonna have my grandma lynched up behind his ass? All of a sudden he's like this. No, Tommy. Look right behind him, Tommy. Look I got your grandma lynched up right here. I'll be like, God damn, I ain't never met her. Sounds nice today. Like, what is this? Why would somebody come in and say that shit about this guy?
Good to have.
I mean, what is that? What are we talking about with racism? Like, what is? So I can't talk to Benton. I can't have a civil conversation with another gentleman. They both like lighting.
Okay.
And if you can see behind me, obviously I like photographs of just obscure shit that usually some people might not think. I like that picture. It's a different picture that most people ain't used to seeing. And then you got this picture, and just, you know what I mean? So I like the way shit look. And so why wouldn't I hang out with other motherfuckers that might see shit in a different light? So what are we getting at? Was that it?
Oh, I think he left. But that was.
Oh, TK. Hold on. It's TK Channel and Sam Jackson from Dick.
Hey,
that's where you went. You thought I was the Sammy Up? Boy, the funny part is Django is my movie buddy. And
I love that
at
movie.
work. At work though, I am the Jamie Foxx character more. I'm more the Jamie Foxx character at work, buddy. Around here, people are like, yeah, I fucking let people free when he drops that. Like, I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Why don't? This one time I said some shit to the owner of the company, and he goes, we shouldn't talk to him like that. And I was like, fuck that. Why's he grab my troll? I was like, why are you grabbing my edger and troll when we're just doing a driveway? Would I jump behind your fucking computer desk and wonder what we're doing on the hours? Why, when he shows up, are we supposed to give a fuck about him? And they go, no one's ever said. And I was like, well, fucking who gives a fuck?
Indeed.
You know what I mean? So it's so if you want to call me what's and at the same time, shit, didn't he have Lawrence or Leonardo DiCaprio in that room? Didn't Samuel have him back in that room? It's like, hey Leo, we got to talk to these niggas. So at the same time, what are you calling me, a bitch ass motherfucker? At the same time, William or whatever the fuck his name is in that movie, that was a badass nigga too. It's just until Django fucking, but both the energies of them men war. What the fuck it is to survive, motherfucker. So I don't know what the fuck you're trying to say. So you can call me the fucking Samuel Jackson character? Is that what the fuck he did to survive? Or call the fuck me Django? I don't give, whatever the fuck. Either one, you both ain't shit to me.
Facts.
So we can chalk it up like that then. Okay, because I never once came at you and go, oh, these whatevers are this. I just showed up and said what the fuck I was. But you fucking want to, he's that character. Yeah.
Real quick.
So it is what it is, man. I still got to wrap up this fucking meet upstairs. I got to fucking hang out with my fucking family and shit.
Oh, good, the fam.
Well, yeah, I mean, my sister and fucking my nephew has a buddy that's over. Now they're like 15 and they think they can steal beer. That was a funny thing because I put a case of beer in the back step and it was open.
Hey, look at what's on the screen real quick.
Zappa.
You know who that is? Zapata.
No.
I know you're a Leo.
Yeah.
I'm a Leo. I got the same birthday as Zapata.
Sure, I don't know that. If it's something, I'm 87, 82. Yeah,
this man is observing you. Well, we presume it's a man. This man is observing you off the internet, and he typed in Zapata. Zapata was a Leo. My birthday.
Yeah.
But see, he's tapped into something. And
yeah, I'm not being.
You see, I want to show you this Thought Respecter. He won live chatter of the day today.
Yeah.
He got that award. Yeah, because he made the best post today. So when he
I don't know.
If he's might not make no sense, man. It might not make no sense, but he's on point. Now, if he insults you.
No, I wasn't insulted. I wasn't insulted by that.
Well, I'm saying
I get if my insulting more is when.
Oh yeah, we don't have to go astrology, Michael A. But I want to say, it's anyway. If he says some stuff, he's usually on point, is what I'm saying, based on past established record. It's good.
No, I believe in a lot of that stuff. My thing is, I've had, you know, what I mean, it's been a Super Bowl Sunday, and we're a Midwest family, man. We get fucking those silk. So I might be a little looser than goose.
It's a national holiday after all.
You know what I mean? I'm a little looser than goose, and I knew that Crocco said some bullshit with my name and said that I'm not my name, and I hate that shit because a lot of people don't want to put their face out and they don't want to be genuine. And it's just like, motherfucker, I've been myself since, honestly, since years ago, since I was on Lift the Veil, when Nathan was fucking nothing. And so it's like, to hear people be like, oh, fucking, he's DeMarcus whatever to the Thorpes, and then that weird shit, I was like, who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah, that is weird.
Yeah, I'm like, bro, one, I gave you my name. It's like, all you gotta do, if you want the county, it's Cass County. And then from there, you can look at the damn, from there, I already just didn't spell it out, and it's TOMMIE. And then from there, you can see every fucking thing I've ever been in trouble for. What was that?
I just had to tell Truth or Cop something. Hey,
but it's just like, it drives me crazy because a lot of people don't say their fucking real shit, and then for somebody to tell me I'm not myself, and then try to tell the Thorpes, which even if they are bullshitting people, even if they are disingenuous, I am a genuine man. So
obviously, if you're being compared to Zapata, you're definitely a genuine person.
It's just that's very, to me, that's very it's irritating when it's like, fuck, dude, I don't even need to fuck you. This is a lot for just, it's almost therapy, dog, to like fucking fuck with you, motherfucker.
Amen.
And so it's to have somebody be like, oh, he's DeMarcus Ryan from fuck.
Hey, Truth or Cop, you want to play some content? Sorry, man, I had to tell Truth or Cop something. Please don't get mad at all.
No, he's not mad. He's not mad.
Okay, good. One moment, please.
What do you want to play?
What do you recommend? I'm pretty out of it at this point, but I feel like I keep going. Well, dude, I can react to this shit. What do you think?
What are you thinking?
We can do the battle, but I know I didn't look good, but we can do the whole deal from earlier. What do you recommend, if anything?
What are you trying to accomplish?
The old Palcott stuff went off. Basically, all we have is my live streams on StreamYard, right? Versus what's on Drew's channel. MPK left.
Well, what are you trying to accomplish?
I don't know. It's a good question.
I mean, that's my main question here.
All right, pick something and throw it up, if you would, please.
Pick something and throw it up. All right. Yep. We got fucking Fallen Slaves. I mean, that's where we go. It's always a go-to, man. Shit. Paste. I'm gonna be listening.
MTK, but go ahead.
Oh no, you guys are fine. I think. I actually really appreciate it.
Never gonna stop talking. Yeah, I like talking to him. He was never gonna stop talking.
That's the issue when you get one-on-one with anyone, man. And they're not like used to a platform of any type.
Oh, that's true. Yeah.
Like that's gonna happen anywhere, anytime. But
maybe I'll go
yes, I'll pull up a Fallen Slave here.
Right on.
He's not, I get issues, but who am I to say? You know what I mean? And why would I want to rain on anybody's parade? I'm pretty proud of them Bears. Call them what you will. Call them a cult. Call them whatever. They're good people trying to do something good.
I'll let it go when you give me 24 hours, thought respecter. You haven't given me 24 hours without calling me Truther Bear. Fuck off. Faggot. Oh, Lord.
Hey, I noticed the biker jacket too, man. Is that part of the...
Yeah, I got this. I had,
Yeah.
I had to service Owen Benjamin a few times for this jacket.
Yeah. I gotta say, man, it is cool the way you come off, Truth or Cop. Really.
Dude, I found this at a thrift store like 10 years ago. For $25. I was like, hell yeah. Dude, I was like, I could find something like that.
When, I'm going to kind of non sequitur here, but back to the, because it's still still percolating in my brain about what I subjected myself to over on Get Talked Up, Drew's backup channel. And, I just don't understand. I enjoy the live streaming. There has to be something to it. Tinfoil showing up in the panels. Like, he doesn't have to come on the fucking panel, right?
Yeah.
So it's almost like he's there, but then he's above it all, which I actually don't have a problem with necessarily. That's fine. But then he's above it all and simultaneously coming at me. And I'm just going to bring it back to, well, why don't you just do it better? Which he probably could, let's be honest. And I would enjoy the content. Like, I'm not being disingenuous. Yeah. I'm like, hey, kids. And I'm not going to call them kids, but from my perspective, hey, children, go make some cool shit because I'm old and there's a generation gap and I'd really like to see y'all put out. I mean, does that make sense?
Yeah, but I can't, I'm really, the crazy thing is, Ben, so I have a lot of introspect, in myself. I wonder myself, because these streams, like your stream, there ain't a lot going on, right? But it's been crazy. I ain't been able to turn it off,
Well, I mean, because a lot of events have happened. But
yeah, that's what I'm driving at.
Yeah, a lot of stuff has occurred, yeah.
That's what I always want to catch.
I was not at a single bear meetup. I couldn't afford to make it. So fuck you, thought respecter.
But that Snicker pie last night, man. It was great, man. It'd be one thing if she was talking shit or off, but geez, she was spot on, man.
No, she was on point.
Yeah, I know. It's like, damn, dude, that's killer.
Well, and I thought, and see that sometimes I think I'm detecting something and I'm wrong. Initially, I just thought I heard something in her delivery. It was like, oh, she's just used to people listening and hearing her out because she's attractive. But the more I listened, I'm like, oh no, that's not it at all. Like, she's on point, making sense. Like, that has nothing to do with physical attractiveness. She's going to be able to get her points across regardless, right?
Yeah, and to tell you the truth, man, I find that attractive and never seen her physically. You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
Women. So I don't like them.
Still, shout out to Victoria Times. It's $17 a year. It's a great social media app. Yeah, I did. What does that have to do with me showing up to an event? You know,
Trigger
fuck you.
Cop's getting triggered here. He's interrupting the flow to. Are you triggered? You mad,
Listen,
bro?
this is some old ass beef. Me and this motherfucker got to deal with out here. This fucking thought respecter Kiwi.
Up on it. That's what I noticed too.
Yes.
And right in the middle of discussion, like, can't you see? He's punking you right now. And he don't even know he's doing it. And it's like, so I don't know. Maybe it's this crazy thing of psychology. You know, it's always also been an interest of mine is why people act the way they do.
Yeah. Well, I say,
but it goes back to a base set. You know, like lessons. You know, I learned as a kid. You know, no one can make you cry, but yourself. You know.
Yep.
And you know, and I'm not one of them people that crying's bad or nothing. You know, and I'm not one of them people. Oh, it's okay to cry. You know, so you know, it's just. But
I'll talk about that. I'll talk about that topic.
Yeah, well, it happens. You know.
No, man, I was socialized to never show that. So like, once I hit a certain age, just like, dude, I'm trying to get this out. If it's about to happen, I'm like, fucking let that shit out. Good
Oh
Lord.
shit, dude, man! I had to put my dog down in January. Look, Benton, I couldn't hold it to fucking together, man. I couldn't hold it together.
Yeah.
In public, even.
Yeah.
It just didn't seem right, man, to me, to be the killer of something so beautiful.
Yeah.
And it was a hard decision, but you know, I went into this place, you know, and there's these.
I look like ET, not Slash Eye. Yeah, I just took an immediate dislike to that high impact flick. I'm sure there's, you know, I've heard him talk. He seems to know his shit, but for whatever reason, I just took an immediate dislike to him. It's funny how some people you do. You can see, dude. Damn, I'm so fucking scrawny. Oh, is it going? My bad.
Look at this bozo. What is this music? Oh, it's in 1.5x. Oh, it's a Super Bowl. Oh, and this is when I fell asleep on stream, by the way. This is when I fell asleep on stream. And then the EBT. So I never saw this. Truth or Cop was still producing after I fell asleep, and I only slept for an hour and a half. So like that whole weekend, I mostly slept like one and a half hours, like all weekend. So yeah, here's EBT talking about it. I don't think we have audio for this though, for whatever reason. Yeah, we did not get the audio, I don't think. But this is a famous moment of eventually Burn Eye and yeah, Burn Eye and EBT talking about whether or not I'm put up a JPEG. They think I'm faking, right? But the audio's on EBT's channel. Somehow I didn't get the audio. I think I muted up and went to sleep is what happened. Yeah, Benton sleeping on stream. Somewhere I've got this EBT stream downloaded where I can actually hear him talking. So I went back and watched it the next day. I didn't even know Truth or Cop did this on my channel. And remember, I was so new to StreamYard and OBS, I didn't even really know how this worked at the time. I can hear Robin, but it's real faint. I can just barely hear it. I must have turned the volume all the way down and went to sleep. Yeah, this was Truth or Bowl weekend. Truth or Bowl Sunday, rather. Truth or Bowl Sunday, part 2. Actually, sorry, wrong tab. Share this tab instead. Oh, Looper Bowl 2023, Monday morning quarterback. Okay, let's see what this is all about. 113.38 is the length.
Cool.
Paul, if I
Appreciate y'all riding with me over the weekend. It got a little wild. It went off a little. It went off the rails a tad there at the end. It's definitely interesting observing these characteristics.
I think I made it to the truck stop.
Observing
by then.
the damage wrought upon my psyche and my senses and my frame of mind, resulting from.
I gotta go take a look at that, Woody.
Marathon streaming for the first time. That's my first experience being involved in marathon streaming.
Yeah, that's when I got
a
my.
bit out of it.
That's when I got my stream legs. My stream
Thus far,
legs.
welcome to one person. How are you?
Oh, I popped out the chat. Hang on.
Boy, I torched my data. That's for sure.
I forgot I popped out the chat.
I ain't got too much data plan left. We'll see how it's going. Maybe get into some replays of streams.
I'll tell you exactly what went down with Robin this morning. Robin and Kim came into Bex's chat.
Crossed over into some sort of mental zone though, where I don't even necessarily
decided to accuse
hard to
everybody
keep
of
track
being in a
what
cult.
happened and what was said where. Hey, EBT, what's happening? Yes, sir. The Looper Bowl. I like that. Is it? I guess it's too late. Will they let me? Can I edit the title? I wonder. I bet I can.
Hang on. Oh shit. Hold on, I canceled my screen share. Why did I do that? Okay, hold up. Yeah, I cleared the fucking room, man. I completely wrecked Kim in the and this is not just me choosing to see a victory. No, it was a clear victory. He rage quit the fucking chat. We could actually go back and watch it. It was on Bex's stream. We could actually just watch the live chat. If we wanted to, we could read the live chat. OTW live in 30 to 45. Thank you, Christos. We're going to be over here chilling. I might just put the icon up, and I might just leave my old streams playing, so everybody's more than welcome to head over that way, right? Yeah, that was, well, would have been last night for you, Christos. This would have been 1 a.m.-ish, right around 1 a.m. Central. So, yeah. I think you would have still been up, right? I don't know. I'm not aware of Christos' sleeping schedule, so I don't know. Well, there's nothing to watch, Mr. Me. Good to see you, by the way. You were just on the panel. We've been playing old streams, and we just played with one with you on it. It's actually all in the live chat. Nothing happened on the actual stream, so it would just be the only thing I could really do is pop out the chat and read it. But I dumpstered him in the live chat pretty hard. Yeah. Okay. That's right. I remember now. Yeah. Christos is an early to bed, which I respect. I respect that he does that, especially as a younger, not young, but somebody in his 20s. It's an admirable trait, sir. Yeah. Exactly. That's morning. That's right. 1 a.m. Yeah. Around 1 a.m. It was nothing to it other than Robin and Kim came in the chat and started accusing everybody of being losers in a cult. I called Robin out for sending me. She sent me this really like codependent email back in the day, more or less just offering herself up to me. And here's what I said was like, my thing is, thank God I was raised in a cult because that broke me of ever not joining a cult, because I would never join a cult as an adult, but I might start one, and that's a real thing. Like I do have some of the cult leader psychology, if it manifested, in its detrimental form, right? If you think about astrology, there's the exaltation or the detriment, right? So, some of these personality traits that I have, I'm able to use them as a force for good, arguably. Yeah, there's nothing to see. It's literally live chat. So there's nothing. Whatever's happening on the panel has nothing to do with what's going on in the live chat. They're completely disconnected, and I wasn't even listening. I was just typing at them. But if you want to read words on the screen, we can do that. But I'm open to whatever at that level. But real quick, I want to keep an eye on OTWs so I can help facilitate what he's got going on over there. 7:45, yeah, live in 24 minutes, and then I'm the first thumbs up, by the way. So let me hang on. Hold on. Actually, Christos dropped it. Yeah, OTW live in 30 to 45 minutes. Let's just call it what it is. He'll start talking in about he'll start talking in like 50 minutes. So, because I think it's just my opinion. These long intros are bullshit. Like, you know, something about the length of a song I think is appropriate, right? But anything beyond that is ridiculous in my view. That's just my opinion. But yeah, just my opinion. But yeah, nothing to see, unfortunately. Musical's a secret. Oh yeah, what I want to see what Woody says. My shirtless Benton reminded him of. I got too much going on, Woody. Hang on. When I got this gimp shoulder, and people may not have noticed it, but EBT had made a thumbnail, and he had a picture of me shirtless. But he found the one where my shoulder looks as gimpy as possible. I was like, I noticed this. Oh yeah, the YouTube short. Yeah. Oh no. Bro, it's almost that bad. This poor lady. This just makes me sad. This just makes me sad, man. Yeah, this is fucking brutal, dude. Walking death, man. Dude, I feel so bad when I see one of these people in real life. I'm just like, my God. Yeah, I don't know, man. He's going to do what he's going to do. I don't, you know, I sort of stay out of that. But Christos, I'm sure you've been able to, I know you've helped the broadcast over there with some of your suggestions over time, right? Yeah, yeah, Mallrats. That kid is on the escalator again. Jason Lee, by the way. Shout out to Jason Lee, professional skateboarder. Yeah, man. So like when Z schedules his live for 5 o'clock, I just assume he's going to start talking somewhere near 5:30. And whatever OTW is doing, I just tack on 20 to 30 minutes. That's what I do, right? Poor lady. Feel bad for that lady. Oh, I'm zoomed in. That's the problem. So what's wrong with this winder? What's wrong with this winder? Oh, yeah. I'm gonna throw up a muscle. Throw up a muscle here. There we go. Muscle man. Oh yes, advisor indeed, advisor to the king. Consigliere, perhaps. I don't know. That's a good question. What's up? Jessica's been known to. I've observed some strange things with Jessica, but it could be a fake Jessica, but I suspect that's the real Jessica. But hard to know, man. It's hard to know. Oh, that's a woman who binges and purges, I'm assuming, although I think she's been negligent with the binging, perhaps. But yeah, I feel bad for those folks. I really do. But by the way, shout out to Woody with the gallows humor. I see you working, Padna. I see you working. All right, back to Looper Bowl Sunday. We'll keep an eye on OTW when he goes live. We'll see what he's up to. I'd rather just watch my old content than host a panel at this point.
Shout out to Jack Talcott.
Holla.
That was it, man. I loved watching this morning when I woke up watching EBT stream where the speculation vis-a-vis is that really Benton sleeping?
Yeah.
Versus, you know, did he put up a GIF or put up a static image and all this?
I don't even know how to do that.
Trying to get involved in
I don't know how to do that.
Subterfuge and planning. I think that says a little bit about what's that guy's name?
Burn Eye.
The guy that was on there talking with EBT. Shit, man. Maybe that's how his mind works. Like he'd be all cunning and devious in my situation.
All right, we're going Scagnetti on Scagnetti on Scagnetti real quick.
My phone,
hold up. Scagnetti cubed.
Other possibilities beyond what I'm saying here, and realize.
He's got some rhymes over there.
Yo, Ben.
And then we get into.
Yo.
I challenge you to an exercise.
I'm here, JG. All right.
Ready?
When does I need a start date though? Because I have to.
Oh, we've already seen this one.
Schedule, so I need a start date for this.
This is when JG harasses me into doing some exercise. I forgot about this. We already watched this the other day, actually. There's JG getting his workout on.
Curls. Yeah. JG's hijacked the stream. You know, what I should do though is I feel like I could actually probably as pitiful as I look now, I did really used to fucking bust my ass in the gym.
Wilbur.
While I was shit-faced hammered drunk every day. So I don't remember even what happened because I was so drunk, but somebody pissed me off, and I recorded myself doing like 100 squats in a row, like body weight, fucking full range of motion squats. Then I was sore for like a week, and I'm old.
Wilbur.
JG will win because he has the advantage of youth. You're frozen, JG. Oh, he's back. He's fucking lunatic. Oh,
Something must be
like
going
this
on
guy.
at Z's because
Solely based on his lunacy.
9
Almost
people
solely
left
based on his
over
lunacy,
here.
I should say.
Put an eye
Get
on
him,
Z
JG.
real quick. Oh, Yurt's live. Hell yeah.
It's actually
Apologies
Holly
for the
Golightly's
jumping around.
husband, And Holly Golightly, the husband tells the story that
yes, sir.
His family
I'm detecting
he had
irony.
a wife
In spite of my
who had a
possible
bunch
undiagnosed
of
autism,
children,
which makes it
4 or
hard to
5
detect
children.
irony is
The wife dies, and one of his children finds Holly Golightly and her brother Fred rummaging in the trash. They bring her in, and one thing leads to another, and this man ends up marrying 14-year-old Holly Golightly. Which is pretty messed up and interesting and twisted all the same. But then somehow from 14 to 19 years old, this young lady's life goes on a journey where she's now hobnobbing with the creme de la creme of
What the hell
society,
is this?
admirals and generals and movie stars. And most importantly, this guy in the book called Sally Tomato. And Sally Tomato is this high-level mafioso of the time who's sitting somewhere in a prison. And Holly Golightly is acting as his niece, fronting as his niece, and running information from him to and from the jail. She's got a bunch of money, just tons of money and goods and all this access to people and places and things, and that's her story. So she's running these things and all this is going on, and then it all kind of falls apart. The husband from back in the day shows up, and I'm surmising here, and already as a writer and as an author and as someone who appreciates literature and books, I'm already moving away from the appreciation of the book itself. And that's unfortunate, but I'm just trying to give you the broad brush here so that we can dive deeper into some details. But there's a poignant scene when that husband shows up, and the author, because he's been used and abused by Holly Golightly, is excited because he thinks, oh, I got the drop on her. She's up there in her apartment having a little party with all these important people, acting like this sophisticated woman. And this podunk husband shows up, and he catches him, and then he wants to sort of release him on her, surprise her. But she, in her unique way, which is really the spirit of the Jezebel, the age of the conquering child of the 21st century, is who she's a stand-in for. She, in her way, though, flips it and ends up, almost coming off endearing. She shows genuine love and appreciation for this man who's her husband, and yada, yada.
Eye on Z, and I think Quantum Epic is over there spiraling right now. I just popped in for a second, and she seemed all emotional, and yeah.
All right, I'll keep an eye on it. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, because you were saying that a second ago, but I am more interested in your
no doubt.
ways, so please continue.
All right, cool, man. Thanks.
Like a family.
Well, and now it's Cage. It's literally Cage on Z right now. So, well, since he interrupted, we'll not that you're. Please interrupt anytime, Christos. Apologies for jumping around, folks. It is what it is. I don't know what to tell you.
About ways, and I know deep down, like I said, that there's definitely issue there with the whole thing. But like I told you, I'm not going to share my whole situation here and why I've stayed.
I'm not going to share my
It's a big deal.
situation.
Like, it's serious.
My situation.
You're a freaking doctor, Z, and stuff, and this stuff has to do with deep-seated.
See, she's losing her shit, man. It's the cycle. I'm telling you, it's the monthly cycle, and this is the face of a hardcore drinker. Look at this face, folks. This is the face of a daily drinker, and I have been that. Thank God my organs can't take the daily drinking, because let's face the reality, folks, that you know, I'm prettier than Quantum Epic. I'm just gonna say it. Don't hate me because I'm beautiful. I'm prettier than Quantum Epic, and I don't need this nose looking like W.C. Fields. Let's go take a look at W.C. Fields here. That's this W.C. motherfucker. In 10 years from now, this will be W.C. Fields.
Stuff, okay? And I'm not like getting into all that. And you can't just be like, he's horrible, she's horrible, this thing is all
Yeah,
wrong.
imagine making that statement, Roy, and probably doesn't have an undergraduate degree, which I don't either, but I certainly am capable of getting one. She might though.
Every situation is different.
Situation. But bro, look at this face. This is W.C. Fields. In 10 years, this is literally W.C. Fields' nose. There it is. You know I'm right, Mr. Me. W.C. Fields. She probably was cute at one time, but I am prettier than Quantum Epic. This is not an exaggeration. Anyway, back to something important, Yurt. And if y'all would go show Yurt some love, I would appreciate it.
Yada. But there's something twisted in all that. And frankly, there's passages
Yeah,
of this
dude, it's
book
brutal.
I hope to get to, but I frankly
Bro, she used to come on the channel, What's Up? And I would turn her as far down as you could. I would have her slider to where if you moved it one tick, it would mute her. And bro, she still could cut through everything. It's fucking, it's not the volume. Because sometimes people do that with Bex. They're like, why is Bex so loud? I'm like, no, it's her tone of voice. It's not the volume, it's the tone.
frankly couldn't even read for their just how fucked up they are. In Truman Capote's Breakfast at Tiffany's, Littman may be the last of the would-be Hollies, but in fact she has a few sisters who can also lay claim to the Golightly name. Starting as early as the novella's 1958 publication, quote, half the women he knew and a few he did not claim to be model for his wacky heroine. That right there is sort of the whole point I'm trying to make. A bunch of these goofy bras actually lined up to claim this sordid, twisted, broken, dysfunctional sex slave narrative. Like, how twisted is this? This is the Jezebel programming, which would lead to the explosion of single motherhood and mothers pimping their children in 100 different ways. This is the prototype for that. And let's just note for the talking point how just sort of casual all this is. And I should have finished the story just real quick for the plot point so people get the full point. So she's married at 14, somehow using her sexuality and her female guiles one way or another is made an active socialite on the New York City scene. Yeah, nobody gets my notification. Don't tell anybody though. Really, just keep the notifications off. It's really no big deal. It's more fun if it's just a few of us talking. I've come to realize that, Benton. It's a bit of a self-destructive bent, I know that, but I'd rather just have 10 interested than just 60 hateful metaversal miscreants at the end of the day. But see, you know, how does she go on this journey, sort of jumping in and out of the beds of all these, you know, up and coming professional people? And so she's working for the mafioso. All that goes down. This husband shows up. She weathers that. And then she ultimately is arrested sort of on a RICO charge for her activity with the mobsters and is accused of doing some drug smuggling. Her beau-to-be down in Brazil, she's got some Brazilian royalty front husband that she's about to get married to. He kind of abandons her. She's looking at serious time, and then she ends up jumping ship and running away to South America, to Brazil, and gets off, and it all kind of blows over, the charges and everything. And the end of the book, she's just sort of out there doing her thing. So that's the end of the plot. But back to the article here. But a sordid tale, right? No great role model or anything like that. And I was thinking about this as I was reflecting. Can we think of one post mid 20th century popular portrayal of a woman or a mother
or a father for that matter, but one mother figure in all of art, literature, movies, film, one standout mother figure in all that. Can we imagine one of those? Can we think of one of those? I really couldn't recall one, which is pretty telling. Did we lose the article here? Did we lose this fucking article? Oh, the paywall. All right, we got this other article. I think we can actually read. But this is more about Truman Capote. So the basic point I wanted to get from that article was there's a bunch of goofy broads, you know, the Marilyn Monroes, you know, they were mentioning the Vanderbilts, a bunch of these flapper women, Zora or Zelda, whoever, F. Scott Fitzgerald's wife was one of these classic flapper gals. I can bring it up. So I have my flat. I almost said my facts. I almost said my flaps. Hold on 1 second. Once again, the cross communication between these books that I was trying to draw out, which is largely synchronistic, continues to be amazing. I mean, between the hippos boiled in their tanks in this book, there's just so much cross communication and discussion and interesting little side notes from a literature standpoint, but also just a history standpoint. But this guy's wife, yeah, this, how would you say, like Minerva or whatever. There's a bunch of these flapper gals, and it's just like on the record. It's like they have their own early style Facebook or something. But there's a bunch of these flapper gals that all the people at Princeton and Columbia, all these Ivy League types, somehow are like all writing love letters about pining for these women and hoping to get with them, you know. That's represented in the Daisy Buchanan, of course. There's this whole genre kind of and their adolescence, their arrested development, their androgynous features are emphasized. It has sort of a whole aesthetic to it, and his wife is one of them. And so essentially Holly Golightly is a stand-in for one of these gals. So let's go to the actual article. And this is more from Truman Capote's, and I've read this either. So let's see kind of what details they can offer. For over half a century, Breakfast at Tiffany's, both the film and the novella on which it is based, have captivated fans across several generations. Much of the story's success, it appears, is attributed to Audrey Hepburn, the beloved star who stepped into the shoes of one Miss Holly Golightly and never looked back. The role not only redefined her career and image, but helped usher in the age of, to borrow a term from Helen Brown, Sex and the Single Girl. Decades before the Mary Tyler Moore Show or Sex in the City, Holly Golightly slipped on her iconic little black dress with her best diamonds and single-handedly proved that women could have it all. So that's the common portrayal. Women could have it all. A whole gang of mafioso henchmen and yeah, absolutely love. That was the first Truman Capote I read, was In Cold Blood, nonfiction true crime masterpiece. We should talk about it some other time. But look at how this is sold. This is the paradigm for the modern woman of the 20th century, and it's running an international drug smuggling, sex slavery, prostitution, and ring. But here in popular imagination, it's like the modern woman, the tale of the modern independent woman is sex slavery, international drug cartels, and the mafia. Before Breakfast at Tiffany's was adapted into the timeless film classic, The Story of Party Girl, Holly and the man infatuated with her was the brainchild of literary icon Truman Capote. Originally, he sold the novel to Harper's Bazaar for $2,000. We wish we could get those prices today. But the magazine later backed out, claiming a story about an independent woman with multiple male friends and a prominent nightlife was just too risque to publish. That's not the issue at all. This is what I'm trying to get through to people on these last couple of talking points. What a whitewashing cover-up of why Harper's doesn't want to publish that. Harper's doesn't want to publish it because people still have half a brain in the day, and it's no real challenge to go back and put in who are the real life.
What's going on?
What's up, man? We're on live. Are you alright with that?
Fictional characters are pointing to. They're worried about being sued.
Hey, hang on, brother.
They're
I
worried
gotta,
about libel
gotta turn Yurt
charges.
off here. We got Yurt, the Yurt
They're
fella's
worried
talking.
that, oh
hang
my
on,
God,
brother. Give me a
they're
second.
talking about international horror.
All right, go ahead, sir. Go ahead. Yeah.
Hey, can you link again because I can't get back in there.
Well, you try. What are you trying to do exactly?
I was trying to get back on
Well, hang on. What are you trying specifically? What are you trying to do?
your channel.
You want to go to my YouTube channel?
Yeah, it won't allow me to.
Okay. What do you mean by won't allow?
Hang on. You want me to like screenshot it?
No, you don't have to do that. But are you using the YouTube app?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not letting me get in there. It's like your show is off.
Well, sometimes it goes off. It might. I was playing some music. They might have taken me online, but offline, but I doubt it. So, what the best way to do this is go to your subscriptions. Do you know how to go to your list of the channels that you're subscribed to?
Yeah, you're on there, but it's not. It's showing video, but like the video's over.
Well, hang on, brother. Hold on. I'm gonna go to my deal right now.
Yeah,
And I'm gonna. Well, hang on. I got two phones here. I'm gonna go to the other phone and look at it. So hang on. If you go to my channel and you go under the live tab, do you see a live stream and it says live inside of the thumbnail?
Hang on, I'm gonna check on the iPad because I'm
Yeah.
obviously.
Well, whatever's clever, man. I'm gonna be here all day, so take your time.
Okay. It's saying.
Hold on, brother. Chill out. You gotta follow my instructions here. Yeah, relax, man. Relax. I got you. Daddy's got you. And I don't mean daddy. I just mean. I worked with a guy that used to say that. Anytime somebody started freaking out, he'd go, "Daddy's got you."
Yeah. No.
Hold on. So here's what I want you to do. Don't think first. Don't think. Just do as you're told. Just pretend like you're a dumb terminal and just do exactly as I tell you.
Yo, man, fucking get off.
No, wait a minute. No, I used to do tech support, bro. Hang on. This is how tech support is done, sir. Just don't think and do exactly what I tell you. This is how tech support is done.
All right.
So go to your list of subscriptions. Don't go to my channel yet. Go to where it lists every channel you're subscribed to.
Yeah.
So do you see that? I don't mean the feed. I mean where it lists the channels.
You see me getting mine. What the fuck?
Okay, that's not it. So press pause. Press pause. Press pause. Press pause.
I did.
Okay. So forget that video. So you're already doing things I didn't tell you to do.
I just fucking touched something, man. Calm down. You calm down.
I am calm. I did tech support for years, bro.
Okay.
Yeah, you're triggering me on the basis of my years of tech support.
All right.
Okay. Now on YouTube, there's a button that says subscriptions.
Yeah.
So press that button.
All right, I'm back on there. I got it. Okay.
Cool, man.
You're still here. And you get another
OTW just
chance
went live, by the way.
this day to do
Yeah, if anybody ever calls tech support, don't think. Just do exactly what they tell you. And then if they fuck it up, it's on them. Drew tried to troubleshoot something with me one day, and I knew it wasn't going to work. Because if I had used my brain, I would have been like, this shit ain't going to work. I just did exactly what he told me, and eventually he gave up because that shit could have never.
Everyone in the world is
it's
capable
impossible.
of living
Just could not
outside
work.
the role.
are beyond the rules that they place themselves
But
in.
if
No matter
under
what
tech
it is.
support, you can't
You're
have
not
two
just a
people
dad,
driving the
you're not
bus.
just a banker,
One
you're
person
not
has to
just a
say what to
brother
do, and the
or
other
a
person has to
son
just do
or
it, even if it
a
seems
convict.
insane.
It doesn't matter.
Otherwise,
Like,
tech support doesn't
everyone
work.
is bigger.
So one
much
person
bigger,
needs to be the
infinitely
programmer,
bigger than the roles
and
they
the other
place
person needs
themselves
to be
in,
the dumb
and
terminal.
is capable
I
of
was
reaching
asking him to be
potential
the dumb
greater
terminal.
than anything they could
Oh,
imagine.
it's insane, bro. You don't even know what I've been through. You have no idea what I've been through. I did tech support so long ago. Every once in a while, I had to tell somebody to type a DOS command. So I was telling this guy to type copy C:/ whatever fucking file name. And every time he pressed enter, it would say bad command or file name. And I'm like, hey, bro, that's fucking impossible. So we tried this a few times. Finally, I said, hey, man, just letter by letter read me what you're typing in. Motherfucker was typing coffee instead of coffee, which is obviously, you know, some form of fucking, what do they call that, oppositional defiance.
And you practice that one thing over and over.
Meanwhile, highly suspect, I was doing a thing here, and I interrupted what I was doing to help you, sir. So maybe a little bit of thankfulness instead of getting angry with me. Because, you know, if you're calling me and asking me what to do, how about shut the fuck up and do what I tell you? Because that's what I do. If I have to go call tech support, and one time Drew was trying to walk me through something, I just turn my brain off and I do exactly what the person tells me. And if they can't figure out how to walk me through it, that's their fucking problem. If they tell me to do shit I know is wrong, I just do it anyway. Right?
Related to that main skill you've been
Yeah, no kidding.
practicing. And when myelin starts to wrap
Yeah, I just do whatever they tell me if I have to call tech support. Or I just hang up the fucking phone. Oh, you called me, but you're not going to... I'm going to call them and then not do what they tell me?
and you'll learn more quickly.
What the fuck?
And that
It
is
makes
really
no
the
sense.
quote-unquote secret of the great producers. It's not a result of some
Oh,
natural
well, that's highly suspect's
but their
fault. Thank
daily
you. for telling me.
practice,
I think
their
that's the Barney Miller
relentlessness
theme
and their
song.
grit, their work ethic,
I'm not-
and their singular focus and sacrifice.
Oh, No, that was OTW went live. My bad. I was on the phone. I was on the phone with highly suspect when OTW went live. No, I am tech support, sir. You can't call me and say I can't. You can't call me and say I can't get on your stream. At that point, I am tech support. What do you want me to say? All right, man. Well, sorry about your luck. Have a nice day. Is that what you want me to say? See, you're arguing with me, right? You called me because you couldn't get on the stream. Meanwhile, you couldn't get on the stream because you don't know how to use YouTube. I mean, do you want me to just say that, bro? Bro, nothing is wrong with your phone. Nothing is wrong with your app. You don't know how to use YouTube. I could have told you that. Instead, I was going to helpfully walk you through it. And if you would have followed my steps instead of trying to do it yourself, here's the thing is, man, if you could have done it yourself, why are you calling me? You're like, oh, I figured it out. Yeah, okay. Why do I need to be involved then if you can figure it out? So do you know how to use YouTube or do you not know how to use YouTube? We're doing this weird thing where we don't know how to use apps and we don't know how to use phones and we don't know how to use computers. But then sometimes you do know how to use phones and you do know how to use apps and you do know how to use computers. Which is it? Like, for real. I mean, which is it? I just go to the basics. If shit ain't working, I just fucking start over, reboot the phone, fucking close everything out, fucking turn it off, power it back on. Fucking click on the shit one by one. Like, this is not complicated, man. Like, I used to have to get on the phone with people, and here's what I would have to say, highly suspect. I would say, hey, here's what I need you to do. I need you to verify that the computer is plugged into the wall. And some of the times they would say, oh, somebody unplugged the computer. Okay? Like, so don't fucking talk to me as if I don't know what I'm doing. I did this shit for years. I've literally had to walk people through check and see if the fucking computer is plugged in. And you know what we call this, right, highly suspect? Error exists between keyboard and chair. Meaning you're the error, sir. I'm not the error. YouTube's not the error. Error exists between keyboard and chair. But I never told them that, right? So it is what it is, man. I don't know what to tell you. But apologies for OTW's loud-ass audio. I blame my highly suspect, but ultimately I'm responsible, so apologies, folks. I guess there's really no point in getting back to the yurt fellow.
Woman, she
I was doing a whole thing. Blowing the cartridge. Yeah, blowing the fucking NES cartridge. Fucking A. At a certain point, I worked for a Walmart vendor, and I don't know about now, but back then, every Walmart supercenter in the entire country, they had PCs, right? So some of them were called CBLs. These are computer-based learning. So if anybody's ever worked at Walmart, somewhere back in the olden days, they had a training room with, I don't know, however many PCs. And that's what the associates took their CBL modules on, and that stands for computer-based learning. Well, there was one, and then they had something called the manager's workbench, and that was a PC up near the service desk that the managers could use for various functions. And in the entire country, there was one point of contact, and that was me, right? So anytime one of these machines malfunctioned, I was the only person who was called. I'm not exaggerating. There was literally nobody else, okay? Well, that's not exactly true. First, the store person would call Bentonville and talk to a Walmart support staff, but then they would troubleshoot it enough to say, okay, your PC needs replacing. Then they would call me. They'd say, hey, call Benton, and he'll send you a replacement PC. So I would send them out a computer, right? I would pack up a computer and ship it to them through via, what was that, Airborne Express or whatever? I forget what this is called. So then I was responsible for having them box it back up, the one that doesn't work. Then they shipped it to me. Then I had to figure out what in the fuck was wrong with this thing, and I had to flash a new image onto the hard drive. And then the next time somebody had a fucked up computer, they got one of the ones I'd already fixed. And I was the only person who did this for all of the thousands and thousands and thousands of Walmart supercenters, okay? So I'm pretty sure I can walk a highly suspect through getting onto my fucking live stream, okay? And I don't talk about this stuff. I don't act like I'm some big deal, but I was an actual computer expert right around the year 2000, and now I'm a fucking boomer. But I will figure it out if I need to, folks. Yeah, exactly. It's your fault you didn't. You failed to check and make sure the computer was plugged in. Exactly. I can't tell you how many hundreds of people called me for support, and that was the solution. Hundreds of times somebody had just, the cleaning lady was in there and fucking unplugged the computer so that she could, vacuum the floor or plug in her vacuum. They never plugged the shit back in, ever. So then it's like, oh my God, my computer doesn't work. Let's call Benton. And Benton, because he's a pedantic, insane person, Benton says, well, we're going to start at the most basic level. And here's what people say. This is what they say. They say, hey, my computer won't turn on. I think something's wrong with the power switch. Guess what? It's never the power switch. No power switch has ever failed in the entire history of humanity. It's never happened one fucking time, right? Oh, we're having a domestic strife next door, by the way. The cops will probably be here. Hold on, I need to monitor this situation as it unfolds. Yeah, thank you. And I have unlimited patience. I will wait however long it takes. And because when I'm on the job, I don't just say, hey man, do what I tell you. I just continue to repeat what I've told them. Right? But in a very calm manner. And just like, so then I'll give them an instruction, and then they just kind of do whatever they do. And then whatever they say to me, anything other than the information I'm trying to get them to do, I just continue to repeat what I've already told them. Because some people need to be told the same shit like 5 times in a row in order to do it, right? But this is how troubleshooting works. We start at the most basic level, and that's what I was doing with Highly Suspect. I'm like, hey, man, forget all that. Go to your subscriptions, right? Go to your list of subscriptions. Scroll to where you see Benton. Click on Benton. Click on the live tab. Do you see somewhere where the thumbnail has a live, it says live on it, right? Click on that. Now you're there. Like, I will step by step get a motherfucker there. What's up, Christos? Good to see you. I never know if Christos is going to talk to me or not. Sometimes he just wants to hang out. I care, Highly Suspect. I care. That's who cares. I do. I do. You know, and it would be better for everybody if you could pull your head out of your ass and figure out technology in 2023. And this just, I'm not good with technology. It's fucking bullshit, man. That's a cop-out. So, oh, I'm not good with technology. Okay, sure. My 68-year-old dad can use YouTube. I don't know if you know this. My 68-year-old father. Boy, it's going down next door. I don't know what's happening here. It's a little disturbing. There you go. That's right. If your stuff is plugged into surge protectors, surge breakers, yeah, you can shut off your devices. That's right. Yeah, just pretty please with sugar on top, learn how to use the internet. That's all I'm asking. I don't think I'm asking for too much. I don't think that's too much to ask.
It's triggering.
Oh, Z.
No.
Oh, is it Quantum Epic Tear Fest? Is that what you're calling in for, Christos? She's
well,
crying.
You said there was some domestic scuffle going on, so I figured if things got interesting, I could at least have I wanted to be in on it. You know what I'm saying? Like, you were just showing all those replays earlier, and there's just something about being seen on a replay, you know?
Oh,
Just
I
in
got
case
you.
you were about to make some broadcasting history. And
Man, I like the way you
some
think.
Crazy stuff.
I like the way you think, Christos. You're a smart motherfucker, man. I like that. I like that.
Yeah, but I didn't even catch all of the. I went in and out a couple times. I saw Cage was there and Z was playing his music. I didn't have the patience or the interest. I just saw a couple times that Quantum Epic was getting emotional, and yeah, it didn't really surprise me. She seemed like one of them that would hop up and start wearing stuff on her sleeve, and or possibly getting triggered. I know she liked my giraffe, like a lot of the ladies out here. You know, it's no wonder that the beta boys get triggered by my giraffe, but that's besides the point. I take it that she's basically. I don't like to like section people off and be like tribal in any manner, but it's really just kind of a utility thing of organizing. But I was just gonna say, you know, I take it she comes from like CBO crowd kingdom. As far as I know, as far as I've seen her,
Maybe.
I know some of them. Hello.
Yeah, I'm here, man. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were wanting to hop in.
No, I just clicked the wrong button.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so I enjoyed the stuff from earlier. Some of the old, I guess, I don't know what to call it. I just kind of call it the CBO kingdom or CBO part of the YouTube streets. I don't mean to just throw everyone under Drew's banner.
Yeah.
But I'm still trying to figure out how everything's partitioned. You know.
Yes.
I'm still putting the lore together.
Lots of lore.
But thankfully,
Yeah,
you're like a great key holder, maybe a gate master or something. I don't want to say gatekeeper. Yeah, you're a key holder. Not like in the sense of Paul, obviously. But when it comes to lore here, specifically within the YouTube streets, I mean, yesterday you were playing the EBT and Sly-Shy stuff, and then you're playing more old streams today, which a lot of that I had never seen. It was actually from right around the time I was coming onto the scene. Not to do any play on words there, but yeah, I appreciate it. I like that Truther Bowl, as you call it. That sounds pretty fucking exciting, man. Like I don't get excited for the regular Super Bowl or all the like nonsense of this world. So I might as well get excited for the equivalent metaversally. Why not? Even though again I don't really cross into those kingdoms, I can still appreciate it as an observer from the background, from the sidelines, especially through your remembrancing, as we may call it. It's like I walk into a room and it's a Benton with a huge library, all containing the lore and mythology, even beyond the, beyond the grasp of what Luma Tommy thought he had. So.
Well, thank you,
yeah,
sir.
I'm just playing up Benton's ego with the metaversal, I guess, LARP. Not to downplay it by calling it a LARP, but if we're going to use mythology and lore, I can't help but maybe throw that word in there too with some of the. Yeah, I don't mean LARP in a bad way at all.
Hell
I
yeah.
shouldn't even use LARP. That's probably not. Maybe you could hop in here, but I don't think I'm using the best terminology by calling this LARP.
No, I get it. I get it.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I know there's probably better terminology. It's somewhat metaversal LARP.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
Oh, OTW is probably live by now. I forgot.
Oh yeah, crew's over there. Yeah, thank you for reminding me. I am a tad forgetful, so I want to promote that, so I can just hang out and chill. I'm gonna hang out and chill. So yeah, Keith, if you're listening, OTW's live. He should be over. No, he's still. I don't know what he's doing now. He's playing music or something, which is fine. But I don't know what he's got going on over there.
Oh, his intro.
I don't know. Is it? It's hard to tell. Well, I don't know what this is.
Yeah, he's got the drums. If he's got his war drums going, I think that's the intro.
Okay, it's hard to tell sometimes.
Understandable.
Yeah, if he ever starts talking, we'll probably see what he's talking about.
Seems like Lumatami made a pretty good debut.
Oh yeah. Well, real quick, Christos, before you continue, sorry, I screen capped it. It's not on his channel anymore, but I screen capped it. But go ahead. Go ahead. I have the Tommy stream. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Hang on just a second.
No problem. Yeah, so I haven't been keeping up with the live chat, but shout out to you, Sly Shy, like I mentioned earlier. I'm actually gonna go find the stream, and I'm probably gonna do a little restream, maybe some commentary, or just I'll find certain clips from the stream. I won't restream the whole thing, but I'll go back to the stream where Sly Shy hopped on and was talking with Sovereign Soul Dave and I as we were hitting our alleged DMT vape pens that we had.
Oh shit.
So that was pretty fucking epic, and that was like the first time I actually hopped on one of his streams, and this was a while back. But I mean, he was sharing his DMT experience he had shortly after I had mine and had my trip reports on We Are Awake TV. And he actually even told me that I gave him the inspiration and kind of the nudge, push over the edge to make the decision to do it, because it was something he was contemplating and had been on his mind. And he figured, okay, he told me because I did it, it gave him that motivation and that desire, inspiration to go ahead and do it himself, because he was already having that pull to begin with. And I was just like a further further push in that direction, confirmation for him. So that was interesting, talking about the lore and the mythology again, because I also feel like I have my part to play in maybe reviewing things that a lot of people don't know about or haven't seen, which was actually pretty good content, regardless of, even if people don't really know who they are or hardly know about the characters or channels.
Well, and this is why I'm trying to get you.
Sharing and networking.
This is why I'm trying to get you to make a list of all the channels. By the way.
Okay, I saw that in the live chat the other day, and I was so in and out that I didn't really get a chance to thoroughly follow up, which is also part of the reason I hop up on here for those things if there's something I missed in a live chat.
Cool,
yeah,
man.
I can do that. I'd be happy to do that. That sounds like a great idea, actually.
Yeah, that would help me out for sure.
Okay, because I'm gonna make my would have coffee with inspired by Yurt. I'm gonna be doing that, and at the same time, I'll also do kind of a more serious list of like these different channels that I bring up or I reference. I'll probably subsection it too, or like partition off more specifically. I won't get over the top with it, but maybe do some break it down into different categories and maybe themes or topics, and organize the channels in a certain way rather than just giving you like a whole list of a bunch of just different channels.
whatever, man, however you want to do it, it would help me a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Because every time you mention a channel, I've never heard of it. Like, I mean, every time. So yeah, that would be very helpful. Eventually, I want to compile a master list of pretty much all the channels in the so-called Trutherverse or whatever we're calling it.
Oh, okay.
Well, real quick, I want to make a very simple website that has all of them listed, and then I want to somebody. And I used to know how to do fucking websites and shit, but I'm not going to fuck with the programming side of it because I'm not really a programmer. So I'm going to find somebody who will program a very simple way to where people can submit a link to a live stream and then also time code and say a brief description of what happened. And then if people start doing that, I'll just start covering all the streams the next day. Almost like this is something I came up with years ago, Christos, literally years ago. I call it the Truther Talk Soup, if you've ever seen that old-ass TV show. And if you haven't, that's completely fine. But it was an old TV show, and what they did was they reviewed all the like daytime talk shows, and they did it like in a really funny format. So this would be a version of that. I call it Truther Talk Soup. Yep. We lost Christos. But yeah, man, if I could get that list, eventually, step by step, I want to get to that point of the Truther Talk Soup. That's my goal anyway, right? I don't know what's... and I mind my business. I don't tell on people, you know. I don't... oh, he's back. All right. Did you get that about the Truther Talk Soup? Christos?
I missed just like the last piece, but
Yeah.
I heard that Truther Talk Soup.
Yep.
Or Talk Soup.
It's soup, like something you eat. But I know my accent's pretty...
Yep.
It's tough sometimes, but I'll give you an example of what we're talking about real quick. Hang on just a second. This was one of my favorite shows of all time. I used to watch this every time it came on. And I used to also watch daytime TV shows. So this show fucking hilariously... it was almost like a recap of what happened that week and on all the talk shows. So I'm going to play this.
Okay.
Just
You didn't know I look like this.
And all his hot stuff is gone. She cannot stand him.
Hi, everybody. I'm John Henson, and welcome to another edition of Talk Soup. You can feel your corneas roasting and your IQ plummeting. You could be standing too close to your television set. Hey, Sissy Biggers, formerly of Biggers and Summers, has landed on her feet. All right, I'm very happy about that. She'll be hosting a new game show on the Food Network called Ready, Set, Cook. Not bad, huh? The show used to be called Ready, Set, Deep Fry, but tragically its host was boiled to death in a giant vat of bacon grease. So we hope Sissy will fare better. Congratulations, Sissy. Coming up on today's show, Charlie Chase and Lorianne Crook make out. Almost. Dennis Rodman dons lipstick on national television again. And Ann Abernathy feels up her co-host. You didn't know I look like this. Oh,
So basically, Christos, it would be this format, but all of the clips would be from live streams. So instead of Jerry Springer and Sally Jesse Raphael and Donahue or whoever, it would be like me, OTW, fucking Z, Paul Enslaved, Jack Talcott. So we have the cast of characters, Christos. We have everything we need. Yeah. And the fact is, it's a crime, man. And I know you've seen some of these other communities on YouTube where, like, I show sometimes the what's his name, King Cobra JFS. There's all these characters where people actually make content, you know, and they make their own content by curating other people's content, and that's not really happening. Now we're starting to see clips channels, but I'm talking about my live stream. If I'm going to stream every day, if I'm able to keep doing this, I could do an hour a day of just recaps of the other streams, and then, you know, if you had a funny joke or if somebody wanted to write something, you know, now we get into the more collaborative aspects. And part of that is I can't stream fucking 12 plus hours a day and watch all the streams, but I could make a simple website where anybody could just say, here's the link, here's the time code, here's a brief description of what happened. And then I can just play it on the show, right? And then You know, the jokes will they'll mostly write themselves at that point. Like it wouldn't really be much of an undertaking. And then there could even be spin-offs. People could spin off and make they could you know, after a week of me doing an hour a day, that would be like a whole show. I could take the best of the week. You see what I'm saying? Like there's so many things people could do, but again, dude, I can't do everything myself. So I'm just going to do what I can do. And if other people collaborate, they do. If not, I'll just do what I'm doing. Like that's how I look at it.
Awesome. I mean, I even told OTW now with the situation of him not being with this lady that it's going to give him more time to work on stuff with streams and working with other channels and streamers and collaborating. And I told him this is a great opportunity coming up here, man. He's going to have a lot more time to focus on himself and his channel. And when he's not out doing roofing jobs and contracting, he's going to be on here just doing better and better broadcasts and working with other people like you as such.
Hell yeah, man.
Bex. So I definitely see some front runners, and not in the sense of a race, but rather just like people pushing the way. And you're definitely one of them, envisioning and seeing what you're showing right now.
Well, thanks, brother. And
I'm down. I'm excited for it. We
absolutely.
have all we need.
Well, and some of the things that come to fruition are ideas that I've had years ago. It's just the patience and waiting because it's not always the right time. You know, some things, you know, sometimes I'm a little early to the party and I have to sort of wait for everybody else to catch up. Not that I'm better than them, just I tend to be slightly ahead at times, and I'm sure you are as well, right, in your own way. That's probably something you experience where it's like, hey, you're ready to do a thing, but you sort of have to wait for the other folks to catch up.
Yeah, and I've definitely really not been putting any energy or attention into my channel, or what I have been putting energy into is just the networking aspect.
Mm-hmm.
It's been like a passive thing. I guess they would call it working in. It's like when you're not working out all the time and you're in the off season, you're still working out. It's just more of passive stuff. And
yes.
You end up focusing more inward with the meditation and spiritual development and so on. Now, I stay active and I stay moving, but yeah, when it comes to the metaversal stuff, I just see it as a long game. If I just keep making appearances on panel with OTW, you and others, and people I enjoy talking to, and just having authentic conversations, not really going up there because, oh, the numbers are high or this or that, like, and sometimes I don't even pay attention to the live chat, usually if I'm on the panel.
Yeah.
If I'm not on panel, I'll be in the live chat, but there's a lot here. There's a lot here to work with because we do have a kind of vast network and community crossover going on here.
Yes,
so
sir.
We really can help each other, I think, in more ways than some of us realize, except I think you're one of the people that, yeah, as we're seeing here, you're paving the way. You do see the opportunities. I mean, others do as well. I mean, I wouldn't be here if it didn't. But, yeah, there's a lot of potential here still.
Hell yeah, dude. Love that. Well, I think we're going to play Quantum Epic Bawling Like a Hysterical Person on Z because I want to play that. And I'm already, let's see, I think we're I'm 6 minutes behind whatever's live. So we're going to play that and catch up to it. Is this acting? She seems like she's laughing. This is like an act here, it seems like.
Oh my god. And a very special show. Cadence finds out that sometimes you get what you need. May not always get what you want.
Yes, bad acting there, Quantum Epic.
No, I'm not trying to make everybody cry. Don't judge me.
Well, we're gonna get to it, but we don't have to watch it live. Toilet Bowl Earth. It's not. It's still here. I can still watch it. That's the thing. Yeah, it's not. It doesn't. We don't have to see it live.
Yeah, usually people don't cry up here, so looks like I said, I'm super sensitive, I guess. So
I'm kind of gullible, but even I can tell.
I don't know. I'm just being
This
real.
is,
This is definitely real.
Yeah,
can't tell.
yeah, it's certainly not fake. Absolutely, and you telling us it's real. That's. I wasn't quite sure, but that cements it for me. Quantum Epic.
You can't accuse me of fake.
Well, Keith, highly suspect, lost as usual. Senator Dianne Feinstein, dead at age 90. Rest in peace.
Well, here's what I'm thinking, Cadence.
Good to see you, Miss Blanche.
I'm looking around at the world, and I see a bunch of people in isolation, a bunch of people that are lonely, and I can't help but think that.
Yep, it's definitely real. That's
this
right.
may be kind of.
It's definitely real.
What we're looking at here, not just with you, but with myself, and then we reach out in ways that are often not aligned with what our true wants, needs, and desires are, right?
Yep.
Well, Teddy Spaghetti wants to know, why is Quantum Epic crying? Well, if you were a lady and you looked like W.C. Fields because of your drinking, you'd be crying too.
I gotta do some things. Cry more and think about things.
But this...
Well, before you go,
this is a well. Remember, let's don't forget, highly suspect,
let's
that
just can we be?
she most likely divorced a man and took half his shit in his house. So I'm sure she has a nice yard, nice pets, a nice garden. So I'm sure she can go outside her door, right, and mow her lawn or actually pay somebody to mow her lawn. But yeah, W.C. Fields. I mean, look at her. She's in 10 years, she's going to be W.C. Fields. I mean, just look at that nose. And I'm prettier than Quantum Epic. I mean, I am prettier than she is. I did drink heavily for months on end, but I never quite got the W.C. Fields nose going on, right?
Be friends. Chat, what do you think? Can we be friends, chat?
Why can't we be friends?
I'm asking
Why
my
can't we be friends? Why can't
Steph Davis
we
thinks
be
so.
friends? Why can't we be friends?
Yep, as much of a jerk as you are, I wanted to be friends with you for some weird reason. I don't
About this a little bit. What's up, Cynthia? Welcome back to the stream.
No. Well, I was coming up here for.
Yeah, all the unattractive broads are hysterical and looping because it's that time of the month, and then when their bodies are telling them to try to release an egg and go find a dominant male to knock them up and inseminate and fucking fertilize the egg. See, I mean, look at this. Well, I don't even know what her deal is, but look at this arm here. This is not good. It's not good, Cynthia. This is very, very bad.
Got out of bed immediately and got my
Yeah, well, in bed, right? In bed.
order to come over here.
Alone.
And help her,
Shocking.
but then you just dropped this bomb on me.
Shocking.
And now I'm all like, Cadence is gonna be all right.
Yeah, Cadence. We're giving Cadence a break. I think she kind of got what she needed to out, and she's still back there, but we're gonna just let her chill a little bit. Yeah.
Wait, you're dating Bex? Oh, hi, I'm Cynthia, by the way. What's your name, sir?
Bobby.
Bobby, and you're dating Bex.
Hey, highly suspect. This is Bobby, a.k.a. B Warrior. He has 14 kids. And he's been like married and divorced and lost all his shit. Like, I don't know, it's no telling how many times. And now he's making a run at Bex because he's probably still got that. His sperm probably still works, right? When I say there's no men, there's no men left. Well, B Warrior can still probably knock a broad up.
I have been, yeah.
I want to buy her one of those long cigarette things just because watching her smoke on.
Well, I'll tell you this, Mr. Miyagi says, I wonder if the females online get in sync when it's that time of the month. the thing is, I'm playing the odds, right? Like, not all women have the same cycle, but the reality is, just about the end of every month, women start looking at me kind of funny, and they get, some of them have this crazed look in their eyes, and I start getting followed around the grocery store, like to an even greater extent than normal. Now, the worst part of the year when this happens is the holidays. It's like right after Christmas and New Year's, because all these women, we're independent women, you know, to the left all year round. But then especially the Hispanics, well, it's family time, right? So the holidays, they're with their family, and their older relatives, you know, their parents and their grandparents are always like, hey, when are you going to settle down and make us some grandkids? So then they internalize, they feel like complete losers. And then meanwhile, here's Benton at the fucking grocery store, and I'm like, why are these broads following me around? Oh, and then I'm like, oh, it's fucking January 5th or whatever. And then I'm just like, hey, you know, we've tried this before. We both know where it ends. Do we really have to keep doing this? Or can we just, you know, go to our separate corners and call it a fucking life, right?
You know what I mean? I feel like
she loves cigarettes just as much as Bobby. Bobby's 75
yeah,
and
like,
he
Bobby,
smokes like a chimney.
If I make a suggestion, just surprise her with the long cigarette thing. It would make her.
Yeah, Bobby's got 14 kids. He does not need your help, Cynthia. You need Bobby's help on how to get a man into that bed with you. Step 1, don't tell him that you took the jab.
Golden.
Like the Corolla DeVille cigarette thing.
Yeah, yeah. I looked them up on. I even looked them up on Amazon for her. They're only $3.50.
About Tree Fitty, by the way.
Listen, we don't want to rain on Bobby's parade because he's happy in his relationship.
About Tree Fitty.
We don't want to shit all over it. But
Look at him. He's grinning like a fool. I think he's really in love with Bex.
Bobby's been.
Well, I mean, not that he shouldn't be, by the way. Certainly, I admire his taste, but yeah, B Warrior's falling hard for old Bex. He ain't acting.
Multiple marriages. He has 14 children. We could have this discussion with him. All right. But
you have 14 kids.
Yeah, better take that. Hey, take that to a sperm bank, partner. They're paying top dollar. It's like, yeah, he might be 70 something, but here's his 14 kids.
I have 14 adult children that call me dad.
Nice.
Oh, that's right. They're not all his, but I think most of them are. I
That's
believe.
a testament to you who you
Lest
are.
we forget.
But he's dating a cult member.
Uh-oh.
Cynthia. He doesn't see it. He's not even aware of the unslaved cult. He doesn't give a fuck.
Fantastic, Christos. I love that.
I'm not so sure she's a cult member. I think she's a cult visitor.
You think she's just using the cult for a come up?
I think
Maybe?
she's sliding through, but she seems to be pretty. She has a pretty good head on her shoulders, and I think she'll see it eventually for what it is, as everybody does.
Gotcha. Cynthia, I want to do a little role playing with you here this morning.
like that
you seem to be good at it, all right?
Yeah.
So,
Well, and for Highly Suspect, they're talking about Paul enslaved when they mentioned the cult. That's what they mean.
Because we need to help people, because not only do we, you know, we do a lot of things here, and one of them is educate. And we need to educate some of the more naive among.
Oh, he bought her a ring? Is this true? Yellow Cake Maker? See, I'm always out of the loop. What's funny is I may seem tapped in, but I'm always out of the loop. I'm the last to know. I think what happens is people just assume that I already know, and then nobody tells me. Like, especially if it happens between like 6 p.m. and midnight Central, I have no fucking idea what happened.
Amongst the crowd on, like, you know, the inner workings of cult-like behavior and, you know, sociopathy. You familiar with sociopathy, Cynthia?
No.
The concept of like a sociopath?
Okay.
Gotcha. So here's what I want to do, just to kind of bring people inside a little bit. I want to, like I said, we're going to role play.
Okay.
So,
do I need to get dressed for this role play?
No, you're fine, because this is theater of the mind, okay?
Oh, yeah.
All right, so I'm going to be Paul enslaved, and you're going to be Jennifer, all right? Can you do that? What are you laughing at?
Well, what's the definite, like, am I going to be Jennifer, like, his mom role, or am I going to be Jennifer, his girlfriend role?
Well, they kind of seem like they're one and the same. So.
Absolutely, but which one do you want to lean into more?
Oh, whatever one you feels the best. It's improv, you know?
Okay.
All right, ready? Let's get started.
Oh, Z's playing music.
Hey, Paul. Hey, Paul.
Yo's, Jennifer. I'm about to start my stream, bitch. Where's my grilled cheese?
Well, that's what I wanted, Paul. I was gonna go somewhere. Are you gonna be okay? Do you need mom? I mean, do you need me to pick up something for you to eat? What's going on?
There ain't nowhere for you to go, bitch. I told you, your new job is to be a short order cook and cook me grilled cheese all day, bitch. You ain't going nowhere.
No, Paul. Somebody has to get out and drive the car somewhere to go get the groceries, Paul. We all know you're not doing that. We all know you're not getting your big butt up and going to do that, Paul. So calm the fuck down, Paul.
Bitch, you know I don't drive. I travel, bitch. You know that. I mean, I haven't traveled in a vehicle in like years. Just that last time when I recorded it for everybody.
Hey,
now
Paul,
I'm just kind of like a scrub on your passenger side. But go ahead, bitch. I told you I want grilled cheese.
Hey, Paul. When's the last time you had a conversation with your dad? You know, Father's Day's coming up, and you're gonna need to have a conversation with him.
Fuck my dad. I didn't have a dad, and I didn't have a mama.
Now,
I ain't got nobody. It's just me.
Now,
I got you, Jennifer. You're my mom, my girlfriend, my dad. You're everything, Jennifer. You're here to fulfill all the roles that I never got in childhood, B.
And Paul, I'm not sleeping on the couch no more. You're gonna have to sleep on the couch, Paul. I don't care if you're 500 pounds, Paul. It's not a gentlemanly like for you to put me on the couch and you sleep on the bed, you little bitch, Paul. And you keep fucking around over here, Paul, and you're gonna have to pay real rent. $30 a week in bills is not real rent, Paul. Okay? That's little boy rent, Paul. You keep fucking around talking about your with rights, freedom, and truth. Bitch, you can't pay a bill. Get the fuck from around me, Paul.
Bitch, you know I can pay bills. I just don't have to. I'm soft shit. I got Jimmy Shively. He'll pay all the bills around here, B.
The only bill you pay, Paul, is your food bill. Now, we're going to need to step it up a little bit. And I'm glad we're having this morning meeting, Paul.
All right, that was fucking trash. I like the part with the Quantum Epic segment wasn't too bad. That was hot garbage, that part. Put some bass in your voice, Z, for God's sakes.
You know what? I was always thinking
broadcast savers.
The soggy warrior.
That before with Dominic
Yes, the junior high optics
broadcast savers
are indeed high
they'll
with these
signal up
people.
in the
I agree.
sky. Here they come. There's a couple
You know what? I'm gonna
broadcast
ask
savers
the
out
chat.
there.
Yeah,
Yours will be a
I'm
guitar.
gonna ask the
Patrick.
chat. Say what, Dom?
Yours could be a guitar up in the sky.
A guitar up in the sky, yeah. Well, I was thinking if I was an Avenger, who would I be? And I'd let the chat choose. Let's do a poll.
Welcome back, Mr. Michael Steven. Good to see you, sir.
Well, I can't even really do a poll on that. I don't know how could I do that. There's so many Avengers. I don't even know who to start with.
I'm curious on that one too. If I'm accurate with my Tony Stark assessment, or if I'm just in my ego, man.
No, so
Christos, guaranteed Christos he might not be an Avenger, but I think he's like Quicksilver. He has that same.
Man. Let me take the pierogi man position, bro. Remember the pierogi man?
That's not an Avenger.
We're gonna make a new character.
Cage is
either
brutal.
An Avenger or an X-Men. You can't be anything else. It's either an Avenger or an X-Men.
I'm gonna try to listen to Cage.
Christos,
but
I think you're like
tough.
Quicksilver. Your personality, you know, the long hair.
Just because of long hair? I mean, because I was thinking you were gonna say Quicksilver. I need
Well,
to go
you know
through all the
why?
different
No,
Avengers.
because remember, if in one of those X-Men movies where Wolverine goes over to his house and asks him for his help, and you see the room how it is, and it's like when I look at you, you know, you're the way you dress. He dresses like that. It's about something about the personality.
Yeah, I know Quicksilver has like Pink Floyd or something, and some other.
Yeah, he has that.
I know what you
cool.
mean. Yeah.
Yeah, he has that cool attitude like you do. You know, like the easygoing kind of guy. He's not stressed out because he's the fastest man on earth. You know.
Dominic also has the Pink Floyd or similar symbols that looks like that Pink Floyd album cover. So a little synchronicity there as well. OT.
Yeah, and I do have to admit,
I think we're going back to my
superheroes
old
is the
catalog.
Flash.
I think
So
my old
I guess I
catalog
have a
is
thing for speedsters.
probably the best thing happening today.
That's what I was just thinking about actually. To be completely
No
honest.
offense intended. You got Cage on the panel. We're not watching Talcott. I mean, what is this? Back to me. Let's see what the Yurt fella's doing. He's already done. Stream ended 17 minutes ago. Let's watch his wrap up, maybe. Is there a wrap up? No. Anyway, See what else we got here. This says there's only 11 people watching at OTW. Got 28 in the house. Shout out to the chat. We're just chilling. Gonna get back into the back catalog here shortly, I believe. My old stuff is the best stuff on right now. Yeah, indeed. I tried. Yeah, the lonesome loser. Have you heard? Well, I can't sing today, man. I guess I shot my wad this morning. I really don't have the upper register anyway. I gotta bring it down a few fucking octaves. Good to see you, Tiny Chud. Yeah, more quantum content. Yeah, WC Fields in the house. Don't hate her because she's less beautiful than Benton. Yeah, more quantum epic. Exactly. Where I wish we had more quantum epic. Yeah, where is Ginger Ridge? Well, should I let the secret out? Now, Dark Glasses Woody probably knows this, but should I reveal? For those who may not know, Ginger Ridge is here damn near every day as Ice Grills. So, just in case folks weren't aware of that. But where is Ice Grills is the question. But yeah, let's hit the Benton back catalog because this ain't working for me. This is we're still. This is Looper Bowl 2023 Monday morning quarterback. This was coming off the heels of an epic Truther Bowl weekend of live streams. And if I can remember how to share a screen, we'll get over there. Back to me.
Especially in the type, the written form. Just missing the trench coat. Shout out to Cherry Jello. Yeah, oh, he's showing me up. Oh, Yurt, what's happening, brother?
What's happening, partner? Ice Grills checking in with the salute.
I will film myself
salute to you, and I just
25 body weight squats.
I held out as long as I could, Mr. Grills. I blew your cover.
I will actually get sore from that. It's gonna suck. Actually, I'll do it on cam, I guess. You motherfucker, JJ. All right, I don't know what happened to your video here, sir, but we're taking you off the stream. I'm not that desperate for money, BRB.
Tiny Chud. I'm not yet that. And JG goaded me into working out. I got so fucking sore from this, and man, it hurts me to see how scrawny I am. And meanwhile, I'm now scrawnier than this. I still had a little bit. I had a hint of muscles.
Oh man.
Still had a little hint of muscle. This is just sad. Yeah, let's 2x it at least. Yeah, let's go 2x. Well, she's pretty for somebody whose face is swelling up like WC Fields from daily drinking. Yeah, based on that standard, she is a pretty lady. Look at this scrawny bozo.
I always think that's gonna stay there anymore.
Scrawny bozo.
Bear with me.
Yeah, you better be armed, partner. Otherwise, you in trouble. Out here looking like he out here looking like he took all the meth.
White like paper, y'all.
Yep. White like paper. Holla. Bro, I was sore for like a week.
3, 4,
Ass to grass, though.
5,
That's proper squat form.
6,
In case anybody's curious.
8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14.
He's literally an e-boy. Oh, me?
19.
Well, that's not my intention, Tiny Chud, but yeah, I do it times up. For some reason, I do point the camera directly at my crotch at times. Look at this scrawny. I used to have back muscles, dude. Look at this. This is just fucking sad. And I'm starting to get that hunched over old man look. But I still had, I have a little bit of back muscles there still. Now, if I'm going to try to look like this, I'm going to have to put my fucking soft body armor on.
Fuck you, JG.
All right, we're not listening to that again.
You bastard.
Fuck you, JG.
2.5 days of pretty serious leg soreness coming up. Looking forward to that. Yeah, exactly. What the fuck even is the internet? Yeah, dude, that sucked. Well, it didn't even suck. I'm just mad. Yeah. No shit.
What was that?
You see my hair, man? I'm old as fuck, man. I'm in fucking shape though. I mean, comparatively.
No, not anymore. Now I've even
I don't know,
lost
give me
that.
25 fucking strict form body. I bet you can't do 25 of them. Strict body weight squats.
Oh, there's no fucking
Your
way
average
he
person
can do.
can't fucking do that shit.
No way Yurt can do 25 squats proper form.
I didn't even know I could do 25
Yeah,
push-ups.
thanks. Benton can
I had
do
no idea.
squats. Yeah.
Of course, I weigh nothing. That probably helps. Third day go hard. Well, I like
No,
pull-ups. I'm actually gonna work out.
I beg to differ,
Pull-ups.
Teddy Spaghetti, but
Since I used to be a
90
little athletic
degrees.
athlete,
Hold on, let me
clean,
pause. Let me
hanging
pause
clean,
me.
press type stuff. Clean,
Scagnetti on Scagnetti here. 90 degrees is the most unstable knee position. It's actually the best thing for your knees is to go the full range of motion. In fact, it lubricates the knee joint. Meanwhile, I did ass to grass squats for years. My knees almost never hurt. Yeah, proper squats are good for you. If one can't do proper squats, the best way to learn or the best way to practice is to get in a doorway and have like the door jamb in front of you so that you can grab it. Like so, start to do a proper squat, which is basically when you squat, you're sitting down between your legs, if that makes sense. Basically, just like what a baby's able to do. And you want your lower leg should not, your knees should never be in front of your feet, and your lower leg will mostly be just straight up, straight vertical. It's harder than it looks, man, to do a proper squat. All that weightlifting I did, I never injured myself weightlifting. I probably could, actually, YCM. I don't know. I'm not sure I have the wind for that these days. What up? What up, Yurt? 25 proper body weight squats, ass to grass. Maybe you can. I don't know. He might low-key be in shape. I'm making assumptions here. I'm a little disappointed that I missed your stream. I think to pay me back, you should come up on the panel. Yeah, that's see, I'm not good with these tactics. See, I'm trying to invent a thing. What is it going to take, Yurt? Do I need to send you a portion of the Cash App donos? We're getting donos now. I don't know if you know this. Do I need to just pay you to appear on the broadcast? Why are you being so coy, Yurt? Good to see you, by the way. I fanboy out. Oh, I'm not going to run with that narrative. If you're here to tell me that you can, I will fully. I won't even ask for proof. All right. Okay. Well, Yurt must have used to work out. Maybe he still does. Okay. Well, that's what I get for assuming, right? They say I make an ass out of me. They say you and me, but realistically, it's just me in this case. And here's an MP3 file called Highly Suspect. I wonder what that is. That might be folks may not know because Highly Suspect appeared on I think 3, maybe 4 of my podcast episodes. Shout out to Nightmare Dystopia, pirate radio for the zombie apocalypse. Well, the first episode, we didn't quite pull it off. So I have the recording somewhere. It just never got published. So then we just, some people sort of get nervous or don't really understand the format. So he brought it on the second one. The first one didn't quite work out, so we just did a second one. Proper copper coffee squat. I love that. What do we need to do for the first part of that, though? No, they're holding me back. They're holding us back, Lori. What's happened is the subscribers have shot up in a short period of time comparatively because they held me at 500 for a long time, and then it took a long-ass time to even get up to like 530, and then now we're at like 640 something. So, the channel's now growing so fast, YouTube is intentionally holding us back, which is what they do, right? And do y'all remember my birthday stream? It went to 1.2K views like right away, and they just held it there. There's no way that thing doesn't have over 2,000 views. I mean, like multiple other channels were restreaming that and promoting me. There's no fucking way that's not a 2K video. Yep. I can't even do 50 push-ups. I mean, I could like total, but not in a row. I did 20 yesterday. This shit whooped my ass. I'm not even sure I can do a pull-up at this point. This is sad. Is the sound gone? Mic check. Mic check. I should still be here. Yeah. Yeah, it's you, Yurt. Refresh, please. I noticed that YouTube, the audio cuts out way more than it used to also. Not sure if they're doing that on purpose or not. Trying to make me appear incompetent out here. Right. Oh yeah, 100%. Can I? Are you the same as you're Lori, right? But it's now Lolo. I'm assuming you prefer, I don't know, whatever you want to be called is fine. Low. On the low. For show low. Oh, let's play some of this. So back when I was doing my podcast, there was this guy called Will from Australia. He used to record himself talking, and he would send it to me. So let's play some of this. This should be interesting.
Ben, Will from Australia. Listen, I'm going to try and cut short if I can. Just a quick background on me. I actually run my friend's
I'm speeding it up.
company. You know, I guess 10,000 employees. Including subcontractors and whatnot, blah, blah, blah. So, the reality's starting to set in somewhat. I mean, I didn't see it coming, but, everyone else in the office was, whatever. Steel's going up 20%, all that sort of stuff, and it's starting to kind of get a little bit, so I've just been, just absolutely just run off my feet. And there could have been times where I would have...
I missed the part where he's rich. Did you hear what he said? He said did he say he owns a company with 10,000 employees or what? Because I think this guy sent me Bitcoin at a certain point, and I couldn't even figure out how to get the Bitcoin. For all I know, I got hundreds of thousands of dollars somewhere. Oh, this okay. Well, you're forgiven, Yurt. This is Yurt, apparently.
Listen to one of your podcasts, but I'm too wise to do it because this is what happens. I get all fired up. Because
Did y'all hear this?
Yeah, I mean, I feel your pain there. I just turned the thing on and I couldn't fucking resist it. I saw Drew's, reaction to reaction. And I'm just up to the spot now where...
I don't know, man. It's got to be daily to have a face like that.
And I just had to stop. I'm like,
that's a swollen-ass face.
And, put a podcast on. And I said, don't do it.
Give her 6 months off the booze. She'll look like a totally different person.
And reply properly, but,
I can find a picture of me drinking, and my face blows the fuck up, too.
So here it is, and there's just like a million things to weigh in on. And it's like, I almost just want to be in there. Man, I think it is, I don't know, just like, I mean, correct me when I'm wrong. It's just like, tinfoil, it just like...
I don't think I have it, man. I think I lost the address. I'm pretty sure I lost the Bitcoin address.
But you just remind me so much of me, before.
I'm not allowed to have money for some reason.
People they're not capable of understanding what you're saying. They don't even...
I mean, there's really realistically, there's no reason I should be destitute.
You can't debate with people because they don't even get your point. And it's just they're on this level.
Swing by,
it's like Bill Hicks being a dog being shown a card trick, and it's just so frustrating to listen to. Just tinfoil there, it's the most insulting thing I've ever heard in my life. Where he says he believes in Jesus, but he doesn't hate Christians. He's a Christian.
Now he's complaining about tinfoil, aka toilet bowl. Toilet bowl is hated. I don't know if you guys know this. Tinfoil, aka toilet bowl earth, is hated and reviled and despised, fucking metaversally wide. But good to see you, Chud, by the way. But in fact, a homeless person airdropped me 10,000 XRP when I was in Austin years ago. I don't even know what I did with that shit. And I knew about Bitcoin from day one when anybody could just mine that shit on any computer. I'm telling you. And then I almost bought 4,000 worth of Bitcoin at $35, not $3,500, not $350, $35, and that was as high as it had ever been at the time. But I was just going to play online poker with it, so it's not like I would still have the money. Most likely I would have lost the money. Although I could have gone, who knows, I might have gone on a big run. I was playing, I'm trying to think, was I playing PLO yet or not? What's up, Pistolero? Yeah, it is obvious, and I don't let it bother me, Yurt. I mean, I know what game they're playing. I'm choosing to play their game, right? But yeah, I'm pretty sure in the audio I'm going to restart, or I'm going to press play. I believe this is Will from Australia complaining about toilet bowl earth.
There's contradiction of this contradiction. It's not contradictory, mate. You're getting stuck in words. You're spellbound. Do you think Benton's so dumb that he didn't make the connection between Christ and Christianity? That's actually what you're saying. What you're saying, like the implied subtextual insult to Benton, and why you laugh with that arrogant laugh, which makes you sound so fucking stupid to anyone with half a brain, is you're actually saying, there are people dumb, there's probably an orangutan somewhere that maybe might not be able to make that connection, but then there might be many things, but you're not stupid. I actually counted 0 contradictions. I mean, the only thing I would say is just on Jackson's thing about the money, but later on I get why you're saying that, the unfunded liabilities. He wasn't actually, I don't think...
I'm having more coffee. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning.
I just think he was saying that...
coffee addiction intensifies.
It's the way they keep everyone invested in the concept of, not money being real or fake. That's too fundamental. I'm talking about the way the way that it comes in, like, money as compared to, say, gold, we have to dig it out of the ground or whatever. It's like, oh, geez, like the central banks, what are we going to do? Fucking about this debt, oh shit, we better pay it back. Or we didn't pay it back. You like, you're just someone, as you said, it's all created in debt, and then not even that, it's just like, doing the subprime, it's just let's buy a whole lot, like, what do you got in your bank sheets? You been a bit greedy, their banks? Like, what do you got, just shit there? Yeah, look, we'll buy it up. We'll buy it. Just, so, like, how are you going to buy it? Oh, we'll print it, because that's what we're allowed to do. That's by decree. You can't, by decree, have gold just appear in your pocket. You've got to, like, by decree, you can make some people go out and dig it, but you can't just by decree, like, the alchemist just fucking invent it. So it's like, and they go, oh, geez, we've gone over the debt ceiling, or what are we going to do? I thought what you're going to do, you're going to raise it again, but in the meantime, you're perpetuating this thing in everyone's mind that debt is legitimate. I think that's, like, a better way to say it. The debt is not legitimate, and by everyone thinking that the debt's legitimate, we're all in this big sort of trouble. Like, money being as it is, fake is not the word, fiction is not the word, highly fraudulent is the word, highly fraudulent. So to keep the fraud going, they've got to make us think that it's not monopoly money, and this whole thing, oh, unfunded liabilities. Like, I used to think that when it's, oh, fuck, unfunded liabilities, like, oh shit, how are we ever going to pay? It doesn't matter, they don't give a fuck about if we pay back eating. They couldn't care less. They don't care if we pay back a cent. What they would like is for us to be reminded constantly that we're all in debt and we better fucking keep working. That's it. Because what's real? The work, not the money. Like, in that sort of sense, like, money's real in as much as it is a medium of exchange, and that's like, my take, like, you talk about the small hats, whoever the fuck, who cares? Smart people. It's like, the guy that owns the farm there, or whatever, he can't come in and beat up that farmer and take the farm. Not going to happen. Farmer's going to fucking put a pitchfork through his face. So, but he's smart. He's like, geez, that's, that's a nice farm. With this, see this bag of paper here, you could buy a bigger farm, down there, They manipulate the money, they ingeniously got gold out of the system, which was limiting their ability to manipulate it. And so basically all they did, they didn't steal the land off Farmer Joe. What they did was they stole the value of the money, or not right way to say it. They manipulated the money so that they could manipulate him into thinking that the money was on the farm. So it's ingenious, it's like, and that's how they got the farm. It's a very simplistic example. So I think that's all Jack was saying. But then, like, listening to it later on, he's a little bit, I don't really want to work, and it's like, okay, all right, so yeah, like, I probably, you probably did understand what he was saying, and you're just, like, responding to, like, a whole lot of other stuff that's piled on. But anyway, but my whole point of bringing that up was just so that it doesn't come across that I'm just, I'm on Team Benton. I'm on Team, it's fucking cool, but on the one hand, it's like some sort of, like, sadistic pleasure in watching someone suffer the same sort of shit that I used to suffer all the time, which is why I live in 120 acres by myself, probably. Just, like, you can't even argue because they don't even get your argument. So what happens is, so to get back to that contradiction, he's like, here's what you're saying is, like, it fucking drives me crazy. It's like, no, he's not that dumb to think that, like, they're not making the connection between Christ and truth. What he's saying is, he doesn't want to be, and look, what you do is what I do, and I think it comes from a frustration. I'm not trying to fucking psychoanalyze you here. I'm trying to, I'm just curious, is this what, where you're at with this? And again, like, I brought up that example. I'm not trying to, do you need a teammate, Ben? Like, you're like me, you don't need many teammates. But you do like to talk. I like to talk. And you probably like to be challenged. And I like to be challenged. It's rare. And you try to talk with people that are, like, kind of, the truth from the Lord, and they're just little babies. Like, that guy has so fucking far to go to where he could have a conversation with you. So far to go. He's got to eat so many humble pies. It's ironic that, even those humble pies, like, sometimes you do have to, like, get a little venting out and be arrogant. And it's like, so what you're forced to do, it's like what happens is you start entertaining yourself. That's what I do. Is that what you're doing? Like, he just, like, so you actually, you become a provocateur in a sense, like, you make an extreme argument. You knew what you were doing. You were saying, like you knew that you were going to incite a reaction from him, but you wanted to, but not for the purpose of inciting a reaction, but just to entertain yourself. It's kind of like there's going to be a small percentage of people that get what you're saying, and you're just like, you know what, fuck these morons. I'm just going to say this for the small percentage of people that get what I'm saying. So I'm going to say it as blatantly, just like to lend it to becoming subject to word spells, as possible. I'm going to put as much energy in the words Christ first Christianity. Like, it doesn't, for Christians, it doesn't get much. It doesn't, you can't put much power in words to see, just to, not to see it under the spell, but just to, like, let's see if you've got any, let's see if you can get past the fucking spellcraft. It's like, I'm sick of fucking babysitting you, so I'm going to entertain myself. So I'm going to say it in the most extreme way possible, because there was no contradiction in that. He's got the contradictions over there. It's like, if this is a nation of, like, if this is a Christian nation, I've always, like, what does that mean? Like, it's the census. Like, we wouldn't be here. They just say, fuck you. Like, and that's the difference between a you and me, or a, allow me to speak for myself, and I'll take on, I'll take you at your word with what you said. But it's not just taking it at your word. I know when someone is, saying something that they've thought about, that they've understood all the implications of, and that they've decided, there's a little room for who knows what, but essentially, and that is that you would fight. You would. He wouldn't. And it's like, well, great philosophy, just sit there and get drunk and, doom. I'm with you on the dooms, man. I hate the fucking, look, if we all doomed a little bit, we might realize that we're living in fucking doom. And then instead of calling people out for dooming, we might all agree that we're fucking doom's on its way. And hey, should we avoid it? My analogy is always the one, and because I get the same shit that you get all the time, my friend, like, oh, I've got to be so negative. It's just like, you know, we're a little island sort of thing. We've got the moat, it's got Godzilla and fucking King Kong, all, you know, no one can get past that little moat. We've just got to put the bridge, you know, pull the bridge up sort of thing. And I've gone for a walk, it's right, and I'm over the hill, and there's fucking Tilda home, and this freaking Genghis Khan, and just everyone's coming, and just, they've got these signs saying, you know, fucking, you know, chalk body outline disc, we're coming to fucking kill the men, rape the women, and you know, take the children to slavery and all the rest of it, and you'll be there. And it's like, and I'm like, fuck, and they're serious. Like, run back to the tent. Everyone, just give me a hand. Come over here. I'm running. Give us a hand with this bridge here. You know, the fucking doom's on its way. And they're like, oh, come on, stop being so negative. No, not being negative. Just doom's on its way. We can stop it in its tracks right now. 20 minutes. Just give us a hand. I can't do it by myself. The bridge. It's just heavy. Come on, let's just do it, and we can get back to it. Ah, fucking Will, you've always got to be so negative. Such a doom. God damn it. I'm not. You've known me for how many years? Like friends, whatever. 20, 30 years. Do my eyes work? Have you known my eyes not to work? Yes. No. Okay. So my eyes saw that all these guys that they're coming to kill us. Now, does it look like I'm joking? No. You know, I've done my research, and you know, the analogy in this sense, the research required looking at them and seeing that they had signs saying they're going to come kill us. All I'm saying is it's just like, you know, call me a fool if you want, but you know I'm not a fool. Like, you know my eyes work. Call me blind if you want, but for 30 years my eyes have worked. What's up now? How many fingers are you holding up? Yeah, I can see good. And it's like, and they're like, okay, TJ, you know, just come in. Okay, fuck. Okay, guess I'm a doomer. And then you get really doomed because you're so fucking pissed off that they don't understand that you actually, the whole term doom is irrelevant. It's not positive, negative, it's whatever. It's like, hey, here's the situation, let's attend to it. Whereas what they're doing is, dooming is bad, because that's part of the social program. Dooming is bad. Can't doom. No matter how much doom there is, can't doom. And they all have a little chuckle, oh, Ben's a doomer. You know, he's a good bloke, but he's just a doomer. You know, kind of thing. Like, oh, fuck, that used to get to me. And like, I get annoyed in the car, so I was like, I'm not annoyed at the traffic or anything. I'm annoyed at you, honey. I never call my girlfriend that. What, you, for not being annoyed. That's what I'm really annoyed about. Not even annoyed, I'm annoyed at you for not being, why aren't you annoyed? So the thing is, like, okay, so if we'd have just put that fucking bridge up, we'd have been fine. But no, they all arrive, and I'm like, thanks, guys. Now I get to fucking get killed too. So, you know, that's why I've been sitting in the corner waiting for them to come, getting fucking drunk, because I can't fight them all by myself. So it's not that I'm too scared to fight, it's that you guys refuse to, because God forbid you fucking doom. You fucking morons. You know, so then what, you do what I do, and it's just like, fuck it, I'll entertain myself. All right, let's push it here. I'm going to stop babysitting these fuckwits, and I'll just have fun. And that's what it is. It's like, no, because if it was a Christian nation, so like, I don't call it whatever you want. You might as well call it satanic, because they're going along with the satanic program. That's what it is. If it's not Christian, it's the opposite. You know, assuming you've got the same definition to Christian. So you can't say it's Christian, but not living like Christians, and then it's against Christ. You can't have it both ways, mate. You're contradicting yourself. And then he uses words like redundant. He tries to use words that don't match the fucking thing. That's not the fucking right word at all. Like, contradiction and redundant, not the same thing. Absolutely the opposite fact. Your failure to see contradictions is like, you know. Anyway, yes, I get fired up with it, and that's why I kind of like try to, you know, stay away from the podcast. And it's just a compliment to you, because it's like, it's kind of like luring you back into the world where, you know, it's kind of like nice to have a bit of a chat and that. I've just gone through so many years of just like, yeah, I'm crazy, I'm crazy, let's talk about, I don't know, whatever, yep, it's not going to be 2 weeks, it's going to be fucking forever, it's not going to be like I'm crazy, a year later, no one's come and said, geez, you were right about that. No, they all think everything's on the fucking, they all go, oh, it's weekend time. For me, weekend, because I run the fucking thing, it's just like, on the weekend, I actually get to do some work, some proper work, like work, and then like work on the property, and then like every other fucking thing, you know, so I guess the whole, you know, it was exciting to kind of stumble across, because it was like, yeah, it was like you very, very similar to me, and I'm very careful to say again, it's like, it's not, you know, like just like you, I'm not looking for, you know, to have a team or any of that sort of shit, but I'm not looking to define anything, because I don't need to define anything. It might be a team. What's a team? A team might be, I bet we'll have a couple of good chats. Cool, let's call that a team. Or not, or whatever. I don't need to define anything, because I don't need the security of definitions, you know. I wouldn't mind whittling out what, you know, you need about the team. Look, you know, you go about things a similar way to me, like you'll go to the extreme of the argument, you know, to try and bring it back to, otherwise they don't notice that it's too close to, like, you've got to take it the other way. And I don't actually understand that the reason you're taking it the other way is because they're too stuck to where they are. So you've got to take it so far away. But then instead of them seeing that they're too close to where they are, they just like, you've gone fucking way off it, and they start attacking you, and they entrench even more to where they are. I mean, that guy who just thinks like, you know, like, you know, like, you need to grow up, you need to find that, you need to, like, no, mate, no. Like, the thing is, young tinfoil, you're not even aware. Like, I don't know how much learning I've got left to do, but I do know the difference. I do know how long it took to get from where he is, you know, and yeah, it's a hard step, because he's literally got to get past himself. And it's like, you and I will come across as arrogant or whatever, but we're actually very, very open. I'll speak for you again. You know, just, I'm not speaking for you. I'm asking you to say you see things. I'll be if a better idea comes along, I'll be very quick to jump ship. Like I'll really listen to what it is because I want to have the discussion and I want it to be an engaging discussion. So I want to give the person time to make his point, then I want to understand the point because I'm not getting fucking offended by a point at all. What I do get offended by is the failure of them to see a fucking simple point and explain it again and again, but they can't get past themselves, their own words, because they have to define themselves for their own security. Because fuck, God forbid they look at themselves. So this kid here, it's like he also said, like he made a reference like to you're new agey because you got to find yourself or whatever. It's like, dude, like whether you're a Christian, this, that, or whatever, that's what you're trying to do. Find yourself. Whatever that means. Does that mean be like Christ? Does that mean, whatever it means. Like if you don't find yourself, young tinfoil, you're not a follower of Christ. You can't be, because he tends to have true self following him. Now whether that true self, and this is where the paradox of it all comes into what you say, something along the lines of surrender to the highest God. Like we'd have to have a chat on that. Like I don't know if it's a semantics of argument or whatever. I don't quite use that terminology, but I think what I do is the same kind of thing. Like I'm completely open. I'm not gonna lie to God, Jesus, or any of that shit. But I listen to a lot of it. Like I'm completely open to it. I haven't had that like thing where I've walked out that terminology. And you're sort of a little bit both. It seems like you're not trapped by the terminology. So that's why I think it's maybe somewhat of a just a semantic sort of difference. Like you're not trying to get any security out of. In fact, so little is the need for your own security that you can actually say a statement that few Christians are Christian enough to understand, which is Christ. Jesus, I'm following that. Oh God, what does that mean? Ben Will from Australia. Listen, I'm going to try and go short if I can. Just a quick background on me. I actually run my friend's company.
So it's his friend's company. Okay.
Including subcontractors and whatnot, blah blah blah. So
it restarted. Hang on. That was the end of it. What'd y'all think about that? I've got a few more, but I don't know where they're at. This guy. It was amazing doing that podcast, dude. All kind of people emailed me. You're not gonna. Yeah, you're not gonna. You can't phase YCM. She's probably just joking. Yeah, Bex is awesome. I love talking to Bex too, actually. Well, and that's that would be the one to marry. However, I'm autistic, right? If like we're both neurodivergent, I can't do the neurodivergent on neurodivergent. Although Aphrodite's not, but let's face the reality that none of them are going to be a picnic, right? Realistically, in a marriage, quantum epic would be the easiest to deal with, right? Be pretty easy to mind control that broad. Although the drinking, there's no fucking way I could cohabitate with a drinker. Although marry doesn't mean I have to live with them necessarily. I mean, I'm free to just fuck off and do my own thing. Yep, that's right. Quantum would definitely be the best one to do. I just, there's no fucking way I'm getting with a drinker on that level. It's just not going to happen. Number 2 drank, but not like every fucking day, right? She just tie one on here and there. She was fun when she was drinking. No, she was fun when she wasn't drinking. Yeah. Oh, dude. She's way too fucking... Well, they're both too... I mean, ultimately, if I had to pick one to marry, it probably would have to be Quantum Epic, because the other two are too... Hey, the other two are too fucking smart for me, Gary. That's the problem. Realistically, I don't think I could marry either one of them. They're both too fucking smart. Yeah, but part of that is I would want to kill... Like, I don't want to, but... It's like, I'm not killing Aphrodite or Bex under any circumstances. So, like, obviously, Quantum Epic's got to go. You know what I'm saying? Not that I would take any particular pleasure in the act itself, but yeah. Although she wouldn't see it coming, right? That's even more fun. I feel like Bex or Aphrodite could, they'd kind of suspect what was coming, but like Quantum Epic would just have those doe eyes, right? She would never see it coming. Yeah, exactly. No fucking way. Yeah, I think it would be Bex. It's just my autism would get in the way. I can't. It's too much autism. It's too much tism in one room, right? Too much tism in one room. Oh, speaking of Bex, let's go watch the Bex back catalog. What do y'all think? Can you want to peruse the back catalog of Bex? Let's do that. Let's see. What's the oldest video I have of hers on here? Here we go.
Hello, everybody, and nobody that's here right now.
Yeah, let me introduce you, folks, to a Benton specialty known as the screen share.
Hello.
Sorry, the screen recorder. My apologies. The screen recorder. Yep, it's the moment that it's the moment Bex has feared. This is from when she was this was before the rebranding. This is the Pythag Bex channel. Without further to-do, away we go.
Hello, everybody, and nobody that's here right now, and everybody who's there in the future. Yeah, welcome to Books and Bex. This is the
Thanks for having us,
second
Bex.
installment in my series. Although one could argue that I shouldn't have started reading 4 chapters of a novel and then maybe started reading something else, considering I might be leaving too much time in between the chapters of the novel. But I thought about that. That's the beauty of having read the novel out loud, is that I can even go back and listen to it again. So I have been reading The Left Hand of Darkness by Ursula Le Guin. What a fantastic book. Has me here on the channel pondering the divine feminine, divine masculine, and potentially the divine androgyne we've been ignoring on this planet. In this realm, on this earth, in this world, whatever words, whatever verbiage suits you. Today I'm going to be reading from Lewis Thomas, The Medusa and the Snail. He is a doctor. He was a doctor. The book was published in 1979. I believe these are papers that he wrote post-retirement after being a teaching doctor. He wrote these essays
This is
as a sort of a media.
Wait a minute, this is only 30 minutes long. This ain't the one. We need a long. We need one when she goes long. Here we go. This one's 632 megabytes. Let's do this one.
The banner up. Here's music by Dillaroo. This is called A Part of It. And scrolling down. Oh, it's still loading. Oh, now we're good to go. All the players soon enough. You know, it's like it's censored by YouTube, censored by the archetype. Anyways, I fucking, I mean it. I mean it when I say that guy's taught me so much. So, I think we might not go yet. We'll see how it's going because Carrie just got here. But I think we might need to play the Riswadia national anthem. And just to be, we'll play it a little bit higher volume because it's a folky song.
Be an idiot not to succeed, whatever. I mean,
Bordering on hatred, bordering on hating my mom so much that they'll punish my mother through her daughters. I knew you were going to say that, Maggot. I knew you were going to say that. So thank you for being so such a solid.
There's way more of these, by the way. This is just what I have in
I'm
one
stumbling on
directory.
words. Yes, for being so solid in your personality. I knew you were gonna say that.
Well, and Carrie,
I'm gonna do the usual.
I'm sure you're joking, but this is where folks don't listen. I'm not a narcissist, thank God. I'm certainly not a covert narcissist. I have some of the traits. We can go through them. I've gone through them before. I have less than half of the traits, but yeah, I got a pretty healthy dose of some of them. Yeah, and and I also have some antisocial personality traits. But yeah, thank God, not an actual narcissist. I'm way too introspective for that, thankfully.
Oh, who's up here? We got Marcel. We've got add to the stream.
Oh, that's interesting.
God morning from way past sun has set time here in the Pacific Northwest.
Well, wait a minute. If Quantum Epics, well, I'm not gossiping. Never mind. I'm not doing it. I would like to because it's fun, but I'm not doing it. So yeah, you can absolutely talk about that.
Americas. How are you doing today, Marcel?
Good morning.
Oh, by the way,
fine. I got my first coffee.
This bozo Marcel, I went over there one day and I ran this fucker off, never to return. After I went over there and set the room on fire and left, apparently this guy sent Bex a breakup letter through email. He broke up with her metaversely because I showed up on her channel, set the room on fire, and then left and came over here and did my broadcast. You're welcome, Bex, by the way. One of the many services I provide, ejecting and evicting the dead weight.
Nice.
I wanted to add, you're not hated here. Let's say that.
Oh yeah, thank you. I don't feel like anyone hates me.
No, but you were talking about your family.
Oh, thank you. You're right.
Awesome.
Thank you, Marcel. I had already thank you.
Yeah,
I didn't mean to act like I was. Yeah, suddenly I was like, who was hating me? Oh yeah, dad and stepmom. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. I didn't mean to be so vacated from that thought already. It's just like shows how much I've healed from. I really feel like it shows how much I've healed. Like I went no contact, just so people know in the crowd.
Dude, her
I went no
voice,
contact with
man.
my father and my stepmother, July of 2021.
I like
And
it,
it was
but
like the best. For me, it's the best thing I've ever done. In fact, I don't
it
speak
cuts
quite
through
fluent English
everything.
right now either. I would, like we do on birthdays and stuff, but I'm just like really, really quite distant from most of my family.
thank God for
I got a
my
couple siblings on the
headphone
end, but even then, you
amplifier.
know,
I can
it's like
turn
once
the
every,
volume
I don't
down.
know, 4 months we might have a good catch up, a good chin wag. They're way younger than me. They're young enough to be my children, pretty much.
Well, and by the way, who are these
I
fucking
didn't ask Mom if
losers,
someone could
man?
move in
What
yet.
a
And
fucking
thank you, Noah.
loser.
Thank you.
Did you say that?
Yeah, Megan asked. No, Megan asked if we asked Mom if someone can move in. Yeah,
I
Megan's
can't
really
watch. I
looking
can't
forward to
watch
moving
them
my mom.
chit
I'm
chat.
supposed to go
This is
visit sometime
fucking
this
brutal.
month. And Megan also says they don't make decisions on a. Oh, Marcel said
Oh,
be
I
right
was,
back.
I was just moving away from the keyboard, but yeah, I've
No,
seen that.
Yeah, keep us posted,
yeah. That's why I
Marcel.
think it's funny that we got these doctors now. We got these doctors calling us, right? They used to take
What's up,
swabs for
Rob?
illnesses, right? They have all these
You
fucking
missed.
textbooks full
I
of
don't even know
pathogens,
what you missed,
and,
but it's
and
been
then they
pretty
hide behind their
wild.
screens like, oh well, you know, the germs have gotten so bad. We have to sit. Like it's the most actually. I'm gonna say it's the most retarded thing I've ever seen in my entire life. You know, like I almost, you know, my doctor wouldn't do anything. He would have sent me for X-rays with whatever happened with my foot, you know, a couple weeks ago, and I probably should have gone to the doctor. Like I fucked up my foot, you know, but I've just been like keeping it up and icing it here and there, and I never wrapped it. I probably still should wrap it, but all the swelling's going down, and all my toes move, and you know, I can touch the side, and when I compare the 2 feet, it's just the swelling that's, you know, it's just the swelling that's like poison. Actually, poison's like perfume, like it's just a change in ether, perhaps. So again, I'm not. So there's many ways we can take this idea, but you know, I just thought the next level was like if Monsanto wasn't here and all the old trees were here and blah blah blah. Now we've got like, okay, say we have 35 billion people, right? And then oh wait a minute, that's too many. No, actually, this Earth can support tons and tons of life, right? So we're gonna call it in the Dean model of perfection.
I don't know. I'm changing my mind. I might go kill Aphrodite. Fuck quantum epic Mary Bex.
40, 50, 60.
I don't know. She's not going to be able to talk. She's not going to be allowed to talk
Yeah,
this much.
they probably got a gun
I'll just have to
their head by
leave
the
when she's
Rockefellers,
talking
like or
this.
whomever. I'm just going to pick on the Rockefellers for now. I don't care who. We could call them the Firestones. We could call them the Romanovs. I don't know, Rasputin. I don't care what name we put to them right now. But I would say
That's
that
hilarious,
you know, it
Michael.
likely is like a upward. It's a trickle up effect of some.
You had like a logo.
See here, that's how abortion got passed. Right? Abortion got passed by like the worst possible scenarios being justifiable, right? And then we sit in a world where it's become a form of birth control, right? And again, not that I'm trying to say people don't have the rights to do what they want with their bodies. I'm just saying that in I'm like slackers, but you've been here for like 12 hours. Oh my gosh, I'm just joking, friends. Okay, should we go with let's go with a nice little scene like that. I think it's gonna clash though.
No, it looks good. I like it.
Anyways, I'm getting far off topic. You guys were having such good chats in the you guys are having such good chats in the chat.
Yeah, she's quite the conversationalist,
a lot of
YCM.
really,
I've
I
talked
really
to her
appreciate you guys
for
sharing
long
your
periods of
personal
time as
stories.
well. Yeah, she's quite the conversationalist,
I
must say. I don't really have much bad to say
reading
about
them.
Bex.
I wanted to say about seeds.
When I'm making the fuck, marry, kill, a lot of that's based on my personality also and what I'm able to tolerate. It's not just, you know, it's not just a choice in a vacuum.
Did you guys know that in with genetically augmented seeds, so like the seeds you get from the grocery store, you know, you go to plant them, you're gonna get some successful plants, right? You're gonna get some that don't grow because you know, in an ideal setting they've sort of sprayed pheromones or they've treated the plants in such a way that they're, you know, they don't want us having the seeds to their plants. But the thing about plants is they don't give a shit what man wants. They don't fucking give a shit what man wants. And plants actually propagate many ways. Seeds is just one of them. So the seeds that you get from your GMO plants, right? You only need a generation or two, and maybe even in the same generation on the same plant, right? The plants that you'll get from those GMO seeds will tend back to their heirloom state. I don't know if you guys know that. Cain still walks the earth. Subbed.
Hey-o.
More twins in your family, hey Yella?
Hey now.
Is that early? You can't check, so you might have 3. You could have, that would be Irish triplets then, wouldn't it? Is that how they would call that? And Cain still walks the earth. I'm intrigued, Jay Phillips. I'm intrigued. Is it too late for you to come up and chat? I know it's late for some of you. Were you planning on having your baby at home, Carrie? Or was it just a surprise and everything happened quickly? $2:20 p.m. 2:20 p.m. and The lights are shining in Steven's world. The lights are on, the lights are off in my world. Very dark and quiet outside. Very dark and quiet outside. I guess De La Rue is either cleaning and listening, or he's passed out. Should we talk about him? Should we talk about him while he's not here?
Hey, I got Drew's anti-mask song. Anybody want to hear this?
It's fine.
Drew made a rap song against the mask. Anybody want to hear this? Anybody? As I stop Bex at 122.11. Okay, this is Drew's anti-mask rap song. Let me make the banner.
We have to prepare for a more angry world, and how to prepare? It means to take the necessary action.
Why does my screen keep resizing?
Call the lawyers, we all up in your foyers. QAnon shaman is on Shroyer. Planet X coming soon to destroy her. Near a boo and you can't avoid her. So close the curtains, this be on for certain. That's why they gotta keep creating new diversion. Race riots every time they read a verdict. Trying to stop the earth upgrading newer versions. It's like a high-level mage trying to keep you enraged so he can keep your thoughts locked in a cage. But Pandora's box open, so don't be afraid. It's time to turn the page and enter a whole new age. Earth around, that's a reflection of your iris. I'm reading Matrix code when I close my eyelids. They program you that you shouldn't.
You know, Drew probably liked Minneapolis. He's from St. Paul.
Of course they say that they don't want no payback.
He had to
They
move.
just want you living paycheck to paycheck. Why
Yeah,
they
it's
roll
true.
around everywhere in a Maybach, and you can barely buy a kid's
not bad, I
cake
have to
from a
say.
Payless. They all failed us. Same ones who got bailed out. Same ones who hit up Jesus with a nail gun. You know who I'm talking about if you a real one. The ones you never talk about unless you real one.
We have to prepare for a more angry world, and how to prepare? It means to take the necessary action. We have to prepare for a more angry
hang on.
world, and
I might as well listen to it again. I
how
forgot
to
I had this thing
prepare?
on repeat.
It means to take the necessary action.
Which one is that? TBE's got a lot of good songs.
We all up in your foyers. QAnon shaman is on Shroyer. Planet X coming soon to destroy her. Near a boo and you can't avoid her. So close the curtains, this be on for certain. That's why they gotta keep creating new diversion. Race riots every time they read a verdict. Trying to stop the earth upgrading newer versions.
I will, but I was just asking. I've heard most of his songs. I've heard most of his songs. I'm a fan of TBE, actually.
So don't be afraid. It's time to turn the page and enter a whole new age. Earth around, that's a reflection of your iris. I'm reading matrix code when I close my eyelids. They program you that you shouldn't perform violence. Klaus Schwab,
Oh, I've never heard this.
Trump is the virus.
Thank you,
Of course
YCM.
they say that. They don't
Or
want
maybe
no
I have.
payback. They just want you living paycheck to paycheck while they roll around everywhere in a Maybach. And you can barely buy your kids kicks from a
Oh yeah,
Payless.
TBE's a bad
They all
motherfucker.
failed us. Same ones who got bailed out. Same ones who hit up Jesus with a nail gun. You know who I'm talking about if you a real one. The ones you never
What's up, Sand
talk about
Beach?
unless you real one.
We
What's
have to
happening, partner?
prepare for a more angry world. And how to prepare? It means to take the necessary action.
Gang gang, gang gang. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Balloon.
My life work.
Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Balloon. Gang gang, gang gang. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Gang gang, gang gang. Coconut so good. Good. Coconut so good. Balloon.
Okay. Folks, can I get a sound check here? Because, you know, I have a mask on, so. And I'm about to pass out. I can't breathe. Let me get a sound check. Can you guys hear me good, or is it muffled? So listen, if I stop talking, it's because there's people around me, okay? So I have to be careful what I say around these people. Let's start with the bananas, okay? Notice that the word banana, I don't know if you know this, but banana equals 33. B-A-N-A-N-A equals 33. And it just so happens that a banana is a wiener reference, you know what I'm saying? What is the chance of a wiener referencing? I mean, a wiener reference being the 33. And you know what else? Cucumber, it has like two, you know, it's like double, you know, the syllable. It's CC, cucum. It's got the cum in it, the cucumbers. But let me tell you something, folks. You know how hard it is to do this right now? There's like 100 people around me. And I can barely breathe through this stupid mask. Look, there's too many people around me, man. I gotta go somewhere where there's no people around. Hold on. Oh, I'll show you my I think this was the thumbnail, right? Look at that. It's the kosher pee-pee. Look at that. Purely pickled pickles. Look, it's the pee-pee. Those pigeon peckers love the pee-pee, you know that. And it's Vlasic. They're sick, these pigeon peckers. You know that. What is this? Look, it's nuts. And it starts with P. Pecan, get it? The peon, the pecans. Look, the other one started with a P, P-E, P, like peeing. And this is piss. Pistachios. And pecans, get it? I don't know if there's a kosher section here. Look at this. The first thing I see is this ground cum. Look at that. That's a Jew's favorite spice. Ground cum. I'll have a pallet full of ground cum, please. I have to point the camera to the ground, that way it doesn't, you know, that way nobody gets on camera. What is this? Look. It's the bush beans. It's got the bush. Where's the Franken beans? Because the Frank is like the wiener. Like they're the wiener schnitzel. Folks, I'm looking for something. Look, pineapple has the pee-pee. That's right. Pineapple has the pee-pee. Look, mandarin orange. Man and the orange. Aunt Jemima. Ah, man. Look at that. Anderson? Luckily, nobody was in this. Does anyone hear that? Yeah, that lady heard me down there.
All right, folks.
I told you I'm about to pass out in this stupid mask.
I think I'm going to play my Jurassic Liars remix. Give me a second.
Where the hell am I? I don't even know where I'm at right now.
Hold on. Hold on.
Yes, this is live right now.
Bro, subs are skyrocketing.
Hold
We're up
on.
to 639.
I'm looking for something. Hold on.
Benton's breaking out.
Let's go in the candy section. Let's see what we got here. Look at this, bare naked. We got the naked. Look at that. See, that's subliminal. Look at that. Where is it? It says eat. Do you see that? In the word Heath, it says eat. See, that's subliminal. Just like Hershey's has the her and the she. Eat the her and the she, you get it? I'm looking for something, folks. I don't really see anything in this aisle. I think what happened was I wasn't breathing while I was talking, and then when I yelled, I almost had a heart attack. Hold on. Awkward. Elvis is the beast out of the sea. Do you understand?
Elvis is the goat. Elvis is going to shoot through the Space Needle, and you're going to see him hover above the waters of Seattle.
Don't you understand?
Because you know the 33 is their number.
To all the pigeon peckers, if you have an addiction to the butt or the wiener, call 1-800-NO-BUTTS, okay? And like I said, if you're addicted to the wiener, then press 1. And if you're addicted to the butthole, then press 2. Okay? Because they want you to sip on the pee-pee, Mississippi. It's got the sip in it. His name is James Holzhauer, but I call him Jam His Hole Every Hour, because that's how he got the gig. She's got the sun in her name, man. It's hard to tell, but the ball that he's dribbling is a Wilson. It's got the sun in the name, man. The name is Amber Anderson. It's got the sun in the name, man. Look at this creature, will you? Some woman. And his initials, PP, is a wiener reference. You understand? And his last name is Feelin', because they want you to feel the PP. It's got the PP in the headline. Do you understand? Again with the PP, man. Do you understand what I'm trying to show you here? So for the people who know my videos, you know that they love the CC and the PP, right? Okay? But right now we're focusing on the PP. Pablo Picasso is the PP. You understand? It's Elvis, okay? And Trump and Obama, of course, play a part in this monstrous charade. Oh, I'm 100%. There's no way I'm wrong. Absolutely not. About the scenario, I might be wrong, but there's no way in hell Trump is leaving. Whatever Trump has up his sleeve, they are gonna go berserk. End of video. Listen, if I take the mask off, I'm just gonna have dum-dums kick me out, because I've done it before here. And they kicked me out, called the police. I actually did a video. I think it was on this channel. Where's that one sausage company? Darn it. Oh, there it is. Look at that. Johnsonville sausages. Johnson? You know what? This is the shampoo I use too. Look, this Tresemme. And Tres means 3, I think, right? I think that's shampoo that I use at home. Look at that. It's menudo. Menu do. Men is on the menu. Look at that. It's hot and spicy men. Picoso. What in the hell? Look, it's jalapenos. What do we got here? What is this? Oh, Apple has the pee-pee. That's right. Look at that. And hold on, there's somebody next to me. I was about to say something. Hold on. There's somebody right next to me. Look at that. You got the Cran Man go. There's somebody right here next to me. I can't talk right there. That's why I have to be careful. Look, V8 equals 30. V is the 22nd letter and 8. The V8. Look at that. It's the Clamato. It's got the clam in it. Who the hell is gonna drink Clamato, man? What in the hell?
I'm gonna go get the napkins, okay? Wait for me.
Look, the high C. This used to be like the most famous. It's the big C, you get it? The high C. C is the 3rd letter. There's a dum-dum next to me. That's why I can't say anything. I'm waiting to talk about the pop drinks. Oh, there he goes. He's leaving. So, but where are we? Hold on. I wanted to get to the Coke section first. Hold on. See Coca-Cola. Damn it, there's...
Oh, I must
people next to me
disagree,
right now.
Yellow Cake Maker. This was at the height of the fake pandemic. Pretty much
See, they're
any
not
bizarre
Coca-Cola,
or out of
it's
the
the
ordinary
CC.
behavior got the cops called. So, no, this was a very, very different time when this was
CC.
recorded.
And you got the Dr. Pee-Pee. Look at that. The Pee-Pee's... Look at this person just walked by. He looked at me like I was crazy. Dr. Pee-Pee. Look at that. The Pee-Pee's right under the doctor. Hold on. And look, you got the squirt right next to the pee-pee. They want you to squirt their pee-pee all over. They want you to squirt your pee-pee all over their pigeon-pecking faces. I'm surprised it doesn't say just Dr. Pee-Pee, the drink. Look, Pepsi has the pee-pee too. See? Let me get out of this section. I only got one more row to go, folks. Then I'm gonna end the video. Oh, look. Darn it, there's someone coming. Hold on. I just saw this. It would have been good timing. Okay, here we go. Look at this. Look at Snapple. Snapple has the pee-pee, right? And they want you to snap your pee-pee off and shove it right in their pigeon-pecking buttholes. Look, straight up. Straight up their butthole. Exactly what I just said. Look, it's got the bang. Look at this. It says bang right there. B-A-N-G. There's the squirt again. What in the hell is this? Splish splash, out taking a pee-pee bath. That's right. Look, you got more pee-pees. Propel. Propel the pee-pee right in their ass. I just realized the geyser has the guy in it. Crystal Guy. Arrowhead.
I have no idea.
Where is that? Look, you have the pink salmon over there. Right next to the cocktails. Cocktail and the pink salmon.
Don't add in hormones or steroids. It's artificial.
And they like it raw. Look at that.
Turkey raised about hormones or steroids. Yeah, that's it.
Where is the... Look, it says pulp free. The pigeon peckers don't like that kind. They like it with the pee-pee right there. To all my brothers out there. Not the screen. The reality is that people hate freedom because you have a Discord where people can say and do whatever they want, and everyone just rage quits if they don't get their way, or one thing doesn't happen their way, they quit. So that's why you'll never see true freedom. In reality, people that study shit or whatever, they can't even, in an online place where nothing matters and there's really no consequences, then they can't even handle it. How are they going to handle it in the real world? People hate freedom. COVID's a fucking Jew hoax. NightmareDystopia.com Fed podcast. Ben's a Fed. That's it.
Ben's a Fed. End of video.
Peace out. And now it's getting to the point where it's comply or die.
Because and this, like, even Benton for sure, because he'll be like, well, there's no fucking way Trump's coming back. He's fucking done. Biden's a fucking president. I like to fuck guys in the ass in my hotel after I drive my truck. And I'll try to sell you guns on the Discord. And no, I'm totally not a Fed, but yada, yada, yada.
Listen, partner, you delusional and in denial. Partner.
But to me, Trump coming back is totally part of the script. The way that I see it right now, everything's playing out exactly right. Like, we are going to worship Trump. 1/6 was the abomination of desolation at the sacred capital, at the temple, right? And that's what they called it. They called it the sacred temple of democracy. And
democracy.
This buffalo-headed fucking shaman was sitting at the head of the sacred throne of
Paul Walker. QAnon shaman is Paul Walker.
No, he's the fucking guy from InfoWars that I didn't know about until just the other week.
Owen Schroyer?
Owen Schroyer.
Is that who he is?
Yes.
Let me look. Oh, shit. I thought it was Paul Walker, but holy shit, you might be right.
It could be all three of them, dude, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe it's all one dude.
But this is hell, and it's a nightmare dystopia. Why are we creating a nightmare dystopia? That's what I'm trying to figure out. And at this time, I more or less just believe that that's what this life... Now, obviously, it's a spiritual war, but in the context of the spiritual war, it seems to me like, you know, the main lesson I'm supposed to learn is, hey, dummy, you're creating a nightmare dystopia at a spiritual level. Why don't you just knock it the fuck off? And then that's the whole test. So, like, now, can I just die and go somewhere else? Please, but I'm not going to kill myself. Pretty please with sugar on top. Can I just go to whatever the next test is? If that is the test, and I've finally, how many times have I come back here? How many times has my spirit been in this level of hell? Maybe this is the actual test, and I've figured it out, okay? I think we're brainwashed to think, oh, you figured out that it's a nightmare dystopia, now it's your job to go fix it. There ain't no fixing a spiritual dystopia. You can't fix a nightmare dystopia. It's not possible. You're not going to overthrow the government. You're not going to reform the system. The only thing that can be done is get the people. By the way, you can't convince masses of people that, hey, we're actually all making this thing, and if we just knock it the fuck off, it'll just go away. You're not going to be able to convince people of that. That's it. I figured it out. I'm pretty sure that's the test. That's the main test anyway. And can I pretty please with sugar on top just get the fuck out of here? Thank you, creator. So I think I think I'm going through all the stages of grief with this pandemic. So maybe that's the last. Maybe I'm now accepting it. that I'm just, of course I'm going to die, which again, I've always understood my mortality. At least I figured that part out pretty early on. In my mind, everybody in my family lives a really long time. And so I guess in my mind, it was this concept of, okay, I'm going to just keep living, you know, to be like an old person. Well, I'm already an old person, but to be elderly, unless, you know, something happened to me. But now, okay, so when I'm talking about the stages of grief, am I actually accepting now that I will die soon, and that's okay? And actually, I'm pretty sure I prefer it, but I'm not going to kill myself. I just won't kill myself. I just won't. Maybe when the government man comes, I force their hand and they blow my fucking brains out. God, I hope they don't have some less than lethal. You know, that's a nightmare. What if they got some less than lethal and they fucking overcome me? And, you know, I don't have no desire to go live off the land. That's what the people are delusional and they're in denial.
It's a psyop, Matt. You're falling for a psyop. Oh, I never heard that one before. A psyop. It's amazing how...
Okay, the same people who crucified Christ are the same people who are controlling the news media and the whole world, you know?
So I'm a big fan. Big vaccine 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 fan. The China virus, because the China virus, because the China virus, because coronavirus, yeah, coronavirus, yeah, coronavirus, yeah, coronavirus, yeah, coronavirus, yeah. It's a disgrace what happened, frankly, a real disgrace. Coronavirus, yeah, because I'm the one that got it done so quickly. It was supposed to take 5 years. This massive attack from the coronavirus, yeah, because I'm the one that got it done so quickly. I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I have to be a big vaccine fan because I'm the one that got it done so quickly. We got it done in less than 9 months. It was supposed to take 5 years. They would have never even gotten it done. So I'm a big fan. At the same time, I'm a big fan of our freedoms, and people have to make that choice for themselves. And I would recommend that they get it and they get it done, and they're being protected, and the vaccines turn out to be a tremendous thing. And I also, though, feel strongly there are some people that do not want to do it, and I really believe in somebody's choice, somebody's freedom, and that's the way it is. The mandates are crazy, and what they're doing with schools now they don't know, are they going to keep them closed, or what are they doing? The teachers' union now is in flux. All of the things that are happening, people have to get back. The kids have to get back to school. They do very well against the coronavirus. They do unbelievable, or as I call it, the China virus, because that's what it is. It's the China virus. That's where it came from. Came from the lab. I said it came from the lab. Now they're all saying, well, I guess he was right about that. But they used to take people off. They probably still do. They'd take them off Twitter. They'd take them, they'd deplatform people when you said it came from the lab. But it came from the Wuhan lab, and it's a disgrace what happened, frankly, a real disgrace. I have to be a big vaccine fan because I'm the one that got it done so quickly. We got it done in less than 9 months. I have to be a big vaccine fan because...
Yo.
Morning.
Hi. What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Nothing. Let me just make sure my volume's straight and I got this shit set up. Give me 2 seconds. Jigs, Ghostbuster, Benton, I see you.
How's my audio?
It's been raining like a bitch, so I was Ubering to work, but it's nice out now, so I'm taking a little stroll.
Hey, can you hear me, Davey?
Can I hear you, Davey?
Okay, cool. Thanks.
You could turn up your volume. Let me just see something. I got your volume to the max.
All right, hang on.
The fuck
Is that
all
any
this
better?
shit, man? Yeah, you're good, bro.
All right, cool. You said you're Ubering to work?
No, I'm done with work.
Oh,
I
Ubering
Ubered
back.
there. I Ubered there when it was raining.
Oh, I see.
And I was gonna Uber back, but then there was no cars available, so I'm just gonna walk. It's nice out. What's up, Jigs?
What up, dude?
What's up? Oh, the other guy left. Oh, he got mad.
Yeah, I've been fucking with your boy Harold. Oh man, that guy is something crazy. He's like a specimen.
Oh,
He
what's
got
that in
crazy last
Kevin's?
night, and I
Is
fucking
that in
was in, I
Kevin's-
joined
is
his
that in
crazy
Kevin's-
Discord.
Kevin's Discord?
No, I joined Harold's Discord just to like see what Harold's all about. Oh man,
Get out of there. Because all he wants is the attention.
yeah, you know what? That's what it was. By the end, I thought he was gonna rap about me this morning. He was so mad. Jesus, he doxed himself to me. David,
You don't
whatever.
have a YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't have a YouTube channel. Yeah, so
like he had to mention Adam Green, and he lied. He lied.
He's out of control, dude.
He lied about the thing. That's not what I said.
Oh, he's crazy. He's a weird dude. Anyways,
Adam Green said it. Here my DNA, and I just repeated the post. So he was saying like I had the documents and was
He's
trying
way
to.
big.
highly suspect
way
of
weirder
your
than
generous
going on.
donation.
I'm not gonna lie. I
It
tried
means
to
a
delete
lot,
it, just so you know, if you get a screenshot of me saying something, I assure you it's me just trying to like have fun on the internet.
Oh, dude, I don't give a fuck, man. These people like try to go after my family. They go after my money.
He's a weird guy.
You think they care about someone? I think they care about someone joking.
Yeah, I know. Well, no, I'm trolling. I'm not joking. I'm trying to. I got him to dox himself to me. Anyway, I got screen. I recorded it. I'm never gonna share it, but it's funny stuff.
Well, he's Jewish.
He's a weird guy.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, he loves that when you call him a Jew.
No, I'm not kidding. Unless we lied to you about what his
I'll tell
name
you
was.
what he is. He's an incel. With that beard, bro, you ain't gonna ever kiss a girl. That's what I told him.
No,
too.
I'm
That really
telling
pissed
you,
him off.
if you said that he doxed himself to you, and he
Yeah, he
gave
said-
you a name, he lied to you.
Oh, he's so mad at me this morning, bro. So mad at me. So mad at me. He kicked me out of his Discord after. He's like, the jig is up and going off and trying to.
Just look at him.
Cool.
You're telling me he's not Jewish.
Well, the thing is, like, I'll tell you for sure, you're not kissing a girl looking like that. That's a fair statement, you know?
I told him, put a third track out, and I'll fucking slay you. I'm way smarter. I'm way more clever. I have way more professional producers. I have way more equipment. Like, I'll fucking bury you, dude.
Right. I thought it was funny. I had a good time. I was getting
But I don't want to give him attention because it's fucking you. And like,
someone to make fun of and fucking, you know, it was good. I had a really hilarious thing. He's like, hey, they got Krakow, and he's just going off on his tangents. Crazy.
but it's the same shit.
Yeah. He's just
it's
hating on you
fucking-
because he can, right? I get it.
It's fucking. Why the
Like,
fuck?
you're his lover. You're his scorned lover.
It's EBT's Discord all over again. Just
No,
repeat.
EBT was there, dude. EBT was there. I like went into your hater den, man. It was pretty funny. It was cool. I got booted.
EBT lies. EBT lies. He said, "Oh, I left the Discord." No, you didn't. And I have screen like, dude. Do you not think one, I'm in there? Two, do you not think I have like 5 people that are in there that are sending me all the screenshots? Like, come on, dude.
Yeah, right. No, for sure.
Don't act nice to my fucking face and then talk shit behind my back.
Whoa, there's something to that because I was being nice to his face to laugh at him today. Okay, there's something about that. That's okay.
No, I'm saying EBT being nice to me.
Oh, EBT, yeah.
And
I
then
thought you were talking about Harold.
Talking to Harold. And I did the stream last night with Drew that perfectly explained like what they are. Like,
oh, I know. I was halfway through it, but then I had a FaceTime with actual real friends from the real world. Turns out something Harold doesn't have.
but like again, like it's like not even worth my time. Like no one knows who this fucking guy is. So to like, even,
no, I get it.
even like talking about
don't promote a psychopath like that. Yeah, I get it. Trust me, he's weird, dude. He's fucking weird.
I mean, if anything, I would get like Beta Kings, Andy's Random Edits, like Irrational Times, and like do like a super cut, some funny shit, just like make it fun. Like I want it. Like I I wouldn't like seriously like go back and forth with him. I would just make a funny video making fun of him.
Dude, I woke up this morning and it's like Jigs knows all these hackers and Kevin McCarran thinks he knows all these doctors. This long like list, man. He's coming at me, man. I mean, I get it though. I was fucking with him.
Yeah,
I get it.
Kevin had to kick him out of his Discord.
Yeah, no, he's yeah. That's a
yeah. What's up, Ben?
Hey, what's going on?
I don't know, man. You're kind of quiet.
Oh, I was just waiting for my turn.
Positive vibes, right?
I don't know, man. It was
or afternoon.
That was an interesting stream last night.
I think the point was made.
Yeah, seems to be.
I mean,
go ahead.
Like no one got angry. We just explained, like, again, like, come up with something original. I'll look into it and laugh. Like, it'd be funny to find, like, but like, we're talking the same old shit from like a year ago.
Well, there's like an ebb and a flow to things I've noticed.
Like, what's that?
Just it kind of goes in cycles where it'll be a lot of hilarious stuff for a while, and then it'll kind of stagnate, and then just rinse and repeat. That's for what I've noticed anyway.
I don't know. I've seen no difference between EBT's Discord and them in the chat.
Well, you know, that's actually that's still the CBO Discord. I know they call it EBT's Discord, but that's like the third.
Yeah, but he's done. He left again.
Oh, I know. But I mean, it's like the third iteration of the CBO Discord.
I don't even know CBO. I just discovered this treasure trove of weirdos. To me, it's fucking hilarious. It's like, oh, okay.
For me, man, Drew's
fun. Man.
Drew's always been a solid dude to me. I'm sure Ben could oblige to that.
Well, like, he's never done anything to me, if that's what you mean.
Yeah, he's always been nice to you, let you on his show.
Oh, yeah, I've got a podcast because of him. Absolutely.
Yeah, listen to your ideas, but that's what he wants. He wants people to, like, come up with ideas and engage with each other. Like, I get it. Discord is a spurg fest where everyone talks shit, but, like, at a certain point, it's like, all right, well, I'm doing a stream on this, and I kind of want to, like, hey, do you know anything about this? Hey, do you have any links? Like, I woke up early as fuck this morning, and I was talking about graphene nanomagnetism.
It's a real thing.
Yeah, of course it's a real thing.
Yeah, that's a real thing. I didn't catch the stream. Sorry, you're East Coast, man. I was like, fuck, I was wasted.
So they got these vials of like Pfizer, and it's like 99% graphene, and this shit's like 10 to 15 times stronger than steel.
I'll tell you what, man. They're trying to inject my kids. That's the top. That's why I love Kevin and them, because like over there, I'm literally like arming myself for the argument with teachers and people with those links, right? Like Discord can be good.
Why do you need to have an argument though?
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
but what's the point of the argument? Like, I decided as soon as they declared a global pandemic, I'm never taking it, so I don't have to convince anybody of anything, because no matter what, I ain't taking it.
Yeah, my only thing is I think there will be, I would say within like a month, because there's got to be lawyers salivating at some of this shit, and there has to be something in the
dude, lawyers everywhere. Jewish Barnes is all over it already.
Well, Barnes is publicity shit. I'm talking about like real lawyers that are going to go into the courtroom and.
Actually, yeah, sorry. No, he's a real lawyer too. He's great.
I know he's a real lawyer. I know Nick Ricade is a real lawyer, but they're not going to.
No, wow, careful there.
Anyway, they're celebrity YouTube lawyers.
Yeah. That's right.
I'm talking about like actual firms that are like under the radar right now, not talking about it. Because anyone talking about it right now, I don't trust. I want the people.
Well, that's the thing.
I want them under wraps, and all of a sudden, all the filings start coming out.
You know Dr. Fleming? You ever see Dr. Fleming in Kev's chat? He's like legit at Congress. These motherfuckers are filing papers. They're doing behind-the-scene conferences. Like, doctors are rising. The only way we get out of this is if we need the doctors to fight the doctors, right? In my opinion.
The only way we get out of this is if we all uprise.
Well, in Calgary, city close to me, they had a big luncheon outside of restaurants. Everyone went outside the restaurants and just had food and had their own picnics in front of restaurants. Shit like that fucking sends a message.
Well, I hate to be the Debbie Downer, but let's be honest, man. The majority of people in America want me to have to be vaxxed.
Yeah.
Yeah, here too. That's the thing. Dude, we're 85% vaccinated where I live.
The broadcast has triple digit in donation.
I live in Vancouver, BC, Canada. We're like vaxxed out the ass, but like what's funny is they say 85%, but I'll tell you, most of my friends aren't. I don't know where they get these numbers.
Yeah, I think it's horseshit. And plus, it can't be 85% of everybody. It's 85% of everybody eligible.
I mean, what they said in the beginning was like 75%. And then you hear Biden talking about 98%. Did you hear his 666?
Yeah, that was crazy.
Yeah, dude. You know what the best part to that? No one caught this, but he's like, in 6 weeks, it won't even matter. 6 days, 6 minutes, 6 hours, 6 weeks. Well, in 6 weeks, actually, that would destroy the economy. Because in 6 weeks, it goes past the October 28th deadline to fucking increase the debt ceiling for more borrowing from the Fed.
That shit matters. Hey. They printed more money in the last year than they've ever printed throughout time.
Yeah.
Well, the craziest part of the Biden video was when he said unite the party 50-50. What the hell did that mean?
He don't fucking know what he's talking about. He hears shit from people that tell him, and then he like half gets it.
Did you see him holding Nancy Pelosi's hand like she had to walk him in like a schoolgirl?
Yeah, she's
right before that. He's retarded. They're literally leading him around.
I think it's bad on purpose. Like, I think whoever's in charge wants us to look like a laughingstock, which we do as far as American citizens.
Well, you guys know my theory on this. That Biden's such a bumbling, senile fuck, but he also has the elites giving him the order, like with the mandates and like just the way he speaks about it, like where it's no like uniting, it's all tyrannical fucking dictatorship style. It just sets it up perfect for that savior candidate, like an Obama type that's gonna save the day, hope and change.
I don't even know how America, like, Trudeau just got elected here. No one voted for him, man. I can show you a map, and literally it's like, it works out like this. We got an electoral college thing, and he literally wins with, like, the littlest dots of Ontario and Quebec. It's, like, the smallest parts of the country, like, literally probably, like, 1,000 square feet.
Well,
the motherfucker wins every time.
Every election is rigged, because if you ask me, I would have said Hillary beat Donald Trump, and Donald Trump beat Joe Biden if it was real.
Yeah, that's what I think.
Both those are true.
But, you know.
It's decorative. It's nice. I kind of like it. Once you see it, you're like, oh, okay, none of this matters.
Yeah, once you learn that, then you can get out of politics, and then it makes it a lot clearer to look into other shit.
Right.
But that fucking graphene oxide shit was, man, I found some like sweet documents, some good videos, some testimonials. It's I only like teased it for 30 minutes, but I think I'll have a full like stream on it later.
Yeah, that shit's real, man. You should have Kevin on. Talk to Kevin, have Kevin on, because he's gone over it before. Like, he doesn't. People are up his ass about it. He always gets DMs about the graphene oxide, super chats, whatever. Like it's common knowledge that they're doing it. That's the worst part.
Like what don't they think is real about it?
No, they think it's real. Kevin just fucking, he just doesn't go hard at it because he's like, yeah, graphene oxide is in there. Just, yeah, it's like, yeah, that's the thing. It's happening. He does. I don't know. I get what he's saying. He's like, yeah, no, we've looked at that. And, he doesn't really get into it.
Yeah, me and him disagree a lot because I'm way more conspiratorial about it.
Oh, me and him disagree a lot on like, for example, for me out here, we opened up, we have a life kinda, and then all of a sudden they came back down with the boot. And like where he's living, some people are in a position where they can bunker down forever, right? So in their mind, I'm not like that. I'm pro open everything up and fuck. Let's see what happens.
Well, man, I can tell you this: I'm not going to be told where I can go, and I'm not going to any checkpoints, and I'm not going to be told that you can't be out here because of X, Y, and Z. I'm not living that way, man.
I'll tell you this. This is personal information. My mom, she just had a fucking heart attack after fucking she had fucking quadruple bypass, right? After getting her second shot, and I've been going to the hospital every day to fucking see her, and I'll tell you this, there's no outbreak like they're talking about. The security protocols at the hospital I go to every day, the biggest hospital out here, and like it's not like what the news will tell you. And I'm watching the news. The news is like, oh, we're overrun, this and that. It's like I go to the hospital every day. There's no overrun. There's no people koofing in the lobby. There's no stretchers coming in of these dying people.
I mean, the only thing that's true is that they're understaffed.
Yeah, that's a fact. You know what, man? You're in New York, so you know best, man. It must be crazy out there. I can only imagine. I saw was it you? Somebody posted the bitches burning their fucking uniforms in New York. They're burning all their fucking scrubs and shit. I was like, oh, there's a lot of fired up people, man.
Well, I mean, there's some people that just have a backbone that's like, this is not what I signed up for. Like,
even my vaccinated friends are like, this is too much.
Yeah, well, they were retarded.
Yeah, well. But they're just trying to do the right thing, bro. They were trying to do the right thing. They want to get back to normal. That's the fucking narrative. It's hard to defeat that narrative.
Yeah, because the
people think they're like, if I do this, I'll get there.
Sorry to interrupt. They're morons. Why would they ever think that the government is going to have us do these things and then just go back to normal? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Not from you, from them. It makes no sense.
Talk to a bunch of brainwashed dum-dums out there. Most of them are just completely gone.
Everyone's trying to do the right thing, right? But they're just getting booted. Melbourne's crazy.
Dude, I'm in fucking Arkansas and these motherfuckers are taking the vax.
Yeah, that's crazy to me. Mind you, that's the home of the Clintons, so it's a weird place over there, right?
Well, but it's MAGA. I mean, it's MAGA hardcore.
Yeah. Well, that doesn't mean shit, though, right?
No,
when it comes
to the vax. Yeah, it doesn't mean shit.
Yeah. Anomaly did a good video the other day. Yesterday, actually, and he called it. I give Anomaly credit for this, man. He's like, I don't play this left-right game. And he went hard on the Trump people that are like, they don't understand how fucking, doctor, he called him Grandpa Warp Speed, doctor, whatever the fuck he said. It was pretty funny.
Dude, I did a whole song. I did a whole song about it. About Trump and the vax.
Yeah, no, fucking Trump is a vaccine salesman. You can't convince me otherwise. He always has been.
Warp Speed.
Well, I mean, he also did I Like Trump. So.
Yeah, hey, man. We all say things that we love, right? And then all of a sudden it's like, oh, shit, that bitch was trash. I don't know.
The only reason I give him credit, and I don't think it's a grift, is that he loses a lot of money going against Trump.
Yeah, that's exactly. Yeah, especially him, man. Especially him. He's got the MAGA money on his Facebook. Dude, that motherfucker. Remember 4 years ago, Davey, when Anomaly was nobody? And he grifted his way up with just being a kind hippie guy. Honestly, He's a good streamer. I give him that. Where he just like fucking, you know.
Yeah,
he forced his way into a Styx debate when really he was this no-name rapper motherfucker 4 years ago.
Yeah, I was trying to get a hold of him to talk to him, but like he didn't respond to me. So.
Well, because he's too good for you, right?
I don't know what it is, but like he asked a question about something specific that no one else answered, and I answered it like pretty fucking completely, and now I know him everything, and he just didn't respond. So I don't know. It's either gonna be a solo stream tonight. I might be streaming with Titus Frost. I don't know.
Yeah, it's crazy you stream, man. Putting yourself out there.
Where's the fucking beef stew? What? Yeah, you went out gun shooting, gun toting. Like a little fucking Puerto Rican princess.
Oh, did you say guns?
What?
You're talking my language if you're talking shooting guns.
Yeah, I was talking to my Puerto Rican neighbor.
I thought they were stabby, the Puerto Ricans.
I don't know what she is, but she can get the dick. I'll be back in a little bit, guys.
All right,
yeah, I'm gonna let you go too. I got shit to do. You guys have a good one, please.
Yeah, all right, guys. Have a good day, guys.
That was an old David Crocco. Hang on, why am I echoing? How am I hearing me? Hold up.
Yo.
Morning. What's up, guys?
What's happening?
Nothing. Let me just make sure my volume's straight and I got the shit set up.
Give me a second. Where is this echo? What in the fuck? Hello? Yo. Yeah, that must be it. Never mind. Figured it out. Give me a second. I got to find something to play. Efforting. Tad disorganized here on the hard drive. I'm going to play an old Nightmare Dystopia. This is. I might have to jump through these because I'm not sure what's what. This is the last ever episode.
What's happening? Benton here, coming to you on New Year's Eve. Christmas Eve 2021. I am a huge holiday person, as you can tell. This is Pirate Radio for the zombie apocalypse. I myself, having grown up a Jehovah's Witness through no fault of my own, I never believed in the religion. I was not an adherent of the religion. However, that's how I grew up, without Christmas, without birthdays. Don't cry for me, Argentina, but please understand when I tell you I'm not big on Christmas, but Merry Christmas, folks. Thank you so much for joining me. I'm speaking to you from post-revolution America. Revolution? What do you mean, sir? I'm talking about the COVID revolution. There's no doubt in my mind that COVID has been a revolution, that our society has been transformed and our lives are now COVID, whether we like it or not. A revolution, a political upheaval in a government or state characterized by great change. The removal and replacement of a government, especially by sudden violent action. A political upheaval in a government or state characterized by great change. And now also believe that as a result of the COVID revolution, that we now have more COVID cult members in this country than non-cult members. Hey, I grew up in a mind control cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses. I can spot a cult member. Now, a cult is a group, sect, or movement following an unorthodox religious or philosophical system of beliefs, especially one in which members remove and exclude themselves from greater society, including family members not part of the cult, and show extreme devotion to a charismatic leader. Now, that also means a group of people having an obsession with or intense admiration for a particular activity, idea, person, or thing. These people, they love the mask, they love the jabs, they love the cult of COVID. COVID warriors, as a shout out to Drew World Order likes to call it. Real quick, before I forget, at nightmaredystopia.com, I finally fixed my RSS feed. For some reason, it's always worked for me on the app I use, my phone app, Podcast Addict. Finally, some swell listeners had emailed me, and I finally got it through my thick head that there was, in fact, something wrong with the RSS feed. So that is now fixed. Please let me know if you have any problems with it. This is episode 56. Episode 55, one of our biggest episodes ever here on the podcast. I think we're over 300 downloads and like 2,500, they call it a 206 hit. That's when somebody clicks on it on the MP3 file in their browser, but they don't listen to the whole thing. And that's pretty good numbers for this podcast over its history. And shout out to Drew World Order, Chalk Body Outline, dlive.tv/Chalk Body Outline is where you will find our Sunday show, as yet unnamed Sunday show. We stream live on DLive every Sunday night, 11 Eastern, 10 Central. So please check us out over there if you haven't already. Also, we have a Discord server for the show. We want to do more caller-driven live streams. So far, not too many people have called in, but if you install Discord on your phone, and especially if you have like a Bluetooth headset or just maybe some earbuds with a microphone, I found that to be the simplest way to use the voice chat on Discord. And I will go ahead and post a link to the Discord server over at nightmaredystopia.com if anybody is interested in joining the Discord server. This is going to be a clip-heavy show, and my apologies for the amount of time between episodes from 55 to 56. We're going to play some clips. Before I go on to the clips, I was talking about the COVID revolution, that I now consider this to be post-revolution America, post-COVID revolution America. And I may have mentioned this in the past from listening to the Gulag Archipelago audiobook by Alexander Solzhenitsyn. I've come to realize something he mentioned in there helped me to have an epiphany. To paraphrase Solzhenitsyn, he said something to the effect of the people who survived the camps or were able to adapt most quickly to the camps were the people who were able to realize that their old lives were over, that their old life is dead, never to return. And I'm now finally to the point of accepting that. And I can't remember if I mentioned this on the previous episode, so my apologies if this is if I'm repeating myself here. But my pre-COVID life is gone. It will never come back. This is normal. There is no new normal. This is normal, as much as I don't want it to be normal. And I've realized that in order to be an effective person, the quicker I can accept the new reality as permanent, and I don't see any hope of the minority, by the way. There's no silent majority. The idea that the minority of people who are against all of these things are going to rise up and defeat the majority of our fellow citizens who are in favor of the COVID tyranny, the medical tyranny. I just don't see it happening. And a lot of the clips we're going to be playing today have to do with the COVID tyranny, the medical tyranny. So our first clip, I found a news article out of Australia, and this so-called pharmacy boss is talking to us about boosters and masks. So let's hear what this bozo has to say.
Mask wearing, like the previous speaker spoke about, is probably going to be with us for a long time. But you know what? It's not that inconvenient. It's a pretty simple, practical thing we can do. And I think booster shots, just like your annual influenza shot, is something that we just need to accept is not going to be with us for many weeks and months. It's going to be with us for many years. So, wearing a mask, getting a vaccine, it's not that hard. It's not that difficult.
Well, I agree with him about one thing, the reality that this is not going to be a matter of days or weeks or months. This is going to be years. And from what I foresee, literally the rest of my life. Now, everything else he said seems to be opinions. It's not very difficult. These are the things that we can do, blah, blah, blah. Those are his opinions. Now, certainly he's some shill who's being paid to say these things, or, realizes that his paycheck depends upon saying these things. But he probably is a drinker of the Kool-Aid. He probably loves COVID. He probably loves the cult of COVID. Now, what I would encourage everybody to do, anytime we come across this type of information, especially if you are a reader of news articles such as myself, go find a picture of the person who's bossing us around. I found that to be very helpful. So when I look at a picture of this guy, I think, not that I want anybody bossing me around necessarily, but I like to see the face of the person who's bossing me around and telling me that, well, it's not that hard, and, we're all in this together, and all this just ridiculous nonsense. I like to see their face. And then I like to ask myself, is this the face of a person that I would take any sort of advice from? Is this the type of person that I have any interest in following? And the answer, of course, is no. Why are these the people who get to tell us what to do? This is a text-to-speech recording from the article having to do with this the so-called pharmacy boss. I guess he's some kind of top pharmacist in Australia.
Mr. Twomey told Sky News he believes most Australians want to do the right thing, but that they were anxious to know what normal life in the pandemic era looks like. He predicted the need to wear a mask could remain for a long time, but that it's not that inconvenient. I think booster shots, just like your annual influenza shot, are something we just need to accept. It's COVID-19, not going to be with us for many weeks and months. It's going to be with us for many years. He said in order to remain fully vaccinated, people will have to get a periodic inoculation. He said boosters could be needed once or twice a year, depending on what conclusions experts draw from the data. But you know what? It's just something we're going to have to do. If we need one every 6 months, then you know what, Australia, let's get one every 6 months.
Again, well, number one, fuck you. Not you, fuck him. How dare he? The audacity to speak for other people. He's giving his opinions on the literal emotions of his fellow Australians. And, I'm going to continue to use this analogy, but if you were on a deserted island with this guy, would you just let him tell you what your feelings are? Would you let him give you his opinion about how you choose to spend your day? And he says to you, well, actually, you should be doing this thing and that thing and the other thing. Why are we listening to these people? And I understand that, the audience for the podcast is probably not listening to these people. I'm just speaking, globally or more generally. Why do we listen to these people? I really don't understand it. Now, this next clip is some Canadian comedian who's apparently also a paid shill for the boosters and the vaccines and such. And this is his take on the booster.
I've just had my third shot. A booster, they call it. How many more are they going to make us get? Don't know, don't care. Because I, like you probably, understand there is a global pandemic, and people much, much smarter than you and me have decided this is the best plan of action to avoid lots more people dying or cluttering up hospital hallways. You and I, we're doing our part by getting one more little prick and not being one.
Number one, no, I'm not doing my part. Number two, don't I get to decide what my contributions to society will be? Or did I go to all the trouble of being birthed into this realm in order to get bossed around by paid shill comedians? And I will take issue with this idea that people much smarter than, he said, people smarter than you and I. Number one, why am I of equal intelligence to this person? Not that I'm some great genius, because certainly I'm not. However, I'll take the Pepsi challenge with these people's intellect any day of the week, including the so-called pharmacy boss. This guy's name's Brittle Star, this Canadian comedian, bozo. I'll take the Pepsi challenge with any of these people's intellect in a debate. And now here's the thing is, I don't debate COVID. I think that's ridiculous. Why? Because as a free human being, I'm not in any way obligated to go along with any of this horse shit. And it is horse shit. So there's really no reason for me to get involved in, if somebody's like, hey, well, number one, I want people to know that I will never take any of these poison death shots. I want people to know that. However, if someone were to ask me, well, why not? Because fuck you, that's why. And not you, the audience, but that's what I would tell that person. Because fuck you, that's why. I don't answer to these people. These people only have the level of influence over me that I allow them to have. Fortunately, I don't, I've got a healthy dose of IDGAF. I don't give a fuck what these people think of me. That's their problem, what they think of me. Meanwhile, we're all the center of our own universes. Even if they manage to focus on me and my lack of poison death jabs and my lack of a mask, they might think about me for some small period of time, and then they're just back to their own life. I don't gain anything. No benefits accrue to me as a result of the cult members accepting me, and nor should I be accepted by cult members. I would say if I'm accepted by the cult members, and these are literal cult members that we're now surrounded by literal cult members, let that sink in. Why would I give a flying fuck what they think about anything? Meanwhile, I don't have to join the cult. They can't make me join the cult. What I don't control is the part where our society has undergone a revolution, and this is now post-revolution, post-COVID revolution America. And apparently the U.S. Supreme Court is supposedly going to hear the case on Biden's OSHA mandate for employers of 100 or more workers, and that may actually go into effect. And the courts had actually, the last court decision, from what I can remember, upheld it and said that it could stand. And if the Supreme Court had chosen not to hear the case, then it would have stood. So is the Supreme Court about to affirm that persons who work for large corporate or that work for businesses with 100 or more employees can be mandated to take a vaccine? Or, well, a never-ending series of poison death shots. My apologies. I'm trying not to say vaccine anymore, because clearly it's not a vaccine. Now, we still don't really even know what it is, by the way. But I would, anybody that lets these bozos run their life, they deserve what they get, in my view. And, I've already lived outside with almost nothing, and I am willing to starve to death before I'm going to let these bozos bully me and push me around and tell me what to do. Because if they can tell me what to do based on poison death shots and wear a mask and social distance, they can tell me what to do about anything. I mean, it will never end. And I'm just mystified that even the people who aren't in the cult don't seem to be able to take a look at the pandemic and realize that if we, the people, go along with any of this nonsense, our reward will be more nonsense. And I myself have gone along with the nonsense, especially the mask, in certain situations. But at this point, I'm just no longer willing. And I know I've said this before, but hopefully I'm able to live up to this. I'm just not willing to go along with the nonsense, because the more that I go along with nonsense, it's actually corrupting me, because now I'm going along with things that I know are lies. So how can I look at myself as a person of honor, a person of integrity, an honest person, if I'm going along with things I know to be falsehoods? And we're going to get into that with some of the clips coming up about the medical tyranny and doctors, and I'm sure I'll have some things to say about that. So the next clip, this is the University of Michigan and Michigan State Universities sent out an email to all the students and the faculty and staff and informed them that they are going to have to take the booster. So is this what my life is going to be? So this is what, if people choose to go along with this nonsense, which of course they are, because we do live in a democracy, even though we're not supposed to, and it's the tyranny of the majority. And the fact is, way more than half of everybody is going along with this. I would say way more than half of everybody is literal cult members, the cult of COVID. Our lives are now COVID, whether we want them to be or not. So now it's just, the university is just going to send me an email, and now this is what I have to do. But what about my choice? And I also want to say this about the testing and exemptions. I'm never going to take a test for COVID, because that's obvious nonsense also. And I understand that some people are able to apply for these exemptions, but I will never file for an exemption, by the way, because now the system gets to decide. Now my employer gets to decide if I'm allowed to be exempt from this thing or not. No, I am exempt from it, meaning that I'm willing to starve to death. I'm willing to live outside with nothing before I go along with horse shit, okay? And we know if there was an actual deadly pandemic, and if masks worked, and if these poison death jabs actually did anything to help anybody's health, if COVID is what the media says it is, there would be no need for mandates, because most people would comply or die, right? And that's where we're at now. Comply with whatever the system tells me to comply with in order to live. Well, guess what? I ain't got to do but two things in this life. I got to live and I got to die. That's it. I don't have to do anything else other than just basic bodily functions, breathe the air, eat the food, what have you. And again, Dick Gregory, I don't want to die. I came here to die. So fuck it. Tomorrow I may die. That's just how it is. But I've got to be able to look myself in the mirror. But meanwhile, while understanding I have no ability to convince cult members that what I'm doing is appropriate for me in my life. I'm not going to have a debate with these people. I'm not going to explain anything to these people. And if they ask me questions, the answer is going to be because fuck you. That's why. Oh, hey, Benton, why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you doing that? Because fuck you. That's the answer. I'll literally give them the middle finger. Fuck these motherfuckers. And look, they deserve hugs is what they do. Honestly, anybody who thinks that they get to, it's appropriate for them to boss me around and thinks that I should be sent off to a camp, because it's not going to be long, people. Remember, I've talked about this. This is still the easy times, okay? This is still the times of little to no pressure. You think these cult members, they're not going to want to be around people who are not in the cult. And I'm not in the cult. I've already been in a cult called the Jehovah's Witnesses. I'm not interested in joining any more cults after that. And I never joined that one, by the way. I was just forced into it. Oh, just like these kids, by the way. They're just forced into it. It's one thing for adults to choose to join a cult or to be, have their minds captured and just end up in a cult, the cult of COVID, but it's very much another thing to do that to children. So this is the news report about University of Michigan and Michigan State University requiring boosters.
MSU and U of M now on the list of universities requiring students, faculty, and staff to get a COVID booster shot.
Those schools are the first in the state to do so. Megan Woods is live in East Lansing. And Megan, what are people on campus saying about this announcement?
Yeah, well, here at Michigan State, they have a mask mandate
mandate, a COVID vaccine mandate, and today they got this email saying there's another, this time the COVID booster shot, and it's prompting several different emotions on campus. After a week full of final exams, this morning Michigan State students, faculty, and staff got this message from University President Samuel Stanley requiring them to get a COVID booster shot.
I wasn't really expecting it, or like for the shots, it kind of was like pre-warned, and then this one, it just like all of a sudden today, they're like, oh, it's required. So it's like a little shocked.
I feel rather pleased to knowing that it's mandated, so people are, now required to get it, so it's a little bit safer for people.
In the email, President Stanley refers to the CDC strongly recommending everyone 16 and older receive a booster. He said, this guidance, coupled with the fact that the Omicron variant has been found in Michigan and is likely at MSU, has led me to this decision. Some students and faculty
Most people want this. Most people want this. Most people want this.
It's a little frustrating, I think, the fact that we have to get it and we still have to wear masks. In the beginning, it was supposed to, you were supposed to wear masks for the first little bit of school, and now it's just second semester and we're still here.
But say they will still get the shot.
I'll definitely get the booster because I'm not leaving this place.
I'll be getting the booster too, yeah.
Michigan State says this requirement starts next semester, spring semester 2022, and U of M says that their deadline for the Ann Arbor campus is February 4th. Now, when it comes to people who were already exempt for medical and religious reasons here at Michigan State, they are still exempt from this booster shot mandate. Live in East Lansing, Megan Woods, Local 4.
Great. Yeah. So now you've got the one girl, she was frustrated about it and sounds like she probably doesn't want to get the thing, but they're going to get it. They're not going to upend their entire life. They're not going to change their entire way of life in order to say no to a never-ending series of poison death jabs. And I think people are beginning to realize, even the people who are going along with the nonsense, they're starting to realize, they're going to have to take however many shots the government and these different institutions tell them. So something that we've talked about on this podcast going back to the very start of the podcast is it's the government or the state injecting the populace with God knows what anytime it feels like it. So at what point would these gals say, okay, enough is enough, I'm going to quit school, I'm going to change my life? I mean, how often would the boosters have to get up to? Would it be a booster a week, a booster a day, a booster an hour? It seems to me like they will tolerate whatever it is that they have to tolerate in order to continue their life. And I've already upended my life. Now, I don't want any credit for this, but I have made choices that are not my preferences. I'm living a different, and again, my old life is gone. My old life is dead, never to be revived. It's never coming back. And part of me is just looking forward to being an outcast. Part of me is looking forward to, the full-on, zombie apocalypse. I'm looking forward to it in some ways. But, I still have a job. I still earn a paycheck. My life is relatively comfortable. It is difficult. I'm accepting more and more that this is the way it is, but it's always going to irritate and annoy me, the fact that these idiots out here are just swallowing it hook, line, and sinker. And the one guy said he thinks it's great. He's like, it's great that it's mandated because that way it's a little bit safer for people. I mean, is it? I mean, that's obviously debatable, but I'll never have that debate. There's no reason for me to debate any of it. Why? Because I'm not going to do any of it. Yeah, did I wear a mask in some situations to get something I felt like I needed to get? Yeah, I did. I've got a pretty good idea that's over with for me. And with truck driving, they can random drug test me anytime they want. And I had about a 45-minute battle with the medical clinic when I took my drug test, when I was hired for this job that I have now. And I think if I got a random, which I'm not even sure they're doing them with the COVID, with the pandemic, I'm not even sure I don't know. But, if I had to go take a drug test, I think I would just walk in and say, look, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not a Muslim woman. I don't want to hear the word mask. I'm here for my government mandated drug test that I have to take. My employer contracted with y'all. You're getting paid for this. At no point have I agreed that I would wear a mask. So I don't know what to tell you. If you got to call the cops, call the cops. But see, once I'm there, once I'm there and checked in, I have to take the drug test. If I leave, that's considered, that I failed the test, or it's considered a refusal, which is the same thing. So I think the reason why, they fought me as hard as they could, but I think the reason why they relented is I think contractually they probably were obligated to give me the drug test, in spite of me saying, well, I'm not going to wear a mask. So, and I've talked to some people who say that they've had success when somebody tries to get them to wear a mask, just ignoring that person. And, that might work for some people. That doesn't work for me. When I just try to ignore them, try to wait them out, it's just, sir, you got to do this. You got to wear a mask. You got to do this. You got to wear a mask. There's obviously something about me that brings that out in them, I guess. I don't really know. But yeah, I understand that some people have had success with just ignoring the person who's trying to get them to wear a mask. That's not been my experience. And I would not expect that to work for me. I think I will have more of a chance of success, like just literally walking in and saying, look, I'm not wearing a mask. I'm not a Muslim woman, very aggressively, but also, somewhat calmly, but directly and bluntly just telling them how it is, saying, look, what are we going to do here? Because I have to take this drug test. I'm not free to leave because that's considered a refusal. And, basically anything, y'all are going to have to call the cops if you think you're going to kick me out of here, because it's like I'm going to do my best to actually pee in the cup. But I'm over it. I'm over it. And I've been over it, but man, this is just no way to live. And again, I've attempted to stop drinking and did not have a drinking problem pre-COVID. But see, that was my old life. My old life is dead. My old life in which I don't have a drinking problem, that's gone, never to return. So maybe the new life is, as long as I have the income, as long as I can afford to drink good quality alcohol. The beer was making me fat, so now I've moved on to tequila. Maybe I'll just drink every day. Now, I can't do too much of it, during my work week. But yeah, why not? And my truck's broken down, my company truck, so I only worked Monday this week, so I'm looking at a pretty short, a small check. However, I've been blessed enough to be able to save a decent amount of money, so I'm not going to be hurting there. And I enjoy my job, so but I'm also looking forward to the day in which part of me hopes that this goes through. Part of me hopes that the Supreme Court upholds the OSHA mandate so that I can go to my employer and say, look, because it's never come up at my workplace, but so I can just say, look, man, what are we going to do here? Because I'm not taking a test, by the way, because, that's the mandate is it's poison death jabs or regular testing. I think it's weekly testing. Of course, we all know that'll fall by the wayside at some point. That's just a kind of a initial measure. That's going to go away. But so I think that's probably what my workplace would say. They'd probably say, oh, well, you can take a COVID test. And I'm going to be like, nope, not take.
Hey, I got to jump in here real quick. This is Benton Live. Hang on just a second. So when I said that about my workplace, right before the Supreme Court decision, I just happened to mention in passing on a Friday that they were going to have this ruling. And I just mentioned it, that maybe the jab was going to get mandated and all this. I shit you not, I came in Monday morning, they had signs all over the place, and everybody that worked in the office was masked up. And I fully believe that was because I mentioned it and it freaked them the fuck out in the office. And the office manager was like, okay, we're going back to masks. Yeah, just complete fucking insanity. And that was in Morrilton, Arkansas. It's never all about one thing, Rachel. And I like that you're here, Rachel, but it's always multifaceted and multi-layered. It's never, ever one thing. It's a whole bunch of things. And I'm not mad at you, Rachel. I'm mad at all about control. No, it's not. It's about many things simultaneously, control being one of them. Let's get back into it. My apologies, Rachel. I didn't mean to go off on you, but as much as I said I can't feel anything about this, I do get locked in at times. So please accept my apologies. It's not a Benton broadcast until I profusely apologize to the audience. Okay, back to August. Back to, what was this, Christmas Eve 2021.
Taking a COVID test. Why not? Because fuck COVID, that's why. I was not,
no kidding,
This
Rachel,
is not
no
my
kidding.
purpose. as
Well
a human
said.
being created in the image and likeness of the Most High God, I was not placed here to be
More
guilty of
meth
COVID
heads
until
slamming
proven
doors.
innocent. Meanwhile, we know the fucking tests don't work anyway, but now I'm starting to debate COVID. See, I'm not even going to do that. Just like, now I'm not going to tell my employer, fuck you. I'm going to say no. Because I ain't
Gotta
got
love
to.
meth
So at that
heads
point, I
slamming
might just be
doors.
free to go get in my personal vehicle and just drive right out of there, never to return. See, part of me wants that. Now, yeah, I like money. You know, I like that I live in this motel, and people say, why do you live in a motel? Because I like to live in a motel. That's why. I mean, but again, it's not a free country anymore. See, under the guise, you know, if it was still freedom, which clearly it's never been, but as I like to say, I had more freedom in this country when I was 10 years old than I have now. I mean, who cares? I'm a bachelor, essentially. I'm divorced, no kids, no responsibilities. And I can't rent an apartment, pay first and last month's rent, and turn on all the utilities. It's going to average out to as much as I'm paying here or more. Meanwhile, if my job ends, I don't live here. I'm here for my job. So, but under my old life, I was happy to do long-haul truck driving and live in the truck and work 7 days a week. But see, that's over with for me. I'm not able to do that anymore. Why not? Well, how much longer before I'm not going to be allowed to cross a state line without showing my papers with respect to COVID? See, we're all guilty of COVID until proven innocent. And that's the revolution, the COVID revolution. That's just how things are now. But again, remember, still the easy times, still the times of little to no pressure. But it's coming. And I think, you know, I really do believe that the timing with the moronic, you know, the Omicron has been to get past the holidays. And I do include January, you know, I do include New Year's as far as the holidays. So it's to get past the holidays, and then supposedly, you know, this OSHA mandate, I think, was supposed to go into effect the 4th of January, but then supposedly they weren't going to start finding any employers until, I believe, the 10th, if memory serves on that. Our lives are now COVID. So I just suspect, I'm not good at predictions, but I suspect that the Supreme Court is going to uphold the OSHA mandate, especially, you know, the testing part of it, because I think this is, again, speculation. I do believe the Supreme Court will point to the testing option and say, well, you know, so it's not forcing the person to get the medical intervention, because, you know, the test is going to be looked at as, you know, a way to comply with the COVID stuff without taking something into our body. Although, as far as I know, I don't know what's on that, you know, the end of that Q-tip. They want to try to stick, you know, that they want to insert all the way into my nasal passage. I'm just not here for that. But again, meanwhile, if it was an actual deadly pandemic, I think most people, myself included, would just do whatever was reasonable. And as much as I talk shit about, you know, if somebody gets COVID and dies, it's not my fucking problem. Well, if I was convinced that it was possible that I could breathe on someone and they might die, which I don't think is even possible, but if that was the reality, yeah, I probably would do some things to try to keep people safe. Not that that's even possible to be there. You know, there's no security, there is no safety in this realm. This is a transitory experience. You know, a pattern has emerged in which that leads me to believe I'm going to wake up tomorrow in this life, but it's not necessarily true, and nobody can guarantee me that I will be here tomorrow. I could be dead in the next hour. Now, probably I won't be, but it's certainly within the realm of possibility. So, you know, this idea of safety, I mean, who cares? Yeah, don't be, I'm not going to be negligent. I'm not going to be reckless. You know, I'm not going to do things to cause other people to maybe have an unsafe outcome. I'm not going to contribute to that. But that's not my purpose. My purpose is not, you know, I wasn't put here to behave in specific, arbitrary, what I call the up-to-the-minute monkey dance of the day. That's not what I'm here for. Now, I understand that the cult members believe that that makes people safer. They've allowed their minds to be controlled and captured to the point where, yes, they do believe that if I do the up-to-the-minute monkey dance of the day, that somehow makes people safer. But I don't share their opinion. I am not convinced of that. I'm not going to be convinced of that. And isn't it my choice? But then I've got these people, like we played the clips earlier, or like the pharmacy boss. He wants to just tell people, oh, it's not a big deal, and, you know, it's making people safe. And you know, speaking for the emotions and the feelings of his fellow Australians. That's not appropriate, in my view. I'm not here to speak for other people. Now, I might I might, have an analysis of what's going on with, portions of the general public, but I'm not going to foist that upon anybody else. It's my opinion. Anybody is free to accept it or reject it. This guy is out here shooting off his mouth, giving his opinion as if we should listen to him. And anybody who's dumb enough to listen to what that guy has to say, just, again, go find a picture of him. What was his name? Toomey or something. I don't even know. And just ask yourself, is this the person who should be able to, I should listen to them, I should trust their opinion.
It just goes right over it.
It's for me.
It's basic.
No, fuck that. Fuck that. All right. We got a clip here. This is about boosters in Washington, D.C.
Shot required. Why not make it need to have at least the 2, if not the booster, to be considered vaccinated to go into these places, considering we see that Omicron seems to be around, being able to get around having just 1 or 2 shots?
Well, we are certainly wanting to do it as soon as possible. We want our businesses to be able to have in place what they need to enforce it, but also give our residents the opportunity to be compliant as well.
They want to give me, if I live in D.C., they want to give me the opportunity to be compliant with what they tell me to do. Man, this is awesome. They're providing me with an opportunity to do as I'm told, as a supposedly free American. And I'm supposed to believe I have rights in this country. I'm supposed to believe that I get to choose for myself. I'm supposed to believe that not only is this a free country, this is the freest any country has ever been. Not only am I free, I'm more free than any human being ever in all of history. Meanwhile, this nice lady, because she cares about us so much, she wants to provide me with the opportunity to do as I'm told. And then the first bozo, we might have to play this again from the beginning. The bozo at the beginning talking about, oh, well, it looks like Omicron moronic can evade the 1 or 2 of the jabs. Okay, well, if it can avoid 1 or 2 of the jabs, why won't it be able to avoid the 3rd one? Well, I mean, what is this insanity where people actually believe, okay, well, if you've got 1 shot or 2 shots, then that can't stop the Omicron, so get the 3rd shot. What? It's not going to, that 3rd one ain't going to stop it either. I mean, that's obvious. Now, I'm only basing this on what the media is saying. I'm not even factoring in the part where we know that this is not, I think a lot of us don't even believe in germ theory. We don't even believe in person-to-person transmission. And we certainly don't believe that these poison death shots, even if germ theory was correct, even if it was germ law, even if, there was proven person-to-person transmission, we still don't see any evidence that these, in fact, we see the opposite, that these shots don't even stop what the media says COVID is. So if 1 shot and 2 shots can't stop Omicron, which probably doesn't even exist, why would the 3rd shot be able to stop it? This is insanity. I do not have to go along with insanity. Now, if I was a 20-year-old college student, like these gals at the University of Michigan, then I would have no choice but to go along with this nonsense, or my choice would be to leave the university and not get my degree. Okay, well, that's still it's all a choice. And, I do have an advantage in that I've already lived outside for years and years with almost nothing, but in a, still relatively affluent society, in a country a first world country, although I don't know how much longer that's going to be the case. For America, and it's certainly many aspects of America I would consider to be 3rd world, but I'm willing to go back to that. Now, my preference would be to remain in the workforce and be happy and healthy, but see, that's based on my old life pre-COVID revolution, and as mentioned, that's never coming back. So yeah, at some point they're not going to let me live in normal society, and I've known that since this was declared a global pandemic almost 2 years ago. I knew that. I said, well, now I knew I had some period of time before that became, actual reality. But yeah, they're not going to allow me to participate in society at some point in the near future. That's just how it is. Now, I would love to be wrong. Maybe not for my own sake, but yeah, I wish you know, my preference. This is not my preference, but this is what I see. And, you know, I'm going to go with my gut. I'm going to go with, you know, if I've had certain wisdom bestowed upon me by my creator, in my view, that's how I view it. It would be foolish to squander what I've been given. And, you know, not that I'm some great person, but I have demonstrated an ability to very clearly see just what in the fuck is going on with the medical tyranny and the COVID revolution and the cult of COVID. And I've even had people in the so-called truth community 6 months ago, 9 months ago, whatever it was, saying COVID was over. And a lot of those same people, they openly talk about things now with respect to COVID and how restrictive and nightmarish and dystopian things have gotten. You know, they just speak about it as if it's normal. Meanwhile, a year ago, I was getting attacked via a kill the messenger strategy because they didn't like what I was saying and they felt some type of way about what I was saying. Meanwhile, some of those same people they're like, yeah, you called it. You were right. I was like, well, I don't want to be right, but, you know, it was obvious to me. And that's why I don't believe there's any such thing as common sense, by the way, because there's many things that are obvious to me that are not obvious to other people and vice versa. It's completely obvious to me the way this thing's going to go. And it's, you know, that's a fantasy. A lot of people are suffering from a delusion. They are fantasizing that the masses of people are going to rise up and defeat all of this. It's not going to happen. Now, yeah, I would love to be wrong, but it's not going to happen. And most of the people are in the COVID cult. Most of the people want all these restrictions. They love it. I can't relate to that, but I observe it. So I would have to be an idiot to be seeing all of these things and to be understanding and to be, you know, to have a certain level of understanding and, you know, arguably have some measure of wisdom that's been bestowed upon me and to be able to see these patterns as they're emerging. And I'm always ahead of the curve somehow. It would be foolish of me to have all of that and then to just delude myself and to allow myself to exist in a fantasy world. Meanwhile, you know, nobody's homeless for most of 10 years, by the way, for no fucking reason. Like on paper, I'm no criminal record, never been in the mental health system, never been medicated. You know, I'm above reproach on paper, but I'm telling you, nobody just goes off and is homeless for that period of time for no fucking reason. Okay. I cannot live in a fantasy world and maintain my sanity. It's one or the other. I will go fucking crazy if I don't face the reality of what's happening. So now I think I have an advantage, you know, whatever my makeup is, I'm able to face all this stuff. Meanwhile, it certainly has an effect on me. And then sometimes I get accused of, you know, of focusing on these things. But then when people they also try to minimize it, you know, as if I'm out here focusing on this negativity with respect to COVID. But I was at Walmart the other day and I'm sitting on a bench waiting for something to open in the Walmart. And I'm next to a newspaper rack, the state newspaper here in Arkansas. I pick up the newspaper. The top two stories were COVID. And the first story was like a national story from like Wire reports, and then the second story was state COVID news. And I guarantee you that unless something actually happens, like something really newsworthy happens in a given day, I promise you every day that's the case. The top two stories are COVID, day in and day out, and then, you know, but then like we will elect a new governor at some point, and then temporarily that will be the top story, or, you know, during the run up to the election, you know, on occasion there will be a story that will actually get the number one headline and it won't be COVID. But if you're talking about a race for governor, I guarantee you COVID will be mentioned in the article. So even the news stories that aren't directly about COVID, most of them are going to involve COVID. See, I used to be a big college football fan, and I was looking at this story. Here we go. It says college football playoff semifinal games won't be rescheduled because of COVID-19. So, if certain criteria is met to where, they're going to play the national championship game, if both teams don't have enough available players, they're just not even going to play the game. And if one team doesn't have enough players, they're just going to give the championship to the team that did have enough available players. And if both teams are unable to play, then there's just not going to be a national champion. Meanwhile, that's the entire purpose of the college football playoff, is because in the old days, the national champion was declared just through polls, and then there were some years you'd have 3 different national champions. And even Arkansas, I'm an Arkansas Razorback. We supposedly won a national championship in football in 1964. Well, Alabama also claims that national championship. So that's the entire purpose of the playoff, see? But now our lives are now COVID. So imagine being an athlete and playing football, bumping heads with people from a young age. And in the South, it's college football is almost a religion. And that's also one of my barometers when the pandemic first started. I really wanted to see what would be people's reaction in the South with respect to college football. And, as much as I don't want to admit it, the fact is the majority of the population down here in the South, they are COVID cult members, and that's going to be more important than, the fervor around college football. And again, back to what was obvious to me is if the public subjects themselves to COVID testing, then, if I'm a college football fan, and let's say, my team just happened to be good this season, and they have to do weekly COVID testing. Okay, now we're going into the biggest game of the year. Oh, well, guess who tested positive for COVID? The Razorback starting quarterback. So now he can't play. Now he can't play on Saturday. So we're literally our society is now taking things away from these kids who've busted their ass and worked their whole life to achieve these goals in sports. And then just arbitrarily, although, is it arbitrary? I mean, who knows? Apparently, and I don't want to get I don't even follow the sport anymore, really. I'm just a casual. I just follow it casually. But, it's obvious to me that if I subject myself to COVID testing, that will be used against me. And I will want to do something at some point, and because of a COVID test result, I will be prevented from doing this thing that, maybe I've been looking forward to my whole life. Oh, well, but no, Benton, you didn't realize when you were 15 years old, you didn't realize that by the time you were older and had these
Thank you,
goals,
Mr. Gary Baxter, for your generous
if I was
donation.
in sports, somebody who was 15 and thought, realized, that, if a 15-year-old realizes, oh, well, maybe I could be in the NFL and, play quarterback or whatever, 15-year-old Tom Brady. Well, but nobody told him that in the future his life was going to be COVID. And, are we going to not, so it's Tom Brady. At what point is Tom Brady not going to get to start in the Super Bowl because of COVID? I mean, I know he's like 44, but if the man lives long enough and they keep going back to the Super Bowl, at some point he's going to test positive for COVID game week, Super Bowl week. This is insanity. But again, I've accepted the part where I don't have any ability to reason with cult members because it's impossible. So someone in the cult could hear me say all of this and even agree with a lot of what I'm saying. It won't matter. It won't change anything for them. They are still going to be adherents to the cult. They're still going to do the up-to-the-minute monkey dance of the day, even if they hear me say these things and even if they agree with some of what I'm saying. It doesn't matter. And I know this because I was raised in a cult, and it didn't matter what anybody said that wasn't in the cult. It can't penetrate. It's not possible for a non-cult member to penetrate the psyche of a cult member. And I actually had, because these Jehovah's Witnesses, they go out and proselytize. So I was in a laundromat one time when I was homeless, and I had this guy. And for some reason, the witnesses love to they love to try to convert homeless people for some reason. So this guy came up to me in the laundromat and started, and he might not have known I was homeless, but I just meant in general. But he started to try to talk to me about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Well, I understood it so well that, you know, everything he said, I had a retort to it, right? But then when I would retort to what he said, then he would try to come back at me, right? Hang on, I forgot to mute my Discord here. So, you know, his religious training or his cult programming is he has to have a rebuttal for whatever he says something, then I say something, then he has to have a rebuttal for that. So after like the third round of that going on, and when he realized that I had a response to everything he said, the guy literally ran away from me. He didn't say another word, turned and hightailed it and physically ran out of the laundromat. So that's, you know, if in some fantasy world, if you could actually hold down one of these cult members, I mean, they'll physically escape from you if that's what it comes down to. There's no ability to get through to them. It cannot happen until such time as they realize that their minds are captured, and then they do what's necessary to remove the programming. Oh, and that's not even possible if they continue to receive new messages. So if they still watch television, and if they still hang out with cult members, and if they still, in order to live their lives, they're taking poison death jabs and all of this, it's not, even if they wanted to deprogram, they would first need to remove themselves from the cult. And my mom mentioned that recently, where she talked about, you know, at a certain point, she realized that's why the Jehovah's Witnesses have so many meetings. You know, I literally went to church 4 or more times a week growing up. And that's a big part of it is if too much time goes by without the programming and the reinforcement of the programming, it can begin to wear off. Same thing with this COVID stuff. So, you know, even if I just happen to be in the right place at the right time and I speak the right words and that person is receptive in that moment and I get through to them, if they continue to watch the television, if they continue to consume the social media, if they continue living the way they're living, it's not going to matter. I'm not going to be able to compete with the propaganda that's being blasted at them on basically a minute by the second. You know, I would like to see a study, how many COVID-related messages does the general public receive on a daily basis? I mean, it's got to be hundreds. It's got to be. All right, let's play a clip here. What is this one? Oh, we never finished the DC boosters, so let's see if we can finish that.
We do want more people. We're about 67% fully vaccinated in D.C. We know we can do better with that number. Our senior residents have answered the call and are over 90% vaccinated. And we also see our early numbers demonstrate.
Sorry to interrupt. And here's another reason why it just struck me that I'm convinced they're going to try to either kill me or take me to a camp, is that if the Nightmare Dystopian Beast system decides that it must get to 100% jabbed, fully jabbed, then they cannot have me in society, because unless they do it to me against my will and physically hold me down, which I just don't think that's ever going to happen. I guess it could, but I just don't see it happening. But they have to remove me from society. That's the only way this can happen. The only way they can ever get to 100% is to either kill me, jab me against my will, good luck with that, or put me in a camp and segregate me from society, and then potentially re-educate me and put me back into society once I've shown that I will do the up-to-the-minute monkey dance of the day, which I never will.
that the people who are getting Omicron right now are largely in the 24 to 35 age group, which bodes well for our hospitalizations. But we know a lot of our residents are going to be impacted. And these are residents that are going to restaurants and bars and nightclubs. And we want them to wear their mask for sure, but also be vaccinated.
Who cares what you want, lady? I'm not concerned with your desires. It's none of my business, by the way.
Ambassador, I'd like to jump to another topic. Yesterday we had news.
So this next clip is about a couple who got stranded in Sydney, Australia. And this is another text-to-speech.
A Western Australian couple who were stranded in Sydney following their daughter's death have been granted a last-minute reprieve to return home. Ilan and Gillian Darjong said he and his wife rushed to Sydney after his daughter Robin took her own life on December 1st. Robin had previously been professionally diagnosed with PTSD and depression, and had been denied entry to WA to be with her parents in October and November of 2020.
Real quick, WA is Western Australia, WA is the abbreviation.
Parents were required in Sydney to oversee a number of matters relating to Robin's death, including clearing out her apartment and dealing with the police and the coroner's court. However, due to Western Australia reclassifying NSW as extreme risk, Mr. and Mrs. Darjong had been unable to return home with their daughter's remains. We have been denied entry back to our home due to the border being closed on December 18th, which would have been impossible to get a flight back. As we only received her ashes and her death certificate on December 16th, to allow us to transport her ashes with us back to Perth, Ilan told 6PR earlier. It's not like we've come to Sydney for a holiday, we have come to deal with our daughter's death, which is traumatic enough. And we can't even get home and try to start a life with the knowledge that our daughter's no more with us. Following media inquiries, the Darjongs were granted a last-minute exemption on Monday night to finally return to WA. They will now be required to complete 14 days in managed isolation in a hotel.
This is sick, man. I mean, look at what the system is doing to these people. Their daughter commits suicide. That's tragic enough. So they travel from their home in Western Australia to Sydney to do whatever needs to be done to deal with the aftermath of their daughter's suicide. And then while they're doing all of this, there's a lockdown and they're not allowed to return to their home. They're just trapped there. Now, apparently they were given an exemption to go back to their home, where they're going to be apparently forced to go to a hotel. Does this even make sense? I mean, I don't know how it works, Australia. But see, this is insanity. Now, I realize that it's easy for an American to say, well, that's Australia. That'll never happen here. Of course it will. It's just not there yet. It's for whatever reason, you know, perhaps their proximity to China may have something to do with it, and lack of access to firearms. But I can't say it will succeed here fully, but it's going to be attempted. At a certain point, they're not going to allow me to travel to certain areas. Of course. So I don't have time for these people who try to just, while seeing this happening in other countries, just assume that it's not going to happen here. Like, why wouldn't it? Don't the same people who, it's all the same people working for these governments. It's the same type of people. They all answer to Satan. Of course they're going to try it here. But how sick and twisted to do this to these people in their time of, they've suffered this tragedy and, their daughter's suicide, and who knows, why did she kill herself? Maybe the pandemic, maybe she was, able to function, and then maybe the pandemic pushed her over the edge, as it's done to many people. We see, if these news stories are to be believed, especially, younger women are killing themselves, at a much higher rate than they were before the pandemic. And it's just sick, man, that you're telling me I'm here, I'm a human being, and another human being can tell me I can't return to my home. I mean, why would people ever tolerate this? And it's shameful to me. And if it happens here, it will be, I'm not picking on the Australians. I'm saying it's shameful that the people in Australia are tolerating this. Now, I understand there's been protests, some people marching around with some signs and chanting some slogans. That did not prevent what happened to this mother and father, who were just apparently who traveled to Sydney to deal with, their daughter's suicide. So I would say everybody bears a little bit of a responsibility. And by God, if it happens here, same thing. Meanwhile, how many people, how many old folks have died in nursing homes and they could only communicate with their loved ones over the internet or over Zoom or over some kind of video conference? And how many people have died in hospitals with their loved in America? In America. See, I'm ashamed of myself that I played some part in allowing this. It's shameful, is what it is. And everybody bears some of the responsibility, in my view, of and the harm that's being done to these children. I'm ashamed for whatever little bit of part I played in it. Not that I've even played a part, but I'm allowing it to happen. I'm letting it happen on some level. And it's sick, and it's shameful. But, we've reached an era in which, you're not supposed to judge and say, judge not lest ye be judged. Well, okay, that's from the Bible, which also says, the tree by the fruit. I can't know the fruit without judging the fruit. Oh, that's right. The word judge has multiple meanings. It means to pass sentence on. It also means to form an opinion on. So, I'm supposed to form an opinion on what's going on around me. It's just I'm not the one who passes the final sentence. And that's good for them. But what does the Bible say? Something about a millstone tied around the neck and tossed into the sea? That would be better than, the implication being that would be better for the person than what God's going to do to them. It's just sick, man. The whole thing's sick. All right. I think this is the last clip. This is Dr. James Thorpe, and this is also a text-to-speech from an article about the medical tyranny. And especially with respect to how the doctors are bullied and threatened based on the loss of their livelihood or the potential loss of their livelihood.
Maternal and fetal specialist Dr. James Thorpe revealed the medical tyranny in his profession to lawyer and Brighton.TV host Tom Renz. The St. Louis-based physician said during the December 21st episode of Lawfare with Tom Renz that medical boards are threatening doctors that do not stick to the approved narrative. Thorpe described the medical extremism he has experienced under medical authorities such as the Federation of State Medical Boards, FSMB, and the American Board of Medical Specialties, ABMS. We're talking about an organization that controls the credentials of every physician in the U.S., he said. It's like an echo chamber there. Because you're hearing the talking points last year also mentioned by the mainstream media. Every single one of those medical boards came up and said, if you dare misinterpret our data or spread misinformation, we will destroy your life, your career, and your family. We're all scared to death, and I'll include myself, because we'll be stripped of everything we worked for. But I'm the only physician that has come out and challenged the board. It's unethical, immoral, illegal, and unconstitutional. I will not stand and die, and they are not going to pull this off. There's a lot of other physicians out there that are speaking against these organizations that I call cartels.
So if this guy is even real, who even knows? But assuming that that's all accurate, so that's a person who has integrity and character and is going to, again, as I've talked about before with this idea that men are destroyed. And I've said that what makes a man, a lot of that has to do with his own code and his own principles and living up to his code and principles regardless of what happens to him as a result. And so what we're seeing is, if this is even real, we have one person who's willing to live up to his principles and live up to his code, even if he suffers a negative consequence from it potentially. So by extension, that means that all the other doctors have low character, and that if they have a principle, against, if supposedly they got into medicine to help people, and now that they see that they're harming people, these ICU doctors, they're not stupid. They know that they're killing people with these ventilators and the remdesivir combination. They know they're killing people. Now, I'm sure they find their own ways to justify it based on the bullying and the saying, your career will be ruined, you'll lose your license and all of this. So what? if I'm a man with honor, integrity, character, and I have my own principles and my own, now some people are just bad people and it's not against their principles to do what's being done. But, I suspected this, I think, before the pandemic, but there's no doubt in my mind at this point, most doctors in this country are just absolute garbage human beings, just trash. And it's sad to see. And again, I'm sure some of them went into medicine to help people, but here's the thing is, if I go and get all this training to become a doctor because I want to help people, but then I allow the government to bully and intimidate me into hurting people and to causing harm to people, and just the harm that's been done, again, by a person who's in their 80s, who normally, if they passed away in a nursing home or in a hospital, historically their loved ones have been able to come and be with them, in their dying hour. So just that aspect alone, forget about the putting them on ventilators and giving them the remdesivir and killing them. Forget about that part of it. Just the fact alone that these doctors and nurses are participating and are standing by and watching these old folks pass away while also preventing the loved ones from visiting them in the hospital or in the nursing home. And then I'm sure there's been many cases where the loved ones have tried to come see their dying relative. And so how can I be a good person if I'm a doctor or a nurse and I'm the one trying to explain to the people that they can't go in there and be with their loved one who's about to pass away because of COVID? It's just pure evil. Thanks for listening. Bye.
There was a guy an underwater guy who controlled the sea. Got killed by 10 million pounds of sludge from New York and New Jersey.
What's happening? Is there more music? Did I fuck this up? Where's this coming from? Oh, wait. It started over. I forgot I had it on a repeat. My bad. I guess Rob's feeling the Pixies there, so we'll give him a little more Pixies, if y'all don't mind. I did say I was gonna play some music, so I got a little more Pixies for you. I'm not actually a huge Pixies fan, but my favorite album of all time is a Pixies album, although not that one, surprisingly. But that's an excellent song, of course. Frank Black did a lot of solo stuff. Who's here? Is this Bex? I believe we may be. It may be Bex. Hey, what's happening, Bex? Good to see you. I think I'm going to give Rob another song real quick, but please hang out.
Perfect.
And the Pixie songs, as you may know, well, actually, you're not that into music from what I remember, but they don't last very long, so it'll just take a second. Yeah. I like it when people are feeling my music choices. So. And then I want to talk to Bex after that. All right. Which one is the one I'm thinking of here? Is it this one? That's not it. It's funny that when the song titles don't have anything to do with the song. This is it. This is for you, Rob. Thank you for your patience, Bex. How are you today?
I'm good, thanks. I'm good. I couldn't hear the music. I was trying to play around with my volume settings while I was...
Oh, yeah. My apologies. If you're on the StreamYard with me, you will not hear my audio if I'm not screen sharing.
Oh, because you're using the OBS?
Yes.
Oh, I'll have to get good at acting then. That was a wonderful song.
Oh, yeah. Great. Yeah, I've been needing some Bex time, so I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, me too. Me too. I was missing you.
All right, I like that. I like to be missed, but yeah, we've been busy in these streets, putting in work.
I know.
The both of us.
We have been very busy.
Yes, indeed.
And not to hop back to last night straight off the bat, but I wouldn't mind. I know you talked about it on your walk and talk. Could we talk about something a bit now, or
whatever you want to get into? I'm wide open.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, let's do it.
Well, I was just I watched most of your walk last night after you because I was on my own stream while you were walking.
Yes.
And I couldn't help but notice that you were quite inspired. Might be the wrong word. Because I find inspiration I've always seen it to be something that seems more positive, but then I guess that's what inspiration would be, right? You were inspired on the flip side of things to talk about how, yeah, just I guess basically what I'm trying to say is could I have dealt with things any differently? That's good. In terms of having a chat member dragging in other chat members, specifically yourself.
Oh, if you're talking about me and Kim and Robin, the thing about that is sometimes I find it most expedient to give the people what they're after, and they got what they were after from me. That's, the reality is these folks have deep-seated, look, this is pop psychology to some extent, and I'm not able to, this is not medical advice. I can't diagnose anybody over the internet, but it's clear that these folks are suffering deep-seated, emotional disturbance that they themselves are unable to resolve. So, surprise, surprise, here they are in your live chat trying to resolve their own emotional disturbances because they can't go inward and resolve them. So that here they are trying to resolve something externally. It's backwards. It's exactly backwards, right?
Yeah.
So if I was you, I would just trust my gut. And I believe it worked out great because I got to, pretty much, wreck both of them as far as I could tell. They eventually just gave up. Of course, when faced with this reality, I know Kim will just claim, oh, well, he had to go do things, right? It wasn't that it wasn't that I finally just, got him to where he could not retort, right? It couldn't be that I outmaneuvered and outsmarted him, right? That's not possible.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Yeah, what I found.
Go ahead.
What I found most interesting too was that I can't remember who was on the panel at the time. Well, I do remember who was on the panel, but I can't remember particularly who said that. I think it was Wiz actually. Said that there's a lot of that, right?
Oh yeah.
And then I thought to myself, well, either I can really, with my neurodivergence, I can really just focus on one aspect of something and I think my eyes can just skip over stuff like that, especially if it's not directed at me, maybe. But also I don't really understand social dynamics, a lot of social dynamics. I fly by the seat of my pants fairly well.
Yeah, I get that.
And so I think also it might just go over my head sometimes. I wouldn't necessarily know unless, I wouldn't necessarily notice it being so vitriolic.
Sure, yeah.
If that's a word, yeah. And so what I thought was interesting is that as Wiz said, I'm going to put it on Wiz, because I'm sure he wouldn't mind. Someone said, as he said, what happens all the time, I thought to myself, well, I've never noticed it. And then I thought, okay, well, maybe if anybody feels that strong about me, they're blocking me. Right. And then they're having those kinds of conversations with a few other blocked people or something that can see each other but can't see the person they're talking about.
Yeah, I mean,
I don't know if that.
There's some of that too, but realistically, what we're talking about is folks who they needed a specific thing.
Yeah.
And they got it. I mean, that's ultimately they got what they were looking for. But I am a bit of a never wrestle a pig. You both get muddy and the pig likes it. Well, I'm typically the pig in that scenario. I do enjoy the verbal battles. I type 80 words a minute and I've already memorized my opponent's patterns. So, realistically, this is a fucking piece of cake for me, right? And just imagine, and by the way, Bex, they gave me, this was my opportunity to do my breath work. So, while
I saw that.
Yeah, while that's going on, I'm aware that I must control my own internal space. Now obviously some of that energy carried over to my broadcast, but then some of that is also I got a good night's sleep and the testosterone is back up, right? So, don't threaten me with a good time, as it were.
That's how I did read the room there. So I felt fine, but it's the level to which some people and I'm not here to, well, I guess I am talking about it, but it's the level to which some people will take it, like it's really, I don't know, I guess it's just an exercise and maybe I'll see where I'm at in a year or something. It's just such a strange thing. I've tried to get that mad in real life, right? Like I've tried to get so mad that I, in my mind, wish someone, I even struggle to say it, right? You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, sure.
That I could wish death upon somebody, and I've literally tried when I'm so mad to be like, oh, and that's when I was like, oh, I compromised and said, just because it was my stepmother, I was so mad at once. I wish that I could wish that. Right. And I couldn't. It made me feel so bad. I couldn't even think it. So I thought, well, maybe I could just wish her an untimely death so that she could pass before my father so that I could have a bit of time with my father. Because they, narcissists tend to sort of triangulate relationships, but it's the two of them. And anyways, that's when I invented, I couldn't even do that because I thought, well, that would make my sisters and brothers upset. And, that's just bad karma. And so I wrote a pretend eulogy, uninviting her from my funeral once she arrived. It was powerful.
Well, but again, you're a person, but real quick, Bex, you're able to go into your internal space and resolve your own emotional disturbances. These people literally cannot do that. Literally. They're unable to do that. So, and that is my basis for compassion. Now, the reality is, since they cannot, if they can't go into their internal space, they cannot ever get on my level without going into their internal space. So this is my basis for compassion towards them, because how miserable that must be.
Mm-hmm.
So, since me and you are able to do those things and sort of handle our own bullshit, then, they can't get on my level. So the only way they can equalize with me is if I'm dumb enough to let them bring me down to their level, which I will never allow, right? So part of this is they're attempting to equalize with me emotionally, and they're doing it through these attacks. And the attack is based on their emotional space, right? This is classic transference or projection. So everything they're saying to me, they're actually saying to themselves in an effort to resolve their own internal emotional conflicts.
Yeah.
But then, so here's what happens, Bex, is if I really, because sometimes me and Kim have, because he used to come on my broadcast a lot, and we've had a lot of just straight up, knockdown, drag out fucking screaming matches. We've just yelled at each other for extended periods of time before. So when that happens, there's a process of transference where some of that, what they're unable to face emotionally, internally, does get transferred over to me. So they have a feeling of relief. I feel worse in the short term, although since I am able to go in within myself and resolve it, in the long run, I'm okay. Meanwhile, that's why they came here. That's the reason they went to your channel and tried to pick a fight with me. Meanwhile, Kim knows that if he behaves himself on my chat, he doesn't want to lose his privileges. He doesn't want to get banned from the channel, because sometimes there's 75 people and Unslaved is up there, and he wants to come in and be able to say what he's got to say.
Yeah.
So, and I know all of this, right?
Yeah.
So here we go. So the first thing out of the gate, Kim says is, he just comes in. Let's see what he says. I got the chat on the screen here. I'm just going to read some of it. And I don't tend to even notice him come in until, so he starts out with, damn, all you losers do is sit on panels all day. Try going outside sometime. Well, he obviously doesn't care about us, right? So let's just assume that some of us have spent too much time indoors. Well, he certainly has no desire to help us. And he's just out of the gate trying to trigger us, right? That's the intention. And I'll be honest, there's been times when I've been triggerable. But remember, I've memorized his patterns, and I know that he only ever operates based on a strategy of a bet and a raise. So anything I reply to, now I'm free to ignore him, obviously, but again, never wrestle a pig. You both get muddy and the pig likes it. So then I respond to Kim. I say, says the guy who is right here with the rest of us. So it's like, hey, man, you're right here with us. So what are you even talking about? So then he doubles down. See, he just says another panel of winners instead of saying, wow. So what you never get from these people, Bex, is they never say, wow, that's interesting. I never thought about it that way. So I'm not in a world where I have no points to make. I know at the level of patterns and the level of, social interaction, no matter who I'm talking to, I'm going to make a point at some time. I'm going to make a valid point. So then the fact that the other person doesn't recognize that I've made a valid point, that doesn't reflect on me. It reflects on them. So then now here comes Robin with support your mob mentality cult, all of you. Meanwhile, Robin literally attempted to offer herself up to me. She wants a powerful, strong cult leader. And by the way, people like Robin, they must have somebody with a strong personality to play off of. This is a weak-minded individual who's creative and talented, but she must have a strong personality to act upon. She's not able to just go into the world and be her own person. So that's why she tends to get involved in codependency. Now, I don't need to know her history. I don't need to know anything about her life. When she sends me an email that immediately sets off my spidey sense at the level of codependency, and I'm not wired for codependency, but I can very easily detect it. Now I know that she's had a series of codependent relationships, or at the very least, she's sought to get into them. So, and I know now we're in information overload, so I'm going to pause there, let you respond, and I'll check in with the chat.
Okay. No, I can totally see that. I'm not so familiar with the Robin at all, but I have seen.
Well,
I had just
sorry,
seen,
Bex. Before you go, I'm only speaking for me, and feel free to just ignore what I said.
Of course,
Disagree
yeah,
with it. But yeah, go ahead. Go.
Yeah. And that part again, the social dynamics of what Robin was challenging to the group was something that I'm just not so familiar with any of the reality of the people and who had passed, and because she was on a different bend. She was trying to stir you and Wiz and everyone, right? From what I saw, I'm not sure. But I was going to say with Cam, he had come up on a panel earlier in the day with us, and he had tried to he had come forth with a study saying women who have children are happier, period. That's just the way it is for women, single women, married women. And I thought to myself, well, that's an interesting study. Most people who have children would obviously not say they would be happier without them. That doesn't really go with parenting. It's one of the sort of innuendos that most parents, unless they were really honest about themselves, they would never say. They don't even feel safe to say that they weren't happy with the child, right? Just doesn't go with parenting. So we're having a dialogue.
Real quick. I didn't reveal a private communication, Vivat, so that did not happen. I have an absolute right to characterize an email that somebody sent me. That's not revealing a private communication. So now you're bad faith, Vivat. That's bad faith. Go ahead, Beck. Sorry to cut you off.
No, that's fine. So I was just going to say, typify the whole idea that even when he came on and I tried to have a dialogue, just challenging the science behind the science of the paper, let alone to sit here as one woman representing a woman, right? Like, that it would counter that paper. And I just thought it was really, so by the time he was in the chat talking to us, or talking to you like that, I was thinking, wow, this guy just really thinks he knows everything, right? About everybody. And I just thought it was really a sad place to be, because that kind of mentality, you're looking for answers outside yourself all the time to justify everything, and virtues and morals and righteousness, like right there with Vivat saying that you're revealing a private email.
Yeah,
I don't know in this. Yeah,
I didn't. I characterized an email that somebody sent me. That's not revealing a private communication. That's not the same thing. That's just like if I said, hey, Bex emailed me today. Is that revealing a private conversation? Or am I saying what happened?
Yeah, no, not at all.
Thank you.
No. And I would personally say that even if I had emailed you something and it was private, let's just say where, say I told you something had happened to me, something happened in my family and I had to go away or deal with them. And, I would personally feel like I'd told you enough, and I live enough of a public life out here that, and I would trust you that anything you would say would have meaning to be said, and wouldn't be revealing anything personal, even if to the audience it looked like you were. Simply because you mentioned, I heard from Bex and she's got stuff going on with her family and blah, 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 blah. I think even some people are sensitive to email was mentioned, letter was mentioned. I'm ready to attack. I'm ready to look for the flaws in a person that I'm enjoying talking to, or enjoying listening to, enjoying hanging out in the chat. And I'm picking this opportunity to point out what could be an error. And I guess we learn this way. But I know that I've been confused by the chat member that you just mentioned, Vivat's behavior. So I feel like that some people hang around just trying to call you out, waiting for something to be called out on.
Well, and sorry to cut you off, but it's important to realize that the reason why these people are interacting this way is because they cannot resolve their emotional disturbances that they are presently experiencing. So this is an attempt on their part to resolve something in their inner space that they do not have the tools to resolve. And I, at one point, didn't have those tools, actually for many years. Well, I developed them, Bex, right? I intentionally taught myself how to resolve my own emotional disturbances. These people cannot resolve their internal disturbances. They're just not able to. So the only thing they can do, other than possibly destroy themselves with drugs and alcohol, and I'm not saying that they're doing that, is try to find another person or persons that they can get into some sort of a back and forth with. And if I'm dumb enough to get fully triggered, then that process of transference will occur. And then they will feel relief and I will feel like trash. And I learned this mostly through my relationship with my father, who at a certain point represented a toxic person in my life, and I did not speak to him for several years. But then I worked on myself, I grew and changed, and I became better, and I'm now able to be around him without getting triggered or without going off on him, because I realized, oh, he pushes my buttons, I go off on him, then he feels better and I feel like shit, right? When we have a big blow up and he just takes it more or less and I just yell at him and then afterwards he's just smiling and fucking dancing a jig and whistling and I'm just like feeling like garbage. Well, I don't need to observe that very many times to see, oh, okay, I see what's happening here. You know, that's exactly what it is. And by the way, if anybody doesn't like listening to me and doesn't like the reality that I'm a lay expert in human psychology, and I've demonstrated so, especially with my very astute slicing and dicing analysis of Talcott's psychology after observing him 2 or 3 times and more or less said a lot of it to his face, feel free to hit the door, man. Don't let the door hit you where the good Lord split you. This is not the place for you. And mods, you know, I don't like to err on the side of you know, modding people, but I've stated my piece. So anybody that wants to keep going down this road of I've done something wrong when I haven't done anything wrong, get rid of these motherfuckers, please. And please go ahead, Bex. Yeah,
I appreciate it.
Hey, get rid of Vivat. Get rid of Vivat, please. No more Vivat. Yep. So go ahead, Bex.
Yeah. Then I was, I know that dialogue that you guys had ended up getting pretty deep into sort of a bit of back and forth psychology. That not to lay it on the table or anything, but I've noticed that there's a lot of, I guess what I'm trying to say is there's a lot of really, what I'm trying to say is I'm learning a new thing about a new way of looking at human behavior. I've been so concerned about myself and my own insecurities until meeting you guys when I was broadcasting, or even when I was out there talking on other panels. I was learning so much about the dynamics of letting people talk, about my own frustration with the Truther 101 loops. That by the time I came to my own channel and was producing anything, it was building to the point of where I wanted to be in a position where I could talk to people about things. I could call out people or try and find a way to communicate people out of their loops, because I was frustrated. And you've seen me, I've done it here. I've done it on my own channel where I'm just like suddenly attacking someone for the way they're thinking. And I don't want to do that. I don't like the way that looks.
Yes.
I don't feel as bad as I thought I would, 2 weeks out of some of the experiences I've had with people. But I also know I'd like to be more effective, right? I don't want, if I want to help, I think it's something helpful to do is like, let's talk about productive things, right? Let's figure out what has you continually, 3 years in, this is your cause, but it's not taking you anywhere and it's causing you dis-ease, right? Let alone causing me dis-ease, right?
Yeah.
Just by listening again, right? So, yeah, I'm trying to learn to understand people's behavior better is all I'm trying to say, right? And trying to figure out how. So then you get into these ideas of a week or so ago where, I was being, say, creeped out by a content creator and the way things had gone. But then when I thought about it, I thought, well, best of intentions. I'll look at their good intentions and take their advice, and just see the best of it, because none of us communicate, and none of us are perfect in our communications. And there is a bit of performative behavior that can evolve, or it can be an outlet for, in terms of being someone who's talking and up on panels, or so. I had learned to assess that kind of behavior. But then I've noticed that well, I'm just going to be frank here. Is this okay if I'm frank a little bit?
I would prefer if you were frank.
Yeah, thank you. Well, I noticed yesterday that there's a bit of crossover between a gentleman who's been going on my panels and my metaversal boyfriend, Bobby, and where we met on Z's. And I thought that might be a little bit, I thought there might be a little bit of tension or a little bit of confusion, considering, whenever we're up here, I know that down in the chat, people who do watch different community crossover, I know to them things can look like we've planned it or something, and I know I just gave Bobby my email yesterday or the day before. I have yet to hear from him. But so that could be, obvious that they do talk behind the scenes. He has your email, for instance. People might know that. But it's the approach with which people can so suddenly, I've been really tactful in talking to Bobby. I've been understanding that there's a group of people that could watch both of us. And I've made a point of referring to Z as a gentleman. I've made a point of playing, like pretending like, when Bobby will say, I'm going to visit another friend later. I've made a point of playing with Bobby, and he's a very funny man. He's a playful and wise man. And his wisdom comes in little gems, right? And he's more playful.
Yeah. You said gentleman, so I've already got something to say about that word. But go ahead. I'm going to write that down. I want to cover that later.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, and I know that I would. I'm saying that because I've been using that word mostly because I'm having a metaversal courtship with someone who's at least 20 years older than me, and I find that kind of dialogue, just even using the word courtship, just plays with the whole thing. Right now, Bobby, I've been sure to make sure that Bobby understands that this metaversal relationship, as much as he likes the idea of it expanding into real life, right? All our conversations have been public, and I'm definitely make sure that he knows I don't want to ring. You can't hop in your car and come here. This is just a metaversal relationship, just so that people don't think. I know that we can all get in fantasy hormonal la land, right? And idealize things. And I wanted to make sure we stay grounded in reality. Not to say that we couldn't become great friends and one day meet. That's just the way these metaversal relationships might happen, right? But on the same note, I'm not here to make friends to try and go and meet them, Definitely not to lead a man on to think we're having a real relationship when we're not. But we are having a relationship. We're getting to know one another, right? And there is great chemistry. Like I'm just saying, we laugh and it's a lot of fun. People enjoy hanging out with us when he's hanging out with me. But I have just checked in on what when Bobby visited Z last. And I hadn't actually checked in on whether Bobby had been visiting Z in any way, shape, or form. It doesn't really matter to me, right? We're just two people panel hopping, panel walking, And yet I could not believe the joke, the lack of quality of response that came out of Z's mouth, to be honest. And to have someone immediately start talking about, and it doesn't matter to me, okay? If someone wants to see how comfortable I am with my sexuality or my body or comparing me to other women or any of that, they can just go see me on OTW News yesterday when we were all talking about a bunch of stuff, and they'll find the right shot. Just find some beautiful pictures of Verily, and then people can see, how I feel about comparing myself to other women or whether people are attracted to me or not. You know what I mean? I'm not feeling insecure at all, right, about what was said, but it immediately went into sound problems with Bobby. And the next thing you know, they're talking about my vacuous vagina. Not Bobby, of course.
Well, but, I want you to continue, but, and I'm
Yes.
sure you're going to say this, but if you're going to be on the public internet, unfortunately, there's going to be no
Well, yeah, and that's where I'm
no
saying
boundaries.
yeah. And that's why I'm saying, of course, he can amp it up from here if he wants to. I understood that by bringing it up at all, right? But it's that I was drawing this analogy to what you were talking about with Chem, right? About whatever energies need to be, whatever kind of energies need to be let out, right? Now, obviously, if this will likely get back to Z, and I don't mind, right? Because whether he were to seek out how I've been referring to him when he's not around, and whether what's going on for him, it's his show. Again, people do you do you, you know? It really just comes down more to the idea of the latent homosexual tendencies that I brought up on a panel recently, that you brought up with Kem as you were talking to him, and the disdain for the word vagina that came out of Z's mouth.
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't take it personally. It's just about that do better, right? So I don't mean to come in here and start more metaversal drama. That's not what I'm trying to do. I'm just trying to discuss human behavior. I know discussing this can just make things look worse. Things could end up looking worse for myself. But see, I don't take this stuff personally, you know? And I just desire seeing I've seen Z produce amazing content. I see him steer that ship of his. I've been on his ship. Well, he steers it fantastically. You know, he's managed me well. Every single time I'm there, I've had fun. He even left his show in my hands to quote unquote host one time, right? For half an hour or 45 minutes while he hopped down in the chat.
Yeah, right on.
And that's where I just find those kinds of just letting out that kind of energy. It's about a transference that I guess by articulating it here, I was just more stating that I wanted to judge it. I wanted to state that I judge it. I think that he can do better. I don't mind if it gets worse. Right. I've also heard of phrases.
I hate to do this. I got to handle some business. Yeah. Hey, Kim, if you're still listening, I need you to email me. If you ever want to come back on this channel and be in the live chat, I need you to email me and agree to come on the channel and admit that I kicked your fucking ass in Bex's live chat. I understand. Hang on. I understand you're going to claim that you had other shit to do. Everybody saw it, bro. You got fucking wrecked. So if you'll email me and say, yes, I will come on and accept my defeat, and then you come onto this channel and you tell everybody that I whooped your fucking ass, then we'll unban you. Until then, you're not welcome here, sir. So most likely Kim will never be here again because he's not going to be capable of that. But if he can humble himself and accept his defeat like a man, we will happily bring him back into the fold. Until then, fuck off, Padna. But go ahead, Bex. Thank you. Sorry about that. Did I lose Bex? Are you still here, Bex?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
I was talking with the mute on.
Yeah, no worries.
Yeah, no, it was perfect time to cut me off. It was actually the perfect time to cut me off because I was going to make a comment that would have come out as it would have come out as a retort. So I would rather find a better way to discuss what I think might be the problem than to sort of take to throw ad hominems, or if that's the right word, to throw cliches out at people in response, you know? It's just about doing better, about being better, you know? Whether you're doing better content or being better content of character yourself, I'm not here to tell people how to utilize the internet at all. But I think if people watch people like yourself or myself, I think that they actually do want to be better, you know? And I don't mean they want to be like you, walk like you, be like me, but I think both of us are very introspective people. And we tend to share stories that want to convey to people how much we choose to grow or what we learn from things. We're both willing to lay anything that people would call private public on the table. We're both willing to put it out there publicly and discuss it. And I think people find that strength in that. They can see the strength in that kind of vulnerability. And I think a lot of people watch that because they learn from it themselves. They learn to get strong enough themselves to say things, to work through things, to figure things out for themselves. But I guess some people just maybe watch it to criticize and not. I don't know. I don't see enough of it, right? So what I find, at least with Kem, is he's watching and criticizing, you know? Whereas I think that in the situation where I think that Z was just trying to make a joke, and I think he was caught a little off guard, and I think he's just wittier. I just think he's a lot wittier than that. I just think it just was I think he was caught off guard, and yet I think when you stand back, like I've said before, and I stand back and look at the things, it all has that same undertone of some form of at least female abhorrence or homosexual reverence.
Well, yeah, I mean, hang on.
Mm-hmm.
It's a weird thing. I'm still figuring out the OBS, but I'm in the StreamYard twice. I think that's the problem. But anyway,
okay.
Yeah, so I can't speak for whatever Z might be going through, but everybody always reveals themselves over time, right? That's just the way it is. So people will pay attention and figure it out for themselves.
Yeah, and just to be certain, I know that you would, if you didn't want to talk about something, you would redirect the conversation, right? So I can easily, I'm not
a big deal. I'm not too worried about it.
And I'm not here to respond, I guess in essence, it is a form of response. And I could also do that on my own channel, but I more was interested in talking about the sort of pattern and behavior.
Well, and I want to say this, I'm outspoken that I can't fucking stand Cage. If I didn't like Z, I would just say that I don't like him. I actually like Z. I like talking to him.
Yeah.
I like his show some of the time when he's not talking about flat Earth, but I'm not into flat Earth, and I'm glad that one day he was like, look, if you don't like flat Earth, man, I like flat Earth, and he more or less just was like, I'm going to talk about it, and if you don't want to hear it, don't be here. And I'm like, I'm glad he said that. Because I'll just tune out and come back later when he's talking about something different. I don't have to be in his channel, right? But I would have no problem if I didn't actually like Z. I would have no problem saying so. It's not. I'm not playing a game. I'm not playing politics. But go ahead.
No, and I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you saying that as well, because I really like Z. I still like Z. Anytime I've interacted with him, I've really enjoyed the show he's allowed me to participate in, or when we've been on panels on other people's shows. I really enjoyed doing a build on London Man with Z. It was really nice to see him having a conversation outside of his own show. I always known he's a very smart, witty, interesting fellow. So I also, even with this situation, I'm not. I still like Z. But I just still thought it was interesting. I still think it's an interesting. I guess what I'm trying to say is I hope that I hope we can do better is all. But again, people do them. If it puts it in a position where I was trying to think of a bigger word than vacuous.
Nice.
Where suddenly something gets bigger and bigger, that's fine. I don't care, right? The whole world is trapped in, anyways. It doesn't matter to me, I guess it matters a little bit, but more because I think that I sit back and I say, hey, this is a great show, right? And that show was a little bit flatter than others, but flatter.
Nice. Nice.
Yeah, I found it just a little flatter than others, and it was just sort of that, hey, dude, let's. So now I guess we're gonna get into maybe a crater vagina or something like that. Anyways, let's move on.
Well, and I did want to talk about gentlemen, because I think this is misunderstood. I don't believe people understand the gentleman concept, and you didn't do this, Bex. This is me talking for myself. So, there's been times when I found myself in a dispute with a woman in the physical, and sometimes they like to say, that's not very gentlemanly, or be a gentleman, but they're saying this to control my behavior. Well, I would typically respond with, well, you're certainly no lady. And I don't think people understand this, because in the time of gentlemen, and let's not forget, a gentleman was a status. I'm certainly a member of the proletariat. I'm not a gentleman, right? I would be a peasant in the olden days. However, if I was a gentleman, that's a status, meaning I would have a manner, I'd be riding a horse. And here's the thing about a gentleman. A lady in them times could not publicly question a gentleman and maintain her status as a lady. So let's just say I'm in the physical and I'm a gentleman and you're a lady, Bex. You can certainly be cute. You can be cheeky. You know, you can say things that are, you know, kind of flirtatious, and you can play with the language. What you can't ever do is question my behavior. And I will do as I please, and you will shut the fuck up about it. Because if you open your mouth to me, you lose your status in the community, literally. And I don't think people realize how those dynamics operated. I never had any desire to operate within those dynamics. In fact, I reject those dynamics. If I get all froggy with Bex, I want her to be able to tell me to fuck off. I want her to be able to express herself. I don't want her to have to hold her tongue. But this idea of, oh, be a gentleman. Now, wait a minute. If you're a lady, you can't question what I'm doing and remain a lady if I'm a gentleman. Meanwhile, I'm not riding my steed to my fucking manor after this. So I don't want to hear that shit. And I know you didn't mean it that way. I just see that society at large is confused, you know, around these topics. But please continue.
Yes.
Please continue.
Yeah, when I was in comedy, we always used to joke that there's only one woman on the show, right? Even if there were three of us, because most of the time there'd only be one woman showing up. And always, almost always, I would be introduced. You're introduced as welcome, the only woman here.
Yes.
You know, welcome this lady. You know, she's a lovely lady, Rebecca Broom or whatever, right?
Yeah.
And then you'd go on the stage, and the first thing I would challenge was like, oh boy, you know, don't assume I'm a lady just because I have these.
Yes.
Right? And I would grab my breasts. And because I did I did what I call a tragic comedy of my dating stories through my life. But I coined the term slut shock humor. Right?
Nice.
I definitely was someone who was not a common trope. I didn't let myself be bittered. I just I owned the stories always, right? My choices, my broken picker. And so part of what what I was doing using the word gentleman, or even when Bobby and I have had conversations that lead to any idea of any kind of overlap where there may be tensions or confusion as to how Bobby came to hop up on my panel at all. Well, actually, I met Bobby at Z's, right? So we were on a panel together there.
Nice.
And so, which was kind of neat. He's our matchmaker, right? Unbeknownst to him. And that actually, Bobby had told Z that, and I think that's what had sort of maybe thrown him off a little, or just been a little bit shocking. Then he remembered, right? But I just wanted to say that I have been approaching the situation being as ladylike as I can. Now, one would say, well, how is it ladylike if you're coming in to talk about someone talking about your vacuous vagina? The more I say it, it's pretty kind of funny. It's funny because I actually even laughed at the time.
Well, and I've got a breakdown of these dynamics in a minute, but please continue.
Well, yeah, I was just going to say, I think I used the word gentleman. I was using the word as gentleman as a challenge. I guess to Z, in a sense, that if he was ever watching, he would know that I was on my best behavior, making sure that I modeled the respect I have for him, and hopefully was using language that would precipitate that behavior, like you're saying. Why would one expect it, right? But playfully, flirtatiously, with no expectations, you know? So I guess even by referring to him as a gentleman, that was because I felt like I myself was being a lady. And so maybe I'm being a modern metaversal lady by coming in here to talk social dynamics with you, knowing that it could put me in a position of more of making that that fisherman's story get bigger and bigger fish, right? And if that's the case, that's the case. You know, it's just more about trying my best to grow and understand people's behavior. That's what I'm really here to do, is to share my perspective, right? And my perspective is the same as it was a couple of weeks ago when I sort of started to realize and set back and look at some of the content that I've been included in, and just talking about, just in general, I think this disdain for the mother, disdain for women in general, and the fact that I think that there are a lot of people out there that do suppress latent homosexual tendencies. And I think we're in a world now where, you know, we know it's okay. You know, it's okay.
Real quick, Bex, as somebody who's just said it like it is about myself, almost nobody cares. The women don't give a fuck. Most of the dudes don't care. The latent homos care. The closeted homosexuals care. So what's worse than a homo? a closeted homo.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm have a choice between the two, why would it not be the thing that's more better for me and everybody else, right? Meanwhile, I've never lived that society, that lifestyle, because I grew up in a very repressive culture where we had literal gay bashing. I mean, nobody was gay in my hometown because it was not tolerated. But obviously there were homosexuals. They just, as long as they pretended to like ladies, everything was fine, see? And the fact is, I've always been strongly attracted to women. Okay, I just don't happen to think bisexuality in men is a thing. It's like that's, but as EBT would say, gay is an activity. Well, by that measure, it's been, you know, I don't even want to get into particulars, but I've never even lived that lifestyle in the first place. But do I see a fella that catches my eye at times? Yeah, I do. So what? So what? Mm-hmm. So what? You know, it's better for me to just accept that I'm having certain types of thoughts. What's not good for me is to deny the thoughts and to bury them deep down, where, as we know, repression is always harmful to the individual. Meanwhile, I've never had a trouble getting a date. I've never had trouble having a girlfriend. I've never had trouble having wives. So, you know, forget about Z. We'll push that to the side. So imagine somebody whose society has put a lot of pressure on to go out and have a relationship with a female, then, you know, having that relationship and it doesn't work out, and, you know, perhaps that person really wasn't into it anyway, right? But then now viewing women as the problem, when actually the conflict is within the person. And again, I have no way of addressing a particular individual. I'm speaking broadly and generally, right? So, you know, if I can recognize these dynamics externally, I can certainly detect them internally, okay? Like, absolutely. So I'm going to do what's best for me and the rest of society. Meanwhile, most people just don't care, right? But then 25% of the guys call me all kind of names and want to. By the way, Bex, almost all of them become graphic in their descriptions towards me. And TBE multiple times has just started fantasizing. Like he actually, you can tell he's getting off on it to some extent. Like, it becomes a very sick dynamic very quickly. Well, I'm not involved in any of that. I'm doing the healthy, right thing for me, which is just put it out there, fucking deal with it. My family probably hears this. Okay. Yeah. I've said it on my podcast before. Mm-hmm. You know, if they know, they know. I don't care. That's their problem, you know?
Yeah.
Whatever. But what I'm not going to do is, you know, act based on a thing that I know is bad for me and bad for everybody else. It's like, because people can kind of tell, right? We can kind of tell who has these tendencies, right? And it causes attention. It causes, you know, we can't ever truly relax around these people, because I got to hear certain folks talk about vagina and relationships when, yeah, they probably would like to be in a relationship, but not with a being who was born with a vagina. Okay. Meanwhile, none of my business. Take it away, Bex.
Well, yeah, and I really appreciate that you took it there, because that's really why I brought it to the table here to talk to you, right? Mm-hmm. Is that there is two ways people can go once they realize that they've got repressed homosexual tendencies, right? And they can act on them or not act on them. And that's a beautiful thing. That's still a choice, right? But I think that, and I think I guess that's the other thing I would say, is the beauty of this kind of platform is that we have the ability to go back and watch ourselves, right? We have the ability to go and check in on people that you think might have something to say about yourself, right? And yet I think that one of the things I see the least in some of the people that I think have these behaviors is I don't think they go back and watch themselves enough to see their own patterns.
They can't. See, and I wanted to make this point earlier, so I'm glad you brought this up. And real quick, I'll pass it back to you. But so what happens with people like me and Bex, and you've seen, you know, we've both gotten oppositional with each other. We both we get locked in sometimes. You know, it's actually a benefit of the neurodivergence. We can really fucking lock onto some shit. Well, sometimes I lock into somebody on a conversation. You know, we see it a lot with me and Keith, highly suspect. But after I do that, I've developed the ability to review my play, like it's a term from poker, right? Part of the way I got pretty good at poker is after the session, I could review my decision-making and what I did, right? And my patterns as well. And, you know, am I exploitable in this way? And then, okay, well, I made a play here. It didn't work out, but this was probably actually the proper thing to do. So I do that with everything involving my behavior. I actually go after the fact and I review it. And now part of that is I will not repress. So Bex, part of me taking it to the streets for 10 years was me to deal with my stagnated trauma that I, as far as I can tell, you know, if everything is vibrating energy and if my body is actually an energy sphere in the chakras and all of this stuff. So when I have this physical, pain, that is a repressed, stagnated energy, a low-level energy. Well, as far as I can tell, the only way to resolve that is to use my concentration, my focus, my meditation, my contemplation, my vigilance to go into that space to say, hey, what the fuck is this? Then whatever the feelings are, to experience the feelings, and then through that process, the trauma, that stagnated energy then leaves. Now, I still have some of it, clearly. So when these people come in and try to trigger me, they're filled to the fucking brim with that energy because they have no way to resolve it or get rid of it. It's Talcott, who you can literally see this guy feeding sometimes. People start attacking him and you'll see him doing these certain types of motions, and he gets this look of pleasure on his face. He's feeding through a process of transference. He's actually succeeding in temporarily getting rid of some of that pain, some of that stagnated trauma. It's a literal psychic vampirism. Okay, and I figured it out because I was victim. I fell victim to it many times until I finally resolved it and figured it out. I will not repress because it's bad for me, and by extension, it's bad for everybody I come into contact with. See, but meanwhile, how can I come on here and talk at an expert level about these dynamics, but then I get accused of pop psychology? Well, it's because I'm an expert. I'm an expert in human psychology. That's why. Now, if people don't want to accept that, that's not my problem. Okay. So what I won't do, Bex, is spend years and years and years and years, and I'm still doing this, right? I still haven't resolved all of it, but if I live long enough, I will. I will not go backwards, okay? So Talcott, Kim Before the Storm, a lot of these folks are seeking to resolve their own trauma and their own stagnated energies and their own repression that they cannot go inside themselves and resolve. They're attempting to transfer it onto other people through a literal process of psychic vampirism. It's sick, and I will not participate. Now, in my lesser moments, I do at times lash out in wrath, and I've said that I've been delivered from wicked spirits, and that's my interpretation of what's happened. That's words in the English language, but it describes the process that I have undertaken. And I've said that, if I have any left, that it's certainly wrath, right? So, but here's where it is I practice so effectively that spirit of wrath, it doesn't want to show itself because it knows I may very well evict it or exorcise it if it shows itself, right? So it's not really able to feed. So that's the mechanism these people are attempting to act upon. And increasingly, if that is some sort of disembodied spirit that's now in my energy sphere, and again, we're using certain religious connotations, certain language, in the very confusing English language. I'm not saying that one should subscribe to these concepts. This is more or less this is the only way I can talk about these things, right? So whatever that spirit is, it can't fully show itself anymore. Meanwhile, I was some version of wizard. I used to just run around blasting people with my wrath, right? And it felt good. That anger feels good. Like it's powerful. It's intoxicating, right? But meanwhile, I'm now so ill, my organs are in such a state. If I actually go to a 10 out of 10 on my anger scale, like I have to go lie down for the rest of the day. Like this is, literally, my body can no longer even withstand that level of wrath. So, I'm managing these things actively every day, and I will not be turned back. I will not be denied. I will not be stopped, especially by these bozos. And I went on a little longer than I wanted to, but I'd like to hear your response.
Yeah, that Schadenfreude.
There you go.
I also that Schadenfreude is a real, very real. The getting joy from witnessing other people's pain.
Mm-hmm.
And then in terms of the language you're using, like the book that I read from the Medusa and the Snail by the retired allopathic doctor, it's on philosophy and medicine. He writes a lot of essays that sort of what harken back to the old language of demons as disease.
Yes.
Right. So whether people use religious connotation or not, you can see the link between disease and this cognitive dissonance, or these lack of personal definition, or you know what I mean, whatever it is that causes people. It's not just germs or bacteria or viruses. Germs, bacteria, viruses, are all of those things used to be called demons, right? So
Yeah,
now
100%.
science could say we got better at isolating those things and treating them and the like, and we can go with like germ theory or bacteria theory or whatever you want to call that. But ultimately, even when they were treating disease like demons, they were having effective treatments. Now they learned to give antibiotics instead of to leech and bleed and cup and whatever else they did. But ultimately, even science itself would admit that diseases can be excised like demons, right? And ergo, I think there is a stronger relationship between that than people would let their understanding of religious verbiage or whatever to be, if you're not a religious person, right? Yeah, that would also, maybe that can lead us into the conversation of, you know, as I know you, with the people who think that there's some sort of people that have been brought to the idea of Satanism in the world, that it exists and there's this evil, and you know that they know that there's demons, like there's demons in the phone, there's demons in the technology, right? There's demons coming at us. I find it really interesting for people who are so, I think there's something to the psychology that's bringing people back, that people could go just as far as to believe that demons exist, but now they're not looking for a solution to figure out how to get rid of these demons. Now, I know if they think the world has been taken over by an occult so big that they're performing rituals on TV and having these underground basement parties where awful, awful things are happening, right? Then I could see how that desire to express how evil Satanism could be is very real. But then on the same note, when you're running around pointing fingers out at demons, expressing like you understand what demonology is at all, but you're not even researching the books to understand how to excise demons or something, then I think people are just caught in, it's like moving backwards in a general social cognitive sense, right? It's like, well, what do we bring to those people who believe in demons now? Well, you must have to bring spirituality, right? You must have to bring the anti-demonology, which would be faith and spirituality or religion, you know?
Yeah, no, sorry, I quit listening a little bit. I've got Kim is unable to follow directions, and he, of course, right, he'll never follow my directions, as we know. This is part of the oppositional defiance. It's like, does he want to be here on the channel, or does he want to just do what he wants to do? So my apologies for that. I heard most of it, but there at the end, I sort of...
Yeah, I can summon. It's
off.
better because I'm trying to become more concise, right?
Yeah, sure.
And I'll get better as times go on. I think oftentimes I need to learn to ask questions, to phrase what I want to say as a question. I think that'll be my next practice for the next little while, and I think I'll find I become very concise. But I guess what I was trying to say is, do you think that with people now understanding that they think they know what demons are, right? Do you think the answer to do you think that that's moving people towards spirituality, right? Like, is the answer to demonology spirituality? Or are we going to end up with a situation where they're going back to the doctor now, because I've expressed the fact that doctors know that demons turned into viruses or whatever.
Well,
like, I just find it so strange that people can get caught in the spiritual linguistic loop with no solution.
Well, and if you talk to a Christian, you know, I like to ask Christians, like, okay, what did Jesus do in the Bible? Because all he really did was travel around teaching and healing. So they can come up with those two. The part they can never come up with is cast out demons. So I would say modern Christianity actually prevents people from being able to deal with these, whatever that is, right? And again, we're describing a particular spiritual phenomenon, you know, in a certain context, right? And again, I'm always going to refer to the, you know, the context in which I was socialized, which was a Bible thumper, you know, shove the Bible down your throat context. But, you know, the reality is most so-called Christians are, even if they're willing to accept that, yes, some people are inhabited by demonic forces, they don't think it's possible that they themselves could be under demonic oppression. They literally think it's impossible because they go to church. Meanwhile, and again, this is the rules of their game. I'm not saying I subscribe to this, or I'm not pushing notions of religion. What I'm saying is, the reality is, Satan, if that's a being, is happy to preach the gospel as long as he can preach it in his own way. So, if I am in a church and we're all praising the Lord, the person next to me may be praising the Lord, but which Lord? See, we just assume that means the Most High, right? When what that person may mean is the prince of the power of the air. But again, in the context of the Bible, in the context of the Christian religion, which I will always speak on. I can speak on anything I want to in spite of my own behavior or belief. I always reserve that right. I'm here in the realm. Nobody's going to tell me which mouth noises I'm allowed to make or not make. That's a non-motherfucking starter. And you see this a lot with TBE wanting to say, that these people are not able to, because they don't behave a certain type of way. They can't speak on the Bible. Well, I reject that out of hand. I will reference any scripture of my choosing, as is my, if I'm willing to call that thing God, as is my God-given right. Meanwhile, Kim cannot follow instructions. Kim, if you want to be here, you will send me an email, and in that email you will say, I agree to come on the channel and admit my defeat in Bex's chat, because I dumpstered your bitch ass. Everybody saw it. You ran like a little girl because you couldn't take the heat. Or you can just lie and say that you got disconnected or you had to go somewhere. When you thought you were getting what you needed, your connection worked just fine. You had no trouble expressing yourself. So, yeah, the thing is, when there's 45 in the house and I'm cooking and Bex is cooking, of course he wants to be here. He wants to make it about him. Kim, you're welcome here. But if you can't follow my directions as the broadcaster, I don't want you here. And I'm not Paul. I never agreed to love all you motherfuckers, right? I never agreed to love everybody. I don't love God as much as I hate evil, see. My basis for if I choose to submit to the will of the Most High and the law of the Most High, if I do that in my own life, I do that because I don't want to see the enemy win. I don't love the Most High. I'm not in touch with that. I hate evil and I hate Satan, if that's a discrete being. So this idea that I got to love y'all, no, I don't. No, I do not. As long as I feel like I can face the big man and explain myself, I get to do whatever the fuck I want. And if you don't like it, too fucking bad. Please go ahead, Bex.
Well, and that's where I'd like to say that I don't think people realize, I think we're maybe so used to love being represented in toxic familial relationships, toxic school relationships, toxic work environments, where we're forced to have relationships where we're not evolving as people. We're repeating the same kind of mistakes in our relational dynamics. And if we're not actually working on those things, we're just reinforcing a certain kind of behavior, and we're seeking that out in people who best meet those criteria. And so I can see, I think I lost my train of thought, but I can see why people are attracted to that transference, like you're saying.
Yes.
But also that they don't, that's where I was going to go.
Sorry, Bex, they have no other alternative, but please take it away.
Well, that's where I was going to go and say that I think it's unfortunate that when someone like yourself can get so passionate about what you've learned and what you understand, you can even display that from a very masculine, I mean, of course you're a man, right? So from that perspective, right, that I don't think people realize that sometimes raising your voice, raising your voice and expressing things like that is love, right? Sometimes shouting is love, right? Maybe people could say, oh, it would be more effective if you didn't shout it out. Yeah, but everybody's repeating these toxic patterns, right? So then when you do get someone exercising something that does show love, like again, last night on my panel, we had Dick and Smith and Mitch and myself and Wizard were there. And Mitch was expressing some frustrations right off the bat. combative communication was going on. You know, we eased it. We as a group eased Smith's mind. You know, we were patient, and Dick and Dick summed it up in a very fatherly way that I don't want to misquote, but in the end, Smith's response was something like, "Oh, I like how you did that, bud. I felt hugged, and then I felt kicked in the dick, and then I felt something else." Right? I missed the other part. I got stuck on the kicked in the dick, but it was very paternal, and it was quite loving and stern, right? As the summary of what had just happened, because Smith was Smith was feeling defensive. Smith was not observing himself from outside, right?
Yep.
And the rest of us were able to do that and able to sit patiently with him and express that maybe you are here to make friends as much as you're here to share your, I coined the gematria, your gematria poetry, right? And it was just a really beautiful moment of understanding. So back to that whole, like, I'm going to open my mouth hole and say what I want, you know, it 100%, right? Just like people who can open their mouth hole and come out and show that they have a lot more growing to do, right? And I will say that I can be judgmental, like I learned from yourself last night. You know, I'm trying to grow and better myself here, and I'm doing it in public, and I really enjoy doing it. I don't do it expecting anybody to see me as a model. Right? I'm not here to influence people to be like me.
And I'm going to cut to the chase, Bex. Everything I do in the light of day is righteous. And when I do err, meaning I fall short of my goal, I will confess my error. I will repent, meaning I will resolve to not do this action again. And I will seek forgiveness. That's my process. So everything that I do in the light of day is righteous. So what do I have to worry about? Because I am paying attention. And when I fall short, I will correct myself. And sometimes my brother or my sister corrects me. And sometimes I correct my brother or my sister. Now, you know, I will access humility, and maybe I will, you know, maybe I will become defensive. Maybe I will reject it, but eventually I will come to understand the error of my ways, and I will correct it. So these are people who are doing none of that. I mean none of it. These are people who commit acts in public that cause them to go to the penitentiary. I mean, think about that. I've never had to be locked in a cage for the good of society. At no point did society determine that the best thing for society was to lock me in a cage for years at a time. So many of these folks are these people, because what they do in the light of day is not righteous. So of course they need to dress it up. They need to play politics. They need to make it look some type of way. I don't. None of that has anything to do with me.
Yep.
And not my problem, by the way. Not my problem. But, you know, it's interesting the type of folks who will attempt to, you know, interact with me when I'm not going to waver, see. There's something about that. People who are going out and seeking something, you know, such as what's within me that will never yield, that cannot yield. You know, that will literally try to bring out my own indomitable will, right? That they can't possibly ever you know, usurp or surpass. It's not a thing that can happen. So, I mean, I'm not interested. So I don't get anything out of Kim before the storm being unable to resolve his internal space, because he's fallen to the level of piece of trash. He's a piece of trash based on his behavior. It's not my opinion. I've come to this conclusion by observing him. Meanwhile, Bex, I'm out here harming nobody, right?
Yeah.
So let him do whatever he wants. That's his business, right? But I ain't involved, and I ain't interested. But by the way, if you come around me, you're going to get the side of the Christed being that draws a sword. See, I'm the aspect of the Christ that draws the sword. You mess with the bull, you get the horns. And if he can humble himself and accept his defeat. See, part of me being a strong warrior is if somebody beats me, I'm like, hey, man, good job. You beat me. I'll shake your hand. I admit defeat. But I don't do that for them. I do that for me. Well, up until he's willing to act with honor and integrity and say, wow, man, like you really did fucking handle me. And like Morpheus in The Matrix, you know, I just flipped him on his fucking head, right? As I've done many times, and I've flipped him on his head many times and said, hey, man, I ain't even the final boss of this shit. If you can't get past me, you got problems, partner, right? It's fucking effortless for me. But he helped me a little bit because I got to work on my breathing. You know, I got to work on my ability to breathe and remain somewhat calm, right? And then it made for a good broadcast. So he's actually helping me, see? When he acts as my adversary, all he does is make me stronger. Meanwhile, he's not growing stronger as a result of battling me because I can still flip him on his fucking head just like I've always been able to. Now, there's been times when I was cranky and agitated and went there with him. But more often than not, I just flip him on his fucking head. And here he comes a month later and wanting to get flipped on his head again, right? Now, maybe he's gauging his progress. I have no idea, but do better, Kim. This is not going to get it done, sir, and this is bad for you. It's not not a problem for me, but anyway, go ahead, Bex.
Yeah, no, I think you've said it just fine. You know, like, I guess the other thing I would say is, do people maybe push the envelope wanting to be blocked? Is there some...
He doesn't have any control over himself. Got no control.
Yeah.
That's why he's got all these accounts ready to go. I don't have any sock accounts ready to go because I'm almost never muted or banned. And guess what? You mute or ban me, I'm probably not coming back for a while. I tried to post in one of TBE's live streams. I'm still blocked. Well, I probably won't watch the next one. I mean, it's his loss. I'm only ever an addition to these people's broadcasts. If they don't want me here, that's fine with me. I don't have to be there. And here comes a heckle bus to join us. What's up, Keith?
Excellent.
Greetings. It's funny how you were talking about the sock accounts. You know, you don't really know how that works, Kim. See, it goes to the psychology of knowing what you have to say, where to say it, and who to say it to. See, if you don't know your personalities, you're not going to go very far. Everybody else is going to point their finger at you and call you names. And it's going to bother you. It's going to set you off. You're going to be distracted from your spirituality. But when you learn how to take all those emotions and keep them in check, that's your control, that's your authority, that's your power over you and how you affect everybody else. So when you do sock accounts like Kem is trying to do, so he can come back and weasel his way in, and that's the opposite of what I'm doing. I've got 10 sock accounts. I tell you what they are. Did you see me last night when I went to bed? Good night, John Wilson. Good night, John Wilson, from all my different profiles. See, the profiles are for journaling. It's when we go to other people into the forums, the public forums, and we want to give them a name that we call ourselves. See, it's not about taking upon a name that somebody else wants to call you. So when you learn how to call yourself your own names, other people calling you names can't disposition you because you've got your personalities in order. Yeah. Otherwise, you might be assessed as having a psychological personality disorder. You know what I mean?
Yep. I do.
People can see that clearly, Kim. You are psychologically in disorder. You act like a little bitch, just like Benton says. Oh, my internet cut off. No, you fucking ran, you fucking cuck. But anyway, yeah, exactly. Personalities. That's what it's all about, folks.
Yeah. Exactly. And that's why it's neat that you got the people like yourself that, have multiple accounts, let's say. It's not a sock account when you're like, hey, it's me. Hey, it's still me, right? I've thought of creating a sock account that's definitely not Bex Wiz, right? So that when I'm hopping around being my alter ego, people know it's still me. But I've just always had the one account myself. I don't see it as better or anything. I appreciate that you can have all your accounts and have your different idea sets on, in terms of your journal. It's a nice way to categorize what you like to do.
Well, and if you guys are familiar with what an author's guild is, we have
author's guild?
An author's guild.
Oh, an author's guild. Sorry.
Right. An author's guild is just like a theater guild. You've got multiple authors that are writing a book.
Yep.
And that's all it is. You're able to create your own author's guild so that you can pen books in different names.
Yep.
Just because Samuel Clemens authored several books under the same name, Mark Twain, doesn't mean you have to do that. You can author a different book or a different book under a different name, and you can write 100 books and use 100 different names, folks. It's about a contemplation of the story, like I said before, the story you want to get across, who you're putting it out to, how you're putting it out, all kinds of things. It's really a matter of knowing how to be artistic in your expression rather than being triggered into expression. If you're forthright with your expressions, how do people trigger you?
I love that. I love that. It's like having...
I thought she was coming up.
No,
it's like
that
having
was a misclick. I misclicked.
Yeah, it's an exercise like in acting, right? You see actors in Hollywood, they'll play roles. They'll play, they really push the envelope of the roles they play. Say, say Victor Victoria. I know I'm doing a way back callback, but, where Julie Andrews plays a woman playing a man playing a woman. That's a pretty deep role, actually, right? And so if an author wants to push the envelope and write from a female perspective as a man and to be seen as a woman writing a book, to see how well they played the part, that would be one of the reasons why a male author would take on a female pen name as an exercise to themselves in how well they understand the psychology of stepping into those shoes, right? So why wouldn't it be the case for any other alter ego you want to create as an author? I really like that analogy.
Yeah, and when I was in high school, speech class, we did plays, and the speech, the director, whatever you want to call him, he had us do this exercise when we're doing the plays and doing our lines and stuff. We would switch characters. So while I might play this character and do a scene, then the next scene we would switch characters, and I would play a different character. Somebody else would play the character I just played. So everybody got a practice of playing different characters, and it's a good thing to go to do in life, not to be fake, but to learn how you can present yourself. It's a unique thing to be able to present yourself, particularly somebody like me in these courts where I was a belligerent all these years. It's a unique way of being able to present yourself in uncomfortable situations and yet be comfortable because it's all fake.
I appreciate that. I learned a long time ago I share way too much information, and I worked for a man who liked to run his business in a gray area and minimize how much taxes he gave to the government. He'd get audited every 7 years or so. And he taught me that I was not to talk to the auditor. Okay. Bex is not trusted with the auditor. Bex cannot talk to the auditor at all. Say nothing whatsoever. Just give them the paperwork they need. Find the file. Shut the fuck up. Right. And I appreciated that guidance because he told me that he always took his daughter in with him when he had to talk to the government as a man in his 70s. He always played the bumbling father role, right? So that his daughter could take care of him, and in essence, play on the psychology of the government worker behind the desk, right? Mm-hmm. So now I've learned from those steps, I definitely am a different character when I'm dealing with my government, right? I need their help. they're the expert on the other end of the phone. It doesn't matter what's happening. I'm just going to ask questions, and I'm going to cater to the fact that these people want a certain information set. I'm the kind of person that's going to info dump. So let's just play naive and aloof. I play naive and aloof. And it's worked very well. Not only does it reinforce the person on the other end of the table is doing their job, but I'm learning to actually withhold. Because I know for me, that's the one thing I struggle with is like, I just want to, I'll info dump. And here in these platforms, I've realized becoming more concise is key. It's more effective, right? So in essence, that character will serve me here, that I played that character.
Absolutely. And that's one of the things that you see on Paul's platform, why there's an issue, because people don't know how to be concise. So they want to go in there and make these comments. And that's what Paul and I get on, is people that aren't concise, and they sit there and babble and insult people because they don't know how to communicate. So the first problem, before you can get into the psychology of a person, they have to learn how to communicate. That's why I don't think Jack's going to be much of a issue here in the future again. Despite the peace agreement, Jack does not know how to communicate.
Mm-hmm.
That's a big issue. That's why I have a hard time getting along with people, because I communicate a certain way. And if you can't communicate with me that way, it causes confusion, not with me, but with you, with whoever's trying to communicate. Because when I talk about things like postage stamp versus prepaid postage impression, people don't understand it. Well, what's the difference? It's still a stamp. No, it's a different form. And therefore, the language is specific as the law is specific, and people don't understand that. It's that spelling, that speaking, that creates your law. Period.
Exactly.
Machiavelli, communication says the guy that yells and screams at most. Yeah, people like Machiavelli that can do nothing but babble. Communication, says the guy that yells and screams at most. At most what? See, if you can't even think long enough to put out one sentence, one concise sentence, then you prove your fucking idiocy. And if you think Jesus didn't yell, you're wrong. If you think God didn't yell, you're wrong.
Yeah, everyone gets so used to being in their feelers, and we've emboldened people to think that it's a grave offense to offend somebody or upset somebody. Meanwhile, everybody's running around offended and upset. It's so crazy. People can't even see stern talking for what it is. People can't see passion for what it is. People can't even watch a lot of people can't even watch a debate or an argument go on without pointing the finger at the person who's shouting the loudest as wrong.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what Machiavelli's talking about, And just because a guy yells doesn't mean he's not saying something pertinent. And just because he's yelling doesn't mean that you shouldn't listen. Maybe you should have listened to the conversation before that to how it got to the point of yelling.
Well, and I want to say this. Until people stop accepting passive aggression, I don't want to hear anything about my overt aggression, because it's still aggression. We've become so weak that we now accept passive aggression as okay. And this is the feminization, and this is people being raised only by women, because the women, no offense, ladies, guys raised only by women, she's more likely to be passive aggressive, right? Mm-hmm. So passive aggression, completely fine. Just regular aggression, oh, no, no, no. Meanwhile, passive aggression is still aggression. So let's get rid of aggression, and I might be willing to get rid of my aggression, but not until you do something about passive aggression.
Well, yeah, and if I might add, Benton, that I appreciate the perspective of it being a single mother issue. I know as a
Well,
woman who's
or,
not
sorry,
passive-
just an ineffectual emasculated father. Also, that's also in play.
I
But go
was
ahead.
just gonna. I appreciate you pointing that out. Because I know there's a character, one of the people that goes on these panels who is raising a child on their own, and one of the most passive aggressive people I've met. Right. So, at least I've witnessed very passive aggression and major schadenfreude as well. So I appreciate that you would liken it to that. Now, if initially it did come because the family unit was dissolved and the women in their situations as they tried to transition to a world that now allowed them to have debt, which was just in 1975, right? There is manipulation involved just in survival tactics. But I would say it does come down to a breakdown of not having two parents, right? It really comes, I definitely support that. And I have no problem with it being put on the mother. Understanding that even in the essence of the teardown of the family unit, any amount, in a groupthink fashion, as women adjusted, that shortcoming did fall on their shoulders. Right now, as a society, we all got let down. You can't tear down one gender without tearing down the other, right? You can't tear down the family unit. So yeah, I appreciate that. And then I would say from a female perspective, like as a woman who can be seen as very aggressive, right? I'm seen as aggressive. I'm seen as not feminine because of my aggression. But I'll tell you, that's why I don't have a sock account, right? I'm way too fucking smart. And I don't mean to sound like, oh, I'm so smart, I don't have one. I'm saying really intelligent people who can detach from their emotions and are aggressive. The moment you get into that scenario, for me, I don't want to cultivate passive aggression in myself, right? I would be a nasty fucking person. I'd be so nasty. I'd be very, very good at it. And I don't want to cultivate that in myself.
And so, yes, El Pistolero, the Bible does say to yell. Isaiah 58:1, cry aloud, spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet and shew my people their transgressions and the house of Jacob their sins. So maybe you ought to get back into the scripture, or maybe you should get into the scripture to begin with, because it tells you a lot about life and how to deal with things. But you sit there and keep questioning people like me that know how to live their life. See, when you walk into court and you tell them, hey, you know that bench warrant you issued is false, they go ahead and dismiss the bench warrant. It's that simple.
Well, and I would support. I think too, for people who don't know the scripture to quote, like even just the idea, wasn't there with the money lenders and the flipping of the table? How could someone flip a table without being angry? Absolutely. Right? You're gonna flip. Who flips a table and doesn't shout?
Well,
right?
Hey,
and I don't know.
Drove them out of there real quick. He drove them out of there with a cat of nine tails, lest we forget.
Well, yeah, and I don't know that it said flip the tables, but rather turn the tables.
Yes. Oh, okay.
And this goes to turning the table so that you become the banker and they're the borrower.
Oh, okay. So that means, yeah, okay. Got it.
El Pistolero, yes, there is no proof that it's absolute truth. Absolute truth is from your observance. And the more people that observe the exact same thing and can say the exact same thing about it, that's absolute truth. So whether we believe in Christ or not is different. That is not an absolute truth. And they can say it's the word of God and the word of God is perfect and all they want, but that scripture has inconsistencies. This is why there's all this squabble about scripture, because if Jesus was hung on a cross versus Jesus was hung on a tree, what's the difference? Well, the tree doesn't matter because it was only mentioned 2 times. I don't care. It's an inconsistency. And therefore, if you're saying that the word of God, it's the word of God and the word of God is pure, then you have to be able to explain the inconsistency. So if you don't do your research and you can't explain the inconsistency, maybe you ought to ask somebody that can, because it goes down to the symbol in Hebrew that meant peg, stake, where we get nail, cross, comes from tree. Tree was the origin of all of those different terms. So it has to be that you go back to origins. Again, like I spoke last night on Bex's, you go to Hebrew and you get the numerology 1 through 10, and then 10, 20, 30. It's not the same numerical system that we use today. It's been converted. Same with the language. It's not the same language. It's been converted. You must go back to the origins to get the best comprehension you can. If you stop somewhere along the way, you're fooling yourself.
Exactly. Exactly, Wiz.
Well, and as far as Kim goes, you know, the reality is there's been times when people, certain folks did not want anything to do with me, and it was because of my shitty personality, right? At the time, I don't have a shitty personality across the board, right, Keith? But the reality is, Kim, we don't want to talk to you, and it's only because of your shitty personality. I mean, think about that. So at a certain point, I chose to internalize and realize, wow, these people don't want anything to do with me solely based on what I was presenting to them at the time. I was fully responsible. And Kim, we don't want to talk to you at the risk of speaking for the others. I don't want to talk to you solely based on your shitty personality, or at least you presenting with a shitty aspect of your personality that you seem to be leaning into for whatever reason. But he'll just say, oh, it's not that serious. It's just the internet. I'm just playing around. Well, you've behaved as if it's very serious. That's the problem. It's not. The problem is not that it's not serious and it's the internet. The problem is that he's pretending as if it's serious, meaning he's lying.
Well, and not only that, but even when it is serious and we get into discussions about his case, he's not serious about it because he doesn't want to respect the other guy giving him an answer. And I'm telling you, Kim, if you would ever learn how to do a forensic securities audit, they lose every time because that's what they're doing. They're committing securities fraud. And all you have to do is find one error. Case over. 93 cases. They're all done. They can't come after me. What do you think I've been doing for 7 years? Why do you think 11 cases I never showed up in court and they haven't issued warrants? The last case where I walked out without signing, they tried to demand payment of the fines, a DNA, and a drug eval, and they've gotten none. Why do you think I still walk in and out of that court if I want to, and they don't do anything except what they think they can do, such as, well, we'll continue this. You know, the bench warrant, they dismissed the bench warrant, but then put a continuance. So I get to go back down Monday morning and let them know, hey, no, you misconstrued things. I ordered the dismissal of the bench warrant. I did not order a continuance. If you are going to pose that you have continuance here with personal jurisdiction, you better show me where you get that personal jurisdiction, because you never served me in the state in which the court sits as a defendant. The defendant never voluntarily appeared in court. And you are trying to say that I'm a resident, and you have no proof that I'm a resident. Federal, state, or municipal officer or agent whose resident presence is deemed necessary by the board. You're also a judicial officer, and the Judicial Office Department is an independent and neutral forum within the United States Postal Service, comprising of the judicial officer, an administrative law judge, and the Postal Board of Contract Appeals. So while I'm in this courtroom under order hour, I'm the one that makes the contract, and you follow my directive. You do not place a continuance on something that never existed. You have to learn how to outsmart them. See, if she's going to sit there on that bench and placate she's the judicial officer, it is directly relative to contracting, and I did not contract. You did not get a signature on any paperwork. I told you you issued a false bench warrant and agreed that it should be dismissed. Then you turn around and put in a continuance. We never discussed the continuance. That was undisclosed. That is not equal consideration. You lied. I don't have to be nice about it. Neither do you. But you do have to have knowledge, Kim. And that's what you don't get from me, because you want to sit there and act like a child and interrupt the one guy that is willing and able to help you out of your situation. And that's the guy that you fuck off. So suck my cock, big boy.
Well, and the reality is he's not able to trust you. That's the problem. And the reality is, you know, I don't have
He has to learn to trust himself.
Well, that
to
too.
do the research and know and comprehend the research so he can trust himself to walk into that court and be a man instead of some fucking cuck bitch.
Well, and that's the thing is, the reality is, you know, I don't comprehend the ins and outs like Wizard does, but I have a knowing, you know, and I know that I can't speak for Wizard, but I've detected this knowing in him. It's certainly something that Paul talks about, which is the fact is this system does not have free will. You know, the evil does not have free will. That's us. So this system is based in spiritual law, and the system has no choice but to adhere to spiritual law. So when I hear Keith talking, all I'm hearing is the process whereby he forces the system to adhere to the spiritual law. So people like Kim, who hate God and love death, of course he wants to align himself with the evil system. He wants to have these things validated by the evil system, which has no choice but to go along with the evil. Meanwhile, Kim is the one who's important in all of this because he still has free will. And the evil is incentivized to get Kim to stay within the evil system and to be preyed upon by it and to not access his God-given creativity and his God-given free will. And I must go and take care of my needs, and I'll be back shortly.
Okay.
Yeah, and that goes to El Pistolero. There are many errors in the Bible. I agree. But yet you don't see the hypocrisy in that. I do see the hypocrisy in that. That's why I bring it to them. That's why I bring it to everybody else. Everybody else is the one that's professing they live their life in a Christian way, and yet they don't. So that's why I use the scripture. That passport, the whole thing about a passport and identification in interstate and intrastate commerce is based on Psalms 121, verse 8. The Lord shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth and even forevermore. That comes in correlation with Jeremiah 1:5. Before I formed thee in the belly, I knew thee. So who is anybody else to demand me of identification? He should know me by knowing my Father, because we have the same Father. John 8:14 through 20. Read it and get to know your Father. That's how you defeat these fuckers. They claim the same Father as you, and yet they ask you for identification. I don't need identification from you. I can see that you're an image and likeness. I know your Father, for there is but one Father which art in heaven. See, that's how you pull out that inconsistency and the hypocrisy on their ass and shove it so far up their ass they can taste it.
Exactly.
I don't play games with hypocrisy and reality. I let them know what they believe, and they continue showing that that's exactly what they believe, while I do everything I can to know as much as possible. Fucking slaves.
That's why you use that word. What did you say? Identin. What's the word of sojourner?
Itinerant.
Itinerant. So where does identity come from? Where does the word identification come from? Something to do with
ID,
teeth? Yeah.
Id.
Yeah.
Literally means it. Entity means to be. It's to be.
Yeah.
So when you present an entity, an identity, they are forming a contract for a future purpose. So it's to be.
Yeah, so people from two different times, right? If you came across me asking for my identification, I could say to you, I'm concerned for your eyes, sir, right? Can you not see me? You know, because can't you identify me, right? Like, can't you see that you see me? And ergo, you must identify me by asking me for a piece of paper to verify my existence, right? Like, it wouldn't have made any sense to some people back in the day asking for identification, right? It'd just be straight up, are you blind, right? Do you need to reach your hand out to my face to trust that I'm here, right? Because why would I need identification when you can see me, you know? That's how I see that.
And that's why I say, you know, when you learn that scripture and what it's really about, you can use it against everybody out there. Every last one of them is going to sit there and placate. They believe in the Creator. So it doesn't matter what scriptures you're using, as long as you know how to correlate them together and string them along. It's like Jack running his mouth and everything. They're gonna hang themselves with their own rope. When people spew this Babel shit, that's what hangs them. It's like Kim running his mouth, calling everybody a homo and faggot. That's his underlying closeted homosexuality that Benton was talking about. He tries to impress that upon everybody else, reflecting his emotions upon everybody else, because that's what he's afraid of. He's afraid of somebody bending him over in prison and fucking him, because he doesn't know how to talk right. He doesn't know how to be a man. He runs around in life being a cuck bitch. I went to prison when I was 19 years old, walked that prison yard proud, 3.5 years, walked out weighing 185 pounds, went in weighing 120.
Wow.
These people are fools. I've been living this shit all my life.
Yeah, I was thinking too about that. I see how the articulation of the word, understanding it within the system, tearing down these, challenging the regulatory bodies individually to not walk with identification, to drive your car without licenses. That's all the physical representation, and that's what we have to be doing. In addition to that, though, there's that aspect on that spiritual level where people have just given up so much hope, if they ever had any at all. And maybe that's what they didn't have, and why they could go down the path of understanding that there's some sort of MK Ultra being done on all of us, that there's a confines to our thinking. And yet the solution is the solution of breaking from those confines is actually done in the mind, right? Done in your own spirit and your own mind. It's easier. It's even easier than actually accessing and understanding the language to tear down the physical representation of that. And yet, how can one even take on that venture, right? To do I mean, I know it works in both directions. Fill out the paperwork, do your thing, get your sovereignty, but also understanding that sovereignty is a state of mind, right? Like, and once you have that understanding, there's no spell casting in this system that can fucking tear you down.
Exactly.
Like the only spell cast on you is a misunderstanding and confusion that has you stuck in your feelings, feeling helpless, right? And seeking out understanding. And I guess people could see it as confirmation bias. Oh, you're just, looking to justify your sky daddy or your reason for existence. But what are people doing when they're running around with this nouveau satanic panic, this understanding of demons, thinking they're in a phone that they're actually using, right? And not actually learning to understand it better, so that they can see that they're trapped in their own head, right? They're trapped in their own head, stuck in a loop of logic that goes nowhere, only seeking confirmation bias to reaffirm that is what's wrong, when what's wrong is that you're not breaking out of the confines of your own fucking mind. How can you achieve sovereignty in in a physical space if you're not going to do it in your own physical space in your body? I don't understand it. What do we have here?
I mean, Kim wanted to join the broadcast, so I figured I'd let him. That's Kim there.
Perfect.
Yeah. I don't really feel the need to hear from him right now, but
Yeah.
it's him.
And you've read, I know you're on it. You've read all the back chat, eh?
No, I don't. I almost never read the back chat.
Mm.
Yep. No idea. No idea what he's saying. Probably never going to read it, actually. So if you've been trying to tell me something, I haven't seen it. Did Wizard leave?
Okay.
Oh, he's still here. Okay.
No, he's here. He's here.
Well, let's hear what he's saying then, since I was going to let y'all keep talking, but we'll just see what he's got to say for himself here. Oh, I got the audio muted. Hang on. Still figuring this out. There we go.
I really just, people don't think about what it takes just to, do something creative like that. I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Oh, I think I'm getting compliments. Let me go back.
Yeah, he's got.
Or no, somebody else is. Oh, well, it's all right.
I've had a lot of friends in my homeless time that I've met a lot of people who speak similarly. So I'm not in any way discounting what you're saying. This is well, who the hell, Steak? Don't do that.
They should go after my dad and not after me. They should go after my dad. That's the cop, and not me. That's smeared. That's the fucking. That's the fucking. I said you're in the sweat box.
No, hell no,
yeah,
man.
No.
I'm
joking, dude.
Okay. No. Who's feeding back?
All right.
I'm on 1%.
Yeah, you need to do something, man. I don't know what you need to do.
I'm good. It's like the Truman Show now. Life is great.
Yeah. Yep. 10 hours and 52 minutes of a live stream. How about that?
Is it on your record, Ben?
Yeah, I mean, not solo. I went 7 hours by myself, but yeah, this is definitely the longest one I've participated in for sure. Yeah, absolutely. I'm all right. I'm done for the day. I think I live streamed my entire fucking shift at work today. Cam, I'll be fair. I had to mute you real quick. You were feeding back.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
You're good now. I don't know what happened, but it probably wasn't your fault.
It wasn't. I'm still figuring out that when I hit the StreamYard link, I have to go shut the other.
Yeah, like in the old days, if you called into a radio show, they'd be like, "You're in a radio show."
Earlier, I had that.
You're on a computer.
I'm trying to figure out how to get this stuff, but.
War by deception. What's up, War by deception? He said, "Yo, what the fuck?" That's funny. Yeah. Catch up with the chat.
Yeah, I got to open it back up.
Well, Kim left as soon as I started doing this. That's interesting. I started playing this Bex. He left. I guess I know how to get rid of him now. Yeah, I guess I know how to get rid of him if I need to. So yeah, that kind of went off the rails a little bit. I was when I was making my food, I wasn't listening to what you guys were saying, so not exactly sure what's going on.
It's okay. Keith was discussing the importance of sovereignty physically, and I discussed the importance of spiritual sovereignty. And the two go hand in hand. I think that's what we were talking about.
Cool.
Well, I don't think it. That's what I perceived us to be talking about. I know it, but I've made again.
Gotcha. What in the heck? I'm just finding some music to play. You won't be able to hear it though, unfortunately.
Well, I can mute and listen to it from YouTube.
Well, I mean, it's not that important, but then you'll end up on a delay. That's the problem, is you'll be like 5 seconds behind. Yeah. Sometimes I forget I'm on the delay and I start talking in the mic. I'm like, wait a minute, that's right, I'm on the delay. I shouldn't be talking.
So you should wait 5 minutes after a song, 5 seconds after a song stops?
Well, I mean, just generally, like sometimes I'm listening on my headphones, like on my phone, doing other stuff, but then like something will happen and I'll open my mic on the computer and I'll start talking, but I forget that I'm 5 seconds behind what's happening, if that makes sense. So I'm actually talking to who's on the panel, but I'm in the future. I'm 5 seconds in the future. But I don't know that I'm in the future, if that makes sense. Because on the phone is typically somewhere around 3 to 5 seconds behind what you see on StreamYard. There's like a little bit of a delay. Like kind of like radio has a little delay in case they got to, dump out of something. It's not the same purpose, but it's like effectively the same thing. So I wouldn't need, it's just like background music. It won't make a difference anyway.
I see.
But yeah, just the way StreamYard works, it won't let me share the audio the way I'm playing it. It's a limitation of the browser, unfortunately. Because Chrome is, I don't know if you know this, Google Chrome on a computer, it just uploads all of your files to Google. So like everything on my hard drive just gets uploaded to their servers, and it actually was slowing down my computer at a certain point. So I'm not able to use Google Chrome anymore. But StreamYard on Linux or on Windows works best with Chrome. It's all these ins and outs, all this stuff to learn, right?
Yep. Yeah, and then also it's like you're using an interface. So technically, at least the way I see it, is the foremost interface, the one that you're using, that everyone's. It would be like reaching backwards. It'd be like sending the music in two directions. That's how I understand it. The information has to, anyways, doesn't matter.
Won't play the audio is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah. But with Chrome, it will. It will with Chrome, though. That's the difference.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah.
And that's how they get you, though, right? That's how they show you.
Yeah, it's far and away. It works the best. Chrome absolutely works the best, like no question. But it also is the most invasive and spies on you the most. Just like their search engine, I still use Google.com for search because it's just better than everything else. But it's like, it's the most invasive one possible. I'm going to keep streaming, but I wonder how long we've been live. I'm trying to... Let me look on my phone. What about you? Are you... I guess you're probably going to stream at some point, right?
I might stream.
Well, I'm just assuming you will at some point.
At some point, yeah. Usually if I do, I try to go... I've been meaning to actually end around the time you start your walk.
Okay. Well, you don't have to do that. I mean...
No, I know, but still, it's nice because I like to, now that I'm on that kind of sleep schedule, I always was a viewer, right? So I can't say I would always do it, but I do like to join in the chat, or join in the chat on your show and join you sometimes, right? Like, so yeah, it's just something I was trying to do, although you sometimes go a little bit early. So if I do broadcast, I do typically will do it sometime in the evening time after dinner, Pacific Standard Time, right? So, but since for me, you start around 1 o'clock, then usually I would start maybe around 8 or 9. I'm trying to learn to have shorter streams anyway. I do like to go long.
I've noticed that, Bex. I've noticed.
It's fun. It's fun. Well, actually, I would say it's been fun just trying to figure out what I want to do here. And now that I have more focus, it's easier to use that focus to constrain myself from just treating my own room like it was my own improv stage while I figured out what I wanted to do. And now that I've got more focus, it's nice to be back participating in the community and chats. Watching some shows, joining in for 5 or 10 minutes, joining in for an hour, not being there the whole time, that kind of stuff, right? It's nice. It's lots of fun. I feel, I feel like I've got a sense of direction, and I really appreciate finding this community and being a part of it.
Awesome. Yeah, I love that. Just reading the chat. I think I'm going to check and see what the other channels are doing real quick. I like to keep an eye on what's happening. I'm not hitting the wall, but sometimes my energy just like goes real low for whatever reason. Oh, Paul's live.
Yeah.
Cool. What's he doing over there? Oh, he's doing his warm-up, it looks like.
Nice.
Or is he talking? It said he's been going for an hour, 77 minutes. I think I'm going to screen share that in case folks want to roll over that way. Appreciate everybody for being here today, and appreciate the donos. Is this actually Tommy, though? Let's see. Tommy Kim's playing games, so we'll see what happens. Is this Tommy? Tommy, can I get a mic check? Tommy, can you hit your cam or say something, please? Mr. Tommy. Yeah, it's not Tommy. Tommy, if that's you, just hit your cam, or when I bring you back up, say something, because Kim's being silly.
Yeah, you know, Tommy's on it. Tommy would have been on it.
Yeah, he would have started talking immediately.
He comes in fired up and ready to go.
Yeah.
That's funny. What a bozo. Okay, Paul's still playing music, so good deal. Well, I don't know, man. I don't know what we're gonna do here. I think I'm having watermelon withdrawals. I need my watermelon. I guess the season's about over, though, so it might be a wrap on the watermelons.
And real quick for Pistolero down in chat, when it comes to the creator that they describe as God, the way I look at it through my research, I've gone back to the origins, to the Hebrew language, where it says Ruach HaKodesh, and that means source of life. So anytime anybody references God in relations to me, I automatically think of the source of life. It's not male, it's not female, it's not anything we really know. It's just that we know there's a source that started all this. And just like not knowing Jesus, we don't know that source of life either. We don't know if Jesus actually yelled. But according to the scriptures, that's what it tells us to do, to cry out loud like trumpets. So there are different things. Again, the hypocrisy and inconsistency is there. But when you go back to the origins, you get a better sense of what is being tried, what people are trying to convey. So today's modern term of God, everybody believes is a he or a thing or something like that. I agree. And that's because the large majority of the people have not done their studies. And throughout the history of time, these preachers and priests and chaplains and everything, or whatever you want to call them, have all been teaching their interpretation. And people do not go to the scriptures themselves to learn how to interpret it themselves, so they can get a better understanding of how it plays in their life. They just use the other person's description. And so we've gotten to this thing where we believe God is a he, and that is an impossibility. God is, in my reference, in my research, is the source of life, period. So there's that.
Well said, well said. Yeah, I'm just used to when people are up here, everybody talks so much, I'm not ever able to get a word in edgewise, so it's like I don't even know what to say.
Well, I'm sorry I didn't bring my usual rambling self.
No, we did all right. We did all right. What do you got going on, Keith? He may not be there.
Was that me?
Yeah, I think so. You're a wizard.
What have I got going on?
Yeah, what's going on, man? What's
Harassing
new with
people.
you? Wrath?
Harassing people. Waking up the sheeple, calling them bitch-ass slaves, triggering them. See how easy it is to get them off their square? Wait a minute. They ain't even on a square. They're trying to use somebody else's square.
Nice. Nice.
You know me, the usual.
Cool, man.
Yep, helping unravel the loop. Unraveling the loops. That's how I see it. That's one of the things I'd like to help people with, because I know I was looping.
Yeah, it happens to all of us, I would imagine. Kim misspelled Tommy. She's trying to join in the back area. But Keith,
Yeah,
I think I'm going to finish up with Bex, if you don't mind. And I'm getting tired of I've had enough of 10 different versions of Kim popping up. So I think I'm going to use a different StreamYard. So we're going to bid Wizard adieu. And I sent you a link, Bex, if you want to hit that link.
Oh, okay, just a sec.
Yeah, thank you.
I've got just a second. I've got to go open. Okay. So do I just hit that link now?
Yeah, if you want to, that'd be great.
Okay. That means I'll leave here.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to, since I'm not broadcasting through StreamYard, I can just, I'm just screen sharing off my computer, basically.
Yeah.
That's why it says scheduled up there. I never went live on the StreamYard side. If that makes sense.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Although I'm wondering though, the problem, well, actually I'll lose the chat. That's the problem. Yeah, we're going to have to stay here because I just realized I'll lose all the chat. Shit. Yeah.
Okay.
See, like I said, I'm still figuring out how it works, so I guess never mind. Never mind. Sorry about that.
Okay.
I thought it was a good idea.
Well, I
Apparently
minded
it's not.
just enough for us to learn it wasn't a good idea.
Yeah. How silly. I think I'm just dehydrated. Let me get some water. Something ain't right.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
Maybe we'll play a little bit of this. We'll see what Kim's talking about here. Just for fun.
Okay.
For fun.
Okay.
All right.
I think it's easier on the phone if you're calling in, but you can do whatever you want. That's just my opinion.
I was doing the phone. It was, but my video was frozen, and I figured if I wanted to see if it would cam up through my computer. And I don't know why. I have a newer phone. But I just could see on my computer that it froze up, and I'm trying to figure out what works.
I'm looking for a cable. I got 300 cables in here. Oh, here we go. I'm looking for a cable. I got 300. See, now I'm feeding back again. Who's feeding back? What happened?
Yeah, that was me. I'm going to mute myself so I can. I want to open up YouTube and try to get the chat without volume.
Yeah, it's probably these demonic attacks, like sapping my strength.
Hey. I think I got it.
We reached the level of dumb.
That little video you did last time, Truth or Cop, I really appreciate the artistic value. Like, that's some fucking. I really just, people don't think about what it takes just to, do something creative like that. I thought it was fucking hilarious.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff.
This might be the stream where I accidentally doxed my company, maybe. My company name.
Dude, this truck is a complete disaster in here. Can't find anything.
Marshall, find the spot to drop my trailer.
Oh, okay.
They see me wait. I have that. They see you.
They pay you, but I'm dumb enough to. Yep.
He's fucking with me.
Oh shit. There it is. I found it. It was in the front of.
And I did call in people to save me not verbally, just in my
Shout out to
spirit,
D Rex,
and was
by the way, who's no longer around the
to
channel.
hell and brought back to life. I mean,
But how did that start? How did that start for you? I mean, what happened?
I was bro.
I don't think I can listen to Razvan right now. You familiar with Razvan?
Only as a chat.
I like Razvan, man. I can't do his voice sometimes. I just can't listen to that right now. But yeah, go ahead, Beck. Sorry.
Only in chat.
Aha. Yeah, he used to be on my channel quite a bit. He's a truck driver over in the UK.
Neat.
Yeah.
So you had sort of a truck driving panel going for a while.
Yeah, it was me and him. Sometimes we were both, because a lot of my streams is just me driving a truck, a lot of the earlier streams. So I would generally be leaving the truck stop somewhere around midnight, 12:30, a.m. Central, well, whatever time zone I was in at the time. So generally the first hour or two would be me showing the road and then, with my phone and then me talking. And then, I would use the StreamYard so people, would be able to join, right? So I've got some Davy Crocco. Davy Crocco used to call in quite a bit. May peace be upon him. So I got to find something to play, Bex.
Okay.
So let me see what we got here. I found Primal Jihad's first appearance on the channel, and you may not know that. You may not be familiar with that lore, Bex, but there's a lot of lore here on the channel.
I love that.
So here we have me and Mr. Miyagi talking, and then Drew joins, and then Davy Crocco joins on this one. So let's play some of this. And Robin in the comments.
Well, it's crazy. Everybody wants
but
to...
I'm just going to tell you. Well, I want to tell you, the viewers don't want to hear Bible talk. There's plenty of places to go for Bible talk. This ain't the place.
Cranky Benton. We got Cranky Benton.
Unfortunately, that's a sad situation because it's all about it.
It's a sad situation. I think people who want to have Bible talk, there's plenty of outlets for Bible talk.
Oh, absolutely. But this is
not a.
Oh, this is
This is not a Bible channel.
Yeah.
They go somewhere else because
it's terrible. It's just a place to be. But yeah, I understand.
I don't think it's terrible. How's that?
Yeah, they just don't want to hear it.
Bible talk.
They don't want to hear it.
Plenty of places. Everything.
On the tip, and basically,
he's not letting
where
it go.
the Bible comes in is where.
No, he's not letting it go.
He's just not letting it
go.
Know that there's
channels.
I'm just saying the same shit, and he just won't let it go.
Channels don't relate it to real.
Oh my God.
Uninterested, turn this into engaging. No, that's literally. There's no right to that.
To be quite frankly, that's where I'm at too.
And this is Drew on the right. That's a chalk body outline.
But I really hate to have a word or opinion on something unless I've fully heard it out.
Mm-hmm.
Or sub it out. And I can easily disagree with a lot of people and still not dislike them.
Yeah, absolutely. Me too.
But I do like, it's kind of weird where this YouTube's going, and it's I don't know, man. I think it's a good thing, but I ain't put my finger on it yet. But it's like that.
What do you mean?
This
like
panel thing.
The panels?
Yeah, and because you guys are not the only ones doing it.
Oh yeah.
If you ever noticed, there's a lot of other ones.
It's been a thing for a while, but now it's kind of come more and more into the truther community.
Yeah, it's blowing up.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to like to tune into Benjamin there a few times, but that gets old.
Yeah, I've watched him here and there back in the day. I thought he was all right, but it was never gonna hold my interest in the long term.
Yeah, I do like the piano playing for sure, man.
Oh yeah, I love piano.
Yeah, relaxing.
I do see the comparisons between Owen and Paul because they have there's kind of like weird homosexual undertones to both. I don't know if you guys agree with that.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A lot of that.
B Smiley. I wish I could remember. Let me pull it up on my phone while I'm talking. B Smiley screenshotted. There was a guy in our chat. One of the nights Paul came in. I don't remember now. They're all kind of blurring together. I don't remember where it was. But it's a guy that's got a fairly big or real big YouTube channel. and he's gay. And he says, Paul, here it is. I got it right here. The guy says, Paul. That's not the one I thought it is.
Oh, Drew, come on, man.
Blackmail artist is what he said.
Let's just listen to Croco here. Hey, this is me driving, Bex. This is a Benton driving a big
so
rig.
O'Keefe's the bad guy there? I mean, he was trafficking?
O'Keefe had the information of the people doing it.
And this is the late, great Davy Croco.
Oh shit. That's
there's an account in the documents he has.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, Croco here does a lot of actual journalism, so he's more journalistically inclined than some of us.
If I just like to talk about what I'm interested in, something interests me. That's why I can't really do the panels because I just get kind of bored
Christos, even back then.
Yeah.
When there's a lot of yelling going on.
What's that, Croco?
There's a lot of yelling and then it doesn't get anywhere, and it's like 3 hours. Like it's just, I feel like I'm wasting my time.
Definitely. Well, you're free to, anytime I'm streaming, if you want to pop on and hit a news item or two, you're more than welcome.
It's a good question, Rob. What happened to the music? I'll find some music, Rob.
That'd be awesome.
Hang on, Bubba. I'm running out of gas here, man. I'm getting tired for some reason.
We did an interview on my channel.
What's up with that?
I was archiving shit the other day and I saw it.
Oh, you and me, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That was we were doing. Yeah, that was cool. I was in pretty much all your lives back then. Your live chat.
Yeah, fuck, man.
So Slavey Croco is the name of that channel?
No, that was just a joke I put for last night. It's just Davey Croco on Odyssey.
Oh, Odyssey. Okay.
Yeah, I can't seem to keep a YouTube channel. I don't know. I say certain things sometimes.
Yeah,
Croco is not good at the self-censorship aspect of the online platform.
I don't hear much people talk. Do you guys ever watch Monograph?
I've seen him.
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Me brought up
He's
Monograph.
always got a lot of people on his streams.
He's been at it a long time.
Yeah, he's quite a character.
That's probably like an original Truth Community guy.
Yeah.
Back when there was a Truth Community.
Yeah, I think the Truth Community got like off course, around 2015 with
Rob did basically after Trump. It was like QAnon was allowed to grow and be this fake op that everyone bought into and became shit.
Yeah, but also the uprise of the flat earthers and the Mandela fucking ghost.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What gets me with the Mandela thing is they won't address certain points to that when people bring them up. It's like, like bananas growing upside down. So if we had a Mandela ghost come in and change the direction of bananas, then they would have had to change the memories of people that's been growing bananas for 50 years. So I just don't, these Mandela effects, I think it's part of people's memory.
Chalk body outline in the house, by the way.
I never really got into it.
Always cool when Drew swings through.
Say what's up to Ben. What's up to you?
All right, man. Good talking to you, brother.
Yeah, I'll check you out, man. I'll really try to.
Yeah, check it out, man. I'm gonna go get a coffee and try to get going on this day.
Right on, brother. We'll see you.
Have fun.
Yeah, man. I got about 10 minutes, then I gotta go.
Yeah, David Croco on Odyssey. He's worth checking out, man, for sure. I lost him in the transition from D Live to Odyssey, but I need to get back on the program myself.
Yeah, because I'm definitely interested in that O'Keefe thing there, because sounds big.
Damn, I guess I should have hung out at the truck stop a little longer. I didn't realize I was headed right into rush hour traffic here in St. Louis. I didn't even think about what time it was. There's usually not bad traffic in St. Louis, so this is probably normal for this time of day. Oh well, you see this traffic jam?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what do you think of the Mandela effect, Ben?
I really don't think about it at all, to be honest with you. It's never interested me whatsoever.
Oh, that.
So, yeah. I tend to only pay attention to things that pique my interest, and that one, he just never did. Although the actual Nelson Mandela, the way there seems to be something to that part of it, because we all people my age sort of remember Nelson Mandela one way, and then now it does seem to be a different story. So that's kind of interesting. But I'm talking about the actual Nelson Mandela, not the so-called Mandela effect. There's something to the Nelson Mandela part of it that I've never quite figured out.
Well, the biggest fascination of mine is people making it a thing. The Mandela is such a thing, like it's so big or so affects so many people.
Yeah.
And that's my only really thing about it, is that it shouldn't be a thing, Like you're telling me you can remember one word change in a 2-hour movie from 20 years ago. And you're gonna go to the grave saying you're right. It don't make much sense to me.
Well, some of it's real though, because Drew showed the thing from the James Bond movie, and there's obviously something to that. But then that was like they must have done that on purpose, whoever they is,
Yeah, and I guess I missed that, but basically,
I can sum it up real quick if you want.
Go ahead.
The villain is from a Bond movie, and it's Lockjaw, and he's got these like metal teeth. And in the theatrical release in the movie theater, the little girl has large, prominent braces. There's a little girl who interacts with Lockjaw, and she also has metal teeth. Braces. Yeah. Well, in the DVD and the VHS version, they digitally removed her braces, and you can actually see the artifacts from the computer where they removed it digitally. Drew showed it on his channel.
Yeah, so to me, if that were that way, and just giving it the benefit of the doubt that they digitally removed it, that would be feeding the Mandela ghost. They're feeding the schism or scasm of this fucking thing.
Exactly. So then we get into one. Yeah.
Who's to say they couldn't have done that for many of things?
Well, absolutely. 100%. Yeah. Of course.
I think on all these theories and stuff, there's a certain laws of logic that you can apply, and it'll help steer people on a clearer path of what's really going on. Because obviously, I joke about the Mandela ghost, but I don't think there's some ghost crawling into people's house changing their Bible and stuff.
Yeah, it's a metaphor.
Yeah, and because it ticks the Mandela effect people off when I call it the Mandela ghost.
Yeah, I bet.
And but I can see, where when you try to mix that in with truth, real truth. See, so many people mix in speculation or theory with truth.
Sure, yeah.
And if we all just stayed on the path of truth, or what we know for a fact is right, not what we believe. Like Crow says, belief is the enemy of knowing.
Yep. Right.
Or like Paul would say, if you know something, then you no longer have to believe it.
There you go.
And so, but still, people are so stuck up out there in La La Land.
Of course they are. Why wouldn't they be?
Yeah. Man, I caught a little bit of that you and Sly going at it.
Oh, okay, cool.
And, to be truthful, man, I knew sooner or later she'd be triggered. That her type of coming onto these is kind of passive aggressive.
Yes.
And I knew she'd get triggered. I even saw, when EBT was talking with her, how she tried to keep herself from getting triggered, but she was getting triggered.
Oh yeah, I agree with that. Yeah, I would agree with that.
And so, but all in all, I think she's a great lady, man. I mean, and she's got her own life, I wouldn't want to take away from that. But I like how you didn't give her an inch. I like that, dude, because that's what too many people are doing. They're giving people the benefit of the doubt in an inch when they don't deserve it.
Exactly. Yeah, but in the arena of ideas, I'm not supposed to give an inch in those circumstances.
Exactly, man. You got to stand for something, man. But people ain't standing up like that.
Well, I also was contrasting that with, it's not just me being a dick. Now, I am a dick, but at the end, when she was trying to paint a picture of me as some type of way, I didn't really dispute her claims because it was, I didn't feel strongly enough about it or have concrete evidence. So I just let her have her say at the end about kind of trying to paint me as a bad person, right? Just like, okay, well, we'll let the people decide about that one. But that one very specific thing, I knew I was right about it, and I'm not giving up. It's like, no, I know I'm right. Therefore, you're wrong if you're opposing me, and I'm not going to give an inch. But then 5-10 minutes later, I'm just letting her say these passive-aggressive things, and I'm just basically like not even arguing. It's like not even worth it to me, So I think that kind of proves that it's not just me being an asshole arguing every point, right? Like it's almost like I waited until I knew that I was right,
Well, to be honest, sometimes I can see how you come off as a dick to people. but
I am a dick. I mean, I am a dick.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing. You know what I'm saying?
No, it's not. Sometimes you need somebody to be a dick. Believe me, it's very helpful when I'm with a bunch of people and they're all nice and passive, and something needs to get accomplished. It's like, all right, well, I guess I'll go take care of this problem since I'm an asshole. Like, it's a useful tool. Sometimes it's useful to have one of me around. I can get to the heart of the matter sometimes very quickly and not concern myself about looking like an asshole. Everybody else is worried about how they're going to come across. I don't give a fuck.
So I have to take that stance myself too sometimes. And so, but I'll come out with a prefix, like, hey guys, I may come off as a dick, but I'm doing this for all of us, I get a little bossy sometimes, but it's necessary. It's needed when you're freaking got 3 or 4 guys in their 20s working for you, and they all think they know everything.
Oh God!
And they can pick up some shit quick,
Oh, I know, man. I'm unskilled labor, but I've been on job sites. I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh,
and I love the ambition, but geez, man, you gotta watch them.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, the know-it-all where you can't tell them nothing. I have problems with that. It's hard for me to understand.
Just pausing real quick to see if Bex wanted to get in here, or I don't usually play clips while people are on the panel, so it's kind of a new thing.
No. Well, yeah, and I don't mind. I'm here hanging with you.
Cool. I appreciate
enjoying
that. I'm glad you're here.
Yeah, when he was talking about other people talking bad about you, he doesn't let it affect him in this and that. I don't let anybody that talks anything anyway about me affect me, because the only one that's going to affect me in the end is him.
There you go. Well said.
That's why I say I don't care what you fucking think about me one bit. I hope you speak about me so that I can reflect, like I said about Jack, because I'm just like everybody else. I'll say and do things that I don't recognize myself, and it takes other people to point those out to me. That's it. So point all you want. I'm going to learn as I go. And in the end, it's his judgment, period.
Right on, man. I'm going to get back to this clip.
And that people are, because when I'm working, on a job and somebody else is running the job, I'm not here to tell them how to do it. It's like, if they're telling me I'm doing it wrong, I'm just going to assume I'm doing it wrong,
Yeah, well, I'm actually in a position where I could be bold about knowing a lot about this stuff, and I still don't take that position. Like you say, if there's someone over me, I yield to it. But I do, exactly. Now I have to stand up to my bosses sometimes too, and so over the time, it's gained me a lot of respect.
Oh, absolutely. I do the same thing. Yeah.
So, like I work for this guy up in Elkton, and he's like a retired Coke salesman, and God, he's got a lot of money. And last fall, we built 5 houses there, and it's just terrible quality. And he don't know what to look for quality. He don't know how to, he ain't been on a job site. I've actually got more experience, twice as many years experience than him. And but I don't hold it over him or nothing. It's just that I can see his inexperience.
Yes.
And it took me a while to get through to him that I may be bold about things, but it's not to hurt you, Gary. It's to help you, man. But it took a while, but it's gained me a lot of respect, man. They're all the time calling me, wanting me up there more and more, but shit, dude, why would I want to travel 50 miles a day to go work when I could make money here?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Tennessee's I've lived in a lot of states. I've lived in Florida, Maine, Virginia, and Tennessee is an easy state to live in.
I can see that. Yeah, I can see that being the case.
Yeah, and the people are decent, you don't have a lot of attitude.
Yeah, I've gone through there, because when I'm not working, if I've got a car, I'll just drive around if I can afford the gas. And I drove all through Tennessee on the back roads, the back highways, not that long ago. So I got a sense of what you're talking about.
Yeah. Geez, man, if you ever come through, man, holla.
Believe me, I will, man.
Because, that's the other thing, too. Being in the trucker realm, right? All growing up, like when I lived in Florida, I knew truckers from Maine and stuff, and I always loved having them stop in and shit,
Oh, yeah, man.
Because I've always admired, I find, trucking, even though it's not like a lot of physical work, it's a noble living, it's a noble freaking occupation.
Yeah, there's some elements of that I would agree with. Some probably in the old days more so than now, but yeah, I would agree with that to an extent.
Well, it's a necessity in this country, for one.
Well, for now. Eventually, the truck's going to drive itself, but yeah, for now.
Yeah, but I don't think that will ever happen.
Oh, it's already happening.
Absolutely already happening.
No, they've been doing it for many years now. Over 5 years, it's been happening already. It's just in a very limited form, in a very specific application. But I see the trucks regularly that are self-driving autonomous trucks.
Yeah, with the driver behind the seat?
They all have a driver behind the seat, but I'm saying that the truck is driving itself. Eventually, that's the wet dream of the industry, is to finally be able to get rid of most of the drivers.
Yeah, and like I say, like you just said, it's a wet dream.
I'm not saying it's going to happen anytime soon. They will eventually figure. I think it's going to come through dedicated lanes. I think they'll have to separate the lanes of traffic. What'll happen? That's my opinion.
Yeah, they'd have to have their own highway.
Well, like in the median of the highway, that could be dedicated for big trucks.
Oh yeah. Now, if you separate them from the crowd or from the rest of the drivers, I could see that happening.
No, I'm saying that I think that's how it'll start. I think that's how it'll start. That'll be
it'll have to. Yeah, and can I tell you what my reasoning comes from? So like I do have an engineering background in robotics and stuff too. And so there's these hard drive things that will fail, right? And it would only take one sensor failing once and killing 10 people. That would outweigh all this truck driving.
Yeah, exactly.
So, automation.
Oh, I understand. Yeah, I get it.
And there's too many variables on the road that computers can't pick up.
You want
to pause?
I don't disagree with you, but
this goes to the thing I've been talking about. You know, in order to implement this stuff, they're going to have to do some infrastructure restructuring.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
If you think the truck drivers that are going to be put out of business are going to up and take those jobs, you're wrong. The truck drivers are probably going to be pretty pissed that they're put out of business. However, you have all kinds of immigrants coming in to help with the new deal in indoctrinating the people into believing that this system still works. Now, granted, the system's ingenious and it works perfectly.
Absolutely.
It's a beautiful system. It's the people that don't understand how it works that are being taken advantage of, and that's the problem. Just wanted to put that in there for everybody.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And UPS, UPS started running, they've been running between like Phoenix and LA on I-10 for like over 5 years now, and they've been hauling mail out there too. But the trucks drive themselves, but there's there's always somebody in the cab. But they'll get rid of that as soon as they can. But yeah, I think it's going to be some changes to the actual roads, probably, most likely. But yeah, if I, real quick, if I, that's probably part of the reason why the infrastructure is being allowed to crumble, because having driven the roads not that long ago, dude, half these roads and bridges need replaced yesterday. It's bad out here, man. I mean, real bad.
They are failing inspections and everything.
It's super bad.
It's amazing. And yeah, I think you're right. I think it's done on purpose to allow for a future growth. If you let it crumble, and even with what we've got as the unemployment rate today, which is rather low, it's going to collapse with that trucking industry first and foremost. We've already seen this with all the shipping containers held at lots at the ports and stuff.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's a big thing.
Once that finally trickles in all the way into the heartlands where the entire trucking industry seems to collapse, that's when it's going to be rebuilt. And they're starting to rebuild that now for purpose.
Yep.
And you have to realize that purpose is always going to be drive the gross domestic product, which is the backs of the people, the sweat equity of the people. Always.
Well, and, as a truck driver, if I just randomly talk to a truck driver at a truck stop, it's 50-50 on if they speak English or not. That's just how it's already that way. Now, some of them are just pretending not to speak English because they don't want to talk to me, but a lot of them really don't speak English. It's a real thing.
Yeah, that's one of the main tricks that the foreigners will pull. I was at a grocery store in Nebraska years back, and it was a heavily populated Mexican town. And I'm standing there in line, and the guy hands his money over, and the lady says something. He says, "No comprendo." And I knew for a fact this guy spoke English because he lived at the same hotel I did.
Nice. Yeah, they like to use that sometimes.
Well, yeah, and it's funny, they don't know the language, but they know the money. He knows exactly how much change he's supposed to get back.
Yes, he does. Yeah, cash is king. Hey, I'm going to get back into this clip.
That will not prevent it from happening in the long run.
Well, yeah, in the long run, we're talking maybe 20 years with separate roads and a whole different infrastructure. Yeah, but they ain't even started building the infrastructure.
Oh, they have in some places.
When you heard 2 years ago or 3 years ago, when Amazon's going to start delivering packages by drones, what was your first thought?
I don't remember, but they're doing it now.
Yeah.
Happening.
It's bullshit.
Yeah, Walmart's running drones right now.
Yes, I know they're doing it in very controlled environments. Yeah. That's how they're doing it.
They're running it out of the Super Center in Rogers, Arkansas to the parking lot, actually.
It's being promoted. We agree on that.
Yeah, can you say that again? You were breaking up when you were under that underpass.
Yeah, it's way longer away than what people, I agree with. We agree. It's a lot farther away than what the system wants you to believe.
Yes. Okay. Now apply that bit. Okay. I'm just throwing scenarios out there. So say it's 10 years away. What could you project the way society's going now? If you project the way that it's grown in the last 10 years, do you think 10 years is sustainable from now?
Well, I guess that depends on what you mean by sustainable.
Yeah. Do you say if we've got the average
Later,
of,
Wizard.
say,
Thanks for being here, brother.
overall taxes every 2 years added onto our enslavement, right? Because usually most people revolt. This is the longest we've gone in history being taxed this high without revolting.
Well, and I'll go ahead and challenge you. Have you read Kaczynski on these topics?
Kaczynski, no.
The Unabomber.
No, I haven't. No, I see.
Real quick,
he wrote about all.
This is actually a pretty interesting conversation, Bex, because Mr. Miyagi sort of catches me slipping here about Kaczynski. And this is something I like about Mr. Miyagi. He's very astute, and he's not going to let me get away with this. I try to just sort of lazily do a thing, and then I think Drew comes on, and I have to sort of capitulate. So you may find this interesting, Bex. Now, I have my own excuses as to why this happened, but I won't fall back on excuses. So we'll see. We'll see how this turns out. I think you may find this interesting.
Okay, perfect.
The reason why you would want to read it is because he's got one of the highest IQs ever recorded. That's why you would want to read him.
Yeah, but I mean, if I wanted to find like both sides of a certain road, I might go there, right? To find the opposite side of the story or something, right? But say like if someone says, Aleister Crowley, boy, he talked a lot of good sense too, even though he come off as evil and he's got you can learn a lot from him. I still ain't gonna go study Aleister Crowley.
I don't think the person matters at all, personally, when it comes to, because earlier you were talking about logic. The fact is, his logic is superior.
Yeah, but so if his logic is superior, why would he bomb something?
But what does that have to do with the books he wrote?
Well, it has a lot to do.
But wait a minute, if the logic is sound, him committing criminal acts can never negate the logic. The logic is separate from the criminal act.
Well, who would want that much logic if it led you to bombing somebody?
I'm saying, I'm not saying, but if he bombed people, how do you know he did that because of his logic with respect to these issues we're discussing?
Well, because if he did it from his mindset. And his mindset, like you said, was a high IQ person. So I wouldn't want to get caught up in that dream.
Well, that's just fear, though. I don't fear ideas. I can never fear an idea. But my point is that it's not possible.
No, you got me wrong there, Ben. I don't fear ideas. And I think that a mature, logical person could listen to anything and without it swaying.
Okay, so go read Kaczynski then, and then you can talk about it.
If I knew where to find it, I would really do that just because you...
Yeah, well, you can start with his the Unabomber Manifesto. It's called Industrial Society and Its Future.
Okay.
Yeah. So he explains logically why the populace is not able to revolt. And that all revolutions will further strengthen the system itself.
Yeah, that's why they call it a revolution, revolving.
So what I'm saying is that he wrote some of the most astute analysis of these issues. And if he's a real person, he's literally one of the most intelligent people ever. This guy became a Cal Berkeley professor at like the age of 22. He went to Harvard at like the age 16. I mean, it's a bad motherfucker. If he's a real person.
Yeah. Well, already from not, I've heard of him stuff, but from not knowing any of that, I kind of agree with that. How we're the programming and all that the way that our society is set up, there will be no revolution. And if it was, it'd be so small that it'd be squashed out in a heartbeat. But
well, you can check it out. There's also audio. There's people that read it out loud, like there's audiobooks of it too. But he wrote a lot of other stuff also. But that's a good place to start with Kaczynski. He also wrote some of the most astute critiques of the left that anybody's ever written. He very astutely breaks down the psychology of the leftists in America.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Brilliant stuff. Go ahead. What?
So I'll tell you a crazy dichotomy. So like, I'm interested in knowledge greatly, and it's kind of a autodidact, Sure. Basically, and I've had, I got, like you talked about an ABSAT test. It was scored in thousands when I took it in 2000, and I scored really high. It's not only that, I took an IQ test one time and I scored 146 on it.
Nice.
But I really, to tell you the truth, Ben, growing up, I had no idea that was within me. I had no self-esteem. I had no idea.
Yeah.
Whatsoever.
Hey, Drew's back, by the way, just so you know.
Okay.
Am I in the room?
You're here.
I'm multitasking. Okay. I wanted to call in and give you a little pushback on the Ted Kaczynski, Ben.
I hope you do.
I'm a little bit with our boy, Mr. Miyagi here. Is we've gotten to the point where we're separating the ideas from the people, but the ideas are what creates the man, right?
Really? Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess we also get into, was that even a real person? So because we really don't even know.
We need to talk about that too. Is if when you look, I wanted to mention that when you do look into it, it seems like it's probably just a creative narrative for the controllers, and then they create this. They put this guy out there, put him on a pedestal to these rebellious souls that are out here. They put him in a quote unquote supermax prison, and you can still write them and everything, and then they can just track who reads the book, who writes them, what communities are forming following that ideology. However, there is a book, and that Ben always likes to say that the writings attributed to Theodore Kaczynski. So the book itself is solid, whether he wrote it or not. And then it begs, like, where does that book come from if Theodore Kaczynski is not a real person as presented?
Yeah, exactly.
And I go, a step further. Yeah. I go one step further on Theodore Kaczynski, where I've done this. I don't know who's all in here, but on my channel, I have what's called the Unibonger theory. That Theodore Kaczynski is the same actor that plays the role of Terrence McKenna. You can put their looks and their voices side by side. They have the exact same voice, and it's
voice is it's identical.
100% identical voice. And then it's funny, someone left a comment on that video. It's kind of an older video, and recently I got a comment that a lady said she was watching. It must have been a Unabomber interviews on Netflix or something like that, and she was in the other room and she didn't even know what was on, and that she was certain she was listening to Terrence McKenna because she was familiar with him. And then when she went in the room, she saw it was Ted Kaczynski, and then she started looking it up online, and that's how she found my video.
Oh wow, that's good.
But if you look at the ideologies of both, right, they're both counterculture ideologies in two different ways. So this could be some, and I do it on my video. I don't know if it's on that same video, but in the past I have shown Terrence McKenna speaking at Langley and talking about Langley and shit like that.
Yeah, absolutely. See, I actually, that's how I found Drew also, as I was searching for videos about was Ted Kaczynski also the Zodiac, and that's how I found Drew's channel.
And pulling it up right here so I get it right. Give me 1 second here.
Yeah, so why would you want to appeal to his books then?
Well, here's my point, though. My point is, honestly, I didn't want to go through all of what Drew covered with you right now, so I tried to take a shortcut, and Drew came in and held me to the accountable, so thanks, Drew.
Let's assume it's real as the system says. Let's just pretend it's Theodore Kaczynski's a real guy. Everything happened as said, and he wrote the book. Let's assume that, okay? According to the quote-unquote official fiction, Elon Musk has an IQ of 155. Theodore Kaczynski, they say, has an IQ of 167. So according to the official fiction, the smarter the person would be when, instead of going into it like a technocrat society, they would be more likely to bug out into the woods. But with all that said, we get into the idea that they're ideas making up the man. So I was feeling what Mr. Miyagi was saying. He's saying, well, if it's true as everything happened as they say, then why would you want to continue that deep into the path of logic? Because to Theodore Kaczynski, it must have been logical to do what he did.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that's the point. But I want to make a further point, which is when Mr. Miyagi comes on here, I could be cutting him off at the knees every time he tries to make a point, but I give him leeway to try to go where he's going. But instead of giving me that same leeway, he cut me off at the knees.
Yeah, I did. Well, hey. Sorry.
But that's what you did. But I could do that to you, and we would never get it.
I don't know. I cut you off at the knees. I was just asking a logical question. You know,
and like I could do that with everything that comes out of your. But I could do that with everything that comes out of your mouth. But for the purposes of the discussion, I let it go where it's going.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because it's a broadcast. But no, Drew's right. I should have repeated for the 100th time all of that stuff about Kaczynski. That's what I should have done. Drew, so
let's remove Kaczynski from the equation, and we're talking about the same thing. Why are we separating the fruits of people's life from their ideology?
Oh, great one. Yeah, exactly. It's the same way with Archaeans. You know, it's like
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's what I've been saying lately. That Aphrodite, she was living the life of a crazy cat lady. She was being super crazy on the internet, and now she seems to be outside living a van life, and she's way less crazy. But lately she's been saying to these people with these different ideologies, she says, show me your life. If you don't have any kind of real relationships in your life, you know, family or even just close relationships or anything, you know, any success to show from it or anything, then what's the point of your ideology? Why would anyone subscribe to it? It's leading you to bombing people in this specific case, if that's true.
Oh, yeah. No, I agree with that. But my point is that I don't believe that that's what happened. But I would say this. What Kaczynski would say is that if I hadn't bombed these things, nobody would have read this stuff. And I think there is.
Yeah, that's the disconnect then, because in his mind, it was logical to cause up to death to people.
Well, but in that context, he's a criminal psychopath. So, you know, that doesn't really.
That's true.
And I understand the point you guys are making, but this is not if he did those things, that's obviously a criminal psychopath who's very mentally ill.
Yeah. As far as writings attributed to him, and what you say or what it says, I 100% believe that is there will be no revolution that doesn't serve the system. And that's where I would disagree with Paul, that there's really, you can do your own little stands wherever you want, but let's say he got some crazy viral video or something and he got a million or 5 million people to start doing the same types of things he's doing. There's already a program in place ran by a computer simulation or something. There's a military plan in action in case that happens, where they just go to the next level and then flip that organic movement to serve the system.
Yeah, I agree with that. That's the way I see it.
It's almost better for people like Paul to not talk about that kind of shit on the internet and not try to get more and more people on that same page and just kind of fend for their own, if they're able to do that, I think. Because if they find a loophole, then eventually the Babylon B system is going to come patch that loophole. And I'm of the belief you live in Babylon. You will never escape Babylon no matter what. That's where you're born into. Whether you say you're born into hell or whatever you want to say, you're in Babylon.
Yep, product of the system.
You'll never flip Babylon ever. It's here for always and eternal.
Yeah, and so that goes to my point. The only thing you can do is peacefully non-comply.
Right. Until Christ returns, though, right?
Yeah.
Until that day.
Well, actually, I'm looking for
wait a minute. But you have to examine peaceful non-compliance. You can't just put that forward without examining it. So you can't passively resist a checkpoint in your town. That just means you don't go to the other side of town. That's all that means.
What's up? What's up, Wiz? Go ahead.
So let's talk about that Jesus thing. They talk about the second coming of Jesus Christ, and yet they read it in the scripture and they read right over it. They will throw it in your face and not even know it. Did you know that Jesus came to this world and then he was hung on a cross and he died? And then he rose again 3 days. He came again the second time 3 days later. He already had his second coming, where the people that saw him in that second coming were the ones that saw him. And those that didn't believe didn't see him. It's right in the scriptures. Jesus has already come twice. Dispute that. How's that for the inconsistency in the story that nobody wants to recognize? Kind of like the Pope that claims the souls of all living men when it's also right there in the scripture. How can you make a claim that's already there? See, Jesus has already come twice. Think about that, folks. Really think about that. Because when it comes to reading the scriptures and interpretation, none of these people read the scriptures and interpret them for themselves. They take upon that ideology that he spoke about, and they change that ideology according to their whim, according to whatever conversation and what they want in life. That's greed and gluttony. I have everything I need. All this, even this laptop is extra. I don't need this laptop. I've conveniently got it and I appreciate it, but I don't flaunt it. And I've got it only because I did a fucking phone for 4 years first. Think about that. Anyway, just wanted to point that out, guys. Yeah, Toilet Bowl Earth, Drew. Yeah, you're both fucking idiots. All of you. You sit there and take somebody else's interpretation as if though you're fucking scholarly and ain't fucking read the scriptures yourself. Fucking morons. You ain't done any research beyond the Greek concordance in your Greek Orthodox. Shove a great big Greek cock up your ass, Toilet Bowl Earth. Fucking blasphemous motherfuckers. Bitch ass slaves. Thanks. I appreciate it, Benton.
Yeah, but that's exactly it.
So you don't go to the other side of town. That's not resistance. That's you not going to the other side of town.
Well, if I want, depends on how bad I wanted to go to the other side of town.
How are you going to get there? How are you going to get there through the other side of town through passively resisting a checkpoint?
You have to dig a tunnel.
Yeah, I'd walk through the woods. If my mother was on the other side of that freaking thing and I wanted to see her, I'd be there.
There you go.
Or they'd kill me on the way, one or the other. But hey, speaking of skis, have you guys ever heard of the Grand Chessboard by Zbigniew Brzezinski?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's about what's going on right now in this world. And see, everybody's looking for Jesus to come back, but they forget the false Jesus comes first.
Well, now, aren't you the one, though, that said there's two Jesus in the anti?
Yeah, that's exactly. Pseudo-Christ means a mirror image of Christ.
But
Antichrist means a mirror image of Christ.
Right, but it's not a Christ, though, so that's
he's going to be playing Jesus and deceive the whole world.
Right.
That's
so,
prophecy.
But I ain't looking for that to happen if there's other signs to take place. You know, you got the UN, in my opinion, is going to take a hit, guys. And that's going to be a sign for this to the bringing into this one world government. Now it says that first piece of revelation, that political peace will receive a deadly wound. That could very well be the Americans and the American spirit. I don't know, but in my summation, it could be.
It'll be interesting to find out.
Hey, real quick, let me address the chat. 0.5 Talcott says, just because the system finds a way to capitalize off something doesn't mean it hurt the man doing it. So,
thank you, Salty Siren, for your generous donation. It is much appreciated. Good looking out. It's been a good day around here for donos, so much appreciated. Thank you. We'll get back to the old material from the back catalog already in progress, unless Miss Bex has something to say, perhaps. Anything, Miss Bex? Feel free to unmute and ask me to pause, but now that we're paused, you can jump in anytime.
Yeah, no, I'm appreciating listening to the dialogue and learning more about everyone and sort of the dynamics and just, the way different people's brains work, and especially intelligent, that's why I come to places like this. So to watch some of the things you've watched and participated in is just a great opportunity to learn more. I would say though that, like, in terms of comebacks, I think people can make as many comebacks as they want to.
Hey, nice. Well said. And if TBE does come up, I'm not going to talk because we trigger each other to various extents. But since Wizard had his say, initially I'm going to let Toilet Bowl Earth have a few minutes. And then if they want to go back and forth, we may be down for some of that. So we'll just sort of play it by ear. But if TBE comes up, I'm not going to say anything. And I will give him, at least a couple of minutes to respond, solo. But in the meantime, we'll get back to this conversation.
Perfect.
If the system's able to strengthen its own defense systems, like almost like a hacker hacked it and find where these exploits
This
are.
is really good stuff from Drew, by the way. I'm trying to
coax. Man, but then isn't that man responsible for creating a stronger Babylon system?
I'm trying to get Drew back on the channel.
Like these corporations and stuff, they'll pay high-level hackers to come in and hack their shit to show them where their weakness is. Let me say this, man. You guys, we all think we're on lists and shit like that. I 100% guarantee I've been on a list for a long time because way back in high school, I subscribed to 2600 magazine. Do you guys know what that is?
No.
I used to pick it up at this little bookstore and then I subscribed to it. And I knew nothing about I knew not one thing about computers, didn't own a computer, and it was all about hacking. And I don't know, I was just very drawn to it for some reason. And then when I subscribed, I could barely understand a lot of, like 90% of it that was in there, I couldn't understand, but I kind of liked being in over my head up with it. But that's where a lot of what the hacking books were about was like how to gain access to these systems and stuff. And a lot of it, tools they use, they call social engineering. And that's what I was talking about in here yesterday with that guy that was trolling me or whatever. And it's a simple thing as simple as if you were to wear a high-vis vest and just walk into a building, no one would question you. High-vis vest or in a hard hat or something, right? You could gain access into a building, into probably 90% of buildings or something. Carry a ladder or something.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so that's the thing I took the most from that 2600 magazine. But I think it was more targeted towards hardcore computer hackers, which I wasn't. I didn't know anything about computers until I got a job at CompUSA and then just bought a computer, knew nothing about it, and had to work at CompUSA and talk about computers all day, every day. And now I do music on computers, graphics, I do the video, I do everything on this computer. And then when I was like 20 years old, I didn't know one fucking thing about it.
I think the computer is a double-edged sword,
Yeah, hold on, let me finish my point 1 second here, because I'm going to have to hang up in 1 second. But my point was that these corporations pay high-level hackers to find exploits in their websites and all that stuff. So it's almost the same thing on a spiritual thing here for the Babylon beast system, the nightmare dystopian beast system, since I'm on Ben's channel here. That if these men are out here finding exploits, and if they're able to make enough noise about it where it catches on, even probably not even that big really, but just to where it becomes a nuisance to the beast system spiritually, then it's going to cover that loophole. And so your idea, Talcott, that it's not hurting the man, if the man's on a mission and driven by a mission, motivated by that mission, doesn't it ultimately, if the mission is shut down and if his mission leads to the strengthening of Babylon, doesn't it hurt him? Not physically though, but he unintentionally created a stronger system that he was going against, if that makes any sense. But I'm gonna hang up and listen to what you guys got to say, because I'm working.
Hey, good stuff, brother. Thanks for that.
Good stuff, man. Wow.
Yeah.
What are you saying here, Ben?
Say it again.
Tell me what you think on that, because I got to get going here too. But I got about 5 minutes. But basically, I got to go at 9. But
real quick, I just wrap up on the Kaczynski saying, I think that is probably an exploit where the system identified that somebody's going to figure this out and write about it. So we'll just go ahead and discredit the writings themselves by creating this idea of this terrorist.
so that when the ideas are mentioned, people will be like, yeah, but that's that crazy criminal psychopath, so we're not even going to pay attention to that. Like, that's literally how I view it.
Yeah, and it could be that way. I mean, very much you could be right, you know.
Probably what it is, but the ideas themselves are they are usable for me, so that's why I refer to it. And Drew's right. I should have.
Yeah, and so I think Drew's right about the point is, you know, like these.
I'll let you wrap up. I'll let you wrap up since you said you got to go, and I'm driving 2 more hours.
All right, because of this freedom shit, right? These sovereigns, right? Now look, they're trying to fight a system which is probably the most successful system to govern people ever. Now the point is to the people that say we don't need a government, then they haven't met too many crazy people in their life, because some people need to be governed. But the thing is like, there's a beauty in this system. Yes, they have overstepped their boundaries, but there's a certain beauty in the overall system of the way we do things in America. And it's a good thing to keep them in check, like Paul and them guys. But there ain't no winning that battle. They got bigger guns. And that's the worst thing I'd hate to see too, like Drew said, is all these people, get 1 million people on Paul's page, and holy shit, that's gonna make it hell on earth for a lot of people. Because if you ever notice, they pass these laws in America because of the few that don't want to be noble. And then they'll push all this shit on every one of us because of a few bad actors. And whether Paul's a bad actor or not, he's definitely viewed as a bad actor according to them. But I'll get off here, man. I could be out in left field myself.
All right, man. I'll have my final word after you drop off. Then.
I'll listen to you too, man. Really, man. And boy, I'll tell you, man, Drew's really onto some shit, man. I don't know where he's going with this, but man, I'm telling you, man, he's on fire lately.
He is. I see it. He's.
Well, I'm gonna pause there, and yeah, Drew was kicking ass for sure. And I had remembered that, and I hadn't seen it in a while. So if you don't mind, Heckle Bus, I'm just going to backstage you just for a couple of minutes. We're going to let TBE have his say uninterrupted for at least a couple of minutes. I'm going to go to the restroom, and then we'll bring Heckle Bus up if those guys want to go at it. So we'll see what happens. But oops, sorry. Who did I get rid of? Oh, wait a minute. Sorry, I'm pressing the wrong buttons. Dagnammit. Removed from stage. He'll be back shortly. Bex, feel free to hang out. Let's just hope this is Toilet Bowl. I'm going to give him a second to make sure it's him and not Kim trying to pull a fast one. So
yeah,
it's him.
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back, brother. It's all yours.
Yeah. So this ridiculous claim that Christ has already returned, and it's about him resurrecting after the 3rd day. Okay, that's pretty dumb. Let's go through some quick Bible verses, since you don't trust my word for it. I guess I'll give you some scripture. Matthew 24:36. But concerning the day and hour, no one knows, not even the angels of heaven, nor the Son, but the Father alone. Hebrews 9:28. So Christ, having been offered once to bear the sins of many, will appear a second time, not to deal with sin, but to save those who are eagerly waiting for him. Does that talk about the resurrection? No. Again, let's move on. Let's fast forward to Revelation chapter 1, verse 7. Behold, he is coming with the clouds, and every eye will see him, even those who pierced him, and all the tribes of the earth will wail on account of him. Even so, amen. If you're still not convinced, I can keep going. This can go on forever. Luke chapter 21, verse 25 to 28. And there will be signs in sun and moon and stars, and on the earth distress of nations in perplexity because of the roaring of the sea and the waves, people fainting with fear and with foreboding of what is coming on the world. For the powers of the heavens will be shaken, and then they will see the Son of Man coming in a cloud with power and great glory. Now, when these things begin to take place, straighten up and raise your heads, because your redemption is drawing near. Again, has nothing to do with Christ resurrecting from the dead. This is a future event. Matthew chapter 24, verse 27, for as lightning comes from the east and shines as far as the west, so will be the coming of the Son of Man. Matthew 25:13 just reiterates Matthew chapter 24:36. Watch therefore, for you know neither the day nor the hour. Again, it reiterates it. As well in Matthew 24:44, therefore you also must be ready, for the Son of Man is coming in an hour you do not expect. Again, and then we can move, I think we can move ahead to Revelation again, Revelation 22:12. Behold, I am coming soon, bringing my recompense with me to repay each one for what he has done. Surely that has not happened. Have people paid for what they have done? No, they haven't. Amen. I mean, I can you want me to keep going? I think I've said enough here.
Oh, you're cool, man. Appreciate that.
I
And
appreciate. Maybe I'll do. Man, I can keep going, but go ahead, man. I'm done.
well, and I didn't know if you were interested in talking to Keith or not, Hecklebus Wizard.
Oh no, he's a deranged individual. I just wanted to quickly rebuke him with scripture. I mean, I can keep going, but there's no need for it.
All right.
I'll talk to you later.
Yeah, man, and me and you don't always good. Thanks for being here, TBE. Appreciate that. Sometimes we clash, so I'm glad we were able to be here and not clash. Although now that Wizard wants to say something, like it may never end. Maybe they'll just go back and forth. But you're welcome, TBE. Certainly, you're welcome to that. All right, Wizard. I'm sure you got something to say. If not, we'll go back to the clip. But yeah, go ahead, brother.
Well, yeah, I already posted it in the comments. Does anyone know the day and hour that passed already and known by the Passover? That's a day and hour that nobody knows, but yet they celebrate as the Passover. And it's an inconsistency that they refuse to deal with and dismiss one interpretation for another. Yet they quote that the Bible is God's word. And then along with that, you got the don't know the day or hour, but they pose that it hasn't happened yet, but it is going to happen in the future. Therefore, they pose that they know. Fucking blasphemy. You either know or you don't. So that means everything's up to interpretation. So don't sit there and pose that you know and that somebody else doesn't know because he posed his interpretation. See, that's all I did was I posed an interpretation. I didn't say it has already happened. And yet here we are celebrating the Passover that recognizes two comings. Fucking idiots. Fucking idiots.
All right, I think we're gonna get.
Yeah, thanks again.
Yeah, man, anytime. I think we're gonna get back to the screen share real quick, and then I don't know what we're gonna hit next. But if folks are down, we'll definitely find something to do, I'm sure. And shout out to TBE for coming on and certainly represented himself well. And we managed not to yell at each other for a change, so that's good.
We really about that, man, in this community. So
yeah, Drew is achieving his final form.
Yeah, I don't know. What's the earth sign there? Taurus, or what's the earth sign?
There's three of them.
Well, he's probably one of them because he's trying to bring us all down to this planet a little bit.
Yeah, Taurus, Virgo, and Capricorn.
Yeah, I don't know much about that stuff, but I'd guess that Drew is one of them because he brings a lot to the table. And I hope it serves him well, man. I really do, especially with the popularity.
Well, I don't know if you're looking at the screen, but we have a person that's joined, and I know you're dropping off. So
all right, later, guys. God bless.
We'll bid you adieu. Have a good day. Welcome, Laugh Key. How are you? Can you hear me? Are you muted? I'm driving.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I was muted.
Oh, it's Mitchell. What's up, Mitchell?
Hey, what's up, man?
Good to see you, brother.
Good to see you. Hey, real quick, I just wanted to jump in with an idea because I commonly hear this idea that people like maybe me or Paul or others are challenging or fighting the system or going up against the system. And I think that's not accurate. That's not an accurate representation of our position. I can only really speak for myself, but my position on that is not to challenge it because that puts you in a combatant position where you really don't want to be the enemy of the state. So I just think that it's important to realize that we're learning to become independent of it. And we, at least I have recognized that the system has a place, it has a purpose. So I don't want to be a part of it anymore. And I think that's, something that's fundamentally inherent to my ability to my own self-determination, essentially. I don't have to let others determine who or what I am or what path I take. So without rambling too much, that's just a point that I wanted to make. I don't know if I made it any more clear, but
oh, you did, and that's all very well said. And that's why I've been pointing out that I like to hear about your ideas, because when you and Drew were having that back and forth, I was always wanted to make it clear that I think Mitchell's got a lot of good stuff to say. So I think what you just said is a representation of me saying that. So that's awesome, man. I appreciate it.
And a little tip between Drew and I is personality politics. And it really, if we could get over that as men, I think we could go a lot farther because, you know, Drew does have some good insight and some good wisdom, you know, through his life experiences. And so, and he's a personable man, you know, he has a likable character. So
he's a man of the people.
Yeah. So and he has a lot to offer. It would be great to see us, you know, come together and not like go after each other over nonsense, you know?
Yeah, well, that's probably part of the process, I'm assuming. So I think it's all happening, brother.
Yeah, I agree.
So I love it, man. Anytime you want to pop on and hit some points, you're more than welcome. I do appreciate it.
Yeah, that's cool, man. I just woke up, but yeah, I'm happy to hang out. I was just gonna chill, or I'll take off if you want to ramble on. I know you like to get into your zone.
Hey, that's up to you, man. You can stick around as long as you want, or you can stay as short as you want. I like to leave that up to the person as much as possible.
Cool, man. Well, I'll hang with you for a little bit if you don't mind.
No, I don't mind. There's a little bit of traffic, so you might be doing me a favor because my attention tends to get diverted when I have to actually drive. You know, like this situation that you may be seeing materialize before us.
Yes.
I'm not trying to brag, but I see all that well ahead of time. So.
Right.
Some of these other folks don't see what's happening until they're in it.
Yeah, I can tell you did, and I appreciate you speaking up, you know, with your perspective on my position. You know, it really.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's important. And Drew, you know, I can't speak for him, but yeah, sometimes it's good to get into those back and forth. So I've been known to have a few of those myself. So
I agree. Yeah, they help you grow. You know, they help you reflect.
Yeah, definitely. But I guess it's going to be spring soon. I don't know when is that in March, I guess, the official start of spring.
Yeah, like March 22nd or something.
Yeah, late March. Yeah, late March. We got a little while yet. I love the sun, man. I love being outside in the sunlight. So.
Yeah, it's been hot where I've been at, but we get a couple of days of rain today and tomorrow.
Do you think that chemical spill in Tucson affected anything? Or?
I didn't hear much about that. I did hear a little bit about the one in Ohio.
Yeah. Well, I only really heard about the Tucson deal because I drive that stretch of road and they actually had the interstate was shut down for like a day and a half. That's the main reason I knew about it. But I was actually supposed to go that way and ended up, I had some things happen on my job and I ended up not going out there. So, but I was just kind of curious. I never really knew if there was anything to that or what. But I guess we'll never really know, probably.
Right. Yeah, I'm not too sure. I don't watch the news or anything. It's about 2 hours away from me.
Yeah. I know you're. Well, I know you're in. Well, I don't want to say, but I know generally where you're at anyway. Generally. So.
Yeah.
Just because that's about the only place I was going truck driving, so I've gotten more familiar with the area than I was otherwise.
I like it here, but it's crazy. It's dirty.
I'm not a man. I got to be honest. When I traveled the country living out of the backpack, I really didn't like Phoenix.
I like where my little. I have a little area that it's not like the rest. I feel like so I can just kind of.
Yeah. If you find your pockets, you know, for a visitor to the city like me, I wouldn't know where to go necessarily. But yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
You can feel it out a little bit. That's a whole nother ballgame.
Yeah, I've been coming down here for, I guess it's about 6 or 7 winters now.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I got a pretty good feel for it. But man, the city is nuts.
Yeah,
I'm not going up to Prescott or.
Yeah, they call it Prescott, don't they? Yeah. It's funny how they pronounce, like how the locals pronounce something versus how other people say it. Yeah, Prescott. Have you ever noticed in the South if there's a town that's named after something like in the East, like Lebanon, Tennessee, they always pronounce it differently.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, they'll never use the pronunciation of what it would actually be like in that country or in that part of the world. I've noticed that. Look, we've all got challenges. You know, it's not. I've got a set of circumstances and a set of challenges. So what? Guess what? So does everybody else. So big fucking deal, right?
Yeah. I mean, even the most well-off people, they struggle pretty bad. It's just a different type of struggle, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. So I don't consider myself unique or special in that regard, but the fact that whatever I'm going through physically, like I'm equipped to handle that at a level of my mental strength. So, I mean, if somebody's got to deal with this bullshit, it might as well be me. That's how I look at it. There's other things that drive me fucking nuts. Like if I had to have an office job, or which I've had before, if I had to work, like I delivered to this warehouse recently, and just some of the people there, I'm just imagining like, what if I had to work here every day, dude? I'd rather deal with whatever I'm dealing with physically and be able to be off by myself than deal with having to show up to that place every day. So, it's some of it's like, what are we individually capable of, bearing? And then just the old cliche of, God will only give us, as much as we can bear type of thing. Well, whatever I'm dealing with, I can bear it. So don't feel bad for me. That's the way I look at it. And maybe that applies to you. I can't speak for you, but whatever you went through sounds horrific. I mean, it really does.
Yeah, but it was, I don't know. I was, like right out of, I was 18 years old with like a $90,000 a year job, so I was the wrong path, I think. And, for whatever it's worth, that's how I justify it to myself, is that, it didn't happen to me. It happened for me, you know, because it forced me, and that's probably the wrong way to describe it, but it really encouraged me to figure out what's wrong and how to sift through the BS. And it's made me who I am today. And I'm at total peace. You know, it's like, yeah, maybe that's me fooling myself, but I really am. I can handle pretty much anything. You know, even the bad stuff feels like it's not really bad anymore. You know, I just look at it differently. It's an opportunity to improve, and it helps me become more aware of my weaknesses and things like that. So, you know, it's been a challenge for sure, but like you said, the kind of cliche saying, you know, God wouldn't give me more than I could handle, and I think that's true. You know, it seems true to me. You know,
I think so.
So, yeah, I don't know. I don't have any real clever words to describe that, but it's you know, I'm very thankful for the life I live now, because I can live a sustainable lifestyle. And, you know, living like this in my vehicle, I've done it for over a decade, but it was really hard, you know, for 8 to 10 years. But the last couple of years, it's been like I've been conquering that trauma in a sense. It's been really a interesting experience to be able to travel the country on the other side of things, where I'm not struggling and fighting for my life. I get to really enjoy it.
Yeah, man. It's like you earned it.
Well, that's an opportunity. A lot of people, you know, go their whole life never being able to travel like I am.
Oh,
you know?
Yeah, that's very true. And it's great, man. It's a very rewarding experience, I would say, and it's good for the old brain, I would say.
I think it's the best way to learn. You know, being exposed to different cultures, and it's the best learning experience for me.
Yeah, and America has a great diversity of culture. That's for sure.
For sure.
Yeah, it's a wonderful place.
It is. It's wild how different it is. I'm sure you experience a little bit of this, but it's so wild how the people and everything is so different depending on where you're at.
Absolutely, yeah. And like when Drew moved down to Florida, like I spent enough time in Minnesota and I've spent enough time in Florida. I'm like, I know he's in culture shock, you know, just for a period of time. You know, that's a literal culture shock to go from the one to the other like that.
Right, that is one extreme to the other for sure.
Yeah. So he seems like, you know, it seems like he's pretty well. Seems like he's mostly got it figured out by now. But yeah, I know that I've experienced those levels of culture shock. Especially, I love the West Coast, man. But it took a long time to really, you know, culturally sort of insinuate myself, you know, into that culture. And I learned a lot from it, man. I learned a lot of things that I don't think I would have learned otherwise, just from you know, the cultural exchange, you know, if we could refer to it that way. It's a big deal, man, I think. But I noticed I got somebody else wanting to come on here. I'm not kicking you off, but sometimes I like to keep going with the one-on-one. So just whoever that person is, I think it might be a new person. So I just wanted to know.
You want to drop me backstage, or you want me to drop off for a little while?
Well, I don't like to disconnect people, so I'll just, as you like it, you're welcome to stay, or you're welcome to. It's really up to you, man. Honestly, I try not to get involved in that too much if I can help it.
No, whatever works. It's not personal.
Well, let me bring them on, and if you want to dip, that'll be up to you. How about that?
Fair enough. Yeah.
Actually, we got a bunch of them. Hey, we got Snafu's here. All right, well, it's about to get wild up in here, I bet. All right, Royal Rumble, ding, ding, ding. What's happening, people?
Hey, Ben, how's it going, Ben?
I'm good, man. How about yourself? I see Snafu. I don't know if he knows he's here. And then there's a Rage Pig who I'm not familiar with.
Oh, I'm here. I'm just dealing with a bunch of snowflake pogo fucks in here. Look, why was I so mean to you on Paul's chat? So mean,
Who, me?
What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Y'all snaps is so mean. We just need to get along. The hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, cupcake.
I never said that.
Oh, bullshit. You want me to pull the transcripts?
Yeah.
You want me to pull the transcripts and pull the old video? All you guys have to hug a buddy, fuck a buddy.
What's the screen name? What's the screen name you're referring to?
You get it out of your own fucking mouth.
What's the screen name?
Like, why does that guy have to be so mean? Just like right now. I'm calling you out for Camp Cupcake mode.
I never said that.
Camp Cupcake mode. All these fucktards.
Pull the transcript or shut the fuck up. Pull the transcript or shut the fuck up.
Pull the transcript. Oh, now you want me to pull it? You're a fucking joke, bro.
You said you want me to pull the transcript. Pull the transcript or shut the fuck up, because you've been wrong many a times and you're wrong again.
You're bad, aren't you, low-key? But when you get triggered, you get sad.
Yeah.
You don't think hug a buddy, fuck a buddy's gonna save you, bro?
When did I ever tell you to be nice?
You're a kid. No, you asked Paul. I don't think someone needs to come in here.
Snafu has not once pulled any transcripts.
I never asked Paul to not let somebody in his stream, you fraud. I've never asked Paul to not let somebody in his stream, you fraud.
I never said you didn't say let me. I said you said why is Snap so mean? So, you know.
When did that happen? When did that happen? When did that happen? At least give some compelling anecdotal evidence, you fraud.
I started you with the fucking Nazi, hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, Camp Cupcakes.
The Nazi's right here. The Nazi's right here, you chimpy chimp.
Oh, I'm a chimp now. Nazis are here. Yeah, it's fucktards like you. And where's Chemtrail? Where's the big bad prison boy?
That's
Chemtrail?
the Nazi you're talking to, you chimp. Don't make me hard argue and get kicked off the stream again. You ain't scaring nobody. You ain't pumping no fear here with your big old lips. Shut the fuck up.
Sounds a little racist, right, pig?
Yeah, I'm a racist. I'm a racist. So shut the fuck up.
Hey, you know what's funny? Hey, you know
What's
funny?
wrong with
You
that?
guys allow
What's the
these
problem
Nazi
with that?
idealists- You guys allow these Nazi idealists and programming.
What's the
and you call
problem with that? You think
yourself
your
further,
ideal,
and
you think your
guys
chimpy
learn
ideal is what we
shit
should be?
hit the fan, that the
You
kill
are
cupcakes
a
on the
epitome of a
buddy,
man.
and this
Run
dude's
around,
like a
flapping your big old lips like you're about something. You ain't pumping no fear, homie. No fear.
Your ass is gonna be grass, and I'm gonna be.
Go ahead, keep talking. Let everyone see what a monkey looks like chimping out right now.
I'm an address and everything right now. It's already ran through. Yeah, it's right.
Why don't you go over to Paul's and call me out next time he goes live later today?
Pull your public records up and look at your little fucking shit and talk about this.
Do it.
You want
do it, because I put all my public records out there.
Of course you do. You're a fucking cupcake. You fucking.
No, I don't have anything to hide, motherfucker.
You cried grown men about needing love, needing fucking.
How much money?
Needing love and needing validation. Yeah, that happened. That happened because I need love and validation on the internet. You totally have a lot of credence right now.
Not the idealist programming to take place.
So I expect to see you calling me out on calls. I'll be there later today just for you, buddy. For you and CBO. Even though I got a lot more faith in CBO now. His authenticity.
You are a fucking cupcake poster child. Like you are like are you waiting for these guys to?
Yeah. All right, Thug Life in your little hovel, fucking hiding in your safe space. Let's see you. Let's see you go out. Let's see you go out and act like you do in public, motherfucker. You want to talk about the public? Let's see you make a public record of your fucking foolish ass bullshit out in public, and we'll see how long you last. You little weak ass bitch. You little fucking internet social justice warrior, motherfucker, dude. You're a fraud, dude. Why are you hiding? Why are you hiding? Yeah, exactly.
People are not gonna fucking handle this shit anymore, dude. Do you not understand? You cupcakes.
I need all you guys to keep me safe. I'm in fear, so I'm gonna fearmonger.
People are gonna be done with people like you, bro. It's not gonna be me.
When you're done with me, my life will get a lot better because you're nothing but a burden, bitch. You got nothing to offer.
Everybody on Paul's channel is a bunch of live, active role players. That's all they talk about. If we ended up in the trenches together, if we ended up in the trenches,
get something more than an elementary vocabulary, you little snappy snap.
One of them has ever busted a grape in their life. They're just a bunch of fucking LRP, live active role players. Y'all don't do nothing. What did you do? I end up after you in the trenches. Let me cry and tell you I love you on stream. Let's go on Paul's stream and I'll cry and tell each other we love each other. You guys are a bunch of fucking pussies pretending you're tough, and it's really, it's not even entertaining.
At least Cupcake Key to show his face. You're such a fucking coward. You want to be racist and shit with your icon. At least
you clearly know who I am. If I get my camera on, it digitizes. I don't have the best service. Everybody here knows exactly who I am, including you, because you were fucking bagging out on my muscles this morning.
Turn your fucking camera on before you talk to me, you fucktard. You have nothing relevant to say at my point. You're a fucking
I wish we could hook up some power generators to his lips. He could power the whole fucking world.
Is Rage Pig Kim?
Privately owned. It's simple. We know who you are.
All right, right on.
Get crazy now.
And this JG, notice he has his icon on. Hey, you know what? I'm going to give Loki props. Loki, you got more balls than me.
Who cares? You can give props to.
No.
Dumb Kim coming in here giving props. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It's like a chimp walking up, taking a banana, and offering it back to you. Who cares? You got 20 bananas. You gave it to the chimp. Who cares if he tries to give it back to you?
Obviously, you're
I don't want your banana, chimp. Your bananas mean nothing. Your currency means nothing. You're a big fucking wocow. Go and do whatever you want to do. Go pretend you're in a revolution and you would actually bust a Drake. Go over to Paul's channel with your other fucking role players.
You can't even turn on a camera.
My camera's on so much, I've blown up my data plan, and now if I turn it on, it's digitized. I want you to hear my voice clearly. I am racist, and you're a fucking chimp. You hear me? And I got no problem with that. If you came like a man, I'd act like a man. And it ain't because your skin color for what it's worth, it's because of how you're acting. You are acting like a dumb chimp. Act like a man.
I turned on my camera, and the data was too much. Really?
Jesus Christ. Here. Want to see my bed here?
How many more?
It's me. It's me, buddy. It's this guy. Remember this guy?
Why are you a Nazi? Why are you a goddamn Nazi?
Because I got a fucking brain.
Act all big and bad, huh, motherfucker? Act all big and bad. Vince McMahon would be proud of your bitch ass, right?
Okay, you want to talk about it? What is it? What do you define as a Nazi?
Why are you cupcake? Why are you
what do you define? I'll give you 30 seconds to come at me with a real conversation. What do you define as a Nazi?
Why you support government-operated channels, huh?
What's that?
Pedophiles, you're traitors, criminals.
I absolutely do not support pedophiles.
Oh, you absolutely do, Mr. Rocket.
Okay.
You racist fucking bitch. And why are you cupcake? Why are you a cupcake? Why are you showing your mother on camera?
Everybody thinks this is ad hominem. I will have a rational conversation with you if that's possible.
No, what the fuck was that about? I'm curious. Like, you and Kimtrail both think that turning on a camera and flexing is something cool. What the fuck is that shit about, guys? Like, are you guys?
This guy's funny.
No,
so you see what we got here.
I'm not the one flexing my muscles in front of these grown men.
Do you like the flexing? See how he brings it back around to that?
Wait, I'm asking you why you support traitors, and you keep.
What traitor do I support? What trader do I support?
Privately owned government operated entities. Let me see. You
Oh, this is your shit. This is what you did on the other side. What is your privately owned government operation?
You know what? Hey,
that I support.
You are such a racist dumbass.
What is it that I support?
Why do you flex like him?
What privately owned operation?
That is Kim,
do I
Snafu.
support?
Your dick suck more? What are you trying to do? Just flexing on?
Stop thinking about my muscles and focus. What privately owned government organization do I support?
That supports pedophiles and traitors and criminals.
You see, this is a chimp on the loop. What am I supposed to do with this? Ben, I came to talk to you. I know you don't kick people, but this is a chimp on the loop.
Oh,
Just let him fizzle out or leave.
Ben,
Yeah.
let me ask you this. Do you know these fucktards support criminal trade?
He only lasts. He blows his load in about 5 minutes and then he's gone.
Yeah, I've heard Snafu quite a bit actually. So.
Yeah.
Then you've obviously heard this 100 times because it's all he repeats.
It's the same shtick every time. Yeah.
Every time.
Yeah,
I've been online with him for 20 minutes and I've heard it 30 times.
You go suck nuts to your cult leader, fucking leader. The narratives that you guys.
Ben is my cult leader. I'm proclaiming that publicly if you don't know. Ben is my cult leader.
Oh no. Please no, don't follow me.
Go flex your muscle somewhere, dude. You're fucking drunk.
Look at him thinking about my muscle again, dude.
Does that make you special?
Hey, no cap. I'll give you my OnlyFans, dude. You can make the cut.
Your muscles. Dude, is that what grown men do nowadays when they get triggered? They just start, like a fucking Hulk Hogan.
Yep, I'm triggered.
You know why I say NWO minus Hulk Hogan? Because you fucktard.
I'm triggered.
You are
this is the face of a triggered man right here, just so you know.
Yeah, there you are, huh? So again, Ross the Pig, why do you support pedophiles, traitors, and criminals?
Triggered man.
No, why do you, no, shut the camera off, huh? You know, low-key, the only reason I was going after Low is because he got that cupcake mentality that you need to grit down, bro, because it will get you killed when shit hits the fan. You ever been to prison, homie? You ever been to third world country?
I've been to jail. I've done some time, and I live on the streets, motherfucker. Shit's going down already. You live in a fucking hovel, dude. It's easy for you to say shit's going to go down, right? I live it. Shit is going down.
Yeah.
Hey, man. And you're not doing shit about it. What you're doing isn't doing anything about it.
While you're trying to find validation from another man, crying, cupcake style.
Right.
People that were add-ons before.
What other man validates me?
Serving a purpose. Look at this kid serving a purpose. Bringing
There's no point.
Americans have this cupcake.
He's incapable of communication. He's like a fucking. I'm not gonna say it.
Oh, say it.
No.
I'll say it.
I triggered you on purpose because you know exactly who you are. You fucking support criminals, traitors, and pedophiles.
You know exactly what I'll say.
Yeah, which one? Which one do I support? Which one of those do I support? Where? Show at least give some compelling anecdotal evidence, dude. Stop false claiming like a fucking thug. Like a broke fucking hoe who wants to be a thug on the internet. You're a broke fucking hoe that wants to be a thug on the internet. Right, false claiming, and that shit'll get you killed in the streets. That's why you false claim from your little fucking hovel. Right.
Oh, my hair.
You get in my face, you won't be talking like that, tough guy.
You want to set up a boxing match online? Want to set up an MMA fight?
No, I'm not looking to roll around with your fucking big goofy ass, right? I'm telling you, you will never be man enough to speak like you do in real life.
Smash your ass, MMA style, homie.
Yeah, you won't do shit from your little fucking hovel, dude. When you come out of your fucking little enclosure safe space, we'll see what you'll do. Go outside. Just go outside. Let's see you outside.
So why do you want to see me?
Let's see you acting like you do around anyone else.
You know what's funny?
That's why you're alone, you fucking weak ass bitch. That's why you're always alone.
No.
Always alone.
10,000 plus subscribers. I'm on channel 6 because I don't.
Oh, my subscribers mean I'm a man, right? That's your fucking logic, dude. Nobody cares about your fucking subscribers or your fucking loud ass mouth fucking yapping like a chihuahua.
Hey, homie, you guys from the streets. Let's do it then. Let's do it. Sanction fight. Let's do a sanction fight. You from the streets, homie? Let's do it.
I'm from the streets. Where you at?
Where I'm at, AZ, bro. Let's go.
I'm in AZ too. I'm in Phoenix, motherfucker. Let's meet up. I'm in Phoenix. I'll buy you lunch, you fucking broke hoe.
You better be careful buying me lunch because I fucking eat cupcakes for fucking dinner, homie.
I know, you fat fuck.
Yeah. You know what's funny is you're fake. You act like you're all hard from the streets the minute I call you out and say, let's fucking do something. You fucking backtrack. Same with this little fucker on the
No, you come at me in the streets and I'll treat you like we're on the streets, boy.
No.
You weak ass boy.
Fuck the buddy.
You're a fucking, you and your fucking thug life fucking beanie, dude, and your little fucking hovel. You talk real fucking hard, man. I'm in Phoenix, dude. Let's have lunch. Let's have lunch right now. Let's have lunch on me.
Does the cash chimp have any cash?
Start flexing like your little cupcake.
The chimp have any cash?
I'll buy his broke ass some lunch. I don't give a fuck. Just to prove he's a fucking cowardice ass, loudmouth fucking bitch.
Come on, let's see those little muscles. Oh, now they're gonna flash their money.
Does the chimp have any cash to put up for a fight in Arizona? Does the chimp have any cash to put up for a fight in Arizona? Does the chimp have any cash to put up for a fight in Arizona?
I love how you always avoid. Why do you support criminals, traitors, and pedophiles?
Okay, I'm gonna call that the fucking tap out.
You don't care about the fucking
tap out.
He lost before he even started, man. He's broke
up. Tap the fuck out, bitch. Tap the fuck out.
What's your money? You know what's funny is you cupcakes are all the same.
Tap out, you fucking bitch. Hey, tap out. Put up cash or tap out. Put up cash or tap out. I call it. I'm in Arizona. I will meet you in 1 week. So that's what's up, boys. That's what's up.
Ban the chimp on a loop.
You can go look at my videos. Fan Creation Highlights 2008. Go see how I roll, buddy. Go see how I roll, buddy, on YouTube. Fan Creation Highlights 2008. That was my competition. I took my ACL out the week before. My partner is the highlight of that fight. That is how I get down. If you want to get down on me, show me.
Give a fuck about fucking you.
Tap out. Tap out.
You guys are all accusing someone of pedophilia. Do you have any proof? I'm curious.
Yes, Raz.
It's a big accusation. Oh, it's a huge accusation. Big accusation. I always got receipts all day long, bro. Always got receipts. I want to hear it. What's funny is the Camp Cupcake shit, bro, is a mentality and a programming. You don't think that we're programmed to be cupcake, hugga buddy, fucka buddies? You don't think that's actually
this guy he has nothing to contribute. He has nothing to contribute.
Just like the schools and the doctrine being, indoctrinated shit. Like, the hugga buddy, fucka buddy shit is nowhere near. Wait a second, pedophilia. Like, all you guys want to hug buddy, fuck buddy. And you got fuck guys who like their muscles, act like they're something plastic. Then you got a motherfucker here acting like you go hard on the street. Motherfucker ain't shit, dude. I'm hard on the street. Get up, bitch. Let's do it again, and he fucking runs off like a bitch. You guys are traitors. Support privately owned government operated narratives. You guys are criminals, traitors, and support fraud. You guys learn a lesson. When you learn your lesson, you better remember people like that. Guys, can I ask something? Yeah, you fuck buddy, hug buddy loop. You guys are programmed, and that's what's funny. I actually want to know why would you accuse someone of pedophilia? Like, give me a proof. Like, that's a big accusation. I don't need the proof. Well, what if I have the proof, motherfucker? I got it all. I got receipts. I got receipts for everything I do. When I talk about these fucking support piece of shit, ask them about the people they support.
Please,
get off my ask motherfuckers about Omar Frugal, about Omar Graf, about O. Jacob Israel, about O. Global Witness. Why don't you ask them about their cult leaders? Why don't you ask these guys why they're pushing New World Order agenda narratives?
How come Jews are allowed to suck baby penis?
It's funny you guys make jokes in our nation. You know what's funny? How come you keep making jokes and play because when shit is bad, people like you guys learn real quick what Camp Cupcake's gonna teach you.
I'm in Arizona. Shut up. I told you what's up. Shut up. Dude, I already wrapped you out. Don't make me joke you out. Next time I won't stop, I'll put your ass to sleep and maybe you won't wake up.
You ain't nothing but a bitch, bro. Flashing your money and showing your muscles like you something.
Oh, now you like my money and my muscles.
You're selling out the nation.
I'm a cheap dig, but I'm not a faggot.
Shit, dude. You're a cupcake piece of shit. And then, Loki wants to act on.
Oh, I don't care.
I'm from the street, homie.
I got so much trouble on my mind.
Jesus Christ, dude. Okay. Mr. Street, I'll meet you in the street in Arizona, and we can do whatever we need to do online. I'm telling you, let's do it.
You know what? Here's the deal. You're a fucking traitor. Piece of shit, snowflake cupcake. You enjoy.
It would literally be fun for me. It would literally be fun. I could use it as a de-stress. Please, everyone talk about it. Let's finally be the guys that do it. What do you want to put? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10? I'll put whatever you can match up, and first person to tap out.
I got 5 on it.
Oh, yeah. That's what we should do. We ought to do some street beef shit, huh?
It would be in a ring. I would definitely go on a pad for whoever fell down.
Backyard ball. Backyard ball.
Backyard draft is cool. I could walk into the dojo and guarantee we could get the match.
I got so much trouble on my mind, bro.
Here we go.
Yeah, the drummer get wicked.
And honestly, you're a fucking racist piece of shit, motherfucker. There ain't no fucking crap in your ass, bro. Catch up your ass, what happened. You guys support criminal traitors and pedophiles, dude, and you know it. And that's why you're all traitors.
Okay, well, I think you're a traitor, a criminal, and a pedophile. And I want to support you by giving you some cash after you whip my ass.
I don't need to support you, racist fucking traitor piece of shit, cupcake fucking licking ice.
All right, then come show everyone how weak. I am.
And licking balls. Why don't you comb there and licking balls? That's what
he's looking at my muscles, talking about my cash, and now licking my balls. Another one for you, Ben. The male homoerotic.
And what's funny is these guys are truck drivers. You guys are truckers in your truck.
It is. I don't know.
About to lose the industrial part of our fucking world.
Oh my God.
And where's the big bad Loki go? Where's the club street kid Loki go? Where'd old Lukey, the homie, the G, the fucking from the streets, where'd he go? Huh? Where'd old Lukey from the streets go? Curious. You guys support criminals, traitors, pedophiles. You guys support privately owned, government-operated fucktards. This cupcake shit, it's not gonna last you long.
I don't support that. I don't support that.
You're standing up for these people supporting it, bro. That's the same as supporting it.
I'm not saying that.
Why? Here's the thing. You are so uneducated on it. You said, do you have receipts? Do you have receipts? Motherfucker, I've been doing this for 5 years. I'm about to take down the #2 data collection agency in the world with a YouTuber as a photo. Maybe not.
What are you going to do to take them down? What are you going to do to take them down?
We're true. We have been infiltrated within, and most of you motherfuckers are compliers.
Yeah. Show us what you've done. Show us what you've accomplished. Show us what you've accomplished.
I have a genuine question. I don't know you.
Show us what you've accomplished. Dude, that's what's so funny is motherfuckers, none of you guys, like, some of you've known me for a while, some of you don't. And those who know me, I don't know who you are. I always tell my receipts, motherfuckers. Snap
Show us. I've never seen one receipt from you, and I've heard this shtick a lot.
Have you ever been to my channel? Have you ever
No, and I won't go to your channel. You're a fucking fraud. Why would I go to your channel?
No, you're busy trying to hug a buddy, fuck a buddy, get people to comb your fucking...
No, you got nothing to offer. You just cycle and loop. Truth loop.
Here's what I do know. Here's what I do know. I got bigger fish to fry, such as the big people.
Yeah, your agenda has become obvious, buddy.
Cupcake mode, hug a buddy, fuck a buddy mode.
You're projecting now.
Programming that they want. No, do you understand?
You're projecting.
To be soft like this.
Tell us how you got sick and you can't work anymore. Now you're at home being a fucking social justice warrior. Tell us. Tell us, sick boy.
Soft fucking cupcakes like this guy.
Tell us, you sick boy, why you can't work, why you got to do this, how you're saving the world. Show us what you've done. Show us what you've done, AIDS boy.
You know, AIDS boy now. I'm AIDS boy. Okay, I'm AIDS boy. Hilarious.
One thing about music, when
AIDS boy. He makes excuses, but I know
AIDS boy.
Traitors. The word traitors.
AIDS boy supports traitors.
You are supporting government.
AIDS boy supports pedophilia.
You are supporting
AIDS boy supports everything we know.
You are a fucking traitor supporting piece of shit.
AIDS boy.
You are a perfect example of cupcakes.
I used to know all these lyrics.
AIDS boy.
While sucking their balls in your hair.
AIDS boy.
So I get this is all you've been doing since you got sick. What were you doing before you got sick? What were you doing before you got sick?
Are you ready to stand up for your nation and your country, low key?
Yeah.
Huh?
I just want to
nation. Define nation. Define country.
I want to say thank you, because if it weren't for you, people would hate me more in this chat, but they actually hate you.
Yeah, fuck you, you racist fuck pig. No one cares what you got to say. Go flex your muscles, you cupcake.
You see, I'm not going to get stopped. No one but you is talking about it.
Hey, no,
Did it get your attention yet?
That's why you guys are so gay for each other. You guys flex each other. You flex your muscles. You never
on camera.
If you want to say, oh, the guy got AIDS because he's sick. You got to come here and ask a legit question. Why do you support traitors, criminals, privately owned government operated? Then you guys come
Unfortunately, you can't address the situation at hand. You can't really wreck the smoke on the street.
You guys can't address. No, you guys make excuses for exactly what I.
But I hear you. It's definitely fucking.
No, fuck you. You're a cupcake piece of shit. You're a racist cupcake. Why don't you flex your muscles some more?
Oh my god. Hey, I'll go. Come over to my channel. Can we have a conversation over here?
I don't need conversation with cupcakes.
I'll flex both
one thing about music, when they hit you feel no pain. White folks take control your brain. I know bet this game.
Yes, I can hear yourself.
Two soldiers head up back, got back, you got the gat, and where my arm at. Rather attack and not react. Back to beats that don't reflect on how many records get sold on sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Just self-engaging with him and he'll fucking fizzle out quicker than
the real world. We just people with ideas. They just like me, yeah, smoking cameras disappear again the real world. Just figure that all these fake ass records, when the poor folks got the millions and my woman's disrespecting.
If you have any questions about, hey, where's my receipts? Do some research.
Just do what you got to do
involved with privately owned government operated.
I would like to research you. What's your name? What's your name?
But then
no, what's your real name? What's your name on the streets?
Your real life. I'm gonna know it.
No, I'm not talking about your internet persona. I'm saying, what's your real name? What's your real name?
Fuck you, you know.
What's your real name?
I just told you.
It's bigger than.
No, I didn't ask you.
If you did your research, my name is everywhere because not only do I use it.
What is it?
But here's what's funny.
Your name's not here right now. What's your name?
If we don't get them, they gon' get us all. I'm down for running the phone them crackers in they city hall. We rap with y'all. All my dogs stay real. Brother, don't think these record deals will be your seats that pay your bills because they not. You get a little bit of love and think they hot. Talking about how much money they got. All y'all records sound the same.
Go to someone else because I haven't done it. I'm just writing coattails because I'm a weak ass bitch who's sick.
Y'all don't hear me though. These record labels slang God takes like dope. You can be next in line and sign. Rather have a Lexus, a Justice, a dream or some substance, a beamer, a necklace or freedom.
Thanks, Benton.
Stay awake. It's real hip hop,
Oh,
and
man.
it don't
I
stop
do
till
that
we
middle
get the
one.
popo off the block. They call it hip hop.
Is Kim still here?
Hop.
Yes, sir.
Hip,
Yes, sir. I'm
hop,
waiting for you.
Hip, then hip.
Patient. I like
Hop,
that.
hip, hop, hip,
Kim is the storm. That's the title of the video. Although I do have to say,
He's got that crazy
don't we all
shit.
know not to
We
use the
keep
P
it
word on YouTube by now?
John Blaze and shit.
Yeah, and I do apologize. And I apologize to
DP's got that crazy
I mean,
shit. We
yeah,
keep it
I apologize. I was wrong.
John Blaze
man, I was thinking generally.
It's really, I'm around people that I do not have to hold my tongue, and it is. I'm realizing that is. Yes, I need to. That is not what I came here to do.
Yeah, I figured. Well, I didn't know that was you, so I would have brought you on earlier, but I didn't know it was you, Kim. I didn't know Rage Pig was you. That's why you were waiting so long. I was finishing up with Mitchell.
I figured, but I was patient. I just wanted. Yeah, I saw the title. To be honest, that's really even why I was here. I didn't even. Yeah. I don't have anything today. I just wanted to listen to you. So anyway, yeah, it's all good, man. So look at this is. I don't know why. I don't know why, man. My heart's in the right place.
You attracted.
But yes, it's happened. I tend to stir. Imagine me on a yard with 1,000 murderer convicts and this shit going on.
Hey, Kim, have you ever seen the movie Bronson?
Oh, I don't. I mean, I know the
Tom Hardy. No, it's a movie, and the title of the movie is Bronson.
Right now.
Tom Hardy. You remind me of Bronson from the movie. Pretty fucking good movie, actually.
Are you really a white supremacist, Tim?
No.
I didn't really get that vibe from
white supremacist.
I'm not
Have you seen the white people lately?
But I would say people classify me as a classic Nazi, but only because I don't like those people. And I'll work with anyone but those people.
Wow. Fascinating. Can you explain that a little more?
Go ahead.
No, I just want you to go ahead, please. I'm fascinated with your psychology.
Bro, okay, I need to think how to do this.
Just go from your heart. I mean, I don't want any like well-placed words.
Cool. I don't know. I got it. They own the media. They own the Federal Reserve. They push the LGBTQ agenda on children with the Drag Queen Story Hour. They own Hollywood. They own the education system. They own the medical system.
Who are they?
Right? And that's who I'm talking about. We know who we're talking about.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you to describe who they are.
Well, I just told you. I just told you the only people that I won't work with.
Who are they? Who are the only people you won't work with?
Blacks?
Oh, come on, Benton. Don't help him out. He's a big boy. He can use his words.
I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out.
Small hat.
Oh, okay. I got you.
I mean, when I say they, wait a second. I'm sorry. I gotta. When I say
jaywalkers, you're referring to jaywalkers, yeah, right?
Oh, yeah,
hey, when I say they own Hollywood, are you fucking serious that you don't know? Like, you think blacks own Hollywood or Chinese?
Oh, no, I didn't say that.
No, it was ambiguous the way you were describing it, and I just wanted you to come out and say it.
We're confused.
I mean, I've said it. I don't come out and say it because I don't want to nuke the stream.
Yeah, you're good, man. You're good. We're there now. So we're there.
Like,
yeah, we're there.
Who's ever owned the Federal Reserve from day one? Who's ever owned the medical system from day one? Sorry, go ahead, D-Record.
They took down Kanye West, man. Hey, Kanye West talked about it.
Well, and Kanye West is telling the truth so that people can be lumped in with him, just like Alex Jones with the old the hook job.
But I find it funny how people actually call everyone a Nazi, except the actual Nazi that immigrated from Europe to America.
Yeah, and to be fair, I am not an actual Nazi. I am not a socialist.
And they don't call the actual Azov battalion, which are actual Nazis, but no one talks about it. I find that
yeah, I mean history is.
By America.
Yeah, I mean.
Have tattoos on them,
so you can put me in whatever little category that you want in your head now, so you can discount whatever I say. But look, man, the truth is the truth. Like. There's one group of people that.
If you call someone a Nazi, they destroy them. Doesn't mean.
I agree.
What's your provenance, Tim? Like, where are your roots from?
What do you mean my roots? Like,
what's your provenance? Where does your lineage
where do your people originate? Yeah, where do your people originate?
Well, I haven't got a DNA test, but I'm told my mother is full Italian and my father was half English, half German.
Makes sense.
I know that conqueror blood runs in my veins.
Yeah,
German and Italian.
Yeah,
but I don't even believe in that shit. Like, I mean, to be real, dude, I will pull the race card if I need to jam someone up, but I deal with men how they deal with me in my face. I mean, the same person you see right here is the same person that did 8 years in a high-level prison, and I stood for my own. And to be honest, I got a lot of respect. I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm saying
8 years for what?
Time. I didn't get whacked.
What'd you do to get 8 years? You mind me asking?
I got in a bar fight, and I hurt a dude pretty bad. So, and then I ended up pissing the judge off, ironically enough, and so he ended up maxing me out. That's a whole other thing. They offered me 4 years. I took it to trial on self-defense. The judge ended up being an alcoholic, and I talked shit on alcoholics while in my letters while I was in prison, and he actually had a DUI in the same county that I was in, and he was in the same tank that I was complaining about the Monday morning winos.
he totally took it to heart that I was complaining about him. This is the judge of my trial, and went off on this big spiel how I thought I was hardcore because I had a felony instead of a misdemeanor. And even though he told me he would only give me 4 years if I was found guilty, he had to give me 8. And it is what it is, man. Literally, I pissed the judge off and it cost me 4 years of my life. Not that the crime wouldn't have cost me time anyway, but that's just how shit happens. You know, it was, I mean, I was in my 20s in a neighborhood where everybody drank and fought. It wasn't, like nowadays, that's really foreign. But back in the 90s, it was pretty much
just part of your culture, so it's okay, right?
I mean, I'm not saying it's okay now at all. I don't. I'm
justifiable.
Anyone in violent. What's that?
Would you say it's justifiable? I don't know what point you're trying to get at with, you know.
What did I say is justifiable?
You didn't say that. I guess that's what I'm trying to figure out. What point are you trying to make with describing the fact that it was part of your norm?
Well, traveling the country, I realized how foreign what I grew up in is. Now, I mean, you know, yeah. I mean, it took me a long time after I left California just to see how fucking weirdo California people are. And I went to Colorado for about 15 years, but then Colorado kind of started feeling like the same little bit mentality. Then I started RVing and traveling around, and I really realized how chill most people are in the country and how like wild and out fucking where I grew up was. And I'm not saying it's the hardest core place, way harder cities. From talking to JG, and I mean, I know a lot of the hoods, you know, projects, they are way more intense. We had more like the street drive-by Mexican gangbang, you know, neighborhood. We didn't really have like where you're living in the hood day in, day out. So
what kind of problems did you have with the people in Colorado?
Basically when the Google came into Boulder, I just saw the mentality, like the techie mentality just switch over. Like you could feel the mentality.
Okay, so you're saying Boulder is Colorado? Boulder is like in its own world.
Well,
Boulder is...
I was in Castle Rock, Boulder, and Lafayette. I had a business in Boulder. So look, I get it. Boulder is like the most liberal. I don't like it. I get it. I know what you're saying. And had I been in Grand Junction or Colorado Springs, I probably would not be saying
Shout out to Fort Collins.
The West Slope.
Fort Collins honestly is like half of Boulder. Yeah. I think
West Slope's where it's at.
But basically, they all were masked Nazis in 2020, and I had to get out of there. And so I traveled around, and really, Colorado, Western Slope was one of the, like, it was just as bad as the other bad parts in the country, but most of the other places weren't. And,
dude, if you have problems in the Western Slope, it's on you. You're the problem. There's no problems to be had out there.
Western Slope or Boulder?
Western Slope, like Grand Junction, but that would be the far extreme. I'm talking more.
I'm sorry. I completely was transversing. I was thinking the Front Range when you were saying Western Slope.
Okay,
yes,
right.
I 100% agree. The Western Slope, exactly where Montrose and all that is. That's where I've been RVing a lot. That's where I love that area. I wish I had ended up there instead of the Front Range. Yeah, when you were saying it, I was thinking Front Range.
That makes sense. No, that makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. So that's when I'm saying Colorado, it is Front Range. And I agree with you, Western Slope, totally different culture, and I wasn't there during it, but for people like you that I've talked to, and it's why I traveled. Once I got out, I was fine. I mean, I literally traveled 2/3 of the country almost throughout that time, the mask stuff, and like 99.9% of the time I didn't have a problem anywhere, and I didn't wear a mask anywhere, and except Montana of all places. But I went into Montana in a place that would be equivalent to Boulder in Colorado, you know. So now I realize
you went to Bozeman or something.
Or like fish something.
Oh. I think Bozeman's the college town. It's pretty.
Whitefish.
Okay.
Is that it?
I don't know. I've spent a lot of time in Montana, but it's a big state. I recently discovered it. It's one of my favorite places, but I just recently.
You know how it goes. Like we're so internalistic. If we have a bad experience, we'll be like, oh, well, that state is like this to me now, and I'm totally open to the fact that, like, yeah, if I'm talking about Montana not being good, I am talking about my experience in one spot, and if I go back, I would not expect to have the same experience. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't want to like overgeneralize to that extent. Yeah.
No, nobody's supporting Nazi idealist. I don't think. I can only speak for myself, but I mean, we're not in control. If that's what he is, we're not in control of that, and only he can change his mind. You know, he's responsible for that. So,
wait, are you responding to a chat comment or me? I'm a little lost.
Yeah, it was put on screen, so I just saw it. I'm not reading chat.
Sorry.
No, yeah, that could have been confusing. My bad.
I mean, we talk about fake history. One of the things that gives me my foundation is I did the research, and you know, the H is a hoax. Like the thing that Mr. HH was, you know, the whole death thing is a hoax. There's no 6 million. Like that is, I 100%. Like they were work camps. I do not believe these people should be exterminated. I do believe they should be separated and go back to their own country. But I'm non-violent. That's what I'm trying to say. Is like you hear these buzzwords, you're gonna get lumped into a whole skew of a mentality. No, I am only here. My purpose is education. what I told you, them owning all that stuff, we all know it in pieces, but when you lay it out on paper with the names, with the businesses, with all the people that control both sides of both cabinets, it's overwhelming. You cannot deny the evidence. And now it's not only them, it's their people that help them. I mean, it really is the Babylon system, but they are the tip of the spear of the Babylon system.
Are you a member of the church?
I'm not a member of any church. I just loosely affiliate with a group of people that spread literature non-violently. But it is not a group, a club, or anything like that.
Describe non-violently.
Non-violent. Just what I told you. What I just told you, whether I was in person or not, whether I was in a room of them or not, I would just tell you what I told you, and the information, the truth, is the hammer. There is no, and then we're gonna, or wait for this. It's just the truth is so overwhelming at this point, it can't be denied. That's it. Non-violent. I don't want to be violent towards them or anyone else. I'm self-defense. I'm not like a pacifist, but there is no aggressive action that I'm calling for, or anyone that is talking about anything and any of the literature that is being spread would talk for.
I've sensed aggressive behaviors from you, but it's just my perspective.
I am aggressive. I mean, that's very astute of you. I am a very aggressive man. I mean, aggression is very valuable when you need it. I mean, imagine being locked in a building, concrete and steel, with 200 men, and there are about 10 or 15 people on your side and about 100 on the other. You're going to sit in there a month, and on a random day, the doors are going to open, and you are going to fight for your life. And you know it, and they know it. Everybody knows it. It was already a riot before you locked down. So you're going to sit there.
Do you feel like you're under attack, so you always got to be defensive?
In a sense, I would say that's classic PTSD. Is once I get a trigger, there's a lot of physiological responses. But yeah, bro, I mean, yeah, nobody ever said I came here like being a staunch pillar of example, man. I'm here like everybody else. But like,
no, that's humble of you to say.
And it always gets attributed to me. Like, I'm not saying follow me. I don't know if has anyone ever, like, I've done stuff like, hey, okay, I'll meet up or this or that, but there's no like follow me.
Can I jump in real quick? We've all seen, well, I know actually Mitchell has not, but I'm assuming most of us have seen the movie American History X. Like, that's a real culture, and Tim's like more or less from that culture as far as I can tell.
Interesting. Okay.
And that is not my culture.
No, what I mean, I'm talking about it's something that exists in that part of the world is what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's a real thing, man. Like, we don't, so like when Snafu's asking me about these things, dude, I'm from fucking Arkansas, man. We don't have none of that stuff. It just doesn't exist in our culture. Like, I've no exposure to that whatsoever.
That's what I've learned traveling around, man. Like, dude, you think I'm intense now? Fuck, bro.
Yeah, this guy lived the movie, not the symbolism. I'm talking about the culture and the environment of the literal movie American History X. Like, that's real shit, man. Yeah, it's real shit.
And like, I'm coming in here with you guys, and I hear some people talk the language. So to me, it puts me in a spot of a real situation I experienced, and I'm starting to learn it's all a LARP for you guys. Not you, not in this.
Oh, I know what you mean, yeah.
But like, definitely appalled, dude. Like, they talk about boogaloo and this, and if I was in the trenches, and then I asked them, have any of you been in the military? Have any of you been in a gang? Have any of you done anything in a fucking violent, uncontrolled situation? And they were just crickets. None of them. Not one. I'm not even saying it's badass, but it's all they talk about. So I'm like, dude, why would you? Anyway, that's where I just kind of lose respect. And when I lose respect, I fucking take the gloves off. That is
You're not blocked, Snafu. We couldn't get to this conversation until you stopped looping. In fact, I wasn't. Real quick. Hey, real quick, Snafu. I only even disconnected you because you went in on my boy Yurt. And if you go in on Yurt, you might get disconnected. That's all I can say.
I'm endeared to Yurt myself.
But we can criticize. We also criticize Yurt around here. But
yeah, for sure. I haven't held back my opinions on him, but that's why I have a lot of respect for him because he welcomes the criticism.
But real quick, Snafu's not blocked, and we'll have him back. But it was just you needed to go for now. But I almost never disconnect people here, so you'll be back, brother.
I'm getting gang stalked, right? Snafu, if this was happening to you, you'd freaking the fuck out, man. You'd lose your shit. You'd be shook. I got 5, 6 Hispanic dudes staking me out last night, and I go right up to them. What do? They don't do shit. Oh, we don't speak English.
We don't speak English.
I ain't fucking shook. You ain't shit, Snafu.
Benson was the black guy from that TV show. I think he was like the governor or something. It was a good show. Just the comment there is that is a non sequitur. Yeah, who is Benson? TV show. Yeah, it's been quite a few minutes, eh?
I'm still waiting for. I feel like I haven't even got a chance to fucking get in on me. I assumed.
I got into some issues early in the stream. You were probably still asleep.
I did skip through, but I didn't catch it. I did try before I hopped in here. I was wondering.
It's in there somewhere.
It is rough when you say that on an 8-hour stream, bro.
I know. Well, I'd say the first 2 hours probably cover it. 2-3 hours. Whatever the solo stuff is.
Okay.
Most of the solo stuff.
Well, I'll be honest. I did hear that, man. I fell asleep and you started. And
okay.
I expected there to be a little. I guess I should ask first. What are you referring to, and what did you see yesterday?
Oh, I don't even remember, honestly, dude. I have a problem with it so much.
Did you see me on call, or were you just referring to your and I conversation?
I saw some of what Chalk Body Outline published last night. I saw it this morning. Some of that. You were on there, right?
But that was just when I was on there. You didn't see me on Paul's actual panel.
I think Drew played a little bit of that, I believe.
Did he do a stream after his? Did he do 2 streams last night?
Bro, I really couldn't tell you, honestly.
I know, it's all together. Well, whatever.
Together, so I
mean, you were still on point. I just thought you would have had a little harder pushback. But I mean, dude, it is, you know.
I'm just trying to be
I don't know what to say. I'm just being me. I'm sorry if it offends people. I'm not pushing an agenda. I really am listening and trying to take it, but I'm not like some blob here looking for ideals. I'm very confident in my beliefs. I just have things that this allows me to be exposed to and work on that are cool, you know?
Yeah, man.
Yeah. You're scared of me though. He just comes in and snipes little comments here and there, but he don't want to come up anymore.
Well, he's busy. He's busy in the daytime. Some of these people have lives, Tim.
No, I don't think he does.
These family guys, they don't. What?
Thanks for ratting me out, Mitch.
I love you, JG, man. Hug a buddy, fuck a buddy shit, but no, man, I got a lot of respect for you, man. I recognize you as somebody with unique wisdom, you know, unique experiences, and
excuse me.
I would like to see you interact with him. I think I blew up your troll, but I think you were doing it with good intentions. So,
I saw they were. Hold up. They thought when I was fucking with Paul, they thought that was you, and I saw you come up and you dropped my name, but it's all good.
Yeah, I did rat you. I was like, yeah, you can find him over on Benton's. Shout out to Benton.
That's funny.
Yes, but first, can I just comment on what you just said? You can get as much mic time as you need up here, as long as you can fit it into whatever else is going on. I mean,
no, that's not true.
No, that is true. Like right now, you're doing it. You're up. There it is. See? It's got to be back and forth. It's like tennis match. You can't swing 3 times when you already hit the ball. See how that works?
You can't back and
What's
forth.
up, Keith? Give me a second, man. Let me turn all this off.
Donuts up in here.
Yeah. Wow. No worries.
Too many windows open.
Yeah, no worries. Go ahead.
This is my boy, highly suspect on the panel. Let me just get rid of this screen share here. Okay, here we go. All right. What's happening, partner? Good to see you.
What's happening, man? What's happening?
Chilling. Thanks again, brother, for the dono.
Yeah, break it down for the one time.
Woohoo!
For one time. Break it down. So, real quick, just went to the gas station, you know, down the road, and seen the patrolman that stopped me the other day.
For real?
Yes.
Oh,
like
shit.
it's all. I almost feel like I'm fucking inviting this motherfucker into my lifestyle, whatever. Yeah. Seen him at the corner where I turned to get on the highway.
Damn, dude.
I'm like, yeah, man, fucking. You know, we looked at each other. You know, it was just. Yeah. And I'm like, okay, any minute. So I was in a different vehicle when I got stopped the other day. Right. So now I'm in another vehicle, and I don't know if it registered with him, but I was just like, what in the fuck, man? Like, I've been having these thoughts about, you know, like I can't wait to get pulled over type shit.
Yes.
And I think I'm inviting that shit into my, you know, daily life right now. Fucking crazy. But he didn't, you know, turn around, pull up or none of that. So, but I know that he knows who I am. So maybe our meeting the other day, like, maybe he just didn't want to engage. I don't know. It was fucking insane. But
how close were you to him, by the way? Like, he was in the store or what?
Him, like, yeah.
You mean like walking though, right?
No, I was driving.
Oh, I got you.
He was driving. Yeah. And I literally like was making a left turn, and he was making a right, and he looked at me, I looked at him, and I was like, okay, here we go again. Get your phone out, turn the fucking camera on, record this shit. But he left it alone this time.
Well,
maybe
that's progress. I don't know.
Yeah, it was crazy, man. It was fucking, but the entire time I'm still like fucking terrified. You know what I mean?
Well, and real quick for the audience who may not know, Mr. Suspect got dragged off to jail by, that was a state trooper, right? The Georgia State Patrol.
Yeah.
They for basically just no reason other than maybe a little bit of attitude on highly suspect's part. I fully expect that they'll drop the charges. I mean, I have no way of knowing that, but that's what I would expect. Drug him to jail over basically $100 ticket, as far as I can tell.
Not a jailable offense either. Yeah. No. And I just seen him again, and I'm like, what in the fuck is going on here? Like, it's almost like I'm being, like a targeted individual. I don't know. I just seen him, but he didn't turn around. He didn't pull up on me or none of that. But we looked at each other. We looked at one another, and he knew that I knew that, we knew each other. Tuesday. That we had just teamed up. I don't know, man. It was just so my thing is, like, am I inviting this shit into my life, in a metaphysical type is what I'm asking.
Yeah, I mean, maybe. We'll see what the audience thinks. So the fact that it was the same dude, that's a little strange. I mean, I guess this is kind of his area. They all sort of have their areas, but
his county, yeah.
But at the same time, I mean, you would think things might be happening, right? The fact that you guys were both there at the same time, I don't believe in coincidences. So
no,
I'm sure there's something there, right?
I don't. Yeah, it was just really fucking goddamn. And the fact that I'm
go ahead, sir.
No, the fact that I'm like fucking nervous about it bothers me. I shouldn't be, because I'm not doing anything, outside of the law,
Yeah, and real quick, Keith, Word Wizard's here as well. Just so you know, he might start talking. He's probably going to start talking here shortly.
Yeah,
take it away, Wiz.
Well, yeah, and I was just going to say that's why I opened up my screen here, because when we go around in life, not knowing what's going to happen, that's the basis of the fear and the nervousness. I just recently went back into the courts the other day, first time in 7 years. But I went in there with the confidence of the knowledge that I had, not caring what the woman at the bench was going to do, because I've come to the same foundation that no matter where I go in life, I'm comfortable in my skin. If me being comfortable in my skin is what sets them off, then they're the ones that have the problem, not me. And so knowing that and practicing that, again, this is something I've lived all my life, and becoming more stern and solid on it in the last 7 years, because I know the one premise that I've been pushing many times is that now you're a full-grown boy. Okay, it's time to quit being a child. It's time to start using your reason and logic. And when you use that reason and logic against them, they can't beat it. It's impossible. So it doesn't matter what their opinion is. It doesn't matter what kind of ad hominems they want to use. When you get to the base foundation of reason and logic that every full-grown boy and girl has, it's kind of hard to play that game anymore. Just saying.
Okay. I mean, I hear what you're saying. I've been conditioned for 50 years to be fucking terrified every time I see a, patrol car.
Oh, I know. That's one of the things. That's one of the things I went through with 93 cases, and my mom and dad at the age of 50 years of age looked at me at 50 years of age and told me, Keith, the police are your authority.
Yeah.
Huh? You've been teaching me the Christian scriptures all my motherfucking life, and now you want to tell me the police are my authority? Are you telling me the truth now, or were you lying all my life?
Crazy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't think they intentionally went outside of, themselves to give you the wrong information. I had the same thing, man. Look, I even preached in a Pentecostal church for a few years, and I went into it wholeheartedly and had every intentions on, just wanting to be a better man and help people out, but it ended up being fucking terrible at the end. But having said that, growing up in a Pentecostal home, you know, I believe, you know, so they were lied to and they didn't know it, so they told me the same lie and I believed it, you know. That's where I was going at. You know, that's it.
Yeah, we're still here, Keith. I'm just
Okay, and I know what you're talking about
Yeah,
there
yeah.
too, because I went through foster homes, and
okay,
foster homes for 5 years, and I think is anywhere from 15 to 20 different foster homes, and I think each one of them had me going to a different kind of religion. You know, one of the various different sects within the Christian theology. You know, Baptism, Protestant, Presbyterian, Methodist, you name it. I've been, and every last one of them puts out the same message in different words. Same thing with the law. The law puts out the same message, they just use different words. So when you realize how it correlates through and through, and that if you just act scripturally, you will end up acting within the law. And that's how you rebut the licensing. That's how you rebut the contacts, the minimum state contacts and the identifications and everything, because you are not it. You are a verb. You are what motivates that currency, that system. Without you and your verbal actions, they wouldn't have anything to record as far as events.
That's interesting because, yeah, I can agree on that. Yeah.
Hey, Wiz, I'm going to step away for a couple of minutes if you could hold it down. And Bex, feel free to get in here. And Keith, highly suspect, hang out if you would, man. I ain't going to be gone long.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm just having a couple bites of chop suey. But so long as my mouth isn't full, I can hop in anytime. And it'll only take a couple minutes.
10-4. I just what shook me or what got me shook was seeing him, the man that just, you know, arrested. He didn't even arrest me. They just he took me to jail, didn't read me any rights. I even asked him, "Are you not going to read my? Are you going to read my rights to me?" He didn't do that. It wasn't a jailable offense, but when I seen him just 30 minutes ago, I was literally fucking terrified. Okay, here we go again. He's going to turn around. That part didn't happen, but yeah, it just really it fucked with me. I was like,
yeah, and that's, you got to realize too, they don't read you your Miranda rights. So think about that. The Miranda rights say that anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. So again, if you use your reason and logic and show their inconsistencies and impossibilities in those courts, that's what destroys them. And when he took you down there on a non-arrestable offense or non-jailable offense, that's a contract. He's using the Interstate Identification Index by getting your identification for interstate commerce. It's the only reason it's used for. That state ID is for resident income tax purposes. That's the whole thing. A resident is determined for income tax purposes. And for those income tax purposes, you have to have an interstate identification index to say what kind of class and what kind of rate of taxes that you fall under. And that's a categorical pretreatment standard that is for corporate entities, not the individual man.
Okay.
You have to be able to have a board of directors that can hire an attorney to represent you in court. If you don't have a board of directors and aren't organized as a corporate figure to do that, you're not subject to those courts. What they're doing is they're administrating probated estates. And if you go in there and you don't state the living will, which is the will of my Father which art in heaven, constantly affirming his will, that he who believed in God be careful to maintain good works. These are profitable unto men. So what you're doing here today in this court by trying to blaspheme the word of God in your contracts where he is a respecter of no persons, I can't do that, sir. That's an impossibility for me as a child of God. Oops.
Can I get an email or something so we can, talk about this before I go to court?
Let me pull it up.
Okay, man, I appreciate it. Like, I'm just not there yet, with that level of, knowing the law. I'm not there, obviously, but I would like to be before I go, so I can, give the courts the evidence. I'm just not there yet. I've recently done my status correction and what, that type of thing.
Okay, my email is both in private chat and down in the public chat.
Okay. All right. I appreciate that. And thank you for, your help, whatever. I just, I'm just not there yet. I want to be there. I'm just not there.
Well, just have patience, man. That's the thing that I've learned the most. I'm 57 years old. And when I quit the commercial system 7 years ago with my last case and everything, I put my foot down. I said, I'm done. I don't care what this society has to try to offer me. I'm not going to accept it anymore. I have to be able to operate myself without any conveniences or anything. So one of the first things I did when I walked out of jail is I went out to the mountains and literally slept in a tent for 7 months up in the Appalachian Mountains, off the trail and everything, just wandering through the mountains.
Blue Ridge?
New Hampshire, White Mountains.
Oh, okay. I'm in the Blue Ridge area.
Down by Tennessee or what?
South Georgia. It's like, the Appalachia runs, down here. But, okay. All right.
Yeah, it was one of the most spiritual journeys in my life, and I'm glad I did it because it's important to get back to your nature. We're told that the instruction comes from our Father which art in heaven, and that we're supposed to follow the mother's law. That seems simple to me, and everybody else doesn't understand that. The sky and the stars and the sun and the moon, as they move across, back and forth across the skies throughout the seasons, it's telling us that if we see it in this portion of the sky, then it must be this season. If we see it in this portion of the sky, then it must be this season. So when we look around and we know the seasons, we know where to be at what times for the fruits and nuts and all of that to feed ourselves.
Yeah, that's interesting. Like, yeah, I'm looking into, that, but that's really interesting. Yeah, and I can agree on that. I'm just not doing that yet. I'm not making excuses or.
Oh no, that's why I said be patient. You're not going to learn it overnight, and nobody's taught us this yet. The problem didn't come about overnight, and the solution's not going to come about overnight.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think I'm going to head over to Paul's for a little bit, and then I've got a Zoom I'm going to attend. But I appreciate everybody. Thanks for letting me up, Benton. Good to see you again, Bex.
Yeah, man. Yeah, we're just going to hang out over here, so I appreciate you being here. Yeah, Paul Unslaves Live. I didn't know if anybody wants to go over there and doesn't know. I'm assuming most folks are aware of that. So we're just going to chill out over here. Keith, if you want to hang out, it's really up to you.
No, I enjoyed the show and, getting other perspectives, I guess, it's really interesting and really cool. It is.
Yeah, man, I appreciate you being here. And, I'm working on yelling at Keith less and less. Folks may know that I frequently go off on him. So I'm working on it, brother. We'll get there.
It's okay, man.
Well, it's not though. See, it's really not.
Yeah. It's just, it ain't what it ain't, man.
There you go. I like how you say that. Well,
yeah, it ain't.
Sorry, go ahead, man.
No, I personally, if you and I didn't have a friendship, I don't think it would be that way. But I know that you know me personally, you know.
Well, yeah, and
So-
sorry to cut you off, but, you know, when we're together, although we were both, you know, I was drinking a lot at the time, but, you know, if I was around you in the physical, you know, I might spurg out at times, but it would be like way less, right?
Yeah, myself included.
Yeah, it would be way. So, you know, talking over the internet or the phone is definitely a little a different matter. But, you know, and actually me and Bex sort of got into a little version of that also. So, you know, you're not the only one, but I've gotten better at it over time. But part of that is, you know, it is that, you know, I won't even say potential. I see that you're working on stuff. So there's so few people that actually work on themselves these days that, you know, I think I get a little too motivated sometimes. You know what I'm saying? Because people that ain't worth, you know, people that aren't trying, I tend not to get that locked in, you know, because they're just not trying to do anything.
Yeah.
So it's not really an issue, right?
The thing I get, you know, from you is like anytime that I, you know, have any opposition against whatever you're thinking or saying, you get pissed off about it. You're like, just be quiet, just shut up.
Yeah.
Shut the fuck up, man. Nobody, you know. And I'm like, man, like we, you know, we have a connection and a friendship, you know, and like you're
Yeah.
you know,
I know.
Yeah, it's okay, man. It's all
Well,
right.
but the thing is, it's the autism. Like, I'm not using that as an excuse. Once I get locked in, it's hard for me to unlock, if that makes sense.
I got you.
So it's not even that. It's not even that you should give in to me. It's more of like once I'm locked in, it's the more you resist, the more I'm just gonna lock in harder.
Yeah.
If that makes sense.
I got you.
So
Yeah,
if you just hang up or you're like fuck you, that's better than just. That's better for both of us. And I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying that might be better than just continuing to listen to me fucking lock in harder.
Okay.
But I'm working on not doing it. But once I get there, it's hard for me. It's difficult for me to get out of that space.
Clearly.
Yeah, it's
Fucking-
very difficult.
Yeah. And I can see that. Like you just, you know, that's cool, man.
Well,
No-
but
no-
it's not even personal at that point. It's just I'm arguing with an idea. Like I'm not arguing with you. Like
Yeah.
but it probably feels like I am. I'm locked in on that idea, if that makes sense.
Okay.
But it's not. It doesn't make it okay. So it's just like, dude, just fucking hang up the phone if you have to. I mean, whatever we got to, you know, whatever we got to do, man, just fucking do it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've just kind of gotten to the point where, like, when you start your, you know, whatever it is you want to call it, your autism or whatever, and you're, you know, just going off on me or whatever, I'm just like, man, fuck that.
Yeah, fuck this guy. Yeah.
Bullshit, man.
Yeah.
Fucking you a dick. Like you, and you are sometimes, and sometimes I need to hear it, but
Yeah.
like when I'm trying to engage, you know, in a conversation, and you're like, I'm not doing laps with you.
Yeah, I know.
You know, all right, motherfucker, you don't
Yeah.
have to. We don't have to do that. And I get it. Like,
Yeah.
you know, I can be redundant and keep going over the same shit. I get that part.
Mm-hmm.
But like when I feel, you know, like you're just like intentionally being a fucking asshole, I'm like, all right, motherfucker. That's cool, man. Fucking do it, whatever. But no, I understand, man. I get it.
Well, and you know, sorry to cut you off, but you know, in the past, what would happen is I would get locked in with somebody like you, and then after we were done, I would still be in that space. So what happens now is like once we stop talking, I just go back to normal like fairly quickly. But once I'm in the space, it's hard for me to get out. But however, you know, it is a reminder for me to just shut up and like work on my breathing. You know, I mean, ultimately, you know, I know I can just shut up and fucking start breathing and just listen, right?
Yeah, I'm not trying to get you in any kind of space, you know.
Well, but that's what I mean is it's not your
Yeah.
intention, but once I get there, it's super fucking hard for me to get out of it in the moment.
Okay.
But
I
it's
can-
not it's not an excuse. So, you know, perhaps
Yeah.
next time I'll just shut the fuck up and breathe and be like wanting to
Okay.
respond, you know.
You be you, man.
Well, but I'm going to master this if I live long enough.
Yeah.
You know,
I got
I
you.
will master it. So,
I got you. Yeah. Hell yeah. Fuck
Yep.
yes, you would. You
Yep.
got this.
I
Bring
got
down.
it. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
That's
fucking. At least you're you know, acknowledging it, and you know.
Yeah, and I think, sorry to cut you off, I think Bex wants to jump in maybe, because she has a sort of a similar thing in a way.
Yeah, that's where I would say that, you know, from an outsider's position looking in on, say, some of the interactions with Benton, people might think that he's being really, like even in the conversations we've had, like what I'm trying to say is that if you can emotionally detach from what's happening, Benton also is still working on things himself, but he understands. Here's what I'm going to say. My perspective of Benton is he understands himself very well. And so even when he's emboldened with passion that might come out like he's angry at you, what he is more, I would say in a lot of cases, is he's actually impressed by you and also wants you to understand that impression in a way that maybe the stern talking comes out as in a voice that people are used to people telling them what to do, right? But in fact, it's actually an informative, typically a passionate. I don't know how to put it. I'm just saying we all superimpose our feelings onto an interaction as it's going on. And obviously, if you're having the interaction, you can be like, "Oh, someone's talking loud to me. That hurts my feelings." But if you push past that, I mean, sometimes, you know, when our mom or dad corrected us when we were little, it hurt, you know, and yet it was right. So I think as much as maybe there's a bit of, I don't know, see, I aspire to get more into that as someone who sees myself as someone who's a lot like Benton, you know, like, not that I want to be, I am a woman. So I think there is at least for me, I imagine myself having, even though I don't have a family, I wanted one, right? So I try to come from that maternal perspective, even if I'm not a mom and I could just go full on, like, what are these fucking feelings we have, friends? I think they've been modeled for us, right? Like, you know, I think people, to get a sense of it, get backstaged a few times, right? And then I think if you can understand that it's not, and then go back and watch yourself get backstaged, and then maybe it helps get out of the feelings a little bit, understanding, you can learn to backstage yourself by being backstage. I don't know if that makes sense. Mute yourself by,
It takes me a few hours, like after me and Jason, you know, get into it, you know, we're going hard in the paint and he's fucking correcting me or, you know, telling me to just listen and all that shit. Yeah, I get pissed off about it. But yeah, I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But
and that's not, sorry, go ahead.
No, it takes me a little while to like reflect on it. I'm not like, you know, at that moment, like, okay, so all right, Keith, you're being a dick, or, you know, it takes me a few hours to look back on that and like, okay, man, you were wrong. Fucking he was just saying, you know, what you needed to hear, you just didn't want to hear it at that moment.
Yes. And thank you for saying that, by the way. And I want to just real quick, what me and Bex had like a very small version of this, but what's funny is we both did the same thing to each other, but as far as we both got locked in, but the thing is, we're both so logical that we just sort of got each other out of it by both being logical, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So the thing is, man, like when I'm that forceful, people are used to dealing with emotional people who can't process logic because of their emotions. But if you go back to what's logical, I won't resist it. But it has to make logical sense, if that makes sense.
Yeah. And I get the point that, like, I'm really highly sensitive, and, you know, I understand that. I just don't get it at that moment. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I'm making decisions and saying shit that I shouldn't be saying at that point, but later on, like, I'll look at it and be like, okay, man, like, he said some things that pissed you off and, you know, triggered you. Okay, so let's look at that. Why did they? Because, you know, you were probably right about a lot of things that you mentioned, or, you know, yeah, and that shit aggravates me and it pisses me off and I get irritated and I'm like, man, fuck this. I don't want to hear shit. Yeah, I just want to be better. That's all. I just want to be better than who I was yesterday. You know, that's it.
Well, and that's what I'm responding to. If you weren't doing that, then I wouldn't even bother. I would just let you say whatever, and I would just be like, all right, man, that's cool.
Yeah, right on. I got you, man. Copy that. And look, I appreciate your friendship, man. I really do.
Oh, I know.
Okay.
I can tell you do, but here's the thing is, like, you know, we're all used to people that if we hang up on them, the next time we talk to them, it's going to be like, hey, motherfucker, why'd you hang up on me? I know why you're hanging up on me, and I'm not even going to mention it.
Yeah, that's
like, just
fine.
fucking hang up. If you can't deal with it, just hang up the fucking phone.
Yeah. Just stop engaging in that kind of.
Because if you're emotional and can't go logical, it's just going to make me worse, if that makes sense. Like, the only way out is with logic once I get into that space.
Yeah.
It's the only thing that'll get us out of it. And so Bex has been able to do that. But, you know, the autism on autism, and I'm not saying she has autism, but the, you know, whatever that is on when it's going against itself, like I can't speak for her, but I think both of us don't like it, probably. So we're probably just be like, hey, can we get to the logic and get the fuck out of this?
Right.
I'm assuming. I mean, I don't know how she views it. So when I'm talking to you that way, I'm just trying to get to the logic so we can get the fuck out of whatever that is. But I'm not angry at you, but I just get more forceful and more forceful and more forceful. If that makes sense. Which I don't want to do that, but it's like, it's all I have at that point. Like, I don't have any other fucking skills yet.
Yeah, no. I get it that, you know, I go off on and I take laps on shit because, you know, like I said, it takes me a few hours to process something, you know, before I can even look at it and understand it and be like, hey man, you were fucked up for that. Like, you should not have reacted and responded the way you had. But yeah, I get it, man.
Well, and I have a Snafu, man. We're gonna bring you up, brother. We just got to wrap up this segment, okay? Shout out to Snafu. He's been waiting patiently. So hey, man, if you're hearing me, please come back in a minute. But the thing is, man, like, I have a very mean, nasty streak, and it just fucking comes out sometimes. And it doesn't mean I want to be mean and nasty. But go ahead, Bex.
This is where I would say that actually that there's more similarities between the two of you than is shown in that, Benton, the reason you can be so stern or focused or strict is because you're that hard on yourself.
Oh, dude,
right?
That's how I talk to myself, Keith. Like, I don't beat myself up, but I'm ruthless within my own mind. Like, fucking ruthless. Yeah, but go ahead,
I
Bex.
hear that. And yeah, I'm the same way. I'm the same way on myself. Yet, Keith, you're really hard on yourself too. And like all of us, we seek some sort of validation outside of ourselves at different points in our journey, especially when we're wavering, like when we haven't healed that inner child where we weren't heard. And I'm not, claiming in any way to have been fully down that path. I mean, I still get all up in my feelers and, reactive and stuff like that. But I think, and that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that, because of course we seek each other's counsel in books, in people, in all of that, but I think that's the link really that binds us all, is that sense of, different paths on the same journey of being so fucking hard on yourself. Like, and that's where I feel inspired, actually more inspired than I am. I'm inspired by Benton's approach, right? Like I feel like there's, I can see that that's a man of, I've been taking it out on myself for too long, right? And not that I'm saying I want to like take the whip I've been whipping myself with and whip other people with it, not at all. But also to find that sense of focus that shows on the outside how much work I've done on the inside, So whether you start on the inside and validate yourself outside with life experiences and books, or whether you start on the outside with life experiences and books of other people and bring it onto the inside, it is about finding validation. Validation for that voice that's being so hard on itself, finding a place for it so it doesn't have to be hard on anybody. It can just be.
Well, and real quick, I had to bring Snafu up. He's very patient and he's been waiting a long time. So I feel like
Yeah, I've been
go
waiting
ahead, man.
since this morning,
I know.
and it's fine, Benton. Bex, you made a comment, and I saw you. Why are you speaking for others?
What was that comment?
You basically were talking about Verily and how beautiful she is. She's a nasty fucking hoe to a lot of us. Did you not notice when she asked what was brought to the table? She fucking got stripped down, and all you, including you, the women, were all bragging about that. Oh, you're beautiful. She's a hoe. She's a baby killer. She boarded and bragged about it. And so when you say, oh, she's beautiful and all of us think she's beautiful, nah, a lot of us think she's a nasty ass hoe. And so, and honestly, when she was asked what she brought to the table, the bitch got naked on stream, basically. So do you find that attractive? Do you find that beautiful, Bex?
Well, before Bex answers, Snafu, I don't want to go too far down this road, but just so you know.
No, my biggest thing is she made the comment saying we all think she's beautiful, and a lot of us think she's a trashy ass abortion baby killing hoe. And I just want to say I don't think she's beautiful, and so do not many others, Bex. So when you talk about hoes like that, I know you're not like that, Bex. I mean, you're not stripping her down and showing your hoe optics, but I wanted to know, do you really find that beautiful? Do you think that was beautiful?
Did I miss?
Hey, real quick, we got to fill. Just let me do a thing, Snafu. It's a whole backstory, Keith. I'll tell you later. We just kind of. But again, Snafu, we're not going to have too much time for this. But y'all go ahead and work it out if you.
No, I just want to ask her one question. Don't you really think that acting like a trashy hoe online is beautiful and then bragging about abortion? Because when you made that statement saying we all think she'd be, no, I think she's a trashy hoe, and so do many others.
I don't know if I must have said that out loud, not in a comment down, because I think I'm more. So what I'm trying to say is I'll be more selective and definitely say that some people think she's beautiful, regardless of the choices she's made. I'm one who definitely is more in alliance with you when it comes to the institution, how medicine has offered abortion as some sort of disconnected.
Minus the abortion, Bex, when she was asked, what do you bring to this table? And like, you come up to these tables and you have conversation, you have narratives, you have really good input and thoughts, and you really are. I could tell that you actually care. I could tell you care about all the people's, like, you actually think about it and break it down and say this, that. When she was asked what she brings to the table, she took her clothes off because that's what she's used to. So what's minus the abortion shit, do you think that's beautiful? You think that's classy? You think that's like, I mean, really? How come you're not doing that?
Yeah,
if that's beautiful.
I definitely came up here with the idea of trying not to use any feminine guile in any way, shape, or form, any of the games we play manipulatively with each other, just to show that's something I understand is a part of a program running. If I remember, though, there was a point in that scene where I realized that she was making the point with her beguiling. So
she was triggered, and so she went to what she's used to, hoeing up, taking clothes off. But that's all I wanted to ask. I just really wanted to ask if you thought that was beautiful, Bex, because when you said it, you spoke for all of us. You said we all think she's beautiful. And I was like, holy shit, fuck no. Anytime I picture her, I think a dead fetus is flying out of that fucking shit. So I just wanted to make clear that not all of us feel that. Maybe it was just wording you said. Yeah, and I get what you're saying. Some of you may feel that way, but not all of us think that's beautiful. In fact, a lot of us think it's trashy as shit. She could learn a lot from women like you and others, probably.
I appreciate that statement, Snafu Snaps, and I also appreciate you calling on my own inconsistencies, right? Like, I know that my desire would be to support a woman to be even more than that. You know what I mean? Yet I also know that I'm not really here to tell people how to be, right? And I, as much as I could sit in judgment of it, I was also in awe. I was in awe of her.
You're shocked. You're shocked to the host. I get it. But you know what I saw? I saw everyone, including OTW, Benton, and then what surprised me, even you. The minute she fucking took those fucking clothes off, you guys were all enamored about the body and her fucking.
Oh, wait a minute. I was not included in that.
No, you weren't there. It was OTW, and it was everyone on that panel. And then what surprised me the most in others is even Bex, and it was more of a affirmation for her. It's like what's going on with this Eugenia Cooney chick. They affirm her eating disorder, and that makes it worse. And it's like if you affirm someone being a hoe online when she's acting like she's not, saying she's not, and then all she does is act like it and do it, present it that way. And then you guys, you know, I don't know. I just wanted to, when you said we all think she's beautiful, that's what struck me. And I was like, no, I'm going to go on the record, say not me and many others too. But that's all I had to say, Mr. Benton.
All right,
Ms.
brother.
Bex.
And thank you for your patience.
All right.
Yeah, we'll see you next time.
Thank you, Snappy Snaps. I appreciate the added perspective of how you understand me, because I do think it's important, you know, to see how what I've said, you know, whether it's consistent with what I want to, with what I mean, you know. And I'm gonna go back and revisit that.
I see how you are and how you think and how you react to everyone, and that's what I'm saying. I have no issues. Like Bex, you've been legit so far, what I could see and everything. And no, I think women like her could learn a lot from women like you, and that's my opinion. But when you made the statement, we all feel she's beautiful. No, some of us think she's the trashiest bitch online. So that's all I got to say, and I'm out.
All right, man.
Okay,
Appreciate
thanks,
you.
Snappy Snaps.
Yeah, and that was Snafu. And I just want to say this, you know, I don't have a problem with the way Snafu's expressed himself around that. I just don't want to focus on it, and I want to avoid the character assassin. And I'm not saying he was doing that. I'm trying to avoid the character assassination. But real quick, let's fill in Keith because he has no idea what anybody's talking about. There's a well-known person who's a lady named Verily, and apparently she confessed to having, had an abortion performed, right? So, you know, some folks, quick, some folks have taken a lot of umbrage to this, but then she also, she regularly shows up on live streams in a bikini, and I have no problem with that. I'm not here to tell people how to dress. It's not my issue, right? I'm going to dress how I want to dress.
Right.
But then, there was yesterday on OTW's panel, there was some discussions of physical beauty and things, and Snafu took umbrage with it. I personally, just speaking for myself, she seems like an interesting person to me. I don't find her particularly physically attractive. Me personally, she's not ugly. I understand objectively she is attractive. I've never found her that attractive, although there's certain aspects of her presentment that, you know, as a man, I respond to whether I want to or not, right, Keith? So a woman has a certain shape and she's in a bikini, and, you know, we have no choice but to respond at some level, right? But she seems like an interesting person to me, right? Somebody I might want to talk to and get to know to some extent, right? Metaversally. But beyond that, the fact is, you know, any woman with a certain presentment who puts herself out there is going to get a lot of male attention, right? We know that. So that's pretty much the whole thing. Go ahead, sir.
It's not going to be like good attention, though.
Well, some of it is, but some of it's just men sort of being, you know, leering, right?
Yeah.
Which is I'm not a huge fan of overall, but again, I'm not here to tell people how to be. Now, what she may have done in her personal life, I mean, I don't answer for that. Ultimately, she will answer for that, and I mean, it's really got nothing to do with me. But I want to say this. I mean, clearly, it's baby killing. I mean, it's the death of what would become a baby. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, no, it sounds like she's answering for it now. You know, like.
Well, but I'm just personally not interested in facilitating her continuing people to repeatedly bring this up.
Okay.
And not you. You're not doing that. I mean, Snafu at times, from my perspective, has excessively, you know, brought it up when nobody's really talking about it. So he seems like he's sort of looking for an opportunity to discuss it. But Bex was here, and it worked out. But go ahead, Bex.
Yeah. I wanted to say a couple of things. One was at that moment juxtaposed against myself with my face on screen at 50 years old, and I had just had my first meme troll in my likeness made called Bextra Large. And it wasn't a flattering picture. My mouth was wide open. I thought that they could have come up with a better handle, you know, like, but that being said, I had that image in my mind thinking, you know, here we sit as two women in totally different stages in life, and it doesn't matter what comes out of our mouth. We're still going to be judged for our image, whether it's beauty or age, right? Whether it's AKA good judgment or bad judgment, you know? So at that moment, I actually saw the power that we had together with our juxtaposed looks and voices, right? And I saw that we were congruent in the points we were making, right? In the points we wanted to make. So that in that moment, I saw her as more beautiful than I'd seen the first time I'd seen her, potentially, if it was the same person, dancing on a stream, you know? So it taught me something different about, it just taught me something really different about what kind of points can be made without just using your voice, right?
Most men, and I'm only speaking for myself, but you can show me a beautiful female with a really terrible attitude, and she will be alone for the rest of her life. She will never get a man. You can show me a woman that is like I don't even want to say this, like, you know, not attractive, but knows how to treat a man, and she will never ever be lonely. She won't. She just fucking. These are facts that.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I could not agree more.
And then I would say the other thing is the conversation around abortion in general is obviously one that passionately I feel deserves a forum to be had, right? I think there is predominantly one voice in the conversation, and that's the voice of the mother, you know, but the mother's backed up against the wall in an institution that demands her and her family to pay twice the amount for everything. We're in a dual income world, right? In fact, we're in a quadra income world for most middle class to lower class people. If you want to get anywhere, you need a suite in your house to pay your mortgage. You need 4 adults working, right, to support the child being born or the children being born. So, you know, I would say in defense of any woman that's had to make that decision, you know, if it was based on economics, my heart goes out to them, right? Because I know I myself would never have made that decision. So I think there's a lot of valid conversation to be had about the men who's supported women through choices that they never would have supported if they themselves weren't in this economic world too, right? And the grief that they go through. So I think, and some men like some men, all it takes is one abortion and they fucking are anti-women for the rest of their lives, and they feel like they have no voice for it, you know? So I think that the passion that Snaps brings to the table, and his outright assertions about you know, maybe going against that whole killing isn't murder narrative, you know, it's a conversation I would be really willing to participate in. But then how can we participate in those conversations without allowing the decisions of the women and men? Because sometimes it's a man who's saying, here, take this money and go to the clinic,
Sorry,
right? So
Bex, I got to jump in.
Yeah.
And RT, I'm watching very carefully what's going on. So I just got to handle some business real quick. So RT, and Kubahara is not doing this, but RT is very sensitive as I am. So please don't take this as if I'm picking on you, because I'm not. And I understand that Kubahara is posting appropriately, as he always does. I've never seen him type anything inappropriate. This is for everybody else. We will not be going in on Layla on this channel. I have a high degree of regard for her, and I've spoken with her publicly, whether Drew was around or not. It's all been public. And I'm a fan of Layla as a person, and we will not be going in on Layla. But again, I don't mean you, Kubahara. I know that you're posting appropriately, as you always do, and I appreciate it. That's for everybody else who may misinterpret seeing her name down there as if now it's open season. It is not, and it never will be. So thank you for hearing me out on that. And I was already going to address it, RT. But again, it's not Kubahara's doing nothing wrong, but he knows how to conduct himself here, and I appreciate him being here. But thanks, RT. Appreciate it. And apologies, Bex. I had to go ahead and say that. And Layla is Drew's wife and the mother of his 2 sons.
Oh, okay. And that's where I was going to say, I think it's all I wanted to finish with was the idea was, even if we did discover that we wanted an entire paradigm shift about this all, how would we hold space for the grief that everyone would feel? You know, how would we hold space? How do we allow people to have made these decisions and move past them, regardless of, as a society, how we choose to view it moving forward? If that makes any sense. I guess my question would have been to Snafu Snaps, what if, not that she needs to do anything differently, but what would allow him to move forward on this issue, right, with her in particular, instead of like taking it on a global scale? Because what's done is done.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And so my thing is, I don't think he's wrong. I just don't want to. He's expressed it, and I don't want to continue to go over it. That's
exactly
where I'm coming from.
So we'll move on.
Absolutely. Well, and I just mean from him mainly, because I know you're not going to be bringing it up. So Keith, hopefully we caught you up there. I know it gets pretty deep with the drama sometimes.
Man, I like. At work, I work on PLCs, and it's really fucking frustrating for me, like, to be online and not be able to engage and fucking control shit. Like earlier, I had to call you to fucking get online. But
I know.
I can go into a place and decipher and figure out why something is not working electronically.
Well, hang on. I'm sorry, man. Now I got to catch Drew up. Drew, I mentioned Layla earlier, and then Kubahara brought up Layla, but not in a bad way. So I just clarified that we will not be going in on pretty much anybody's wife, but particularly Layla, who I'm a big fan of. Just for people who may not know that, I've appreciated her content, and there was a time when she was doing streams and videos and stuff. So I'm just saying that for Drew because he's in the chat. I just wanted you to know that, sir, since he's asking.
Oh, hey man, Hey, what's up, Drew?
Yeah, Drew's in the chat. Yeah, I'm a little bit of I was a big fan of his channel, still am. So. I like seeing the chalk body outline down there in the chat. I ain't gonna lie, but sorry to cut you off, man. Sometimes I have to cover stuff, so I appreciate your patience.
I feel like disconnected at times when I can go into a HMI human machine interface and look up shit and change values and characteristics. Whatever, I can do that at work, but like outside of work, I'm not even interested in it. Like it's just fucking crazy to me. I don't want to fucking deal with it.
Yep.
Yeah,
I get that, and I want to say this, man. If you call me with tech issues, I'll just walk you through it. But you just
I got
do what I tell you. I mean, I know that sounds bad, but it's like if I call tech support and they walk me through something, I just turn my brain off and do whatever they tell me. And if it doesn't work, that's their problem. I mean, because they're the one telling me what to do. You see what I mean? So it's like, if I tell you 5 steps and they don't work, well, that's my fault.
Yeah, I'm not plugged in. I got you.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a lot of experience with it, so instead of going right to what the problem may be, I'll just go to what I know will work. It's like, okay, go back to the beginning, click on these few things, and then it's almost guaranteed to work.
Yeah.
But I did tech support for years, so and it was somewhat traumatizing too. But I chose that, right? I was the one that chose that. So.
And for the Lady Becks, like. It's got to be like fucking debilitating for a man. Like most men in this country, in the United States, are raising children. 30% of men are raising children that don't even belong to them, and they don't know about it. That's kind of fucked up. Like,
but
yeah, I mean that's really fucking. I don't even know. There's no goddamn way. Like. And then when they find out, like they're the asshole. Like no, I just exposed you and found out some shit, and now you want me to like just play make believe like we're in Narnia, and this didn't happen. No. So A man needs to be, you know,
But-
24/7.
Now, this is where I would say that we've got it a little bit ass backwards, and I know people get upset when I liken nature to to the human perspective, right? But I'm not someone who believes we come from apes, for instance. But I can say, sorry.
No, myself either. I don't believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, but still, we're guided to look at nature to understand this incarnation, right? So, in peacocks, basically the majority of the flock are fathered by the male peacocks with the most eyes in their feathers, right? So, that being said, they're pair bonded, right? They're pair bonded. So they still sit on the nest. They sit on the other men's babies, essentially. Now, I haven't checked to see in peacock studies over longitudinal studies if in those pair bonds you will find a male and a female that are always having their own children. I didn't even check to see like if the male's always sitting on his own egg. But I didn't check to see also if over longitudinal studies there was diversification in the population such that the males were they being polygamous, were they being polyamorous? Obviously they were mating with multiple females, but once one of those males is breeding with one of those females, are they monogamous, right? Like I'm just saying, or is there more diversification in the peacock in the flock of peacocks? I don't know. I have many questions. Right? But first and foremost, I would say it shows that monogamy is the rarity. And I would assume that peacocks aren't, the reason they're doing that is to keep out, no offense, the beta boys, right? Like, because actually what we end up doing is having, and I would say, and the beta girls, right? Because I wouldn't say that there's, we also don't talk about the peacocks that weren't breeding, right? I'm sure there's peacocks that aren't breeding, right? And may even be a couple of peacocks sitting on the egg that belongs to neither. How would we fucking know? Right? So that being said, I would say typically if animals represent the best of genetics, right? If those peacocks represent the best of genetics, and I'm not just talking about beauty, allowing those eyes and the feathers to represent something stronger than just beauty, then I would say that the problem has more to do with the selection of the breeders, treating it like a random process, not knowing anything intimately with each other as they scratch their itch with each other, because our sexualities has been reduced to some sort of itch scratching need. And I get that that's actually there is a need to that, but I think it's deeper, and I think people would make better. I think people could, science reduces it to not a choice, and that it's an accident, like catching an illness, right? When actually, if we all approached it in a way where, you know what, we're going to have some criteria about who we're going to fuck in a way that they could get pregnant, right? Then we may find that actually nature sorts itself out a little better.
Well, and what I would say is I've read several books that are based on research that's come out of the Kinsey Institute, which some folks would say that's the small hats propaganda, but at least according to the official fiction, there's a lot of dynamics at play with respect to human reproduction, right? But I'm much like Keith. Like I ain't raising no other man's kid, so I mean that's just what it is. Now I can understand. I can have read the book Sperm Wars by Robin Baker and pretty well memorized it, on some level, right? But I can only speak for myself. I ain't raising no other man's kid, but that's just how just how it is.
A majority of women that have kids, from another man, want you to love and care for that child like it's yours, like they provided you something. But in reality, no. You're bringing something to the table that I
want to interject real quick.
I'm not responsible for.
Yes, I agree, and I want to jump in real quick. My second wife had a 10-year-old when we got together, and that kid had an involved dad across town, and he lived with us 1 week with the dad and 1 week with us. And people sometimes they would say, your stepson. I'd be like, I don't have any kids. That's my wife's son. You know, I was more like an uncle or a brother.
But
wait a minute. But the
society-
point I'm making is, he did not view me as a father figure, and I did not view him as a son. And it worked out great for everybody.
But I would, in my experience, like the female wants you to.
This one didn't.
Okay, all right.
But
So-
yeah, a lot of them do. But you
Okay.
know why, Keith? Because the dad's not involved and he doesn't live in the town. And if he does, he's a piece of trash. This dude, there was no fucking custody arrangement. There was no child support. They just both did what was right for the kid, as it should be.
Yes, I agree.
So there was
100%,
nothing for me to
yeah.
do.
Yeah, she is responsible just as much as the man for raising that child.
Exactly. And I wasn't responsible for raising him whatsoever.
No, absolutely.
And
But-
I never, for 1 second, did I accept that role. And nobody wanted it.
Yeah.
The kid didn't want me to be the father figure. His mom didn't want me to father the kid. And the father, damn sure, who I never met, by the way, the father damn sure didn't want me to be acting like that kid's father.
Yeah, okay. But that father didn't want to be a father either, right?
No, he was. He was the father.
Oh, okay.
They lived in the town, and the kid stayed with the father 1 week, and then the next week he stayed with us, and it rotated.
Okay.
They went hunting together. They were like best friends almost. Like they have a very good relationship. This kid was very mature and ended up getting like an electrical engineering degree. He's probably making 100 G's or more now.
Well, that's great.
Yeah,
I
no,
mean,
he said he never gave me any problems. He was just did
Yeah,
what he was supposed
yeah.
to do. There was nothing for me to do.
Okay, awesome, man.
Yeah.
Like that.
But it can happen. But I never would have accepted any man other than my father, and certainly I wasn't ever going to treat this like my son. I wasn't going to treat him like my son. But we got along for the most part. And, you know, I was banging his mom, you know. He probably wasn't super happy with that on some level. But it could have been a lot worse, man. Like, you know, from his perspective, he could have ended up with somebody who was just a fucking jackass, right?
Yeah.
So I'm with you in that I'm not going to do that for anybody other than my genetic material, right? That's just me, though. It's probably not a coincidence I never made any kids. And I'll tell you this, Bex. If I meet a lady... like, I'm looking at her ankles. I'm not even kidding, because my family's all athletes on my dad's side. So I can't risk producing a son who's not athletic, if that makes sense. I know that sounds insane, but it's a real thing.
I hear that.
Yeah. And again, I don't
That's
need you to
tricky.
agree. It's just this is my perspective, but please go ahead.
Yeah. But that's sensible, right? Because as a man with lots of eyes in the feather in his feathers, if I'm using the peacock analogy, right?
Yeah.
Then I would assume those peacocks are being selective, right? Like
absolutely.
So it may look
Absolutely,
they are being selective, right? So and mostly because they know how much their son or daughter, but let's just gonna say son for now, because as a man, right, that's who you identify with more, I would assume, you know, like, so they don't want their son up against some fucking being mothered by somebody who just fucking, you know, went after the eyes in their feathers, right? They understand that their child being raised by someone who's that vacuous, is that the word, or that shallow,
Yeah.
right, is going to be a problem for the son, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, furthermore, what I want to say is, you know, culturally, being from Arkansas, the thing is, like, I was kept in check to some extent. Not that I don't mistreat children, and I never have, and I never will, but let's just say he did something to make me angry. Well, I would not have been willing to talk bad to him because I know his father's going to show up and want to know what the fuck is going on. And I preferred never to have to talk to this guy. I never met the guy. I didn't want anything to do with him. So,
Hey,
real quick, Keith, let me finish up real quick. I'm almost done.
I gotta go for a minute.
Oh, you got to leave?
Yeah, I'll be right back.
Okay, man. Yeah, just come back when you're ready.
Okay. All right.
Yep. But what I'm saying to Bex is, so part of this is as you know, men who were both the same age and were socialized the same way, and a lot, you know, would have been socialized very similarly. I know I have to treat this kid well, or his dad's going to show up wanting to know what the fuck's going on. So that's another layer that is just gone. It doesn't exist for many folks anymore.
Yeah. Yeah. So basically you approached the relationship as an extension in the sense, but you didn't want to be a stepfather.
I would never have. Basically, whenever me and her got together, if I would have detected in her she was looking for a baby daddy, we would not have continued to see each other. And in fact, I was almost against dating women with kids. We actually worked it out, through communication. I was able to tell what she was looking for, and she was able to tell what I was looking for. Meanwhile, the kid has a dad, so she wasn't looking for a dad. So it worked out for everybody. Meanwhile, my only thing was, look, it's my house, meaning like I'm working, I'm the man, I'm in charge of the house. As long as he does whatever he's supposed to do, he's kind of an equal on some level. Like he's a child, so he's not responsible for himself. But if he can come into this space and behave himself properly, he can pretty much do whatever the heck he wants as far as I'm concerned. Like I'm not worried about, I'm not one of these people who's like looking for a reason to get upset, if that makes sense. I'm happy to just let him and his mom figure it out. And like I told her, by the time he was like 16 or 17, she was worried. Something was going on, and she was worried. I said, what are you worried about? I said, he's as mature as we are, because he was a very mature kid. So it was just like, I don't even know what you're concerned about, lady. It was my wife, but it's like, hey, she's freaking out about something. I said, he's as mature as we are. Like we can handle ourselves. He clearly can. So, like, how about just cut the kid some slack here? And meanwhile, he went to college, got a fucking degree, and he's a professional now, I assume.
Yeah.
So if he was a complete fucking bozo juvenile delinquent, I would have just said, hey, I don't know what to tell you. He can't stay here anymore. And if that means me and you got to break up, I don't know what to tell you, because I can't have this in my house. But surprise, surprise, everybody behaved appropriately. There were 0 incidents. Nothing ever happened. So when people just assume, oh, well, good luck with that, it's not going to work out. I don't know. We worked it out just fine. Just people communicating and doing the right thing. So I had no problem with another man's kid in my house. I just wasn't his father.
Yeah.
So.
Well, that just goes to show how that diversification of the finances of supporting a family, how the economic system, that just shows that there were. I assume your wife worked.
Oh yeah, we both had jobs, certainly.
Yeah. So you had at least 3 people investing in that boy, right?
Well, I mean, I wasn't so much, other than it definitely helped his mom, because she didn't have to try to pay all her own bills.
Exactly.
And also, I'm pretty good at, I had like a written budget, so I managed our money very well. So that also helped.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, it worked out for her and for me, certainly. So yeah, you're absolutely right. And in fact, if she didn't work, we still could have scraped by, actually, but it just wouldn't have been fun,
Yeah. 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 And that's where I would say too, then, that, I've always seen that wedding in that concept of marrying someone, right? Like a marriage would be to impregnate them, right? As much as I may be using the wrong name blasphemously because of who people,
Oh yeah.
Believe she was. Yeah, I don't mean that way, but a real marriage and the real wedding between a man and a woman is that bond through that creation of that third spirit. It doesn't actually have anything to do with who you keep dicking. Right.
Yes,
but it does have to do with the reverence for that relationship in such a way that for the sake of that child, that union is respected enough so that, for instance, you could marry your ex-wife and allow the father to still father and not necessarily be sitting down having meetings about how you're co-parenting. Right.
Oh, absolutely. Well, and here's another thing, Bex. This is where we got, I don't know how much of the OTW stuff you caught. But, he's been having some issues because the lady that he's apparently in the process of breaking up with, and I'm not trying to air his business out, but this has all been said publicly. He's allowed himself, apparently OTW has, to get in his feelers because his girlfriend or his live-in girlfriend, you know, go and let me hang on. This music's no longer working, so I'm gonna get some better music here in a minute. Now, apologies that you can't hear it, but I'll get something better in a moment. But so what would happen is apparently OTW's girlfriend would go to her ex-husband's house to see the kid, right, the minor child. Well, I had a similar situation, but the thing is that OTW got in his feelers. So when I chose to be in a 10-year relationship with this woman, I accepted from day one, okay, the kid's more important than me. I will never outrank this kid in her life, and I was fine with that. Number two, sometimes she's going to go to her ex-husband's house. The three of them are going to have family time. It has nothing to do with me. And when she comes home, I'm not going to ask her one question about what went on. And I never did. Now, of course, because I treated her non-judgmentally, she would share with me, right? That was her choice. And also, if she said, hey, I'm going to go do whatever with whoever, she got no questions from me when she came home. I didn't ask her how it went. I didn't ask her, you know, what happened, because I can see what happened on her face, right? She comes through the door, I look at her face, that's everything I need to know right there. And, you know, I am intuitive and tapped in. I can observe the person. I don't need the fucking breakdown of what happened. Meanwhile, I have no desire to be questioned when I come home. And if I want to go out with the boys, if I want to go out drinking till 3 a.m, I'm going out drinking till 3 a.m. And I don't want to hear one word about it. And she knew I'm treating her mutually respectfully on that level. She was returning the favor. I don't know. I don't care what she thinks if the boys show up and we go out to the bar, because I'm a human being. I get to do what I want. Now, there was a time when she just started tripping out, and I just met a couple of guys who had moved to the town from somewhere else, and we all really liked each other, and we were going out drinking, and she started freaking the fuck out, and we were all about to get in the car. And so they're looking at me like, what's he going to do? I just said, get in the car, fellas, and we just fucking left. And when I came home, she didn't say a fucking word to me because she knows I'm not about that. But so many of these guys that we refer to as beta males, and they're not that, right? But so many of these fellas, you know, they want to give her the fucking third degree, but now they're subjecting themselves to her third degree. I don't want to be interrogated. I'm a responsible, trustworthy person for the most part, right? For the most part. Back then, I was not. I certainly fell short in some regards, right? I'm not going to say I didn't, full disclosure, but I'm trustworthy, so I am going to choose to trust her unless she gives me a reason not to, and I'm not going to fucking interrogate her, but please go ahead.
I get that. I'm not someone who, I've never been a jealous person. I'm not saying I haven't been clingy, but my jealousy tends to come from one of two places. One is your own insecurities just about who you are and why someone would want to be with you. And the other one is from making some sort of relationship contract with someone that then somebody violated on you, right? Which is that's
betrayal.
baggage. Yeah, betrayal.
Yep.
And betrayal is obviously something that you can work on your own. But coming into a relationship, you're going to most likely articulate that you've been betrayed. And hopefully the person working on that relationship with you understands, doesn't participate in some sort of toxic behavior with you around it. But I'm not saying relationships aren't therapy. They're not a place to have therapy. You have to come already prepared to trust somebody, right? You have to put that aside and understand individual situations happen between two people. But the insecurity part, so my jealousy, if I was ever clingy and needy, it came from a place of my physical appearance, right?
Yeah.
My placing so much on my physical appearance that I would think that even if people, unlike what might have been implied by Z at one point, not to tell you TMI, but I'm just saying, like, that ain't the case, right? So, that being said, I feel like that if ever I was in any way looking possessive, right, it would come from that place, but still was never a place of like, don't go to the strip club. Like, I was never someone who actually tried to create limitations on my boyfriends around that. If anything, it was more likely why I had long-term lovers instead of boyfriends.
Mhm.
I just assumed that a man would want a thinner woman too, you know?
Well, see, and
So-
sorry to cut you off, but Keith, that was to Keith's point, is we don't care about that as much as y'all think we do. Now, obviously, a woman with a certain shape, I don't control the fact that I respond to that on some level. It's not up to me, right? But we don't care about that as much as y'all think we do.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we care. Of course we do. We don't care as much as y'all think. But the primary attractor is the physical. We don't control that. But it's not... So, you know, women are more evolved in this way, arguably. You know, they will... You know, a man can make up for a lot with his personality. But the fact is, a woman who knows how to keep a man will have a man. I mean, that's just the facts. Now, whether or not that's the man she might choose, that's the question, right? Because there is a hierarchy. You know, it does come down to, you back to your peacock example, certain peacocks are actually able to be selective. And at that time, I was able to be selective, and I was selective. But part of that is because I knew a lot of ladies at the time. I had a lot of ladies who wanted to go on a date with me, and you know, I was able to zone in on what I wanted, right? But then part of this is I was shallow and she was shallow. So what I've learned in relationships is that, you know, we end up, in my experience, with a very similar person. If I'm shallow and into looks, she's probably also shallow and into looks. So she cares more about the physical appearance of her partners than a lot of women do, right? And you know, we were both immature for our age, right? So, you know, on some level we all sort of end up with the partner who's similar to us in certain ways, if that makes sense. That's been my experience, right? It's not across the board, but certain things sort of just line up. And for us, it was, I was very interested in promoting myself at the level of my physical attractiveness. And she just is physically, she's, you know, it was a beautiful lady, right? And in Arkansas is a relatively rare thing, but I'm telling you, we don't care about that thing as much overall as y'all may think we do. We just don't. The treatment does factor in. It's just when a lady with a certain body type walks by, I can pretend that I'm not responding. I would rather just be allowed to respond. And you know, this is what happened with me and her. We hadn't been together very long. We had just started dating, and I always stopped for pedestrians in the crosswalk. So, you know, I'm stopped for an attractive lady in a miniskirt. Well, of course, I'm not leering. I'm not looking inappropriately, but of course I'm looking. Well, so what a lot of men don't understand is that she doesn't necessarily have a problem with me looking, but she's going to sort of test me out and see how I respond to this. So she starts to imply that I'm doing something wrong. And I just looked at her. I said, the day I quit looking is the day I die. Meaning I will always look at it, but it's not going to be excessive, but I'm always going to look and notice, right? I don't have control over that. I'm not willing to pretend that I'm not noticing an attractive female. Meanwhile, I'm supposed to. Like, it's just natural and normal. By the way, she also notices attractive men, right? Of course she does. The women are just a little more subtle about it, in my experience.
For sure. You're reminding me of how many times I sat in groups of men as friends, as one of the guys, kind of, in different jobs I had in different social circles. And I've always been very comfortable around that behavior when I'm not intimately involved with one of the men in the group. Not to say I wasn't comfortable when I was. I just don't actually have that much relationship experience.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Like, so, but I was always the one that was, you know, being like, oh, 3 o'clock. Because I have, you know, I'm a woman, right? I'm designed to see that as well. Now, it may be on a competitive level, actually, you know? And so when it's interesting that I can sit there and imagine myself being one of the guys pointing that out. And that was always always comfortable too, right? Like not worrying about how much more typical her beauty was. And if anything, probably if I went back into my mind's eye enough, I would probably find that I might have been pointing out women that the men around me already knew more about in such a way that they would have like even, yeah, you know, to the ones that I would have thought would have turned everyone's eyes because I was so insecure in my external beauty that I was, you know, I'm the one that was sitting there hanging out with them all, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I think I know what you're saying, but and you know, certain aspects of your personality may make that more likely. Because generally speaking, if I'm hanging out with the fellas, I don't really want a lady around. That's just me. But some ladies are able to you know, operate on that level, certainly. But and you know, I think you know you're a bit unique in that regard, but it's not at the expense of your femininity, right? I mean, you do come across as feminine, so because you know some of these
Yeah,
ladies
thank you.
don't, right? They just don't.
Well, and I think maybe if I think about the neurodivergence, they were probably always hoping I would bring some girlfriends along.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I
That it
got you.
wasn't, you know what I mean? It was
Yeah,
never
yeah.
boys' night out that I was like going out on, right? It was some sort of social event happening. And there would be other women there. It's just that as a group and as friends and stuff, you know, if I'm hanging out, smoking joints, watching my friends play video games, learning about wrestling, you know, it was usually, I think, a situation where because of a job I had, you know, after work, we'd all hang out or something. But I would bet that over time, it really was one of them was interested in me and or the idea of, and I wasn't picking up on those cues. And that they would hope I would make more girlfriends, but they just needed to tell me that, and I would have gone out and
Oh yeah, I
done
get
that.
it. Yeah. Well, and something else I want to say, I think this is a lot of what Paul talks about, Paul Enslaved, although he doesn't express these. So these are my ideas, but I think this gets missed is that, you know, I didn't do this so much with my first wife because I was just hadn't really worked on myself enough. But with my second wife, she was very flirty and charming, right? And she's not trying to flirt to get a reaction out of me. She's just a naturally charming, flirty person. So I never bothered me to be around. Like, you know, if I was at work and she got off work early, the fact is, you know, if she's talking to some of the fellas, she's going to be doing behaviors that seem flirtatious, right? Well, it's just who she is. It's not her like being some type of way to get a reaction out of me, right? So again, can I be comfortable just accepting her for who she is? I had no problem with it. It didn't bother me at all that she was, you know, fairly flirtatious and charming right in front of me with other men. You know, it didn't bother me because I know at the end of the day who she's ending up with, right? And if she's sneaking around on some bullshit, I will be able to tell. Like I'm just tapped in, right? I will be able. Something will be wrong, and I'll be like, okay, something's wrong here, and I'll get to the fucking bottom of it. What's up, Keith? Welcome back.
Hey man, I had to run up to the gas station.
Yeah, it happens.
Yep.
It happens.
Yeah, man. Okay. Can you catch me up real quick?
That's not my forte, but I think we can work you back into the conversation pretty easily.
All right.
And we probably won't be here for too much longer, but I'd say I got about another 30 minutes in me probably, because I do go to bed super fucking early, as pretty much everybody knows.
Yeah, 10-4. Okay.
But yeah, so, and I don't know if Bex wanted to respond to that, but that's just putting it out there. Most fellas, Bex, are just, they're not good at accepting their woman. Maybe the woman is just flirtatious naturally, but then some of them are flirting on purpose to get a reaction. So, you know, am I able to tell the difference, right? That's the key. And then, so part of that is really getting to know the person and without, you know, interviewing them, just observing them, seeing what their normal behaviors are, what's normal for them. But to bring Keith in a little bit, I think the main thing we were talking about is something you said right before you left, Keith, is that, you know, if a woman knows how to keep a man and treat a man, we really don't care about the physical as much as they think we do. Would you say that's accurate, Keith?
Yeah. Like you can show me a beautiful woman with a really terrible attitude, and she will be single, you know, for a long time.
Well, or just a series of bad relationships, but go ahead.
Yeah. If you show me a woman that's, you know, we can, and I don't even want to like go here, but like say she's a 5, but she knows how to treat a man, she will never be single. She won't.
Yeah, and the thing about the society is it's promoted this idea that women need to be. So you mentioned a 5. Women need to be on. Well, real quick, the society's promoted this idea that a woman needs to be at a minimum number or above. The fact is, men are attracted to the number you just said, and in fact, a man who likes women. In my younger days, I was just about attracted to all of them on some level. Like, I'm not even kidding. On some level, physically.
I like saying that, but like I don't have any other, vernacular or the vocabulary to, I'm just saying a less attractive woman, if she knows how to treat a man, she will never be single.
Yep.
She will keep a man. And the man doesn't care about what she looks like. It's about how he's treated.
And I think some of this, Keith, is that in the past, society facilitated the dating rituals and the mating rituals a lot more effectively than it does now. So the reality is, as things have moved online and it's dating apps and it's all of these things, the fact is the woman might have to do some of the getting to know you stuff that traditionally the man would do. So like when I met my second wife, I was actively meeting women, getting phone numbers, dating, and I did all of that in the physical realm by talking to them. So the fact is we've moved into a space where, number one, a lot of males are just not comfortable, starting a conversation necessarily. Number two, women, especially feminine women in the physical realm, they tend to put out signals for the man to come approach them. Well, many of these men and males, they don't know that they're being beckoned, right? They just have no fucking idea. And then furthermore, as more and more of this happens online, that only further increases the males trying to compete for these women who are very into their looks and are very, vapid on some level, and they're promoting themselves as a sexual object. So unfortunately, Bex, and I'm not necessarily speaking directly to you, but and I'm certainly not giving you advice that you haven't asked for, but just this is my analysis of the situation, that unfortunately the lady, if she wants to be in a long-term relationship with a male, or especially an actual man, which is a status, she's probably going to have to actually do some of the getting to know you stuff, which is not comfortable for the ladies. And the fact is, a lady who wants a man, they really do, most of them seem to want to wait to be approached, which is normal, by the way. And every single woman who will entertain my foolishness will not approach me. They wait for me to approach them because they want me to confirm that I do have some level of boldness. And it's been many years, but the last woman I was physically with absolutely commented on my boldness, because I just have it like that. But I'll let y'all take it away.
Yeah, I get all that. Like, so the whole thing, like, today is like, or, for most men, you can't even approach a woman like publicly, and then without her thinking that like some kind of fucking psychopath or.
Well, but sorry to cut you off, Keith. I can because I've taught myself how to do that. But most males, you're right. It's not, even if they attempt it, they're going to be viewed as some sort of psychopath creep. But go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I'm not interested in that. Like, fucking, we don't have to engage in that shit. Like, I'm good. Like, fucking, you can pay your own bills. You can do your own shit, whatever. Fucking, I was just, going to compliment you or even hold the fucking door open. Like, you can't even do that today. Like, you can't hold.
Well, by the way, guess who stopped holding doors open many years ago? Me, because of that reason. But go ahead.
Yeah, it's just fucking, But if you've been, brought up in a certain type of way, like I've seen my grandparents, my grandfather, being a gentleman, if you will, I guess.
Well, wait a minute. Deferential to women would be the term, but go ahead.
Okay. So then when a man goes out, like anyone, or if you go to do that today, like, I can hold my own fucking door. Okay, well, hold the motherfucker then. Hold it for your fucking self and go pay your own goddamn bills and work for yourself is the way I feel. Like, just run that shit. And I just recently like got out of a narc abuse relationship, like with a female narc. This chick had me so fucked up. It is, I don't even know if I'll ever be fucking right again.
Well,
you know.
and sorry to cut you off, Keith, just for Beck's purposes, it could not have been worse, Beck. This was the absolute worst possible scenario as far as I could tell, but go ahead, Keith.
Yeah, I mean, you witnessed it, right?
Oh, I knew from pretty fucking early on, but I don't get in people's business, Keith.
No,
but I could pretty much tell right away that this was very, very bad.
Yeah, it was fucking insane. And now I'm trying to heal over the biggest part of that is not like being discarded or, you know, left out or whatever. My fucking thing right now is trying to heal over me being so fucking available to let somebody abuse me like that. So, and that goes into a whole bunch of childhood trauma shit, you know, adoption, all that. I'm trying to get through that now, but now I'm actually seeing, you know, why I allowed someone to fucking mistreat me. That shit was fucking disgusting, and I feel like garbage for letting anyone, not just a female, but anyone treat me that way. You know, that kind of shit right there is what I'm dealing with here lately, you know. Yeah, it was fucking disgusting, and I keep looking at myself as, I'm not trying to play a victim card, but when you get victimized like systematically and you don't even realize it, and then you come to an awakening like this person has been, you know, mistreating you and fucking using you, manipulating you, you know, and then I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with me, you know? Then I gotta like do the shadow work bullshit, you know, and see why. And now I'm finding out I don't like it, but it is necessary for me to be a better man and never let this happen again.
I love that, man. Well said.
So, yeah, I did not know that someone was capable of being or capable of mistreating someone like that. The level of
it's off the fucking charts, man. Off the charts.
Yeah, the level of cruelty that the lengths they go to fucking mistreat you is just beyond me. I'm still trying to fucking get a hold of that. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, and go ahead, sir. Sorry.
I'm not trying to play a victim card, but like it just fucking blows me away, you know. Yeah, it does.
Yeah,
like,
me too.
I am fucking beside myself.
Well, and real quick, I just want to jump in and hold that thought. But so I have some of the manipulator built into me. Like I'm just strategically, you know, it comes naturally to me on some level. But you know, as I've matured, and I've never really acted on it as far as, you know, to victimize an individual person, but it certainly is. You know, well, real quick, it is useful in society at times. I mean, like it or not. But so if you ever heard the expression game recognize game, when I meet a person like that, all I see is the manipulative patterns. I don't see. So when she's putting herself forward with a certain image, I don't see any of that. All I see is, I know exactly what she's doing, and I know exactly why she's doing it.
Yeah.
And I just watch. But then I know, number one, it's none of my fucking business because you're a big boy. Number two, even if I tried to tell you this, I don't think you would have believed me anyway.
Right.
So I just kept my fucking mouth shut.
And that's great, man. Like,
well, I mean, it's not, but I don't think I don't think it would have helped anything. So I shut the fuck up.
That there's you have this what you call an epiphany, where you finally realize like this motherfucker is manipulative, using you, and you know they don't fucking they have no empathy whatsoever.
Can't care about you.
Yes, they're not capable of that.
Yeah,
that's
incapable. Yes.
But what bothers me the most is like I feel so foolish for being manipulated and not recognizing it.
Mm-hmm.
The kind of You know what I'm saying? Like that.
I do know what you're saying.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
what bothers me the most. Like I feel like I have some level of intelligence and should have seen this shit, but through the way they do it, the way, you know, the female covert narcissist does that shit is fucking methodical, man. It's like playing fucking Battleship, you know.
Oh, she's again off the charts.
Yeah.
Off the well, and see, my thing is, I won't even engage with that person on those levels. I just keep it all surface level. Hey, how you doing? Oh, that's great. You know, ha ha ha, that's wonderful. Like I won't even. I just know not to even engage on those levels.
Right. So now moving forward and knowing what I know about those type of characteristics they, you know, have, I feel comfortable, you know, like I can meet anyone and, you know, male or female and just know.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, and by the way, Keith, part of that is the fact that you're attracted to the person is going to make it more likely that they have some of those traits. I mean, I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, I know, man. I know. And so I'm working on that too, man. I really am. I'm working on it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking into that, like for real. Like why do I need, you know, because it's probably a lot of childhood trauma.
Oh, I would assume so. Yeah.
Yeah. You know, you have an abandonment wound, a neglect wound, you know, like, so the only time you feel loved is when you're hurting. So when you're hurting, you know, they give you a little bit of attention. So you keep seeking that. So I don't know. I don't even fucking, that makes me want to vomit. Like really, like physically makes me ill.
Well, yeah,
And,
man. Yeah. I'm glad you got past it, but go ahead, sir.
Yeah. That shit makes me fucking like physically ill, man. Like I just want to vomit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not telling you like there are not symptoms of abuse, you know, after years of that shit, like 5 years, because I'm now recognizing that I have symptoms of, you know, like confusion. You know, you just don't even know what the fuck's going on because they are so.
Oh, I know. It happened to my
can't-
dad too. So yeah, I hear you. Go ahead, sir.
Really?
Yeah, but in
Really?
a different way. But yeah, this woman
Yeah.
really got him. She really fucked his head bad, like real bad.
Yeah, and then you feel like when I start looking back and researching on shit, like, you know, the way they isolate you from your family, your friends, or anybody that you talk with, like that they almost, or no, they don't almost, she convinced me that, you know, they're fucked up. You're crazy. You're too sensitive. You need too much attention.
Well,
all
yeah,
that.
that's the gaslighting. But I want to jump in here, Keith. Part of this
Go
is
ahead.
so part of a person, and it's not just a woman; it could be a man also. Part of a person who manipulates like this is they know who's not susceptible to manipulation. So when I meet her, I see that she's manipulative. She sees that I see that she's manipulative, and she just doesn't try to manipulate me because it's never going to work anyway.
Yeah,
They don't even try.
Fucking do the discard thing.
No, they don't discard me. I'm just saying we both keep it at the surface level. We just don't. Neither one of us goes there because it's almost like we see that we both sort of have this. But she was like 100 times more than whatever I can do, right? But me having some of those traits is helpful because it makes it very difficult for somebody to manipulate me. And I'm not saying I can't be manipulated. I'm saying it's much more difficult, and they're probably going to have to show more of themselves than they want to show in order to manipulate me.
Well, they eventually do, you know, and then like you realize it, but instead, you know, not trying to be any kind of way about that. Like when you do realize it and you're still in that relationship and you have a you know, a level of care and, you know, you want to look after that person, kind of.
Yes.
It's really hard to just fucking like, you know, shut that door.
Well, of course it is.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And then
absolutely.
you get caught up in it, and you're like myself, 5 fucking years with a complete fucking trash can, man.
I know.
So, my biggest thing is like, what's wrong with me? You know, I don't even care about that person anymore.
Yeah, good. I hope not.
Like, what? Yeah, no. Like it's what's wrong with me? What the fuck is wrong with you to allow someone to fucking mistreat you like that for so long? You know. And then I start researching it and looking at, you know, the way they manipulate and they breadcrumb you or whatever, you know. And I'm seeing that now. I feel disgusting, like literally, like I just feel like trash that I would let anyone fucking ever do that to me. Yeah, I mean honestly, like that is. And then now I don't have to, but like if I go back out into public, you know, if you want to call it that, and try to approach a female and have engage with them, I'm like, I'm on guard. Like I am so fucking vigilant now. There is nothing left to be said about that. Like that is never, I will never, man or woman, fucking be mistreated like that. No. No.
Well, good, man. I'm glad to hear you say that.
Yeah. Keep
well,
it
and
moving.
see, I don't know if you know this, Keith, but and I just want to preface this. I went and visited Keith years ago when I was still doing my podcast, and I was drinking very, very heavily at the time. And you know, this was well, and you know, I'm not going to put you out there, but yeah, we were both drinking a lot, and so was the person in question. And although probably not as much as we were, right? But the fact is, I was there for whatever period of time visiting with Keith, and I probably would have stayed longer, but she was able to communicate to me in a way where it's like basically it's time for you to go, more or less. And so I was like, all right, it's time for me to get the fuck out of here, right? Because I could tell who was in charge, and it was not you, Keith.
Yeah, I got
And
that.
she was basically in a very subtle, nuanced way, was like under the guise of asking me how long I was staying, she was telling me basically like it's time for you to go.
That's the
so
covert.
I fucking left.
Yeah.
Because I know that at that point I don't need this broad fucking coming after me.
Yeah. And
like no
that's
thanks. So I'm getting the fuck out of here.
That's how they do it. Like, and it's
Well, but it's not covert with me. I mean, the thing is, she would have known that I'm tapped into some of this, so she's telling me without it appearing to you like she's telling me.
Yeah,
if that makes sense. Like they're so sophisticated with the layers of they can layer so much communication. See what I mean? It's amazing. Like not in a good way. It's just like almost like a thing to behold, right?
What bothers me is that I was in that situation. Like that's what fucks with me the most. Like, and I never ever want to be in a, you know, situation, relationship like that again. Ever. That was fucking, I feel disgusted. Like literally, like physically ill.
Well, real quick, I want to read you a comment from a lady, by the way. Shout out to Ageless Timeless Being. Good to see you. Ageless Timeless says, forgive yourself, Keith. The reason they accomplish getting away with it as long as they do is by wearing down your self-concept and self-esteem, which is exactly what happened to my dad. But go ahead, Keith.
No, and I agree with that. Like, but I'm not trying to make an excuse, you know, for my behavior. Yes, they do that, and it is fucking so meticulous. Like it's almost fucking psychopathy. Like the way they fucking.
Well, no, I think it is. It's definitely sociopath. I mean, that's absolutely. I mean, that term gets thrown around a lot, but this person, cannot feel anything for you. I'm pretty sure. I, you know, she probably liked you on some level. I'm assuming there had to be. Look, there has to be something there. You're not insane enough to just end up with somebody who has no regard for you whatsoever. But you know, realistically, probably she just can't form a bond with you on those levels.
They just
can't do it.
They look for a supply. you know.
Well, of course, but what I'm getting at is, like, when I meet a person, I can't connect with a person when I first meet them, but I can absolutely form a bond with them, but that only comes over time, right?
Yeah.
I can't meet you and immediately connect and form a bond with you emotionally, with anybody. I'm just not able to do that. However, certainly that is established over time, and thank God, you know, when I have, you know, sort of manipulated people, and not in a bad way that was harmful necessarily, but more or less to try to get something specific that I believed I wanted at the time.
Yeah.
When I've done that, I do feel bad about it. So the people we're talking about can't feel bad about doing this.
Yeah.
They don't have
Like
a conscience.
They don't
Yeah.
have a
No conscience.
system.
And
No.
this is rare, by the way. These people are not there. It's relatively rare. There's not, but it's becoming worse. Like, more and more people are becoming this way. Like, I've seen, like, I watched some of these body cam videos, and there was a lady who had killed a motorcyclist, and she was driving drunk. And when they came to tell her that he had passed away, she did not give a fuck. Now, she knew to, you know, sort of behave as if it's a very serious thing, because it is.
Yeah.
I can't say she didn't care about him at all. She was way more concerned about her own self versus me. If I actually caused the death of a person, yeah, I'm going to wonder what trouble I'm in, but it's not going to be first and foremost in my mind. I'm just going to be thinking, wow, somebody has a son, somebody had a father. You know, even me will make those connections. Like, you could tell in this video, this person just couldn't make those connections. This was not even a human to them. They're more concerned with what trouble are they in. See, society's become more that way.
Fucking okay.
Yeah.
So, what bothers me the most is what is wrong with me that attracted someone like that into my life. You know.
Well, that's the ugly part.
Yeah, and I don't like it. It's really fucking sad and scary. Yeah, I just don't want to even look at that. Like,
Well, but I'll say this to you, Keith: if you have the courage and the strength and the wherewithal to really explore what that is, as much as you're able to with courage, that's realistically the only way to move beyond this, as far as I'm concerned.
yeah, and it's like,
Because man, if you do, you'll spot them. You'll spot them every time you see them, but not until you move through that. But go ahead.
yeah, no, I agree 100%. Like, I got you on that. Man, that's really hard to examine, you know, and look at. It is. It really is.
Well, you know, and real quick, if I could jump in, my middle sister, who's very intelligent and has a lot of talents and skills, you know, in her younger days, she was highly manipulative, and she straight up controlled my mom for several years. I mean, just straight up controlled my mom. And I barely talked to my mom during that time because I was not willing to interface with my mom, who was acting as a proxy for my sister, right? But
Yeah.
I'm very good at detecting these things. So my second wife, who I talked about earlier, her best friend was also very manipulative in these ways, although not off the charts like the one you're talking about. So there were times when my wife at the time, would say something to me, and I would just say to her, "Hey, that's not you. That's April talking." Because I know the fucking, oh yeah, I know the sentence structure, I know the patterns, and I know my wife doesn't think or talk that way. But what would happen is she was letting herself be somewhat controlled by her, and this is something that women don't talk about. It's not just them doing it to men; they do this to each other some of the time, and it's kind of a dirty little secret. So the thing was, my wife was so attracted to me, and I did such a good job of, I'll just call it what it is. I programmed her mind on some level. It doesn't make me look good, but I did. So she knew she wasn't able to give into that and be controlled by her best friend, who probably did control her in the past, or I just wasn't going to be around, if that makes sense. Because I'm not going to have that in my life. I'm not going to have a third party inserting themselves into my relationship through what you would refer to as a covert means. That's never going to happen. Same thing with my mom. I'm not going to have a relationship with my mom if she's allowing my sister to control her. Eventually, my mom put a stop to it, and my sister, credit to her, she figured it the fuck out, and she doesn't behave this way anymore. And she's actually a really good person now. But there was a time when she wasn't, and there's a time when I wasn't a very good person. But I know that I am now, but I only am that because I create that for myself. But go ahead.
There was, like, I was a fucking complete fucking garbage can, you know, in the Marine Corps, all that shit. But what you just said, like, is just fucking, it's almost like they know, and then when they get exposed, they you know, put you on the discard.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's that part right there is what fucking hurts so much. It really fucking bothers me. And again, not to like make a lap or whatever.
No, please. This is different. This is a whole different thing. Go ahead.
How the fuck can they do that? Like, I am not capable of intentionally being, you know, a dick or mistreating someone. I just can't fucking do it. Like, it's not in me to do that. It's not. I cannot fucking do it with a clear conscience and, you know, mistreat someone. I can't. I'm not.
See, this is now we're getting into the ugly part, Keith.
Yeah.
Because you are capable of it, but in reverse. You're capable of allowing it to happen to you.
Yeah.
So it's the same mechanism. It's on the same spectrum, if that makes sense.
Okay.
It's like she's on one opposite end of whatever that is, and you're on the polar opposite, but it's the same pole, if that makes sense. That's the hard part that's hard to face.
Yeah, it is. Like, the part that hurts the most is me looking at myself and wondering what the fuck is wrong with me to allow myself to be treated that way. That's what's fucking killing me, you know, for the last few months. That's what is keeping me up at night. That's what I'm like, what the fuck, son? I don't call you son. I call you son because you shine, but you're not shining. Yeah, you're not shining.
Yeah,
you're not. I'm fucking. You know, that's the part that bothers me. And then when I start looking at, you know, why I attract someone like that, that's what hurts.
Yeah, absolutely. You know? And you know, I would encourage you. Like, again, I do my best not to give actual direct advice as much as possible unless somebody asks for it. But, you know, in your situation, I think you would benefit from seeing an actual counselor. I mean, I'm not even joking. And yeah, I almost, well, hang on before you respond. I'm only saying this. I almost never think that's the right thing in a lot of cases. Yeah. But for you, I think it would just be helpful. This is a person you pay to listen to you. I mean, they're mostly just going to listen to you.
Yeah.
Like, I can give you a lot of the actual game and I can give you a lot of the analysis. What I can't do is, you know, treat you in a certain type of way at the level of what some may regard as, you know, just a more, and not, I don't mean a woman, because there's men who can do this, but you know, I don't have the fucking makeup to perform whatever that is. I'm not wired for it. I'm not good at it. I really am not interested. But see what I mean? Like, but there are people who are really fucking good at being for you, there for you in the moment. Like, they're super good at it. They want to do it, and it would help you, I think.
Yeah, 10-4, maybe so.
I'm just saying. Worst case scenario, you try it and it ain't for you. I mean, that's worst case scenario.
Yeah, and then at the end of the day, you know, all the answers are inside of me anyway. You know, they may just be like pulling them forward, you know, and showing me, but They're only going to tell me what I
Well,
already
no, forget about the telling you. I'm saying somebody to hear you out and that can connect with you emotionally so that you understand this really is not your fault, sir.
Yeah.
I'm just not wired to be able to do that for you. I don't have what it would take. I'm just not built for that. I'm talking about a person who will shut the fuck up and be able to be there emotionally to so that you will know and be able to accept that it ultimately none of this is your fault.
Yeah, I got you. I
But
do.
it's just not, you know, it's even hard for me to say that, right? Like you know, both of us were socialized as men in certain type of ways, right? Like I've grown and I've, you know, embraced my feminine side enough to even be able to say those words to another man, right? Even that's not easy, but I truly believe it, and I was fucking taught by a cult to, if I know something to be true, to just say it. So these are people who have the skills to mostly listen to you and then provide whatever positive reinforcement you'll need, and you can come to me for the strategy, right? But just the strategy is not going to get you there, because wherever you got to go, you can't get there through your intellect. All you're going to get from me is intellect in this regard. All I'm going to do is provide you with the logic and the analysis, and that can never fully get you where you need to be.
Yeah, copy that, man.
Yeah.
I do. I got you. Okay.
So the person I'm talking about is somebody who will mostly listen to you, and if they want to intercede and talk too much, that's probably not the one for you.
Yeah.
But if you feel heard and you feel cared for in that moment, as much as that might scare the shit out of you, because certainly that was not something that was present for you, you know, in your young life, right? I think you've said that yourself, but you know, so the person will understand, hey, it's going to freak him out. He's probably going to want to run out of the room, but as long as he keeps coming back, he's probably going to get what he needs out of this. I don't understand it, and I'm not equipped for it. And I'll just be like, hey, you bozo, how about you quit trying to run out of the room? See, they won't. They will understand and accept that this is just normal for a person in your situation. Because I'm only ever going to be ruthless, because that's how I discipline my mind, is through sheer fucking ruthlessness. And that's the opposite of what you need in these situations. But meanwhile, we're back to you being sort of wired backwards. So I don't think it's a coincidence that you have come to somebody like me to hear these things. Somebody who is not that dissimilar from the person who victimized you. See, that this is just normal, that this is happening. And I'm telling you to go find the person who's the opposite of me in those ways, who will actually, it's more like you, right? Who would also never victimize somebody, and they wouldn't be capable of it. See, I am capable of it if I allowed myself to express negatively. I probably am capable of a lot of these things. Thank God, you know, I do have, a conscience. Thank God I do feel bad when I do bad things, you know. Thank God I am arrogant and egoic enough to just say, well, what's best for me is to not be out here harming people. And I'm out here not hurting people for me. I don't not hurt people for them. On some level, I'm not that concerned with people who will allow themselves to be hurt. I'm just calling it like I see it, Keith.
Okay.
But I will not harm a person. But the reason why I won't do that is only based on me and what I know. And I know that sounds fucking insane, but it's the truth.
No.
But if I was to hurt you, and when I talk bad to you, I do feel bad afterwards. Like, that's a real thing. I'm not just saying that. It's a real thing. However, if I chose to just hurt some motherfuckers, I wouldn't feel that bad about it. Just telling you.
Okay.
So part of the reason you're drawn to me on some level is that I have some of those characteristics. So for you to understand that, I think it's going to take you spending time with somebody who can be there for you emotionally. That's just my opinion. And none of this is I'm not qualified to make any of these determinations. These are my opinions. This is my breakdown and my analysis. Make of it what you will.
Right. Yeah.
Or I would say maybe part of it is trying to identify that part of yourself inside yourself that exists that's more like Benton. And I only say that because I know you say you served and you did some ruthless things, and maybe you did them out of fear. You know, maybe you weren't someone who was totally on the program to go in and do it because that's your nature. And maybe I should be phrasing that as a question. I will phrase that as a question, Keith. Like, when you call yourself having done ruthless things, would you say that you were coming from a place of on board with the program, or were you in a position of doing a job where even as you were doing it, it didn't, you know, it was from a position of self-protection more than for a cause?
Well, and real quick, I just want to jump before you respond, Keith. We might be digging a little too deep, too quick here, Bex, and just know, we might slow down a little bit. But that was all well said. But maybe don't go any deeper than that right now. But go ahead, Keith.
Okay.
No, to answer that, I mean, to be truthful, no, I just wanted to be accepted, and if I didn't participate in the things that I had done, I wouldn't have been accepted. So yeah, yeah, basically, yeah.
But I think then
Go ahead.
I think that also shows that parallels into the relationship that you put up with, right?
Yeah, maybe so. I mean, like, look, that's a lot of shit that I'm still looking at, you know.
Yeah.
It is.
But
it's not
that's where I would, yeah. I would just say, as an observer with the questions, and I'm and to save going too deep right now, I would say that exists inside you from that job that you from your job of service is a form of discipline, you know, is a self-discipline that actually maybe is what attracts you to talking to Benton, right?
Maybe
because
so.
I think that you know that exists inside of you, but there's this pain from probably some of the transference of this woman at the other end of the spectrum, right? That she actually displaced onto you. Again, I'm just talking of further earlier discussions we had in the stream where that was the goal, right? Like, so not only did you already have an energy that was manifested that she could attract to and exploit and dump her shit on, for lack of a better way of putting it, it really just comes down to forgiving yourself for putting yourself in that position in the first place, right? And from that position of strength where you're like, no fucking way, not again, no more, right?
Yeah.
Then you're moving forward with that strength of conviction that you have that ability to do that. And whether it's, you know, and it could be a combination of what Benton has suggested and what you're naturally attracted to doing here. By seeking his counsel or his friendship or, you know, listening to his journey.
Yeah.
Okay. I know I'm attracted to that discipline, right? Like for myself, for my growth. I'm a fairly disciplined woman, but I don't exercise it in all areas of my life. And I'd like to show myself that I can do that. Not to make it about me, but
well, yeah.
No, I mean, like, I'm not even. Yeah, I'm. This is like really fucking painful right now for me. To examine, you know, myself, not you or anyone else, or I'm not doing that. Yeah, it's like really. I don't even like hearing what you're telling me, you know, even though that I know it's probably, you know, most likely the truth, but I don't want to hear it, you know. Yeah.
But just so you know, you don't look weak.
Yeah.
Right? You know that, right? You look very strong. Like, it's a strength in vulnerability. That only gets, you know, as you put your own pieces of your puzzle together, you'll only get stronger for being visibly vulnerable, in my opinion.
Okay. All right. Well, just So you know, I don't feel that way. You know.
That's why I said it.
Yeah, I did. Oh fuck. Anyway.
And what I want to say is, you know, there's no pressure to resolve any of this in the moment, and you know, again, you know, whatever you're comfortable with, and then, you know, it is an interesting, you know, to some folks that are a little more and I'm not saying you're not logical, Keith. I just mean to folks who are predisposed to going towards logic, we do find some of this interesting, you know, almost like a puzzle in some regard, but you know, to respect the person, you know, whatever you're not comfortable with is whatever you're not comfortable with. Like that's up to you, you know. Like, and here's another thing, like you always have the right to set your own boundary and be like, hey man, that's enough. Like we're stopping here. And if anybody doesn't respect that, you know, that's a problem, right? That's a red flag all on its own. If somebody would hear you say that and would still not respect it. And there's a lot of those folks out there.
All right.
If that makes sense. So it's completely fine to just be like, okay, this has been good stuff. You know, I'll take it from here, or just maybe we'll talk later. Like I think for you, you know, the more you take charge of that, I think that's just my opinion. Again, I have no way of knowing this. I'm merely speculating. That, you know, you might have a fear of setting a boundary and being rejected. And this goes back to what we were just talking about with, you know, doing certain things to be accepted in the group. So if you perceive that some individuals will reject you based on you setting a healthy boundary for yourself, those are not the people to be around, in my opinion. Because anybody that just directly tells me, okay, man, like I'm done with this conversation and, you know, I'll take it from here. If I'm always going to respect that based on my own, what I've got going on. Right. But there are plenty of people who will see that you're looking for them to give their approval, and they will withhold their approval, or even worse, they will actually make you feel like you're going to be rejected. And that's one of the mechanisms among many that these type of folks act upon, right? That tension and that is sort of lingering in the air that maybe you're not going to be accepted. Maybe you are going to be rejected. And that's a very scary fucking, you know, unnerving, disorienting thing, right?
Yeah, agreed. Yeah.
So that's actually a way to get some information, is just like in a calm, mature way, like, okay, man, like we're good for now. And maybe I'll be open to talking about this in the future, but, you know, I'm good for now, if that makes sense. Because I have no problem saying stuff like that to people. And if they don't like it, that's their fucking problem. I'm not even concerned about how they take it, because I have absolute right to determine what I have in my life and what I don't have in my life. And I was born with that, and you were born with that.
Yeah. Okay. I got you. Yeah.
Yep. So back to, real quick, I want to finish on this. Back to the person who's a professional who will accept you and will not reject you, right? And will develop a trust with you. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But then now we get into the really ugly aspects of you actually respond to the people who will reject you. Like there's something about them that you respond to.
Yeah, and that's what bothers me the most. Like that really fucks me up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. What's wrong with me? You know, why do I seek out someone like that? You know.
Well, that's.
I have
rejection. Go ahead, Bex.
I have rejection issues. Yeah, I have rejection issues for sure. And I would say that it may very well stem back to being adopted. You know, not mine, right? But I had a family split up and a new maternal figure, and she was triangulating a self-protecting woman, establishing her new family, right? She wasn't my mother. So it could very well be just that, right? And then the other thing I would say is that I know when I've been in the thrust of it, right? When I've been in the thrust of something just major change and shift in my life that has me really self-reflecting and judging myself, it's that those are the times where you want that click to happen so bad. You know, you want that solution in the now But if we sit and realize how much time we say invested in that particular relationship that caused that pain that we're suffering from right now, not that you need a day for day healing, but in some cases, some people might need 3 days for every 1 day spent in healing, you know, and not putting a timeline on that, and just allowing yourself to process the information as it comes in, and allowing yourself to feel it, right? Sitting in it is, I think, a really important part of the process. And I know you might find watching Benton's walk and talk yesterday empowering, to be honest, in terms of that sense of continued work that goes in on a daily basis. Some of it's on a subconscious level for some of us who've worked through some of the deeper rooted issues, but I can say that like I'm whole, but I've only gotten stronger because I disconnected completely from the majority of my family. And I'm going to have to dig deeper at some point, take the skills that I'm learning here and go back and try and open those wounds, right? To become even more whole myself, you know? So it is a lifelong journey, you know? And I think that I think it seems to me like you're on a really good trajectory, even if it doesn't feel that way right now.
No, it feels like shit. Like, no, I don't. Hey, give me a minute, okay?
Yeah, you're good, brother. And
Yeah,
yeah, man, take all the time you need. And just don't talk, man. Just chill out. But well, I'm not telling you what to do, but you don't need to say anything. I have to tell the audience that we are going to end the stream in within the next 5 minutes. However, me and Keith and Bex will still be on the StreamYard, so you're not going anywhere, Keith. But that's for the audience. I'm going to click the button because I'm not going to go past the 12-hour mark. So just so everybody listening is aware of that. And shout out to approximately 20 people who've been rocking with us. Obviously, half the audience went over to Unslavia, as I would want it to be, right? But I'm pretty I'm happy with the fact that there's approximately 20 folks who are happy to listen to what we're doing over here, and it's been a great day for donations. It certainly means a lot to me. This is my hobby. It's probably not going to be my living necessarily, but I'm happy to do it, as much as I'm able to. And pretty much going to be long streams every day, probably, most likely. So just be aware of that. So I'm going to go ahead and click the button, folks. Appreciate everybody. And I will be back with you in the morning. And I'm going to go ahead and schedule 2 streams for tomorrow like I did today. All right, folks. Keith, don't go anywhere. You're not leaving. Bex, you're not leaving. But I'm going to bid the audience adieu. Thanks for watching.